Chapter 1301, Approach of the Great Era. Central Continent, Hidden Dragon Cave. Greetings to Superior Immortal from Heavenly Court. Two Immortals knelt on the ground. One old and one young. A grandfather and a grandson. They were Immortals from Wind Cloud Manor. The young Immortal was Feng Chanzi, while the elderly man was Old Man Bei Feng, with rank 8 cultivation level. Among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, he was famous, and without any mishaps, he would have become a member of Heavenly Court already. It was not easy or normal to become a member of Heavenly Court. Rank 8 cultivation level was not enough, they had to be elites among rank 8s. This standard had never been lowered since Heavenly Court was created. Heavenly Court did not waver in this aspect, too few was better than too many. And this Old Man Bei Feng was now kneeling on the ground, expressing his reverence. The person he was kneeling to was an extremely weak old man, he was shaking as if a gust of wind could blow him away. But this old man was not ordinary, he had a huge origin, he left a deep mark in Heavenly Court's history. He was Duke Long. "Get up, bring me inside." Duke Long said plainly. "Yes." Old Man Bei Feng acknowledged. A moment later, Duke Long came to the deepest part of Hidden Dragon Cave. This was a deep earth trench, it was larger than the earth trench that Northern Plains Zombie Alliance had. It was possible to stuff thousands of cities into it easily. Duke Long and Old Man Bei Feng were tiny like dust specks compared to it. From their view, the entire earth trench was covered in darkness, this darkness was so deep that one could not see through it. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire earth trench started shaking intensely. The two sides of the earth trench started to have falling rocks. The earthquake caused incredible sound waves that would make people shell-shocked. Old Man Bei Feng's expression changed, he quickly used the immortal goo in his immortal aperture. Suddenly, bright lights shone as countless auroras and flowing water weaved together dazzlingly. There was actually a huge super goo formation here. In contrast to this goo formation, the one that surrounded Southern Border's dream realm was just a kitten compared to an elephant. Old Man Bei Feng controlled the goo formation, his expression quickly changed as his forehead was covered in sweat. The commotion is so huge. As a great rank 8 goo immortal, he was actually feeling difficulty now. This super goo formation was suppressing a terrifying life form, Old Man Bei Feng could only barely deal with it using the super goo formation. It seems that after so many years, you are still so lively. Shang. At this time, Duke Long spoke plainly. Roar. At the next moment, an overwhelming dragon roar filled the entire earth trench. The super goo formation's aurora lights were dispersing, flowing water was disrupted. Old Man Bei Feng's forehead was dripping with sweat, he thought, this is after the super goo formation's isolation. The volume is still so loud. If I have to face this evil dragon directly, I am afraid. Duke Long was unmoved, he assessed, it seems your temper has not changed, you are still so feisty. Accursed old man. This time, a voice came from inside the goo formation. The voice was just as loud. At the next moment, a huge dragon head appeared from within the aurora light and flowing water. It was Evil Dragon, Shang. This immemorial desolate beast had a huge origin, it was a legendary immemorial desolate beast created from endless hatred, anger, and grudges, all these negative emotions in Central Continent's earth veins. It was born of nature, because it was created from the collective negative emotions of humans. After it was born, it had intelligence that matched humans. Initially, it could only roar and growl, but after learning, it could use hope goo to awaken its aperture, it learned human language. And for some time, it turned into a human and tried to master goo immortal methods. For some time, it wreaked havoc in Central Continent, it caused great distress and chaos in the world. But eventually, it was suppressed by Duke Long. It was suppressed for countless years. But Heavenly Court could not kill it. Because it was formed from the negative emotions of humans. As long as humanity still flourished, the evil dragon would continue to grow stronger every day. Even if its body was destroyed or completely decimated. Soon, it would form from new earth veins, and continue to cause chaos in the world. That was why Heavenly Court used a super goo formation to suppress this evil dragon. The people guarding the place were rotated from time to time. This time, Feng Chanzi sold immortal materials for his own profits. He was punished to guard Hidden Dragon Cave. And his grandpa knew that he could not do this alone, so he gave up the chance to join Heavenly Court and came to look after this evil dragon. After the evil dragon saw Duke Long, it became incredibly furious. The meeting of enemies was filled with animosity. "Why are you roaring and growling? You cannot escape from this prison," Duke Long said plainly. Di Zongxing heard this and no longer raged, it laughed, "Ha ha ha, I almost forgot. Accursed old man, you are going to die soon. Your lifespan is reaching its limit, you only have one last chance of extending your life. Even lifespan goo cannot save you. Haha, this is hilarious, so what if you suppressed me? I am alive, while you are dying." Duke Long nodded, "You are right. Sometimes, I envy you, you have a long lifespan from birth, you innately have longevity. This might be the last time we meet, let me borrow 10 years of life from you." Saying this, Duke Long sucked in a breath. Old man Bei Feng was shocked to find out that as the guardian, he instantly lost control of this goo formation. Di Zongxing was suppressed by Duke Long. This super goo formation was created by Duke Long personally. Duke Long was the true owner of this super goo formation. Roar. Di Zongxing let out a painful cry. Duke Long was still sucking. Old man Bei Feng could not tell what Duke Long was actually sucking. It seemed to be a sort of life essence that could not be seen with the naked eye. It was forcefully extracted from Di Zongxing's body, sucked into Duke Long's own body. It seems that this super goo formation is not purely for suppressing Di Zongxing, it has this kind of effect. Old man Bei Feng had an epiphany. During the process of sucking, Duke Long's body inflated like a balloon from its twig-like appearance. His pale yellow ragged face faded to a normal color. His pale white hair also turned dark. He was hunchbacked earlier and had fragile bones that emitted cracking sounds, but it had straightened now. Most evidently, the pair of horns on his head were originally shriveled like 2 lumps of meat, but now, they shined with a metallic luster, piercing towards the sky. Bam! His peak rank 8 aura burst out like an invisible wall, pushing outwards. Old man Bei Feng took a step back uncontrollably, looking at Duke Long's majestic background. He had a sense of admiration in his heart. In contrast to Duke Long was evil dragon Di Zongxing. It said in a hoarse voice, "Damned old man, that is merely 10 years of lifespan. It's like I'm giving a pool of piss to you." Ha ha ha. It was still laughing, but it was very weak now. Duke Long clenched his fists, saying nonchalantly, "Evil dragon, you do not understand, how can I, Duke Long, fear death? I woke up this time to make up for my previous mistake. 10 years is more than enough." "Enough for? What are you trying to do?" Evil Dragon asked. "What else? The Great Era is coming," Duke Long said with deep meaning. "Great Era? Great Era? Don't tell me, the earth veins will merge, the regional walls will vanish, and the 5 regions will become one. Wait, accursed old man, don't go, tell me everything," Di Zongxing shouted. But Duke Long sneered, why would he care about a captive? He turned around and left Hidden Dragon Cave without any hesitation. Southern border. A nameless place. River water was surging. This was a tributary of the River of Time. Yingwu Xia and the rest had been waiting by the riverside for a long time. A figure emerged from the tributary of the River of Time. "Quick! Let's quickly give Lord a helping hand." Yingwu Xia saw this and shouted. He Lulan and Bai Ningbing worked together beside him, activating the goo formation. Under the effect of the goo formation, Purple Mountain True Monarch escaped from the tributary of the River of Time. He was like a drowning person, he barely managed to crawl ashore, he breathed roughly and was soaked to the bones. Purple Mountain True Monarch actually managed to return safely after entering the River of Time. Bai Ningbing was expressionless, but she was shocked on the inside. "Lord, did you succeed?" Seeing Purple Mountain True Monarch regain his composure, Ying Wuxia asked this. Purple Mountain True Monarch nodded. I went into the Red Lotus and interacted with that will. My gains were phenomenal. Is that so? Ying Wuxia was overjoyed. But Purple Mountain True Monarch had a solemn expression. I used Red Lotus True Inheritance to observe the past and future. Before Fang Yuan was reborn, our shadow sect had succeeded. We delayed the Great Era by 500 years, we exterminated the future Great Dream Immortal Venerable before she matured, we even had Heavenly Court completely under our control. It is a pity that Fang Yuan changed everything. Shadow sect cannot stop it anymore, the Great Era is coming. Ying Wuxia had an extremely shocked expression. Bai Ningbing and He Lulan looked at each other, feeling puzzled. The former asked coldly, what is the Great Era? Ying Wuxia breathed in deeply and answered, the earth veins will merge, the regional walls will vanish, the 5 regions will become one, and Great Dream becomes venerable. This is the Great Era. He Lulan and Bai Ningbing were stunned. At the same time, Fang Yuan went back to southern border using Wu Yihai's appearance. He was back in Wu Clan. I am finally back. This time, I must absorb the dream realm and go all out in raising my attainment levels. There is enough time. After 500 years, during the 5 regions chaotic war, I might become a great Grandmaster of every path already. I am looking forward to it. Chapter 1302, Divination Tortoise Transformation. Southern Border, Wu Clan. Fang Yuan entered Southern Border, using Wu Yihai's appearance. He went all the way back to Wu Clan's headquarters. Knowing that he was back, Wu Clan's current first supreme elder, Wu Yong, summoned him. Brother, these are the immortal goo that I borrowed from the clan, I am returning them now. Fang Yuan returned the immortal goo in his hands. Wu Yong received them and smiled as he sat in the main seat. Was your journey to Eastern Sea fruitful? Every goo immortal had their own secrets, especially someone with a special status like Wu Yihai. Wu Yong could not probe excessively. His question was really just small talk. I had great gains. Fang Yuan showed some joy on his face, it was very realistic. That is good. Wu Yong nodded. He would not be able to imagine how great Fang Yuan's gains were. After leaving Southern Border, Fang Yuan chased after Shadow Sect's remnant forces. Even though he did not succeed in killing them, his gains were huge. Not only did Fang Yuan obtain Perseverance Immortal Goo and become the Reverse Flow River Lord, his battle strength surged and he could go unscathed against rank 8 Goo Immortals. Lu Guanyi's reputation was renowned in the entire world. Furthermore, while returning, he participated in an Eastern Sea trading convention. He obtained Divination Tortoise Shell Immortal Goo and rank 6 Day Goo. Thank you for the concern, brother. I wonder when can I return to the Goo formation to cultivate. Please arrange it for me. Fang Yuan said with a polite and humble tone. Wu Yong was very satisfied with Fang Yuan's performance. These last days, he had control of Wu Clan. Because Fang Yuan backed down, there were few obstacles in Wu Clan. He successfully took over the clan and obtained the highest authority. Right now, Wu Yong was already different from when he first took over. He was more composed and grand, he gave off an indomitable aura, he had great authority. He was very happy about Fang Yuan's attitude. Clans were different from sects, bloodline was very important. Wu Yihai's status in Wu Clan made him very special among Wu Clan's Goo Immortals. In terms of bloodline, he was solely inferior to Wu Yong, and was above everyone else. Wu Yihai wanted to cultivate in seclusion, Wu Yong was sure to satisfy it. Thus, he agreed, return to your residence and rest first. I will arrange this, in a few days, it will be ready. Thank you, brother, I will take my leave. Fang Yuan left after seeing that his objective was achieved. He had a home in Wu Clan. When he first joined Wu Clan, he was assigned by Wu Clan to live on this bare mountain. Wu Yong is starting to be in control of Wu Clan. Wu Yihai's identity is very sensitive. If he worked with an ambitious clan like Qiao Clan, to create lots of problems, Wu Yong would have a huge headache. Thus, to play safe, Yong would not let Wu Yihai roam around and make contributions for the clan, and increase his reputation. Other Wu clan Gu immortals were fine, but Wu Yihai was not. Or rather, not for now. Wu Du Xiu had just died. Wu Yong was in control of Wu clan, but it was not a stable position. Fang Yuan was very aware of Wu clan's situation. He was not worried that he would be unable to return to the Super Gu formation. While staying on the mountain, he cultivated. But his immortal aperture could not be placed down. Not to mention opening the immortal aperture's entrance and taking in heaven and earth chi. My sovereign immortal aperture's foundation is too deep. Each time it absorbs heaven and earth chi, the commotion is huge, winds would surge and clouds would move. But reverse flow river really consumes a lot of heaven and earth chi. It seems that I will need to go to Etion Mountain later to take in heaven and earth chi. Only by replenishing it will I sustain the sovereign immortal aperture and prevent my foundation from falling. This was a form of burden. But it was a good one. Even though Wu Yong asked him to rest, Fang Yuan did not rest. He continued to cultivate. He was fighting against time. During this period, many Gu immortals from the clan came to visit Wu Yihai, who had a special status, but Fang Yuan rejected them all. This attitude made Wu Yong very pleased. He felt that Wu Yihai was not trying to interfere in the clan affairs. Thus, he gave Fang Yuan a lot of immortal materials under his own name. Not only was he trying to reward and appeal to him, he was also trying to gain reputation for being a caring brother. At the peak of the mountain, Fang Yuan, who was inside his huge house, had turned into a tortoise. This tortoise was as large as a house, it was black and had a thick and tough shell, there were countless markings on its shell, it was difficult to observe but it had a certain order. It was a divination tortoise. This ancient desolate beast was associated with wisdom path. After transforming, Fang Yuan's transformation path Dao marks turned into wisdom path. With his wisdom path Dao mark accumulation, there was a huge quantitative change. With this foundation, Fang Yuan could use wisdom path deduction methods with greater efficiency. It was at least several times or even more than 10 times that of before. Simply divination tortoise shell immortal Gu, in terms of the Gu worm itself, it could not compare to attitude Gu or wisdom sword immortal Gu, even flying sword, sword escape, and dragon breath were better than it. But regarding Fang Yuan, it was extremely useful. Suddenly, a brilliant light shined in the divination tortoise's eyes. After 10 or so days of hard work, I finally succeeded in deducing the killer move, divination tortoise transformation. At Fang Yuan's will, he turned back to human. Next, he tried to use the newly completed divination tortoise transformation killer move. Once, twice, thrice. After more than 10 times, he finally finished making his adjustments. A new divination tortoise transformation. He added in a lot of transformation path mortal Gu, like tortoise head Gu, tortoise tail Gu, tortoise leg Gu, and others. There were also some wisdom path Gu worms, to increase the divination tortoise's ability to block deductions, until Fang Yuan reached his limits. There were also many defensive Gu worms. Of course, there were only 2 cores. One was rank 7 divination tortoise shell immortal Gu, the other was change form immortal Gu. The brand new divination tortoise was larger than before, it was lifelike like an actual ancient desolate beast divination tortoise. Especially the tortoise shell, countless Dao marks were weaved together in a crisscrossing fashion, there were an enormous number of them. Very good, I have reached my current limit. Fang Yuan experimented and felt very pleased. This was all thanks to his wisdom path and transformation path Grandmaster attainment levels. Deducing these killer moves was as simple as drinking water. Similar to the ancient sword dragon transformation, which combined transformation path and sword path. This divination tortoise transformation was the combination of transformation path and wisdom path. And now, Fang Yuan had a new fighting method. It was not an incomplete version like before, this could be fully used in battle. And most crucially, the killer moves ancient sword dragon transformation, reverse flow protection seal, and myriad self could not be used in battle, but this divination tortoise transformation covered the flaw, it solved Fang Yuan's current problem. Fang Yuan stopped the transformation and rested to regain his mental energy. He closed his eyes and his mind entered Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Landscape as before. The rank 6 Immortal Goo was used, targeting Reverse Flow River in the Immortal Aperture. Red Date Immortal Essence was expended rapidly, while Reverse Flow River started to produce river water under the power of Landscape as before. The efficiency is too low. Fang Yuan sighed. This was not his first experiment, he was quite disappointed. Landscape as before Immortal Goo, even though it was effective on Reverse Flow River, the effect was mild. This formed a clear contrast to Luopa Valley and Danghun Mountain. Why is it that using Landscape as before on Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley had such incredible effects, but on Reverse Flow River, it barely works? Fang Yuan was puzzled. Was Reverse Flow River more special than the other two secluded domains of heaven and earth? What other reasons were there? If he could repair Reverse Flow River immediately, that would be great. He would have an unceasing supply of Reverse Flow River's water. But reality was less than perfect for Fang Yuan. Wait. Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were once in the possession of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. And Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was the creator of Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo. Maybe, these two secluded domains of heaven and earth were modified by Shadow Sect, just like how He Lu Lan and the others could use Immortal Goo of other paths without being restricted by Dao marks. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. His guess was right. Not only did Shadow Sect have a method to allow Goo Immortals to cultivate other paths without facing conflicting Dao marks, they could also modify secluded domains of heaven and earth, to allow Immortal Goo of certain paths to be very effective on the secluded domains of heaven and earth and not face conflicts from Dao marks. And Time Path Immortal Goo were fully effective on Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley, they would not be resisted by the vast number of Soul Path Dao marks in them. This was because Landscape as before and Man as before belonged to Shadow Sect. They were passed to Tai by Yunxing through Purple Mountain True Monarch. As for Reverse Flow River, Shadow Sect did not have it, they had no interest in this river either. Thus, Reverse Flow River was not modified. When Fang Yuan used Landscape as before on Reverse Flow River, it was weakened by its vast number of Dao marks, and had little effect. And this was already because Fang Yuan was the Reverse Flow River Lord, otherwise, Landscape as before's effect would be reflected upon him. Reverse Flow River lost a lot of water, the rank 8 existences depleted a good amount. But thankfully, it is recovering, even though the speed is very slow. Can I use Reverse Flow Protection Seal to resist Immemorial Year beasts? Fang Yuan shook his head. Using Reverse Flow River, he could at most defend himself. If an Immemorial Year beast tried to destroy the Immortal Aperture, he could do nothing against it. He thought about this because Fang Yuan was concerned about the sealed rank 8 Immortal Goo, Years flow like water. Even though his battle strength surged greatly, Fang Yuan was still unable to unseal Years flow like water currently. Like this, Fang Yuan cultivated silently, waiting for Wu Yang's arrangement for returning to the giant dream realm. But a few days later, a minor mishap occurred. Chapter 1303, Divination Tortoise's Power. Southern Border, Wu Clan. In the hall, Fang Yuan, Wu Yong, and another Goo Immortal were present. He had a tall body, he wore a black and white coat, he had a long beard that extended downwards to his chest. His eyes were slim and long, a mysterious light was hidden in them, his body was covered in mist. Wu Clan Goo Immortal, Wu Yu Bo, a prideful person with peak rank 7 battle strength, it was only slightly lower than old Treeman Ba Da. Goo Immortal Yan Huang challenged Yu Bo, the reality is that Xia Clan is after Moon Bowl. This place produces Moon Path Goo worms, it is one of the most important resource points of our clan, we cannot lose. Wu Yong said. Since I am going, there is no need to worry. If I can defeat Yan Huang twice, I can win a third time. Wu Yubo said coldly. Moon Bowl was not a bowl, it was a valley. But this valley had a peculiar shape, resembling a bowl, and because it produced moon path goo worms, people called it Moon Bowl. Moon Bowl had a village in it. But when Wu clan expanded, in order to take over Moon Bowl, they eradicated this village. There was a Gu Immortal in this village, he was known as Immortal Yan Huang. Wu clan sent out Wu Yubo and defeated him. Immortal Yan Huang could not defeat them and had to escape in tears, abandoning his home. Wu clan was a righteous path clan, they needed a proper reason to take over Moon Bowl, they could not kill Immortal Yan Huang directly. This was the rules of the righteous path. Immortal Yan Huang left with hatred, to take revenge, he hid his identity and practiced his killer moves, but he still lost to Wu Yubo a second time. After Wu clan learned of his whereabouts, they knew that this enmity was unresolvable, they gathered Gu Immortals to assassinate Immortal Yan Huang. But at the crucial moment, Immortal Yan Huang was saved by an unknown force. Wu clan wanted to pursue it, but at that time, Wu Du Shou died, Wu clan was in chaos and Wu Yong had just taken over, he needed to suppress the situation. This gave Immortal Yan Huang some time to recover. Until now, a few days ago, Immortal Yan Huang sent a challenge to Wu Yubo with Moon Bowl as the stake. Whoever wins would obtain Moon Bowl. Wu clan was the #1 super force in southern border, how could they not accept it? But Wu Yong's worry was that Immortal Yan Huang was here after joining Xia clan, a super force, he was no longer all alone. This meant that the mysterious force which helped Immortal Yan Huang earlier was undoubtedly Xia clan. On the surface, this was Immortal Yan Huang challenging Wu Yubo. But the truth was, this matter was significant, it was the contest of two super forces. This challenge had been spread widely, the attention of many southern border forces and Gu Immortal experts were drawn to it. After Wu Du Shou died, even though Wu clan was still the #1 force, its reputation had fallen. Xia clan was the first challenger of Wu clan's dominance. If Wu clan lost this, the other clans would smell weakness and everyone would be tempted to target Wu clan, there would be huge problems. This was Wu Yong's worry. Immortal Yan Huang's open challenge was now the first hurdle of Wu Yong's rule. Yubo, don't be careless, you know how important this is for our clan. Wu Yong sighed, that Yan Huang joined Xia clan, he is given aid by them, they must have ill intentions and be amply prepared this time if they are challenging you. First Supreme Elder, you only need to wait for good news. Wu Yubo had a nonchalant expression, he glanced at Fang Yuan and said, in my opinion, we don't need to bring so many people. This Yan Huang is just a loser, I can easily capture him. We should play safe, my brother is skilled in 3 transformations, he is a rank 7 expert, with him guarding you, I can rest assured. Wu Yong said. Wu clan had a huge territory, even though there were many Wu clan Gu Immortals, they were split up in many places, they lacked manpower. Originally, Wu Yong was planning to send Fang Yuan to the Super Gu formation. But now that this happened, Wu Yong had to send Fang Yuan to guard Wu Yubo. After all, Immortal Yan Huang was not alone, he was accompanied by Xia clan Gu Immortal Xia Qing. Fang Yuan had joined Wu clan, although he could reject this, there was no harm in going, Fang Yuan agreed. This was a good task, he only needed to stay on guard, after it was over, the clan would reward him for the help. Wu Yubo did not care, but Wu Yong insisted on it, he could not reject it. This matter was decided, a few days later, Wu Yubo went to the designated location with Fang Yuan. Over there, Xia Qing and Immortal Yan Huang were waiting already. Immortal Yan Huang looked like a middle-aged Gu Immortal, he had a mature expression and ordinary appearance, after seeing Wu Yubo, his expression changed, he stared with wide-opened eyes, like they were spewing fire. But that Xia Qing had a special disposition, his body stood tall and straight like a mountain peak. He had a square face and white hair. Especially his beard, it was tough like needles, his eyes were shining brightly. Wu Yubo, you destroyed my village and killed my descendants, I will return all this humiliation to you today. Immortal Yan Huang growled. Wu Yubo sneered, simply slander. I did that to find traces of blood path and uphold justice, eliminating evil for this world. You are not a righteous person, and you dare to smear me, you deserve death. The two fought immediately. Fang Yuan and Xiaqing Song watched at the two ends of the battlefield, staying on guard for their respective Gu Immortals. There was nothing to say, everyone knew the real reason, but the righteous path had to put a front of righteousness over their intentions. Immortal Yan Huang was a fire and earth path dual cultivator. On one hand, his flames were like rising dragons, emitting tremendous heat. On the other hand, rocks were rumbling, there was a huge commotion. Meanwhile, Wu Yubo cultivated water path, he moved like falling leaves, he was grand and swift, there was grace in his actions. His body was covered in water vapor, there was drizzle from the sky, but the rain was able to dissolve all of Immortal Yan Huang's flames and rocks. Evidently, Wu Yubo had the upper hand. However, the battle had just started, both sides were probing, they had not used their Immortal Gu or Immortal Killer moves yet. Fang Yuan watched as he investigated the surroundings, he was defending against Xiaqing Song, in case he used any sneak attacks. Xiaqing Song seemed very relaxed, he looked at Fang Yuan at times, smiling when his gaze met with Fang Yuan's eyes. This made Fang Yuan feel uneasy. Xiaqing Song was a wisdom path Gu Immortal, he was famous in southern border, he was a high-level character. The battle continued. Both sides started to use Immortal Gu and Immortal Killer moves. Immortal Yan Huang was always suppressed and pressured by Wu Yubo, the advantage the latter had was becoming clearer. Victory was near, Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless. If he failed his job, he would be punished when he returned to the clan. Yan Huang, die. It is your honor to die from my signature killer move. Wu Yubo had deep killing intent, a cold light was shining in his slim and long eyes. He activated his Immortal Killer move, rain poured down as clouds gathered, dark winds were howling, the three fused together to form a ball-shaped cage capturing Immortal Yan Huang. Immortal Yan Huang was trapped inside and could not leave, he was in a desperate situation, he was about to die. Fang Yuan closely observed Xiaqing Song, guarding against his intervention. But Xiaqing Song had a smile on his face, he watched casually, seemingly having no intention to interfere. But at this time, Immortal Yan Huang suddenly laughed loudly, the aura of countless Gu worms appeared from his body, a bright light was shining from his body. Immediately, the cage that trapped him broke apart. How can this be? Wu Yubo was shocked, he was caught off guard, his signature killer move was broken, he immediately suffered huge injuries. The lava under Immortal Yan Huang's feet gathered and formed a battlefield. This was an Immortal Battlefield killer move. Wu Yubo had a pale expression, he was trapped inside the battlefield. The situation had turned around, Wu Yubo was in grave danger. With this sudden change, Fang Yuan wanted to help, but Xiaqing Song flew to him, warning him, Wu Yihai, don't be the shame of Wu clan. Fang Yuan chuckled, how can an outsider like you determine if our Wu clan is shameful? Saying this, he turned into a divination tortoise and charged into the lava battlefield. Xiaqing Song praised Fang Yuan's resolute decision internally, but he did not move slowly, in that case, have a taste of my killer move, Scattering Mind. A wisdom path Immortal Killer move. Xiaqing Song used his signature killer move right away, it was a powerful method. Any Gu Immortal hit with this would feel their mind wandering, there would be random thoughts colliding in their mind, their battle strength would be greatly affected, if they were careless, they would fall into confusion and be unable to help themselves. Fang Yuan chuckled, he kept charging towards the battlefield killer move without caring. Fool! Xiaqing Song mocked coldly. At the next moment, his scattering mind hit Fang Yuan, but it dissipated, while Fang Yuan was unscathed. Xiaqing Song's cold smile froze on his face. How can this be? This is Divination Tortoise? Xiaqing Song finally recognized Fang Yuan's transformation, he had a bitter expression. The Divination Tortoise was a wisdom path ancient desolate beast, it was skilled against the deductions of wisdom path Gu Immortals. This wisdom path killer move was created from the concept of deduction, it was completely countered by the Divination Tortoise. Bam! The battlefield killer move was broken by Fang Yuan as the Divination Tortoise entered, immediately saving Wu Yubo, who was in danger. Xiaqing Song was about to interfere, but Fang Yuan said, "Our Wu clan has lost, this battle is over, Moon Bowl is yours." After hearing this, Xia Qingtsong stopped. Immortal Yan Huang wanted to attack, but Xia Qingtsong stopped him. The former had no choice but to watch with hatred as his enemy escaped. "Why did you let him go?" Immortal Yan Huang roared. Xia Qingtsong looked at him coldly. "We have already won Moon Bowl, our objective has been met. It is not the time for you to kill Wu Yubo yet. Don't forget that you are an external supreme elder of Xia clan, you have to think about our clan's benefits first." This time, Xia clan had won. If they pursued this matter, Wu clan would fight back with force. Xia clan did not want to be Wu clan's target and lose in the end, allowing the other forces to benefit. Chapter 1304, Happily Getting Immortal Gu. The Wu clan rank 7 Gu Immortal, Wu Yubo, lost to Immortal Yan Huang. This matter was intentionally spread by Xia clan. Soon, the whole of southern borders Gu Immortal world knew about it. Everyone was moved. Wu Yubo is a rank 7 expert, a famous battle strength of Wu clan. He lost to Immortal Yan Huang. Immortal Yan Huang is not weak. Now that he has Xia clan's help, it is not that hard to defeat Wu Yubo. Wu Yubo is arrogant and prideful. It is quite shocking that he lost to a person he defeated before. The important thing is that Immortal Yan Huang broke through Wu Yubo's signature killer move. This is impressive. Perhaps Xia clan's Xiao Lu Pei helped him to deduce it. Xia clan had a wisdom path Gu Immortal who was famous for being a deduction expert in southern borders Gu Immortal world. It was Xiao Lu Pei. This time, Wu clan lost face. Not only did Wu Yubo lose to Immortal Yan Huang, he even nearly lost his life. If not for Wu Yihai, who broke through the battlefield killer move, Wu Yubo would not have survived. Seriously? Yes, all sorts of Gu worms have been passed around, they record the scene of that battle. Wu clan actually lost Moon Bowl, hee, this is a huge joke. Well, if we trace the origin, Wu clan had snatched Moon Bowl previously. This is what Wu clan deserves. Ha ha ha, now that Wu Du's show is dead, Wu clan cannot keep its title of number 1. Losing Moon Bowl was not a problem for Wu clan, which had vast territory and wealth. But Fang Yuan had intervened to destroy the battlefield killer move and save Wu Yubo. This made Wu clan fall into a passive spot. This was the difference between righteous path and demonic path. Fang Yuan had saved Wu Yubo. This was against the rules of the fight. Wu clan had lost face as a result. And the problem was, there was hard evidence regarding this, they could not deny it. Xia clan's wisdom path Gu Immortal Xia Qingtsong was the one guarding Immortal Yan Huang. He was a meticulous person and had used information path Immortal Gu to record the scene. They were targeting Wu clan, they naturally came prepared. Wu clan had to admit their fault. After Fang Yuan returned with Wu Yubo, Wu Yong gave orders to punish Fang Yuan. Because he had gone against the rules of the fight, he was punished to be secluded and had to compensate some immortal essence stones. Fang Yuan had saved Wu Yubo, this was a merit. But for Wu clan, they had lost face, even though they saved a rank 7 Gu Immortal, and it was much more important to them than face. Fang Yuan had merit, but Wu Yong punished him. But he had no grudges, he accepted his punishment and returned to Wu clan's headquarters, staying in his mountain and not leaving. The incident of Moon Bowl was still escalating, the impact was increasing. Wu Yubo was a prideful person. After losing to Immortal Yan Huang, he felt incredibly ashamed. He declared that he was going into secluded cultivation after returning, he would claim victory in the future. Even Wu clan lost Moon Bowl Valley and Wu Yong punished Fang Yuan, who broke the rules. Wu clan's reputation had unavoidably declined. And most importantly, Xia clan's actions were an inspiration to the other super forces. Righteous path and demonic path were different. The righteous path had its own rules. Xia clan used these rules. Even though Wu clan lost Moon Bowl, they did not object. Xia clan was special in southern border, and even among the 5 regions. Because this super force mainly cultivated Light Path and Wisdom Path. Even though Wisdom Path Gu Immortals were rare, Xia clan had 5 Wisdom Path Gu Immortals, and some of them were strong experts. Among the Wisdom Path Gu Immortals of southern border, Xia clan was the domineering force, having a huge proportion of them. It was not strange that Wu clan was plotted against by Xia clan. The other forces saw Xia clan's success and were all moved, wanting to imitate them. When Wu Du Xiu was alive, Wu clan was domineering, taking over resource points from others, expanding their territory. Incidents like Moon Bull were numerous. They had many enemies like Immortal Yan Huang. This was what other forces could use to deal with Wu clan. All sorts of intelligence was arriving. Wu Yong had an ominous sensation. He felt like a storm was brewing towards Wu clan. As expected, after Moon Bull, Luo clan approached Wu clan with similar reasons as Xia clan. Next, Qi clan and Chai clan also attempted to get a share of Wu clan's Inspiration Cocoon Cave and Spring Sun Mountain Range. Wu Yong oversaw the situation from the base, deploying people outside, but Wu clan's territory was too big, they lacked manpower, they could only maintain the situation at best. Wu clan was in trouble. Wu Yong had a huge headache, but his brother Wu Yihai was living a comfortable life. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Let me go, please let me go. Ah! Ma Hongyan's soul screamed in pain. But Fang Yuan ignored him, continuing to soul search him. Ma Hongyan's soul could not endure such torture, he quickly became very weak. Guts Gu. Fang Yuan used 1 Gu worm to replenish Ma Hongyan's soul, before continuing his soul search. You evil fiend! Kill me, kill me. The intense pain in his soul made Ma Hongyan unable to endure it. He continued to curse, scold, cry, and beg, but Fang Yuan was unmoved. A moment later, he stopped. Ma Hongyan's soul was very diffuse, like mist that was about to vanish. But next, Fang Yuan smashed 1 Guts Gu and Ma Hongyan's soul healed. I have finally excavated all of the luck path true inheritance that Ma Hongyan had. But Zhao Lianyun is not dead yet, I can still continue to keep Ma Hongyan's soul, it has value. He. Fang Yuan had killed Ma Hongyan by accident in Reverse Flow River and obtained his soul. These last days, he had been soul searching. After confirming that he had fully excavated everything, Ma Hongyan had no secrets in front of him anymore. Fang Yuan thus obtained a portion of the all living beings' luck true inheritance. Self-luck, all living beings' luck, heaven and earth luck, these were Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's 3 true inheritances. Self-luck was in Langya Blessed Land, all living beings' luck was in 88 True Yong Building, and heaven and earth luck was in Longevity Heaven. As Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, 88 True Yong Building collapsed, and the all living beings' luck true inheritance was destroyed as well. However, back then, Ma Hongyan and Zhao Lianyun were protected by the all living beings' luck true inheritance, they each received a portion of it. After so many events, Fang Yuan's soul searched him and obtained this portion of the all living beings' luck true inheritance. Thankfully, old ancestor Shui, who wanted to use Ma Hongyan to refine fortune rivaling heaven and needed a healthy Ma Hongyan, thus he did not do anything to his soul. When Ma Hongyan left Imperial Court Blessed Land, he was captured by Shadow Sect's Qin Bai Sheng. Since he learned about the all living beings' luck true inheritance, Shadow Sect also knows. Fang Yuan analyzed, in this portion of the true inheritance, the greatest value was fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu's recipe. Ma Hongyan remembered the details. This was the core essence of the all living beings' luck true inheritance. It was not strange. It was because Ma Hongyan knew of this Immortal Gu recipe that old ancestor Shui who learned of it after buying him, resulting in him having the intention to refine fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu. Fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. According to this Immortal Gu recipe, even if he used up all of his wealth, he could not complete 10% of the recipe's needs. Unless he had a living Gu material like Ma Hongyan, he could save a lot of precious refinement materials. Fang Yuan could barely give it a go. But how would Fang Yuan dare to refine fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu? This was a rank 8 Immortal Gu. Brazenly trying to refine a rank 8 immortal goo, what would happen? Old Ancestor Shui, whose outcome was an example. This was the number 1 goo immortal with the highest battle strength in Northern Plains, but he was not doing well now. Not only did his refinement of fortune rivaling heaven fail, he lost Reverse Flow River and Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, even his beloved wife Lady Yuan Shou was injured. Even though I have a lot of assets now, and the Sovereign Immortal Apertures Foundation can rival rank 8 goo immortals, my Immortal Essence Stone and Red Date Immortal Essence storage is low, and most importantly, I have few resources that are high in value. This time, Fang Yuan chased after Yingwu Xia, from southern border to eastern sea to northern plains. It consumed a lot of immortal essence. And inside Reverse Flow River, he created an immortal killer move. Reverse Flow Protection Seal was the most costly immortal killer move that he had. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's production was incredible, but because I reduced the rate of time to stall calamities and tribulations, the efficiency fell drastically. Even though I am still earning profits, my expenditure is huge too. Especially the feeding of Immortal Goo, Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo and Attitude Goo have not had their feeding settled yet. I still need more funds for them. Fang Yuan wanted to solve the problem of food, he also needed to store immortal essence for emergencies. His current situation was quite awkward. A while ago, he had to pay immortal essence stones for saving Wu Yubo against the rules. It added to his problems. Slowing the rate of time causes my immortal aperture to produce more slowly. This way, I can only expand production to emphasize on quantity instead. But what resources do I expand production of? This is an important consideration. Some resources are already oversupplied in the market. If I expand production, it would only harm me. While Fang Yuan was thinking about this, Wu Yubo's will brought an immortal goo and flew towards Fang Yuan's mountain. Thank you for saving my life. Lord Wu Hai, this rank 6 Vajra thought immortal goo will be my expression of gratitude. Wu Yubo's will actually gave Fang Yuan an immortal goo. Vajra thought immortal goo. Evidently, this was a wisdom path immortal goo. Fang Yuan had benefited from this Moon Bowl incident, he gained an immortal goo. Even though it was rank 6, immortal goo were unique, they were priceless. Chapter 1305, Vajra Thought. This Vajra Thought immortal goo was fist-sized, it looked like a translucent glass, shining with golden lights, it looked very appealing. Fang Yuan held it in his hands, it was heavy, as if he was holding a piece of gold. The process of changing owners was very fast. When Fang Yuan refined this Vajra Thought immortal goo successfully, Wu Yubo's will said goodbye and flew away. Obtaining a rank 6 immortal goo like this, Fang Yuan was not surprised. Because he had merit. Fang Yuan saved Wu Yubo, it was a huge merit in Wu clan. Even though he broke the rules and Wu clan lost face, they preserved a precious rank 7 battle strength. Evidently, his merits surpassed the problems he caused. Even though Wu Yong punished Fang Yuan understood why. This was the righteous path, they had to do it on the surface. Wu clan had to reward Fang Yuan, but Wu Yong could not do it himself. Once he did, the political implications would be different. If it were found out, others would use it to attack his reputation. Thus, Wu Yubo's will had to do it. This Vajra Thought immortal goo was supposedly Wu Yubo's personal gift to Fang Yuan, but it was actually Wu clan paying for it. There had to be this middleman, it was the righteous path's way. Another immortal goo. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. Ordinary goo immortals might be happy, but to Fang Yuan, the implications were different. He had too many immortal goo. The burden was huge. But Vajra Thought immortal goo is a wisdom path immortal goo, I can use it to make up for some of my weaknesses. Fang Yuan did not lack wisdom path attainment level, he lacked wisdom path immortal goo. In the past, he only had attitude goo and unravel mystery goo, but now he had affection goo and Vajra Thought goo. For Wisdom Path Immortal Goo, this was enough. With Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path Grandmaster Attainment level, he could use them well. Fang Yuan instilled Red Date Immortal Essence, attempting to activate this Vajra Thought Immortal Goo. Immediately, golden thoughts appeared in his mind. These thoughts were small and exquisite, they shined with a metallic luster, giving off a tough feeling. When the thoughts collided, they created clanking sounds. Fang Yuan tried to use these newly produced Vajra thoughts to deduce. But he found that these Vajra thoughts were not good at thinking. The thoughts were hard to fuse, they often broke apart. Fang Yuan thought as expected, he was not surprised. Vajra Thought Immortal Goo itself was not good for thinking, it excelled in fighting. Fang Yuan mobilized these Vajra thoughts in his mind, these thoughts were small and exquisite, when they left his mind, they expanded in the outside world, becoming fist-sized golden balls, there was bright light shining on their crystal-like surface. Fang Yuan sat on a cushion, hundreds of Vajra thoughts were floating around him, at once, golden light shined and gave him an extraordinary air. At his will, a Vajra thought flew out. Swoosh! It was very fast. Thoughts moved rapidly to begin with, thoughts moved faster than light in one's mind. When the Vajra thought was in the outside world, it was not as fast as in the mind, but it was still rapid. This speed is half of Sword Escape Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan's eyes twitched, he was satisfied with this speed. Sword Escape was a rank 7 Immortal Goo, and one with great speed. Vajra Thought Immortal Goo was only rank 6, but the Vajra thoughts could have half of Sword Escape speed. Of course, for Immortal Goo like Vajra Thought, even if it was raised to rank 7 or 8, the quality of the Vajra thoughts produced would not change, only the quantity would vary. In theory, mortal Vajra Thought Goo could produce Vajra thoughts no different from those produced by the Immortal Goo. The difference was the quantity. Rank 5 mortal Vajra Thought Goo could produce 100 Vajra thoughts at once. But Vajra Thought Immortal Goo could produce thousands or even tens of thousands of Vajra thoughts at once. Then what was the power of one Vajra thought? Fang Yuan aimed at a tile on the ground and shot out the Vajra thought. Bam! The Vajra thought created a trail of golden light as it crashed into the tile, drilling deep underground. Fang Yuan nodded. The power was decent. This place was a mortal Goo house, the defensive power was too weak for Goo immortals, but it was not useless. The power of the Vajra thought made Fang Yuan think of bullets from Earth. But it was much larger than bullets. One use of Vajra Thought Immortal Goo can create thousands of Vajra thoughts. If they are all shot out together, it is quite a sight. Wait a second. A flash of inspiration appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. He thought of two Goo immortals, one was Dong Fang Chong Fan, the other was Yi Lui Kun Xing. The former had an immortal killer move called Myriad Star Fireflies. The latter also had an immortal killer move, it used star fragments as the core, the longer he fought, the stronger he became. I have Vajra Thought Immortal Goo. Why don't I imitate Myriad Star Fireflies and create an immortal killer move? Fang Yuan considered it. Intuition from his Wisdom Path Grandmaster Attainment told him that this would not be tough. Thus, Fang Yuan stopped activating Vajra Thought Immortal Goo, he pondered and began to deduce the immortal killer move. He was imitating Myriad Star Fireflies, using Vajra Thought Immortal Goo as the core. The process was smooth, there was little difficulty, it all went according to Fang Yuan's intuition. An hour later, this immortal killer move was half complete. A day and a night later, Fang Yuan turned into a Divination Tortoise to deduce it without rest, finally obtaining the complete immortal killer move. Fang Yuan did not name this immortal killer move, because he had a new inspiration. Just this immortal killer move with rank 6 Vajra Thought Immortal Goo as the core is not powerful enough. Maybe I can use Divination Tortoise transformation to modify this immortal killer move and raise its strength. This modification would not be easy. Even though he had Grandmaster Wisdom Path and Transformation Path Attainment level, combining the two paths would not be an easy task. The modification took a long time. But Fang Yuan was not anxious. The outside situation was quite calm now. Even though Shadow Sect was around, and Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven were pursuing him, as long as he used the Dream Realm, Fang Yuan's foundation would continue to grow rapidly. Undeniably, with reverse flow protection seal, his confidence had risen greatly. 3 days later, the modification of the killer move was not done, he was only at 30%, but Wu Yong had summoned Wu High. In the hall, the two brothers talked. Wu Yong told Fang Yuan, if he was not happy with Vajra thought Immortal Goo, he could choose a rank 6 Immortal Goo from the clan's treasury and exchange it. The reason was, after Fang Yuan accepted Vajra thought Immortal Goo, he did not make a move. Wu Yong thought that Fang Yuan was a lone immortal and did not know how the righteous path worked. He might have really assumed that it was a gift from Wu Yubo. This would not do. Wu Yong summoned Fang Yuan and hinted to him that this Vajra thought Immortal Goo was all because of this elder brother's efforts. And using the excuse of exchanging Goo, he expressed goodwill to Fang Yuan. He did not know that Fang Yuan understood the entire situation, he was just pretending to be unaware. It seems that Wu clan is in trouble now, because they lack Goo immortals. Wu Yong wants to make use of me. Fang Yuan immediately understood Wu Yong's intention. Fang Yuan did not want to interfere in Wu clan's matters. But recently, many super forces were cooperating to emit pressure on Wu clan subtly. There were many problems, Wu Yong was busy dealing with all of them. And over at the giant dream realm, Ba clan was leading the Goo immortals and giving trouble to Wu clan. Originally, Wu Yong wanted to send Fang Yuan there, but Ba clan was creating problems, the pressure at the Super Goo formation was increasing. To play safe, Wu Yong did not want to change people now, thus, Fang Yuan's plan of going to the Super Goo formation was stalled. Thank you for the concern, brother, I would like to take a look at the inner treasury as well. Fang Yuan had created an immortal killer move using Vajra thought Immortal Goo, but he still wanted to look at the immortal Goo inside the inner treasury. Last time, he had chosen Immortal Goo from the outer treasury. The Immortal Goo inside the inner treasury were much better and had greater value. As the number 1 force of southern border, Fang Yuan was excited about what was inside Wu clan's inner treasury. There were few Immortal Goo in the inner treasury, but they were all the best of the best. But Fang Yuan had too many Immortal Goo now, he mainly wanted to probe Wu clan's foundation and gain more information about them. Chapter 1306, Immortal Goo Reputation Restriction. Among them was an Immortal Goo called Reputation Restriction. It was a rare information path rank 7 Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan was very interested. After all, he was too weak in terms of information path, it was greatly restricting his development. Reputation Restriction Immortal Goo had an incredible effect. After it was used, it would turn into a rope to restrict any desolate beast or desolate plant, and even ancient desolate beasts or ancient desolate plants. Indeed, even though it was an information path Immortal Goo, it had an enslavement path effect. It was very special and unique. What moved Fang Yuan was, this reputation restriction Immortal Goo's effect varied according to its owner's reputation. This suited Fang Yuan very well. Be it Fang Yuan himself or Lu Guanyi, they were characters who shook all 5 regions, they were widely known. In recent times, who had the most prominent reputation? It was none other than Fang Yuan. But my information path attainment level is ordinary, even if I get this reputation restriction Immortal Goo, what use is it? Enslaving ancient desolate beasts and desolate plants is not useful to me. Only if I can enslave an immemorial desolate beast. And just this rank 7 Immortal Goo reputation restriction will be impossible to enslave immemorial desolate beasts with. The only possibility is to use it as a core to create an immortal killer move. But that will take forever. My information path and enslavement path attainment levels are not at Grandmaster. Regarding immemorial desolate beasts or plants, Grandmaster attainment level is already very limited. Fang Yuan thought about it, he did not exchange it, he kept Vajra thought Immortal Goo. This choice surprised Wu Yong a little. I made some gains in Eastern Sea, from now on, the Divination Tortoise transformation that uses Wisdom Path will be my main cultivation. Fang Yuan explained. This was in preparation for him using Divination Tortoise transformation in the future. Wu Yong nodded, I called you here for an additional matter. Fang Yuan was calm. Please tell me. Wu Yong smiled bitterly. The frosty peak that my clan controls is targeted by Xia clan. There are some historical reasons, they are all recorded in this information path Mortal Gu. Brother, I hope you can help defend Frosty Peak for our clan. I am willing to solve your problem, brother. Fang Yuan agreed before accepting the information path Mortal Gu, inspecting it. Fang Yuan's attitude made Wu Yong very pleased. Fang Yuan looked at the information in the Gu worm, he understood this matter. As it turned out, after Immortal Yan Huang defeated Wu Yubo, Xia clan obtained Moon Bull, becoming the greatest beneficiary. Thereafter, other super forces went to trouble Wu clan. After Xia clan gained this profit, they decided to continue plotting against Wu clan, to obtain greater gains for the clan. This time, they targeted Frosty Peak. Frosty Peak was not Wu clan's resource point originally, it belonged to a lone cultivator Gu Immortal. Very long ago, this lone immortal sought help from Wu clan, and Wu clan wanted his territory, but the lone immortal did not want to give it away. After a long and arduous negotiation, the lone immortal lent this place to Wu clan for several hundred years. More than 100 years later, this lone immortal died from tribulation. This frosty peak officially became Wu clan's property, it had great production output each year. Xia clan was able to request for it because they found a descendant of this lone immortal. The lone immortal's descendant wanted Wu clan to return Frosty Peak, this was very reasonable, there was undeniable evidence. With Xia clan's backing, they created a lot of commotion, attempting to take back Frosty Peak by creating a ruckus. The lone immortal's descendant is a mortal Gu master, they actually dared to challenge Wu clan. Xia clan has many wisdom path Gu immortals, they are good at plotting. But this time I must defend Frosty Peak. This is the best chance for me to display my strength. Wu Yong does not want me to go to the Super Gu formation, he is afraid I cannot suppress the situation if I have inferior strength. Fang Yuan received the mission, but he did not set off urgently. He knew, even though he was strong, his methods could not be exposed. Divination Tortoise transformation was good at defense but lacked offense. Thankfully, he had Vajra thought Immortal Gu, but he had to deduce that new Immortal Killer move first. Thus, for more than 10 days afterwards, Fang Yuan stayed inside his house, trying to deduce and modify the Immortal Killer move. This was not a peaceful time. Xia clan saw that Wu clan did not move and repeatedly urged them, spreading the news everywhere. Wu clan faced great pressure. Wu Yong also came to urge Fang Yuan, but he stalled for time. No rush. If we do not show up, Xia clan cannot take over Frosty Peak by force. Xia clan is causing a commotion? It is no problem, let them make a scene, we will remain unmoved. Be steady. When I was a secluded cultivator in Eastern Sea, I learned that this was the meaning of life. Be slower, the slower we work, the better the results. Fang Yuan gave a lot of reasons, he had a reply to everything. In the end, even Wu Yong became anxious. Wu Yihai did not face much pressure, but as the head of Wu clan, his pressure was getting heavier by the day. The clan's affairs are my affairs. Since this is entrusted to me, I will definitely succeed, I will not let you down, brother, I will meet your expectations. Fang Yuan still willfully did things his way. Wu Yong had no choice, he had no more Gu immortals to send. Only when Fang Yuan deduced the Immortal Killer move and experimented with it successfully did he start to leave, heading towards Frosty Peak. Wu Yong let out a sigh of relief. Xia clan had been focusing on Wu clan all along, the moment Fang Yuan moved, they received news of it. On Frosty Peak. Wu clan sent Wu Yihai this time. Rank 6 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Xia Shuimo spoke. This Frosty Peak is on par with Moon Bull, Wu clan did not send Wu Yubo or Wu Zhen here. This is a terrible move. Rank 7 Gu Immortal Xia Fei Kuai could not believe it. Xia Shuimo thought about it, Wu clan has nobody to send anymore. Wu Yubo is a prideful person, after losing to Immortal Yan Huang, unless he can kill Immortal Yan Huang and regain his reputation, he would not come out of seclusion. As for Wu Zhen, he is busy defending Phoenix Peak, how can he leave? During this period, all the different phoenix birds are going there to produce their eggs. Ha ha ha. Wu Yong has no choice, he sent Wu Yihai after having no other alternatives. How is this person's battle strength? Xia Fei Kuai asked. Xiao Zhua Mo thought about it. His battle strength is unclear. He used to be a secluded cultivator in Eastern Sea. There is little information on him. But he could escape threats and return to Wu clan. He can defend himself. Recently, he saved Wu Yubo and used a divination tortoise transformation. Due to a coincidence, he managed to counter Lord Xia Qingtsong's scattering mind. Saying this, he smiled bitterly. The divination tortoise has naturally defense against wisdom path methods. Against him, I may not be of use. It will depend on you. Xiao Zhuamo was a rank 6 wisdom path Gu Immortal, while Xia Fei Kuai was a rank 7 light path Gu Immortal. The latter laughed. I see that this Wu Yihai is stalling for so much time, he has no confidence. Don't worry, I will go ahead and suppress this person. After we take down Frosty Peak, our Xia clan's territory will expand. This will be a huge merit. Chapter 1307, 4 Seasons Tea. The sky was dark, it was drizzling. Fang Yuan flew to the sky, mist surrounding him. I'm here. At his will, he descended as the mist in his vision vanished, showing the land. Southern border had many mountains. Fang Yuan was above many mountains. It was a scene of greenery. In this sea of greenery, Frosty Peak was unique. It was completely white and different in height, standing out from the rest. At the apex of Frosty Peak, there was a mortal Gu house. At the entrance of the Gu house, Xia clan's 2 Gu immortals, Xiao Zhua Mo and Xia Fei Kuai, had already sensed Fang Yuan's arrival. Fang Yuan was here to negotiate. He did not purposely conceal his presence. It was normal for the 2 Xia clan Gu immortals to notice him at once. He is finally here. This Wu Yihai is really amazing. He took half a month to travel on a 3-day route. Xia Fei Kuai frowned deeply. Forget it, he's here, let's go. Xiao Zhuamo smiled. The two sides met in the sky. Both sides were smiling, they had a grand demeanor. After all, they were representing 2 super forces. The 2 Xia clan Gu immortals assessed Wu Yihai, thinking, he looks really similar to Wu Du Xiao. Fang Yuan was also assessing these 2 Gu immortals. Xia Fei Kuai was rank 7, he was the person in charge of this negotiation. According to Wu clan's information, Xia Fei Kuai was a rash and resolute person, he had great battle strength. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhuamo was a wisdom path Gu immortal who considered many aspects and liked to think deeply. Xiao Zhuamo's personality had to do with his childhood experiences. Whenever he encountered an important situation, he would think about the possibilities over and over. Meanwhile, Xia Fei Kuai's personality was the backlash of a certain immortal killer move that he had tried to use. This was the first time both sides were meeting. Xia clan's Gu immortals led Fang Yuan to the apex of Frosty Peak. Please enter for some tea. The 2 Gu immortals acted like the hosts of the place, as if they were declaring their ownership. The contest had already begun, but Fang Yuan was unmoved, as if he did not sense it. He smiled as he sat down, drinking. The tea is not bad. After one sip, he praised. Xiao Zhuamo smiled. This is our Xia clan's 4 seasons tea. Our first supreme elder had created it personally. With one sip, you will taste 4 different flavors, making people feel the 4 seasons of spring, autumn, summer, and winter. Therefore, it is called 4 seasons tea. Xiao clan first supreme elder was a time path great expert. The 4 seasons tea that she created showed her incredible attainment in time path. Xiao clan's Gu immortals used this tea to assert dominance, but after Fang Yuan drank it, his smile intensified. This is a great tea, I wonder if you have any extra. I would like to ask for a few more portions, may I have them? Fang Yuan smiled as he squinted. The 2 Xia clan Gu immortals looked at each other. Xiao Zhuamo thought, this Wu Yihai is really greedy. However, even if they were enemies, their righteous path demeanor was important. Furthermore, politics was always changing. Right now, everyone was opposing Wu clan, but maybe they would soon have to cooperate with Wu clan. Xiaozhuo decided and was about to speak, when Xia Fei Kuai said, "Whatever. This is nothing much, we have a lot of Four Seasons tea, if you want them, you can have them." Saying this, he gave out over 10 portions of Four Seasons tea. "Then I will accept it." Fang Yuan laughed heartily, receiving the tea leaves. Xia Fei Kuai quickly added, "Let's talk about Frosty Peak." Fang Yuan raised his cup and sipped slowly, before putting it down as he said, "Please tell me." Xia Fei Kuai quickly spoke, his mouth opened and closed rapidly. "This matter takes very long to explain. Since we all know the origin, let's cut to the chase. Little Zhang, come out." As he said that, a rank 5 Gu master walked out of a door inside the Gu house. This descendant of Zhang Sanfeng, Zhang Kaizue, greets the three immortals. This Gu master was old and had white hair. He greeted the three immortals without excessive reverence. "This little Zhang's bloodline is absolutely correct. Come, Wui Hai, quickly test it." Xia Fei Kuai left his seat, walking to Zhang Kaizue and pulling his arm, bringing him to Fang Yuan with an expression that seemed to be in a hurry. Zhang Sanfeng was that lone cultivator Gu immortal who was the owner of Frosty Peak. Of course, Zhang Sanfeng was not his original name, it was sort of a title, one. Because he owned 3 mystical peaks, Frosty Peak was one of them. His real name was unknown. Ever since he appeared, he had never revealed his true name, only mentioning his surname of Zhang. As a result, everyone called him Zhang Sanfeng. Even his bloodline descendants did not know his true name. Fang Yuan knew this. Wu clan's information was quite comprehensive. But he suddenly waved his hand, acting confused. "Wait, who is this Gu master?" Xia Fei Kuai was stunned. Zhang Kaizue was about to speak, when Xia Fei Kuai said, "He is Zhang Kaizue, he introduced himself earlier, we all know it." "I know he is named Zhang Kaizue." Fang Yuan nodded. But he paused and drank tea, continuing, "But what does this mortal Gu master have to do with Frosty Peak?" "It is like this, his ancestor Zhang Sanfeng had once." Xia Fei Kuai added. "Wait." Fang Yuan stopped him. "Who is Zhang Sanfeng?" Xia Fei Kuai was stunned. "Wui Hai, after so long, you have no idea who Zhang Sanfeng is?" Fang Yuan gave an embarrassed-looking smile. "The clan wants me to protect Frosty Peak, but I arrived in a hurry. I have no idea what the cause of all this is. Please do not mind it." Xia Fei Kuai thought, "You arrived in a hurry, reaching here after half a month. That's arriving in a hurry?" He thought that, but he spoke politely, "Then let me tell you the reason." "I am listening." Xia Fei Kuai spoke rapidly. He explained the historical reason in the blink of an eye. Fang Yuan drank his tea and nodded. Xia Fei Kuai said, "Are you clear now?" Fang Yuan placed down his cup, standing up from his seat and cupping his fists at Xia Fei Kuai. Xia Fei Kuai had no idea why Fang Yuan was cupping his fists. It was a bit out of nowhere, but they were in the righteous path. A polite demeanor was everything. No matter what, he had to cup his fists in return. Next, he saw that Fang Yuan smiled again in embarrassment. Fang Yuan said, "Thank you for telling me that, but it was described too quickly. I could only understand the story roughly. I did not understand a lot of it. Can you tell me again?" "Again?" Xiaozhuo, who was beside him, frowned. Xia Fei Kuai did not repeat it once again. He said, "Which part are you unsure about?" "I can explain that to you." His tone was unhappy. 1. Sanfeng here is also read as 3 peaks. Back. Chapter 1308, Shameless. Fang Yuan seemed to have not noticed. He smiled. "The first line, I did not hear it clearly." Xia Fei Kuai explained it. Fang Yuan nodded. "And the second line?" Xia Fei Kuai frowned. Fang Yuan continued, "I did not hear it clearly either." Xiao Fei Kuai repeated it and said in an unhappy tone, "Is there anything else?" The third line. Fang Yuan said. Xiao Fei Kuai's eyes were about to bulge out. He said directly, "Pardon my words, but did you not hear the first 3 sentences? Are you toying with us? Please, you have misunderstood." Fang Yuan waved his hands. The third line. I heard it clearly. Xiao Shuomo's expression turned dark. Xiao Fei Kuai's brows were lifted high, his eyes were popping, rage showed on his face. Then what do you want? Fang Yuan said, actually, the fourth line. Xiao Fei Kuai waved his hand. I will say it again, listen closely and carefully. He talked about it again. This time, he said it very slowly, word by word. It was crystal clear. Fang Yuan stood up and cupped his fists at Xiao Fei Kuai again. Xiao Fei Kuai felt perplexed. He had a bad feeling, but he quickly cupped his fists. He spoke calmly. Are you clear on it now? Clear, it's clear now. Thank you for explaining, everything makes sense now. Oh, so that is what happened. Fang Yuan patted his forehead, sitting down. Thus, your clan has to return Frosty Peak. It is the logical thing to do. Our Xiao clan is upholding justice. This Zhang Kaizue is without doubt the descendant of Zhang Sanfeng. Please test it. Xiao Fei Kuai requested again. But Fang Yuan only took a glance at Zhang Kaizue before smiling as he waved his hand. No rush, no rush. What is it that do you not understand now? Xiao Fei Kuai's expression was grim. He asked in a dark tone. I have troubled you for the description, but was the situation really like this? I cannot confirm it. Fang Yuan said. Xiao Fei Kuai was about to laugh from anger. I am speaking the truth. You can go ahead and seek verification. Haha. Fang Yuan laughed, clapping his hands together. You are a straight talker. I will seek verification from my clan. Saying this, he shut his eyes, as if his consciousness had entered his immortal aperture, to use his information path methods. After a long time, Fang Yuan did not open his eyes. Xiao Fei Kuai urged him, Wui Hai, are you done? Fang Yuan opened his eyes. He smiled in embarrassment. Brother is too busy with his work, let's wait a while. Regarding a rank 8 Gu Immortal, Xiao Fei Kuai could not say anything, so Xiao Shuemo interjected, Lord Wu Yong is busy indeed, he has no choice. But Wui Hai, you may ask other Wu clan Gu Immortals for verification. Fang Yuan immediately laughed, giving Xiao Shuemo a thumbs up, worthy of a wisdom path Gu Immortal indeed, good idea. This praise made Xiao Shuemo's expression freeze. Next, Fang Yuan said, but I am not close with any other Gu Immortal. Do you have any recommendations? Recommend your sister. Xiao Fei Kuai was listening by the side. He shouted out of anger. My sister? I only have an elder brother, I have no sister. You must have remembered wrongly? Fang Yuan smiled while squinting. Xiao Fei Kuai was speechless. He looked at Xiao Shuemo, they communicated with their gazes, they could tell that Fang Yuan was wasting time. To think that Wu clan actually sent such a person over. They are too shameless. Xiao Fei Kuai was filled with anger. He wanted to negotiate properly, but Fang Yuan refused. And because they were righteous path characters, Xiao Fei Kuai could not go overboard. Seeing Fang Yuan's smiling appearance, he really wanted to throw out a punch and send Fang Yuan plummeting to the ground. Don't be anxious, don't be angry, you will fall for his trap. This person is very experienced, he is purposely angering us so we will expose a flaw. Xiao Shuemo quickly urged. Xiao Fei Kuai could only breath roughly, taking in huge breaths. Fang Yuan spoke as he looked at Xiao Fei Kuai seriously, do I really have a sister? Please let me know. Xiao Fei Kuai. He took in a few more breaths before he said, no, it was a slip of the tongue, please do forgive me. Oh? Is that so? Fang Yuan nodded, saying in concern, I see that your tongue is dry, and your chest is moving rapidly, it seems you have symptoms of getting a fever. You need to drink tea, otherwise you will get sick. In fact, this 4 seasons tea is great, you should take a few more sips. Xiao Shuemo. Xiao Fei Kuai screamed, drink what? We are talking about important business. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression. Friend, that is not the right attitude. What do you mean important business? Is being concerned about your health not important business? This Frosty Peak is just a resource point, these are just resources. You cannot follow just because of these resources, you will harm yourself. He urged heartfully, but it seemed to be adding fuel to the fire. Xiao Fei Kuai slammed the table angrily. Wui hai! He screamed, don't think that you can deceive us like this, and keep Frosty Peak for your Wu clan. Humph. Fang Yuan's expression quickly changed, saying sincerely, what are you trying to say? I am innocent. We have to follow the rules for Frosty Peak's matter. This is Zhang Sanfeng's possession. If this Zhang Kaizue is a true descendant, we will return it. On behalf of Wu clan, we will do this fair and square, we will not be corrupt, and ruin the rules of the righteous path just for some benefits. You are an understanding person. Xiao Zhuemo smiled forcefully, saying with deep intentions. Xiao Fei Kuai frowned, he stopped shouting, he said, that's right, quickly test his bloodline, Zhang Kaizue really is Zhang Sanfeng's descendant. No rush, no rush. Fang Yuan smiled and started to drink tea. Let me seek verification from my clan first. It is not that I do not trust you, but this is a major task, I do not dare to decide recklessly on my own. Then quickly verify it. Xiao Fei Kuai shouted. But Brother Wu Yong has not responded. Fang Yuan looked troubled. Then find others. Xiao Fei Kuai shouted. Fang Yuan slapped his own leg, that is right, but I just returned to the clan, I do not know anyone else. I am not sure who to find for verification. Earlier, I asked you two to help me, but you gave me no help, I am very troubled too. Once he said that, the two Xia clan Gu immortals were shocked, they looked at each other. After such a long time, giving so many excuses, it was now Xia clan's fault? The rank 5 Gu master Zhang Kaizue listened as he stared at Fang Yuan with wide-opened eyes. This was the demeanor of a Gu immortal? He was shameless to the max. Zhang Kaizue was awestruck, his good impression of Gu immortals had shattered completely. Forget it, I can tell now, this person is clearly stalling for time. Xiao Zhuemo transmitted. Stalling for what? Xiao Fei Kuai asked. Evidently, Wu clan has no justification here, they are in a passive spot. Wu Yihai has to continue wasting time here by giving all sorts of excuses. When Wu clan is no longer so tight on manpower, they will be able to deal with us, it will be difficult then. Let alone other matters, when the phoenix birds lay their eggs, Wu Zhen will be free to come here. If he comes, the situation will be different. Xiao Zhuemo analyzed. You are right. What do we do? This Wu Yihai is stalling for time, but he speaks so justifiably, we have no way of finding problems with him. There are many ways to stall for time. For example, he needs time to verify this, and he also needs time to test his identity. Then what about after he tests Zhang Kaizue's bloodline? Will he ask if Zhang Sanfeng only has one descendant? All these questions will be endless if he wants to bring them up. Xiao Fei Kuai realized the severity of the problem. I have a plan. Xiao Zhuemo said. What plan? Xiao Fei Kuai asked quickly. Xiao Zhuemo answered. As Xiao Fei Kuai became overjoyed, he quickly turned to look at Fang Yuan. Wu Yihai, I have long since heard that you are extremely strong, you are the glory of Wu clan. I would like to represent Xia clan and challenge you to a spar. Chapter 1309, Spar. Spar? That was just a nicer way of talking about resolving the problem by fighting. But this fight was different from the intense battles of the demonic path. When demonic path members fought, it was mortal combat. For righteous path Gu immortals, they had a lot of assets, why would they fight to the death? Just deciding a winner was enough. This was also why Fang Yuan purposely stalled for time, preventing the resolution of Frosty Peak's issue. This forced the two Xia clan Gu immortals to go on the offense and deal with the matter through force. The truth was, on Earth, when negotiations fail, stronger countries would send their troops over. It was the same thing. Xiao Fei Kuai's words were quite interesting. He was representing Xia clan and also claimed Wu Yihai to be Wu clan's glory. He said this was a spar, but this was actually a contest between both clans. Just these words forced Fang Yuan into a corner. If he avoided battle, it would harm Wu clan's reputation. This was something that the righteous path would look down upon. He would be treated as a coward. But the two from Xia clan did not know that Fang Yuan was not Wu Yihai. He did not care about Wu clan's reputation or glory. However, he was acting as Wu Yihai now. He still wanted to go to the Super Gu formation. Fang Yuan had to accept this challenge. He thought briefly before saying, "If it is a spar, both of you will be fighting against me. I am outnumbered, I will definitely lose." Xiao Fei Kuai's expression changed. These were vicious words. In fact, requesting for the spar had already caused him to be in a passive spot. If he lost, it would be humiliation. If the two Xia clan Gu immortals fought together and won, they would be using numbers for an unfair advantage. It would make them lose face. They could not spread news about this. Actually, Xiao Fei Kuai had not thought of fighting together with Xia Shuamo. He said, "I will fight you alone, don't worry." Fang Yuan had a reluctant expression. He said, "Since you want to spar so urgently, I cannot reject you. But since this is a spar, there has to be a time limit, right? We cannot fight on forever." "What do you have in mind?" Xiao Fei Kuai asked. Spars had their rules. It was different from a life and death battle. Fang Yuan said, "You attack and I defend. As long as you can break my defense within 10 moves, I lose." Xiao Fei Kuai's eyelids were twitching. He said, "Okay." Xiao Shuamo frowned. He felt something amiss. But since Xiao Fei Kuai had already agreed, they might as well spar. He had confidence in Xiao Fei Kuai. Frosty Peak was not the place to fight. Destroying it would ruin the point of the task. Both sides flew to a desolate valley. Fang Yuan quickly stood opposite Xiao Fei Kuai. "Start." Xiao Fei Kuai could not wait. He wanted to teach Fang Yuan a lesson. Among southern borders rank 7 Gu immortals, he was a famous expert. In the entire Wu clan, other than the rank 8 Gu immortal Wu Yong, the strongest rank 7 Gu immortal, Wu Yubo, was only slightly superior to him. Now that Wu Yubo was in secluded cultivation, who would Xiao Fei Kuai fear? One had to say, getting Immortal Yan Huang to defeat Wu Yubo was indeed a well-executed move. In terms of real battle strength, Immortal Yan Huang was not Wu Yubo's match, but Xia clan had managed to crack Wu Yubo's signature killer move. Wu Yubo was targeted, his immortal killer move was broken and he suffered an intense backlash, causing Immortal Yan Huang to win the battle. "Wait." Fang Yuan gestured with his hand. Xiao Fei Kuai was ready to fight. Fang Yuan's words made him feel very uncomfortable. He called out, "Wu Yihai, what else do you want?" "I almost forgot, since this is a spar, we can't do it so casually, right?" Fang Yuan smiled. Xiao Fei Kuai thought, how is it casual? Teaching you a lesson is this battle's most important point. He was thinking that, but he could not say it out loud. Gu immortals had all sorts of methods to record scenes. Like earlier, when Immortal Yan Huang challenged Wu Yubo, Xia clan Xia Qing Tsung recorded everything. It was widely spread over southern borders Gu immortal world. Xiao Fei Kuai held in his anger. "What do you want?" "Simple, if I manage to win, then the status quo for Frosty Peak will remain, it will belong to us." Fang Yuan said. "How can we do that?" Xiao Zhuamo, who was far away, was anxious. He rushed to Xiao Fei Kuai and spoke loudly. Right now, Xia clan was finding trouble. Having the descendant of Zhang Sanfeng, they had justification and a huge advantage. Wu clan was forced into a passive position. If they agreed to this, they would lose their advantage. It was not wise. Xiao Fei Kuai curled his lips, thinking, I'm not stupid. At the same time, he rejected, no way. In that case, I cannot fight. This spar is voided. Fang Yuan waved his hand, turning around and walking away. Xiao Fei Kuai almost wanted to curse at him upon seeing this. We left Frosty Peak and came all this way, after so much trouble, and selecting a proper valley to spar. And now, you want to cancel the fight? Are you toying with us? His expression turned grim. Wu Hai, leaving without fighting, is this the courage and glory of Wu clan? Fang Yuan stopped moving. Xiao Fei Kuai smiled coldly. Fang Yuan turned around, looking at Xiao Fei Kuai with a serious expression, saying shamelessly, "You are wrong. I am not avoiding the spar, but you two are not agreeing to my request. Since our negotiation failed, it does not mean I am running away. Look, I even chose the location for it. What the F***ck? These words made Xiao Zhuemo, who was watching by the side, feel anger. Xiao Fei Kuai stared with furious eyes. He was fuming. He stared at Fang Yuan fixedly. How could Wu clan produce such a shameless person? Weren't Wu clan Gu Immortals brash and usually eager to fight to resolve problems? Where was the bravery and spirit of Wu clan? Where was it? But soon, Xiao Fei Kuai thought of Fang Yuan's origin. Indeed, Wu Hai was not a Wu clan Gu Immortal from birth, he was a secluded cultivator in Eastern Sea. This damn secluded cultivator. Fang Yuan showed a deeper smile. Since we cannot spar, let's continue talking and drinking tea. I have to say, your Four Seasons tea is really delicious. I am looking forward to it as we speak. Drink tea? Talk about what? Xiao Fei Kuai felt an intense urge to strangle Fang Yuan to death in his mind. His chest was burning with rage. Xiao Zhuemo looked at Xiao Fei Kuai bitterly, thinking, weren't you the one who gave him a lot of tea leaves earlier? Fang Yuan suddenly muttered to himself before saying, how about this, if I win, for the next 5 years, we will maintain the status quo, you will not harp on the Frosty Peak issue, how about that? This? Xiao Zhuemo started to ponder over it. Fang Yuan suddenly raised this condition. Compared to before, it was much more acceptable. But Wu Hai likely has a plan for giving us this condition. Xiao Zhuemo was still thinking. Xiao Fei Kuai spoke, okay, I agree. Xiao Zhuemo was stunned, transmitting, Lord Xiao Fei Kuai, you. Are we going to let this bastard continue wasting time? I will bear full responsibility for this, it has nothing to do with you. I cannot waste so much time, the less time I spend with this guy, the better. Xiao Fei Kuai replied resolutely, he had a firm attitude. Xiao Zhuemo smiled bitterly. If this battle is lost, even if you, Xiao Fei Kuai, take responsibility, can I run away from it? The clan sent me here to help you, it was to give you advice, right? Sigh. He sighed deeply in his mind, transmitting helplessly, then I will hope for Lord to emerge victorious. Are you too sure? Fang Yuan asked. His condition was just delaying the problem for Wu clan, it did not solve it. But after 5 years, Fang Yuan would be done with his matters. By then, who cares about Wu clan? We are sure. This time, Xiao Fei Kuai did not speak, Xiao Zhuemo did. Okay. Fang Yuan slowly flew back, speaking in an obnoxious way, actually, I did not want to spar, it hurts our relationship either way. But Lord Xiao Fei Kuai is so insistent, on behalf of the 4 Seasons tea leaves that you gave me, I will agree to this. Stop mentioning that tea and fight. Xiao Fei Kuai bellowed, his eyes were bloodshot. Before he finished his words, Fang Yuan's body shined and turned into a divination tortoise. Xiao Fei Kuai was stunned, Fang Yuan was wasting so much time earlier, but he transformed so quickly now, it was quite a contrast. Divination tortoise again. Xiao Zhuemo frowned. The divination tortoise's huge body stood in the valley with its 4 pillar-like legs, it filled up this entire valley. The entire divination tortoise was dark in color, the shell had all sorts of markings, thousands or tens of thousands of them, they were very eye-catching. Xiao Zhuemo looked at them for a while before feeling dizzy, he quickly stopped. Xiao Fei Kuai did not expect Fang Yuan to use an immortal killer move now. Normally, when Gu Immortals spar, they would probe first. Fang Yuan skipped it and used his trump card immediately. The tough shell shows this divination tortoise's defensive power. No wonder he chose this style of sparring. Thinking of this, Xiao Zhuemo frowned even more deeply. What do I do? Xiao Fei Kuai hesitated, He did not know what Wu Yihai specialized in, but Fang Yuan knew what he was good at. Xiao Fei Kuai only hesitated for a moment, before attacking. First move. He raised his fist and clenched it, floating in the sky. He aimed at the divination tortoise in the valley and punched. His fist shot out light, it was dazzling. Pure white light gathered in Xiao Fei Kuai's fist as it turned into a large ball of light, crashing down. Auras of Immortal Goo and Mortal Goo mixed together. This was an Immortal killer move, Soaring Essence Strike. Chapter 13:10, So Embarrassing. Since Fang Yuan had used an Immortal killer move, Xiao Fei Kuai had no choice but to use an Immortal killer move as well. A pure white ball of light moved with an average speed, not showing any signs of light path speed advantage. But as it flew in the air, it pushed the air aside, emitting a buzzing noise. Boom! The wine vat-sized ball of light smashed down like the weight of a mountain on the divination tortoise's back, smashing the tortoise into the ground. The enormous divination tortoise had sunken by over a foot in the ground. Xiao Fei Kuai's move was indeed powerful. Light Path was famous for speed, but this soaring essence strike of Xiao Fei Kuai was the complete opposite. It was like a heavy fist, and the enemies would often be caught off guard by its powerful strength. However, Fang Yuan's divination tortoise was perfectly unharmed. Huh? Xiao Fei Kuai's eyes almost popped out when he saw the result of his attack. The divination tortoise was intact with not even a slight dent on it. This was the obvious result. Xiao Fei Kuai's move used Light Path to imitate Strength Path. It was considered a unique move. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan's divination tortoise transformation was a rank 7 Immortal killer move, which used Change Form Immortal Goo and Divination Tortoise Shell Immortal Goo as the cores. Especially the latter, just by activating it, Fang Yuan could obtain a tortoise shell that was not weaker than an ancient divination tortoise. And now, it was an immortal killer move possessing many supplementary goo worms. The tortoise shell's defensive capability was stronger than a real ancient divination tortoise. Ancient desolate beasts had extremely strong and sturdy bodies with vigorous vitality, and tortoises were one of the toughest life forms among all living beings. It was not strange for Xiao Fei Kuai's soaring essence strike to show no effect. But to the person involved, this was slightly ridiculous. Soaring essence strike had no effect, he has such a hard shell. Xiao Zhuemo was shocked. Xiao Fei Kuai stopped, he started to develop an unfamiliar feeling, that was a headache. Looking at such a sturdy tortoise shell, he felt a headache and did not know where to start. In fact, if he had attacked any other area, the result would not have been this bad, but he had to go and choose the hardest part, the tortoise shell. Naturally, this was also because he wanted to probe the depths of Fang Yuan's strength. What should I do? Xiao Fei Kuai began to think rapidly. Although he was irascible, he managed to quickly become cool-headed in the fight. But at this moment, Fang Yuan activated a second immortal killer move. Auras of Immortal Goo and Mortal Goo rose. Fang Yuan opened his mouth and breathed out countless small tortoise shells. The small tortoise shells had the same appearance as the divination tortoise's shell, except that they were many times smaller. The large numbers of small tortoise shells floated in the air, rotating at a very fast speed. What are these things? Xiao Fei Kuai stopped thinking and cautiously pulled apart some distance from Fang Yuan. Boom! He punched forward with soaring essence strike again. But this time, the wine vat-sized heavy light sphere did not even manage to touch the divination tortoise. Those small fist-sized tortoise shells seemed to be attracted like bees attracted to honey, as they looped towards the soaring essence strike. Bam bam bam. The seemingly hard tortoise shells shattered into hundreds of pieces in the collisions. But the soaring essence strike also was completely consumed, finally turning into a dim fragment of light that helplessly dissipated in the air. Immortal killer move, Vajra shell. This was the immortal killer move Fang Yuan had been perfecting earlier, combined with his divination tortoise transformation. This was the first time it had been displayed in southern border and even in the 5 regions. The core of this immortal killer move was the rank 6 Immortal Goo Vajra thought. But it was combined with rank 7 Perseverance Immortal Goo as well as large numbers of Mortal Goo. Its might had naturally increased by a lot, it had not been a waste of Fang Yuan's time and energy. Ah! These tortoise shells are actually thoughts. Xiao Zhuomo's eyes emitted sharp light as he saw through the mystery. He was a wisdom path Goo immortal and was very sensitive to all kinds of thoughts. This was the area he was proficient in. As for Xiafei Kuai, he cultivated light path, not wisdom path, even though he was rank 7, he only realized after Xiao Zhuomo's notification. Xiao Zhuomo, you are knowledgeable, the two of you are a good match. The divination tortoise spoke human language, its tone filled with sarcasm. In fact, Fang Yuan had not intended to conceal it, it was just that after combining with divination tortoise transformation, these golden thoughts turned into dark tortoise shells. Little Mo, be quiet, I will break his shell. Xiafei Kuai said. Xiao Zhuomo grunted, but did not speak anymore. Being ridiculed by Fang Yuan had made his expression unsightly. Xiafei Kuai closed his eyes. He began to prepare. All sorts of goo worms auras started brimming and linking up, before quickly spreading. Red Date Immortal Essence was being consumed rapidly. At the same time, he spread his arms and slowly put his hands together above his head. Light surged up like a fountain from him, gathering between his palms. He was still accumulating energy. The radiance was restrained, but a powerful aura started rising up, becoming more and more dangerous. Fang Yuan lowered his tortoise head and firmly rooted his limbs to the ground like a silent dark mountain. But at the same time, the small tortoise shells around him were continuing to fly, their numbers increasing extremely rapidly. There were close to 10,000 at first, but the numbers soon surpassed 20,000, 30,000, 40,000. Their proliferation was extremely fast. Rank 6 Vajra Thought Immortal Goo could create 10,000 Vajra Thoughts alone. As an immortal killer move now, its effect had increased by another level. The most crucial point was that Fang Yuan's body was filled with wisdom path Dao marks right now. Actually, Fang Yuan did not have many wisdom path Dao marks, but he had transformation path Dao marks and there were quite a lot of them. He had killed a lot of transformation path Goo immortals and annexed all of their Dao marks. The most significant harvest was when he had killed Wu Yihai and the two immortals inside the regional wall. Just this alone gave Fang Yuan close to 50,000 transformation path Dao marks. 1,000 Dao marks could double the effect. 10,000 Dao marks could give 10 times the amplification. 50,000 Dao marks meant 50 times the amplification. What did that imply? Ordinary rank 7 Goo immortals would have about 10,000 to 30,000 Dao marks of their main path. Xiafei Kuai was a rank 7 expert, his light path Dao marks exceeded 30,000 in number. But how could they compare to Fang Yuan? As a result, Xiafei Kuai and Xiao Zhuomo could only stare wide-eyed at the rapid proliferation of the small tortoise shells that soon covered the whole valley, and were spreading further. The dark and dense numbers of tortoise shells were like locusts and ants. Xiafei Kuai's expression sank. These small tortoise shells had increased by such a quantity in just a short while, emitting a heavy mental pressure to others. However, Xiafei Kuai skillfully used the circumstances of the spar. According to the rule they decided upon, Fang Yuan could only defend and not attack, so Fang Yuan could not take the initiative to use these small tortoise shells to attack Xiafei Kuai. Xiafei Kuai calmed his mind and activated his immortal killer move. Light Path Immortal Killer Move, Saw Light Wheel. His two hands, that were above his head, chopped down at once. A dazzling wheel of light flew out from Xiafei Kuai's palms. The wheel of light grew rapidly and soon was the size of a boat. The wheel of light was continuously rotating, its edges were filled with saw teeth. Good. Xiao Zhuomo inwardly cheered, the tortoise shells are hard, but this move saws through the target. Even if the tortoise shells are very hard, they will still be sliced apart. However, at the next moment. Swish swish swish. Countless tortoise shells flew over. Crack crack crack. Under the tortoise shell's self-destructive charge, the saw light wheel could only fly for a short distance before it was completely destroyed. Xiao Zhuomo. Xiafei Kuai. Fang Yuan praised loudly, great killer move, this move is extraordinary, it actually destroyed over 6,000 of my thoughts. These words were like a slap upon the cheeks of Xia Zhuemo and Xia Fei Kuai. Xia Fei Kuai needed a lot of time to prepare for this immortal killer move. Normally speaking, the shorter the preparation time for an immortal killer move, the better it was, because if it took longer, it could very easily be disrupted. Once the immortal killer move's activation was disrupted, there would be backlash which often caused heavy injuries to the Gu Immortal. Xia Fei Kuai had used the sparring rule, and was able to safely activate this immortal killer move. However, as he was activating the immortal killer move, Fang Yuan was also doing the same. Xia Fei Kuai activated Saw Light Wheel. At the same time, Fang Yuan could create 30,000–40,000 small tortoise shell thoughts. The outcome was obvious, the Saw Light Wheel was besieged and destroyed by over 6,000 small tortoise shell thoughts. Even a fool could compute the numbers here. The method which Xia Fei Kuai had placed his hopes in had ended up like this. This was so embarrassing. Chapter 13:11, Xia Clan retreats. Damn it. Xia Fei Kuai gritted his teeth. He had taken such efforts to activate Saw Light Wheel, but now it seemed like a joke. The small tortoise shell-like thoughts were still proliferating. 50,000, 60,000. Their numbers were increasing rapidly, not only covering the valley, they were even spreading beyond. Among the dense number of small tortoise shells, some were floating in the air while some were leisurely revolving. In the middle was Fang Yuan's divination tortoise transformation, with its huge body that was like an iron hill. I can't let it continue like this. Xia Fei Kuai was feeling an increasing sense of urgency. The speed of growth is too fast. No wonder Wu Yihai set this sparring rule, but Lord Xia Fei Kuai still has abilities yet to be used, the outcome of this battle is not certain yet. Xia Zhuemo thought, looking at Xia Fei Kuai with anticipation. Xia Fei Kuai was already preparing his killer move. Countless Gu worm auras rose and surged outwards. An arrogant look flashed past his eyes as he looked down at the divination tortoise. No matter how numerous, they are only thoughts, what can they do? Take this, 33 heavenly lights. Let me see how many layers of heavenly lights can your thoughts stop? Immortal killer move, 33 heavenly lights. It was one of the trump cards of Xia Fei Kuai and was renowned throughout southern border. Is he using it? Lord Xia Fei Kuai's area of effect method. Xia Zhuemo was inwardly excited. This killer move was quite amazing. Once activated, from Xia Fei Kuai at the center, intense light would shoot out to the surroundings. Under the illumination of the light, all things would receive light path injuries. Intense lights would continue to flicker 33 times, with the illumination range continuing to increase. They were like lights descending from heaven, therefore it was called 33 heavenly lights. At the first flicker, the heavenly light's damage was not high, it could at most only kill some insects. But by the second flicker, its damage would increase and it could destroy plants and flowers. By the third flicker, birds and animals would die when exposed to the light. By the fourth flicker, large trees would be destroyed and boulders would crumble. The fifth flicker, sixth flicker. Like this, the power of the light would continue growing, until it threatened even desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. The small tortoise shell thoughts were hard, but they simply could not compare to desolate beasts, they would definitely be destroyed by the 33 heavenly lights. There was no doubt about it. Xia Fei Kuai was taking the easy route by using this move. 33 heavenly lights was actually not practical, because once it was activated, the Gu Immortal had to stop moving. If they budged even a little, the killer move would immediately stop. Xia Fei Kuai would even suffer backlash. Naturally, the level of backlash also had differences. If the killer move was stopped before the 10th flicker, Xia Fei Kuai would suffer light injuries, stopping in between the 10th to 23rd flicker would inflict medium injuries, and stopping after the 23rd flicker would cause heavy injuries. After the 30th flicker, the backlash would be even stronger, and Xia Fei Kuai might suffer fatal injuries. The stronger the Immortal Killer move, the greater the danger from the backlash once its activation failed. Soon, the light burst forth. At the first flicker, Fang Yuan's tortoise-shell thoughts remained unmoved. Second flicker, the thoughts were still growing and did not seem to stop. Third flicker, the thoughts started shaking. Fourth flicker, some thoughts started to crumble apart by themselves. Fifth flicker, hundreds of thoughts collapsed into nothingness. Xiao, who was watching from the side, could not help but smile at this scene. This was only the fifth flicker. The Immortal Killer move altogether had 33 flickers. But why am I still feeling some unease? Xiao pondered. Sixth flicker, 1,000 thoughts were destroyed, the tortoise shells on the periphery started to show signs of collapse. Seventh flicker, time to deal with you. Xiao Kuai sneered inwardly. But, right at this moment. Swoosh! 70,000-80,000 small tortoise shell thoughts suddenly surged towards Fang Yuan like a tide. More accurately, they entered his mind. The divination tortoise he had transformed into was a wisdom path ancient desolate beast. Its mind was incomparably spacious and holding 70,000-80,000 thoughts was nothing to it. What? Xiao Kuai was stunned. Xiao patted his head as he hatefully exclaimed inwardly, I finally understand what made me uneasy. These small tortoise shells are thoughts in essence. Since they are thoughts, the Gu Immortal can store them back inside their mind. As a result, the 78,000 thoughts that filled the valley had completely disappeared and withdrawn into Fang Yuan's mind. Only an enormous divination tortoise was left, quietly lying on the ground. In the air, Xiao Kuai's Immortal Killer move still continued. Seventh flicker. Eighth flicker. Ninth flicker. But there were no thoughts, there was no meaning to these powerful lights. However, the Immortal Killer move was still in the activation process and could not be carelessly stopped. As such, Xiao Kuai could only continue to activate the killer move. 10th flicker, 11th, 12th. It was an extremely awkward situation. After the 33rd flicker, Xiao Kuai had spent a large amount of immortal essence, while the divination tortoise hid inside its shell, motionless on the ground. The mountain valley he was inside had now been turned into a flat land. 33 heavenly lights was indeed powerful, it forcefully changed a vast surrounding area into a flat plain. The hills from before were completely gone. This killer move is truly powerful. Fang Yuan did not stint on his praise. While speaking, he stretched out his head, tail, and limbs from inside the shell. These parts were not as strong as the tortoise shell, so during the stronger flickers, Fang Yuan hid inside, suffering no injuries. Hearing Fang Yuan's praise, Xiao Kuai immediately felt incomparably stifled. Too shameless. Xiao gritted his teeth, looking at Fang Yuan hatefully. This was especially the case when he saw over 100,000 small tortoise shell thoughts surge out of Fang Yuan's mind and spread out, surrounding the divination tortoise. The hatred and fury in his eyes deepened by several degrees. How are we supposed to break his defense? The two Gu immortals of Xia clan were pondering over this difficulty. You have used 3 moves. Fang Yuan indifferently reminded. Xiao Kuai shouted, then take my following move. As he said so, he turned into a ray of light and pounced forward, attacking the divination tortoise from all directions. Countless tortoise shell thoughts were destroyed as they moved to defend him. But Xiao Kuai displayed an expert's demeanor, he moved back and forth around the thoughts, and could not be stopped. Fang Yuan saw that Xiao Kuai was serious and going at full force, he withdrew his head, tail and limbs back inside the shell. Xiao Kuai was stifled. This Wui Hai was too wretched, leaving behind only the shell for him to target. A gigantic tortoise shell on the ground and countless small tortoise shells in the air, Xiao Kuai was increasingly beginning to feel hatred for tortoise shells. The 10th move was over, Xiao Kuai's efforts gave no result, while only some slight injury marks had appeared on Fang Yuan's tortoise shell. You win this time. Xiao Kuai directly left the scene with this sentence, flying into the sky. Xiao, who was left behind, sighed, he had to clear the mess, at least, he had to take away that Gu Master Zhang. 5 years. After 5 years, I will have to come back and find you. Xiao Zhuamo also left, feeling somewhat indignant. Chapter 13-12, Ransacking Frosty Peak. Xia Clan's Gu Immortals lost the Spar and left without making a fuss. Fang Yuan stopped his transformation and returned to human form, returning to Frosty Peak. The mortal Gu house at Frosty Peak was taken away, now only a snowy mountain remained with cold air emanating everywhere. Fang Yuan sighed softly. His heart was calm, like a well without a ripple. Victories were not worth him treasuring and bragging. The so-called sense of glory had already left him long ago. For such an easy victory to have happened, it is because I had the advantage. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. The two Xia clan Gu Immortals did not know Fang Yuan's strength, they could only estimate it. On the contrary, Fang Yuan knew a lot about them. Whether it be their killer moves, temperament or so on, he was thoroughly aware of them with the information from Wu clan. One could see how important information was in a battle between Gu Immortals. In fact, Fang Yuan's spar with the Xia clan Gu Immortals was like Immortal Yan Huang defeating Wu Yubo. Both won due to better intel. Wu Yubo was powerful, but his trump card killer move was seen through by others. As a result, one careless move and all was lost. Fang Yuan had even more information. He advanced step by step through his layers of planning, finally making the Xia clan Gu Immortals retreat. Immortal killer move Vajra shell is quite effective. But it won't be easy to have such a good result in the future. Xia clan's Gu Immortals would definitely compile their experiences and insights to think of a way to restrict or even decipher and counter Vajra shell. Deciphering and countering was difficult, but creating a restrictive method was often easy. Wu Yihai will also become more famous. This Divination Tortoise transformation and Immortal killer move Vajra shell are quite remarkable. But once I use them a lot of times, there is a high chance someone will find a way to restrict or even nullify it. Actually, the same applies to Reverse Flow Protection Seal. After the battle in Northern Plains, it is definitely being analyzed by the 10 great ancient sects, Longevity Heaven, Old Ancestor Shui Hu and others. I should be somewhat careful the next time I use it, especially against these people. Fang Yuan was vigilant. Wu Yubo was a clear example to him. It was not easy to create an immortal killer move, but a powerful immortal killer move could not remain stagnant, it needed to be advanced and modified along with time. As such, when others use restrictive measures or even fully resolved your killer move, you could effectively face them. But modifying and advancing an immortal killer move was naturally also a difficult matter. Other than a burst of inspiration, what was truly put to test was the Gu Immortal's attainment level. And the best way to raise one's attainment level is through dream realms. Fang Yuan's thoughts could not help but turn towards that giant dream realm again. Because of the widespread emergence of dream realms, there were all kinds of characters emerging one after the other during the 5 regions chaotic war in Fang Yuan's previous life, creating a great era filled with chaos and disorder. Unfortunately, it has not been long since I joined Wu clan. Making a firm request to go to the Super Gu formation would be suspicious. Although the matter of this Frosty Peak has ended, who knows when I can go back to the giant dream realm. It is better to deal with the matters at hand and otherwise go with the flow. Fang Yuan pondered while landing on Frosty Peak. This mountain peak was abundant in ice path resources, he still had not properly searched it. Fang Yuan had gotten this rare opportunity after chasing away the Xia clan Gu Immortals, he naturally would not give it up. Snow filled Frosty Peak and the air was frighteningly cold. In the depths of this accumulated snow dwelled large numbers of insects, including many wild Gu worms, as well as cold-resistant vegetation. They mutually formed a balanced ecology. Frost Jades. Fang Yuan soon had harvests. A large number of frost jades appeared in his investigative perception. These frost jades were hidden below the thick snow, below the rocky ground. Frost jades are only a rank 5 Gu material, but they have some frost jade essence inside, which is a rank 6 immortal material. Without any hesitation, Fang Yuan began collecting them. Rumble. The snow splattered everywhere, revealing the bare surface of the rocky ground. Soon, these rocks also flew everywhere and revealed the frost jades hidden in the mountain. These frost jades were white, with some green hue mixed within. They released intense frost energy, but naturally they were harmless to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan picked up the frost jades in this area. Fang Yuan naturally did not give up the frost jade essence inside, it was just that he did not extract them and they were still inside the center of the giant frost jades. Next, Fang Yuan started searching throughout Frosty Peak. Enormous frost jades were dug out one after the other. The smallest frost jade was already the size of an elephant, while the bigger ones were the size of large ships. Almost every frost jade had frost jade essence inside it. Some frost jade essences were bigger, and there were even 1,000-year frost jade essences, which were rank 7 goo materials. It was not that no one had discovered these frost jades, but they were intentionally preserved by Wu clan to maintain the foundation of this Frosty Peak. It was these frost jades that formed the foundation of Frosty Peak. Without them, Frosty Peak would not be such a special and remarkable resource point. Fang Yuan took away most of the frost jades. Not only this, he also plundered many wild goo worms. There was no need to think about immortal goo. Normally speaking, Frosty Peak could only produce rank 6 immortal goo once in several hundred years to 1,000 years. If there were really wild immortal goo, Qiao clan's goo immortals would not have accepted their defeat so easily. The majority of these goo worms were of ice path, there were also some of earth path and water path. Among the ice path goo worms, most of them were called cold wave goo. This type of goo worm formed groups and would often roam around in Frosty Peak. Thus, a severe wave of cold would spread out from Frosty Peak. This was also the reason for Frosty Peak's name. After he finished plundering, Fang Yuan flew to the air and took a last glance at this Frosty Peak. The picturesque Frosty Peak filled with white snow was now filled with pits of different depths, with rocks and debris filling the area. Not only was the scenery destroyed, the value of resources in Frosty Peak had dropped by over half, and because of the huge deficit, Frosty Peak's foundation was greatly damaged. If I use pulling mountain immortal goo, I might be able to pull this mountain and store it in my sovereign blessed land. Unfortunately, I can't do that at the moment. My identity is Wu Hai, a Wu clan member. I made huge profits this time by embezzlement. This has already reached the limits of the righteous path's unwritten rules and cannot be continued. If I really pulled the mountain, not to mention exposing my true identity, I definitely cannot justify my actions to Wu clan. Fang Yuan inwardly sighed and did not dwell on this as he flew away rapidly. Soon, his figure disappeared in the clouds. Several days later, Fang Yuan returned to Wu clan's headquarters and met Wu Yong. It is all thanks to you, brother, for protecting Frosty Peak for the clan and deterring those thieves. Wu Yong revealed an appreciative look towards Fang Yuan. You flatter me, it was only a fluke. Fang Yuan replied modestly. Elder Wu Fa, have you evaluated it? My brother's contribution was not a simple one, we should think in the perspective of the bigger picture. Wu Yong turned towards another Wu clan goo immortal. This Wu clan goo immortal had an ordinary appearance but his status was anything but ordinary. He was Wu Yong's trusted aide and was in charge of calculating the rewards and punishments for all the goo immortals in the clan. Wu Fa spoke with a slight frown, we have already seen Lord Wu Hai's bravery. With this battle, Lord's name will definitely spread throughout southern borders goo immortal world. But if we talk about rewards, on one hand, Lord Wu Hai has not completely settled this problem and only set a 5-year agreement, on the other hand, Frosty Peak has been viciously plundered, its foundation has been damaged and its value has greatly reduced. Oh? Such a thing happened to Frosty Peak? Wu Yong turned towards Fang Yuan with a surprised look. Fang Yuan sighed, I also did not expect Qiao clan's goo immortals to be such horrible people. Wu Yong frowned slightly, brother, did you personally see Qiao clan's goo immortals looting Frosty Peak? I did not, it is just my guess. Maybe it was other lone cultivators? Fang Yuan replied with no flaw in his argument. Wu Yong nodded and spoke after a brief silence, since that is the case, Elder Wu Fa shall make the final decision. Elder Wu Fa calculated for a while before giving a detailed list to Fang Yuan. Chapter 13:13, Dragon Scale Sea Area. Fang Yuan took the list and skimmed through it. The list was filled with various kinds of goo materials. Most of them were naturally mortal goo materials, but there were a few immortal materials as well. Fang Yuan was well aware that if he had handed the frost jades, the frost jade essences and so on, the reward would not just be this. Wu Yong and Wu Fa were actually acting now. They were not scheming against Fang Yuan, but giving Fang Yuan a way to resolve this issue peacefully. Fang Yuan had plundered Frosty Peak. Although it did not cross the bottom line, Wu clan would rather have an intact Frosty Peak. Fang Yuan, however, seemed to not know this and was silent for a while before he replied, "I wonder if I can exchange these rewards for immortal goo material, dragon scale soil?" Wu Yong was slightly stumped, and looked at Wu Fa. The latter thought briefly and nodded. Returning to his home, Fang Yuan continued to cultivate. This time, he had obtained a lot of frost jades and frost jade essence. Fang Yuan might even be able to build a mini Frosty Peak in mini southern border within his sovereign immortal aperture. But this was not the important point. The important point was the dragon scale soil. This special type of soil was only an ordinary goo material, grainy and tough. If a layer of dragon scale soil was viewed from afar, it would resemble overlapping dragon scales. Dragon scale soil was the soil that dragon-type desolate beasts, ancient desolate dragons, or even immemorial desolate dragons lived on, thus it had the aura of dragons. Fang Yuan had purchased this soil before, because this soil gave his dragonfish greater impulse to propagate. Right now, he did not take the other rewards, instead exchanging them for this goo material because he had the same idea. The rate of time in the sovereign immortal aperture has slowed down by many times. This has led to a huge decrease in the production of resources. I don't have enough immortal essence reserves currently. The same goes for immortal essence stones, but the pressure in this aspect can be relieved if I expand the scale of my resource production. After Fang Yuan thought over it, he set dragonfish as the first resource point to be expanded. Desolate beast dragonfish as well as ordinary dragonfish were always traded in huge numbers in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Dragonfish seemed to be a product of food path. They could be used as supplementary ingredients to feed many goo worms. Not every goo immortal possessed immortal goo. But every super force would purchase large numbers of dragonfish at set intervals of time. The dragonfish trade was one of the largest markets in Treasure Yellow Heaven. During the following period of time, Fang Yuan would mainly concentrate on creating a sea area. Currently, mini eastern sea of the sovereign immortal aperture was no longer filled with shallow pools and lakes like before. Because Fang Yuan had annexed large numbers of water path immortal apertures, mini eastern sea was filled with raging waves. Although the water level was not deep, it was a boundless aquatic expanse. There were almost no islands, and sea areas themselves were indistinguishable. Fang Yuan's plan was to construct a dragon-scale sea area. A man-made sea area. This was not Fang Yuan's innovation or creation. In fact, there were many goo immortals in Eastern Sea's goo immortal world creating man-made sea areas. On the current ranking list for Eastern Sea's goo immortal world, many famous sea areas were man-made, built step by step. Of course, the naturally formed sea areas still held most of the positions in the ranking. Constructing a sea area artificially was not easy. Fang Yuan spent a large amount of time and energy to lay out the dragon scale soil. Then he constructed a mortal goo formation in that area and used the goo formation's power to isolate the sea area and make it a special sea area. Then, he led his dragonfish group to this sea area. The dragonfish group was indeed more satisfied in this sea area, and there was a lot more mating. However, this was not enough. Next, Fang Yuan started to prepare an immortal killer move, Bountiful Year. This immortal killer move came from He Fan's true inheritance, but as a matter of fact, He Fan did not create it. he had traded for it with a Gu Immortal grade expert named Pill Immortal. He created this Immortal killer move, and He Fan had exchanged for it with other resources. This was a quite rare killer move, as it was an Immortal killer move that was specially used to manage the Immortal aperture and did not have any offensive ability. But its practicality was extremely high. Even He Fan had left words of praise towards this Immortal killer move in his true inheritance. Goo worms rose one after the other, a mysterious aura swelled up and gradually thickened. The bountiful year Fang Yuan was using right now had gone through some modifications. The original bountiful year's core Immortal Goo was Year Goo, with tens of thousands of supplementary Goo worms. But now, Fang Yuan had obtained a rank 7 Immortal Goo Perseverance, and he ingeniously added Perseverance Immortal Goo into the killer move as the first supplementary Goo worm. More than 10 days later, Bountiful Year was fully activated. A mysterious power spread throughout the whole Dragon Scale Sea area, but its effects would take some time to be seen. Even He Fan required 2 to 3 days of time to activate the original Bountiful Year. This is already quite long. After I modified it by adding in Perseverance Immortal Goo, the time required has become even longer, approaching half a month. Fortunately, the activation succeeded and there was no backlash. Fang Yuan constantly reflected on his experiences. My time path attainment level is still ordinary, I was barely able to add in Perseverance Immortal Goo. This is the main reason for the enormous extension of time. The shorter the activation of an Immortal killer move, the simpler the process, the higher the probability of the killer move's successful activation. And, as far as Goo Immortals were concerned, it was safer. However, Fang Yuan's action had more advantages than disadvantages. With Perseverance Immortal Goo's support, the duration of Bountiful Year's effect had doubled. The original Bountiful Year could only influence the Immortal aperture for a year. But now, a single activation from Fang Yuan could last for 2 years. This had also covertly saved Fang Yuan a portion of Red Date Immortal Essence. There is still plenty of room for improvement in Bountiful Year. Adding in Perseverance Immortal Goo along with Day Immortal Goo could raise Bountiful Year's effect. But, with my current attainment level and time path, I have reached my limit. Forget it. The matter was settled. This construction was Fang Yuan's first big project. Right now, in Mini Eastern Sea, the first special sea area, Dragon Scale Sea Area, had completely formed. Large numbers of dragonfish lived here, and there were 1 or 2 extremely conspicuous desolate beast dragonfish among the dragonfish group. Bountiful Year's effect did not just cover the Dragon Scale Sea Area, it also included a vast range of this sea area's surroundings. According to what was written in He Fan's True Inheritance, the expenditure of Immortal Essence to activate Bountiful Year was huge, but for the next year, starting right from the moment of successful activation of the killer move, all of the resources inside the Immortal aperture would be produced at a higher rate. However, the result was not like this. Fang Yuan's Bountiful Year's effect only covered a portion of Mini Eastern Sea. On one hand, this was because Fang Yuan had added Perseverance Immortal Goo, which reduced the effective range of the killer move. On the other hand, the Sovereign Immortal aperture was simply too vast. Wanting Bountiful Year to cover the whole Sovereign Immortal aperture was no different to a fairy tale. From Dragon Scale Lake to Dragon Scale Sea, this was an enormous leap, and its significance was profound. But after this project, Fang Yuan's Immortal Essence stones and Immortal Essence reserves were almost dried up. To be safe, Fang Yuan began to sell all the unnecessary resources in his possession. Like the Frost Jades and Frost Jade essences he had plundered in Frosty Peak, as well as large numbers of Ice Path Mortal Goo. Where there are gains, there are losses. His current management focus was on dragonfish. After selling some resources, Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He used a portion of the gains to buy many dragonfish from Treasure Yellow Heaven. He placed these dragonfish in Dragon Scale Sea Area. One could say he was staking a lot on this project. No doubt, this had some risks. But if he went at it safely, the efficiency would be lower. Moreover, he was in a safe and stable environment right now, so Fang Yuan chose to be slightly aggressive and took bigger steps. But like this, because his Immortal Essence reserves had become scarce, Fang Yuan appeared to have his hands tied. not being able to casually cultivate, comprehend, train any immortal killer moves and so on. Days seemed to pass with difficulty. After half a month, the first batch of dragonfish was sold. The situation began to turn for the better. After over a month, Fang Yuan sold the second batch of dragonfish directly to Wu clan. Who could have thought you would be so proficient in managing dragonfish? Even Wu Yong was slightly surprised. Wu clan did transactions of dragonfish to begin with, but previously, they had to buy from outside. Now, they could be considered internal sales. Besides Wu clan, there were also Qiao clan and some other super forces which had close relations with Wu clan. Fang Yuan's third batch of dragonfish was sold. Because of his identity as Wu Yihai and the low price, Fang Yuan's dragonfish smoothly entered the market of southern borders Gu Immortal world. After the third batch of dragonfish was sold, Fang Yuan's situation had turned a lot better. His immortal essence reserves were expanding bit by bit. Fang Yuan was out of his financial predicament, and started to continue his cultivation with a brand new stance. Chapter 13-14, Purchasing Divine Deer Fruits. Southern Border, Wu Clan. In a secret cultivation room, Fang Yuan was floating in the air, his expression solemn. His long hair was fluttering in the air, and all kinds of goo worm auras rose from his body, mixing with each other. The crucial step. Fang Yuan mumbled, his gaze turning sharp. He carefully activated Immortal Goo. This was a Metal Path Mortal Goo and was only rank 1. Activating just this goo alone naturally had no risks. But the situation now was different. Bam! A muffled sound spread from Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan's body shook violently like he had been electrocuted, his expression was pale and a trace of blood flowed out from the corners of his lips. I failed again. He heaved a long sigh. He landed on the ground and held his chest while checking his injuries. Fortunately, I only used a rank 1 mortal goo. These injuries are not much of a problem and there is no need to use mana as before. I will recover in a couple of days with the Sovereign Immortal Body's recovery speed. Fang Yuan was attempting to further improve the killer move Vajra Shell. Immortal killer move Vajra Shell used rank 6 Vajra Thought as a core. Fang Yuan had relied on this killer move and strategy to defeat Xia clan's Gu Immortal, Xia Fei Kuai. After the matter, Fang Yuan had felt this killer move was still not satisfying enough and still had room for improvement. Fang Yuan paid attention to this feeling. He knew his wisdom path and transformation path were both at Grandmaster level. Such a feeling did not emerge from nowhere and had great value to him. Unfortunately, although I have made some progress over these days, there have been little to no results. It seems my attainment level is still not enough. I can only let it be for now. Fang Yuan let out a sigh. In fact, his speed of progress was extremely remarkable compared to other Gu Immortals. In the past, Vicious Lightning Fiend had used up several years to deduce the immortal killer move Lightning Deity. He was not even at 10% of Fang Yuan's current speed. However, it was also a wise choice for Fang Yuan to give up. Because he had a way to rapidly raise his attainment, as long as he raised his attainment levels, he could improve the killer move Vajra Shell at once. After Fang Yuan's transactions of dragonfish, his financial condition had improved, and as such, he had spare energy to try modifying immortal killer moves. Deducing an immortal killer move was actually very resource-consuming. For instance, if the attempt failed, Gu Immortal could suffer backlash and be injured. Goo worms would also be destroyed and would need to be replenished. And if immortal goo were damaged, that would be even more troublesome. But if the attainment level was enough, the killer move could be improved at once, saving large amounts of time, effort, and resources. Fang Yuan's attainment level barely met the requirements of improving Vajra Shell. Although he could improve it, he would have to pay quite a heavy price. He thought it over and resolutely gave up on this small project. After resting for a while, Fang Yuan activated his goo worms and sent his divine sense into Treasure Yellow Heaven. Inside Treasure Yellow Heaven, his divine sense moved nimbly and reached a Gu Immortal's will to converse. I will pay 1,300 immortal essence stones for all your divine deer fruits. Fang Yuan spoke. This Gu immortal will shook its head and said helplessly, the price I quoted is already low. You have already come here 3 times, if you really want to buy, add 200 immortal essence stones and you can take them away. Divine deer fruits were rank 6 immortal material. It was not a rare Gu material, but there were few people who sold it because there was not much demand for it. Fang Yuan, however, needed it to feed Vajra thought immortal Gu. He had obtained Vajra thought immortal Gu and had to solve its feeding problem. Fang Yuan did not reply, instead, he sized up the products. The divine deer fruits in this stall were of good quality. Fang Yuan had strolled several times around Treasure Yellow Heaven and had found the divine deer fruits here were of top quality. The price was also quite reasonable. Thus, he had visited this stall several times. Divine deer fruits were about the size of a baby's fist and did not grow on trees or plants, instead growing on the antlers of a type of deer desolate beast, fruit deer. It was a deer that bore fruit. Fang Yuan had already inquired about the specific name of this desolate beast, and also saw them being sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven. However, even if he bought a batch of them, the number of divine deer fruits they could produce was a question that needed to be explored. Any resource had its own cultivation methods. For instance, Fang Yuan's dragonfish production was not a result of casual attempts, but was from the insights and experiences of Dongfang tribe. This was the accumulation of a super tribe. As a result, Fang Yuan's dragonfish were of the best quality, and the production was also smooth, giving higher profits while requiring slightly lower capital. I should just buy a portion of divine deer fruits for now to deal with the first feeding of Vajra thought immortal Gu. When I have sufficient funds in the future, I can consider how to raise fruit deers and be able to be self-sufficiently provide for Vajra thought immortal Gu. As for whether I can turn this divine deer fruits production into another source of income, that would depend on future opportunities. Fang Yuan pondered while communicating with that Gu immortal will, then, let me check again. But at this time, the Gu immortal will in front of Fang Yuan suddenly shook and spoke, my main body's divine sense has entered, he says he can discuss the price with you. You should talk it out between yourselves. Saying this, the Gu immortals will took a back seat. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He was waiting for this situation. The Gu immortal who was selling the divine deer fruits had left the divine deer fruits in Treasure Yellow Heaven and also left a will to look after them. But although this will could think and communicate, it had to strictly abide by the bottom line price set by its main body, and this was not negotiable. But now that the Gu immortal's divine sense had come over, Fang Yuan could properly communicate with him about many things. There were many contents up for discussion. I want the divine deer fruits to feed immortal Gu. If we can reach a consensus, this absolutely won't be the last transaction. How about it? I will offer 1,300 immortal essence stones. Fang Yuan started to negotiate. The Gu immortal hesitated, this is our first interaction, how can I believe you based on just empty promises? Forget it, we can reach a deal for 1,400 immortal essence stones. Once we have transacted 3 times like this, the price can be lowered to 1,300. What do you think? Clearly, this Gu immortal was not foolish and was quite astute. Fang Yuan refused, if I had ample funds, I would not be haggling with you like this. How about 1,350? That Gu immortal forced a smile, alright. If not for my urgent need for funds and the fact that these divine deer fruits are selling slowly, I would not have agreed to your price. One gave the money and the other handed the goods. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief after the transaction was completed. The feeding problem of Vajra thought immortal Gu was settled for the moment. Now, it was Divination Tortoise Shell immortal Gu's turn. This immortal Gu fed on kelp. Naturally, it was not common kelp, but ancient ink kelp, which was a rank 6 immortal material. This kelp was complete black like ink, and when its skin was torn, it would dye the surrounding water into pitch black ink. Fang Yuan was currently short on funds, so he intended to purchase and store some ancient ink kelps to feed Divination Tortoise Shell immortal Gu. He would consider more in the future. In the aspect of food, Day Immortal Gu was much more pleasant. Because it fed on the water of the river of time, there was no need to think about obtaining its food. In comparison to divine deer fruits, there were many more sellers of ancient ink kelps in Treasure Yellow Heaven. But Fang Yuan was not able to make a deal with any of them. The issue was the price. But he was not in a hurry. There was still some time left before the next feeding of Divination Tortoise Shell Immortal Goo. Fortunately, Dragon Scale Sea Area's construction is finished. As long as it continues to develop like this, I will have plenty of funds in the future. Next is the construction of coiling thread caves to produce regretful spiders on a large scale. Fang Yuan had considered it. The market for regretful spiders was huge, especially over in Western Desert. Although the demand was not as large as dragonfish, it was still a lot. But for the moment, Fang Yuan was tight on funds and needed some time to accumulate his wealth before he could start this project. According to this situation, I estimate that it will be over a month before I am able to gather the first sum of funds and start on the construction of coiling thread caves. Hopefully, Wu Clan would have stabilized by then and would let me return to the giant dream realm. Wu Yihai's identity restricted Fang Yuan's freedom. Especially under the current situation of Wu Clan, it was not good for him to voice out his intention. Over the course of this month, Yong had led Wu Clan to deal with the problems created by the various super forces. There were losses and gains. Wu Clan's prestige sank, but in truth, there was not much damage to their benefits. Thus, this situation was still continuing. Yong wanted to regain their reputation, while other super forces were not satisfied and wanted to seize some material benefits. The confrontation between righteous path forces was different from the demonic path. Confrontations in the demonic path were fierce and violent, while righteous path confrontations were light like drizzle and often lasted for a long time. Especially when it was a confrontation between super forces with huge assets, it was difficult for them to fight against each other without reservations. They would not fight to the death. Fang Yuan's idle cultivation lifestyle did not last for long. Some days later, he received another task from Wu Yong. Mount Snail? Mountain-moving old monster? Fang Yuan's brows slowly started to furrow. It was not that he did not have the competence to complete this task, but the current trend of situations was not looking good. Previously, though Fang Yuan had resolved Frosty Peak's matter, he had in fact withheld his strength and methods, obtaining a barely passable result. He had only created an agreement of 5 years and had plundered the resources of Frosty Peak. Although this was an unwritten rule of the righteous path, he had touched the bottom line. This was naturally Fang Yuan's intent, to leave a bad impression on Wu Yong. Higher-ups did not like using such people, and if they sent Fang Yuan away to the Super Goo formation earlier, it would match Fang Yuan's wish. But Wu Clan was indeed short on manpower at present, while its territory was too large. A matter concerning Mount Snail had happened suddenly. Wu Yong had no choice but to use Fang Yuan to deal with this problem. Chapter 13-15, Convincing Old Monster. Southern Border. Light rain was drizzling on a range of verdant mountains. Fang Yuan wore a blue robe, and was gazing at these grand rivers and mountains from atop a rock, before his gaze finally settled on a mountain. This mountain was rather special. The mountain peaks beside it were either tall or short, steep or slanted. But this mountain was round in shape. This was Mount Snail. Or it could be considered a snail mountain. It was an immemorial desolate beast. It was an enormous river snail with a tall, tower-like spiral shell drenched with green moss. When it stayed still, its body would hide in the shell, looking like a towering mountain. Right now, it was awake and was slowly moving. Rumble. As it moved, all the surroundings quaked slightly, birds and beasts fled in disorder. Fang Yuan was calmly looking at the movement of this immemorial desolate beast, Mount Snail, from another mountain peak. Its speed was slow. Mount Snail might be an immemorial desolate beast, but its temperament was simple and mild. It was hard to anger it. It could even be said to be harmless. Not only harmless, it also provided benefits. Because Mount Snail's body was full of enslavement path and earth path Dao marks, which created a special environment around it that would spawn many enslavement path and earth path resources. Mount Snail's ownership had all the while been an unsettled issue. Few Gu Immortals could control Mount Snail. It was very difficult for even rank 8 enslavement path Gu Immortals. Because Mount Snail itself was full of enslavement path Dao marks. There were already 7 known Mount Snails in southern border. Long ago, southern border's super forces had set an agreement: as long as these Mount Snails were not controlled by anyone, that is to say, they were wild Mount Snails, they would be considered as a resource of the clan whose territory it was staying in. This Mount Snail was originally living in Wu clan's territory. Naturally it belonged to Wu clan. There was no doubt about this. But now, it was time for the Mount Snail's migration. It was currently leaving Wu clan's territory for other territories. Mount Snail's original location was at the periphery of Wu clan's territory. In fact, during Wu Du Shou's time, Wu clan had intentionally expanded their territory to include this Mount Snail. Currently, Mount Snail was leaving Wu clan's territory, but the place it was going to did not have other righteous path super forces. This also meant this Mount Snail was going to become wild again. Wu Yong naturally did not want to see such a situation happening, and under the situation where he did not have enough manpower, without other options, he could only assign this task to his younger brother, Wu Yihai. Wu Yihai. I am Qin Jin Sheng, I am also called Mountain Moving Old Monster. A Gu Immortal flew over from another mountain peak. Fang Yuan gazed at the Gu Immortal. This old Gu Immortal was adorned in a suit of rocky gray armor. His hair was a mix of black and white, looking messy like straws. He looked slovenly, with the corners of his clothes being in shreds. But the rank 7 aura he gave out was majestic and forceful, especially his eyes, which shone with sharp light. Right now, as he looked at Fang Yuan, it was like a senior sizing up a junior. It is me indeed, Wu Yihai, I greet Senior Mountain Moving. Fang Yuan bowed slightly. His greeting had the style of the righteous path. This Mountain Moving Old Monster's title had old in it. It naturally was because he was an old veteran, an old senior, having lived for over 2,000 years. He had lifespan Gu and also had unique lifespan extension methods. His battle strength was also very high, and he was a famous expert among lone immortals, almost at the level of old Treeman Ba Da and Wu clan's Wu Yubo. Rank 7 Gu immortals like Xia Fei Kuai could not compare to Mountain Moving Old Monster. Thus, when Mountain Moving Old Monster sized up Fang Yuan, he was not humble and treated himself as a senior, even if Fang Yuan came from Wu clan. He, considering the time, it was time your Wu clan sent someone as well. Let's sit and talk. Mountain Moving Old Monster laughed and sat on a rock. Fang Yuan smiled and also sat down. Mountain Moving Old Monster saw that Fang Yuan had no objection to sitting on a rock and also did not have a high and mighty attitude. His impression of Fang Yuan improved. I almost forgot you were a lone cultivator. Although you have joined Wu clan, you don't have the hypocritical attitude of those righteous path members. Fang Yuan slightly shook his head. The righteous path has to act like the righteous path. As for me, I spent most of my time as a secluded cultivator in Eastern Sea. These habits cannot be changed. Ha ha ha. Mountain Moving Old Monster laughed heartily. I hear you chased away the 2 Gu immortals from Xia clan, but plundered the resources of Frosty Peak. Fang Yuan revealed a surprised expression. Senior, these are groundless rumors, I have never stated that. Mountain Moving Old Monster laughed loudly, before heaving a deep sigh. The righteous path Gu immortals can't understand you, but I understand. How difficult is it for us lone cultivators to become an immortal? We have to earn every cultivation resource with our own hands. There won't be future opportunities, so we need to grasp the present benefits with all our strength. Who knows what will happen in the future? As for those righteous path Gu immortals, even if they stay in their homes, plenty of resources are provided to them. How could they understand the pain and difficulties we lone cultivators face? Fang Yuan's expression was calm. He did not praise nor did he retort. He knew that Mountain Moving Old Monster's words were absolutely not just to get close to him, but to express his resolve. He, Mountain Moving Old Monster, was a lone cultivator, and the present benefit in front of him was this Mount Snail. His resolve could not be shaken, and the former lone cultivator, Wu Yihai, should be aware of it. I am clear of your intention, Senior, but I still have to ask you to have some understanding. I have my own difficulties in coming here. Fang Yuan spoke. Mountain-moving old monster snickered. Everyone has their own difficulties. With age and experience, one's words would carry deeper meaning. Everyone has their own difficulties. Not only was it replying to Fang Yuan's words, it also meant he, himself, had his own difficulties, and more importantly, it was also indicating that Wu Clan was currently in a difficult situation. Fang Yuan did not speak anymore. Sometimes, silence was a tactic which could be used in a confrontation between words. Sure enough, mountain-moving old monster could not sit still and handed an information path mortal goo to Fang Yuan. Take a look at it. The contents listed in this mortal goo had high value. If Fang Yuan obtained them, he could directly construct coiling thread caves. We will cooperate. I will take Mount Snail and you will get these. What do you think? Mountain-moving old monster smiled. He was actually trying to bribe Fang Yuan. But this was not strange. Instead, it fell within Fang Yuan's expectations. Mountain-moving old monster was a lone cultivator, and from his point of view, he naturally did not want to offend the number one righteous path superforce, Wu Clan. Despite Wu Clan currently being in a predicament, such a colossal force was not something mountain-moving old monster could threaten by himself. More importantly, if mountain-moving old monster obtained this Mount Snail, he would no longer be a person who could freely move. Mount Snail could not be stored inside an immortal aperture, unless it was completely subdued. Mountain-moving old monster was an Earth Path Goo immortal. He clearly did not have such attainment. Like this, he would become the owner of this Mount Snail, and would have to defend it if someone attacked it in the future. If he offended Wu Clan's Goo immortals would attack in waves. How could he defend against them by himself? Even if he could defend once, what about the second time, the third time? Even if he was able to defend against them all, there would be losses in battle. Would mountain-moving old monster still have time to cultivate if he were to be disturbed repeatedly? As such, there was only one option in front of mountain-moving old monster. That was to negotiate with Wu Clan. Wu Clan did not want to let go of this Mount Snail, but even the large Wu Clan was an organization formed by its clansmen. And so long as it was an organization, it could not be an airtight fortress. There would naturally be chinks in the armor. Wu Yihai's arrival gave even greater hope to mountain-moving old monster. Senior, you want to use these to exchange for an immemorial desolate beast? Fang Yuan held the information path mortal goo and said with a faint smile. The resources inside are very valuable. This Mount Snail might be an immemorial desolate beast, but who can control it? If I become its owner, I will also only be taking the resources produced by it. Naturally, we can talk if you have any conditions. Mountain-moving old monster's eyes glimmered brightly, his attitude turning much warmer. Since Fang Yuan had not directly refused, mountain-moving old monster cheered inwardly and had much higher hope. The contents inside this list needs to be doubled at least. This was Fang Yuan's first condition. Mountain-moving old monster immediately frowned. Mount Snail cannot be yours in name, it will still belong to Wu Clan. This was Fang Yuan's second condition. Mountain-moving old monster's eyes opened wide, his warm expression suddenly changing to that of anger. But in truth, Senior, you will be this mountain's owner. The benefits will mostly go to you, but you need to hand over a portion of the resources to our Wu Clan every year. This was Fang Yuan's third condition. Mountain-moving old monster began to sneer, his expression had turned dark. Wu Yihai, are you playing with me? Of course not. Fang Yuan had a sober expression. He stood up and looked at mountain-moving old monster's eyes with no fear. Senior, may I ask 3 questions? Mountain-moving old monster barely restrained his anger. Speak. Senior, first, you are a lone person not affiliated with any super force. How could my Wu Clan leave Mount Snail in your hands? It would be alright if it were a super force, but letting a lone cultivator take benefits would negatively affect my Wu Clan's prestige. Second, even if you can take possession of this Mount Snail for the moment, how long can you defend it? Even if my Wu Clan doesn't interfere with you, what about the other super forces? Third, Senior, do you think that by only bribing me, the whole of Wu Clan will simply watch from the sidelines? Mountain-moving old monster fell into silence. After a long while, he sighed and spoke with a hoarse voice, "Then if we go with your idea, wouldn't I become the guard for your Wu clan's mountain?" Fang Yuan smiled lightly, "It is just some insignificant reputation. How could everything go perfectly? The conditions I mentioned are actually not excessive, it is because I considered how I was also once a lone cultivator. The question is, do you want face or real benefits? Please consider it properly." Mountain-moving old monster fell into silence. This time, the silence lasted an even longer time. Only when the light drizzle gradually stopped, he spoke, "All right, we will go according to your idea." Chapter 13-16 Moon Festival. A few days later. Looking at Mount Snail loudly moving away, and mountain-moving old monster standing on top of it with an owner's air, Fang Yuan retracted his gaze and started to leave. Mount Snail's matter had been settled. With Fang Yuan as the representative, Wu clan had reached an agreement with mountain-moving old monster. Mountain-moving old monster obtained most of the benefits of Mount Snail, but this immemorial desolate beast still belonged to Wu clan in name. Wu Yong had assigned Fang Yuan to retain Mount Snail. Fang Yuan had retained it, although it was only a portion, it could be considered as completing the task. Mountain-moving old monster agreed to my conditions because of Wu clan's force behind me. As for Wu Yong, he is currently worn out by dealing with the difficulties created by other super forces. He has no choice but to forcibly acknowledge the resolution of Mount Snail. Wu clan is in a grave situation at present. As Wu Yong's brother, I should not idle around outside and must return as quickly as possible. Fang Yuan was thoroughly satisfied with the outcome of this matter. He had an explanation to hand to Wu clan, and more importantly, he had reaped many benefits from this task. He could already begin the construction of coiling thread caves. Because of these resources, Fang Yuan immediately had spare funds to engage in a large-scale expansion of his second major resource. According to the previous development speed, he would have had to wait more than half a year. And in this duration, there could not be any unexpected mishaps. For instance, intense battle would consume a lot of red data Immortal essence. The rate of time in Fang Yuan's sovereign Immortal aperture was slowed down at present. The amount of red data Immortal essence he produced was a lot less than before, and Fang Yuan needed to use Immortal essence stones to turn them into red data Immortal essence. Now, his Immortal essence was no longer green grape Immortal essence. 100 Immortal essence stones were required to turn into 1 bead of red data Immortal essence. I need to arrange the goo formation to construct the coiling thread caves. I also need rank 6 Immortal material dark soft silk and rank 7 Immortal material regret water rocks. With these funds, all this can be completed and it is only a matter of time. The important thing is, when can I return to the dream realm? Wu Yong's attitude is the crucial factor. Fang Yuan thought as he moved forward. Right as he was on his way back, in the headquarters of Wu clan, 2 Gu Immortals were currently talking about him, Wu Yihai. One was Wu clan's rank 8 Gu Immortal, First Supreme Elder Wu Yong. The other was Wu Yong's trusted aide, Wu Fa. Who could have thought my brother would resolve Mount Snail's matter so quickly? Elder Wu Fa, as per the clan rules, how should we reward him? Wu Yong asked. Wu Fa was silent for a moment. He knew that Wu Yong's question was not superficial, he was asking about his attitude towards Wu Yihai. He was testing Wu Fa. Because Wu Yihai's identity was special, he and Wu Yong were half-siblings. Wu Fa quickly thought and replied, Lord Wu Yihai has a lone cultivator background. One sentence. But Wu Yong laughed heartily, right, your remark is correct. Yihai has a lone cultivator's disposition. Even after returning to the clan, he has not changed and is always thinking of quickly making cash and eyeing up cheap benefits. Wu Fa, however, did not agree. Frosty Peak and Mount Snail are not small benefits. Wu Yong's laughter stopped, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes as he nodded. That is indeed not good. If everyone were to be like this, how would Wu clan continue to exist? But he did not overstep the bottom line and has not left behind any weaknesses that could be exposed. As he said this, Wu Yong sighed and remarked, he has some ability. How could Wu Fa not realize Wu Yong's meaning? Wu Yong naturally could not be pleased at seeing Fang Yuan use the situation to his advantage. But the situation left him no choice. He was lacking manpower and sometimes had no choice but to send Wu Yihai to deal with some matters. Fang Yuan had also revealed his ability by handling these two matters. This ability had obtained Wu Yong's acknowledgement, so Wu Yong would still continue to use Fang Yuan. But when the time arrives and Wu clan's situation eases up, Fang Yuan would be cast aside by Wu Yong, to the extent that if Fang Yuan were to leave behind any evidence, Wu Yong would grasp the opportunity and deal a huge blow to Fang Yuan. After all, no higher-up would feel comfortable with someone like Fang Yuan, who sought after personal gains. Fang Yuan successfully returned to Wu clan. He met with Wu Yong and described the whole matter briefly, and obtained a reward from Wu clan once again. Fang Yuan chose to exchange for immortal essence stones. Naturally, this sum of immortal essence stones could not compare to what he had obtained from mountain-moving old monster. It was far too few. Over the following days, Fang Yuan cultivated in peace. The construction of the coiling thread caves was slowly progressing. This was his current focus. Every set interval of time, Fang Yuan would have to place his immortal aperture to absorb heaven and earth qi, stabilizing the sovereign immortal aperture. After all, Reverse Flow River was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was extremely taxing on the immortal aperture. This matter was slightly troublesome. Fang Yuan could not directly absorb heaven and earth qi, because the amount he absorbed every time was huge and the interval between them was also short. As such, Fang Yuan had to search for some immortal materials and treasure yellow heaven, disintegrating them into heaven and earth qi to infuse into himself. This no doubt consumed a lot of Fang Yuan's spare energy and finances, but he would rather do this carefully. This was the only way he could stick around long enough and avoid showing any flaws that could let others expose his identity. Days passed by. Fang Yuan started to feel somewhat impatient. The problems on the giant dream realm's end have already settled down. But Wu Yong does not seem to show any signs of letting me return. Looks like what I was worried about happened after all. Sigh. Fang Yuan sighed. In this world, people often had no choice. Wu Yong was busy dealing with difficulties from all sides, doing everything to stabilize the situation. If he let Fang Yuan return, and a problem occurred on the Super Gu formation's end, would he not be creating trouble for himself? Moreover, Wu Yong saw Fang Yuan had some ability and wanted to continue letting him deal with some problems. As for Fang Yuan embezzling resources while doing the tasks, Wu Yong was turning a blind eye to it for now and did not look into it. He did not pursue it, but Fang Yuan wanted him to. Looking at the reason Fang Yuan disguised as Wu Yihai and entered Wu clan, wasn't it for the dream realm? It seems I need to make a move. On this day, Fang Yuan left his residence. For the policies of higher-ups, there were countermeasures. Fang Yuan was an old fox, how could he not have a method to respond to this? Around 12 days later, in a pavilion on Yuhua Mountain, several Gu immortals were seated around a stone table. Warm moonlight flowed down like water. Night birds cried out in the lush green hills. Soft wind brushed past, the view was beautiful beyond imagination. Today is Southern Border's yearly moon festival. It is my fortune to enjoy this festival with all our honorable guests, Qiao Lu said with a smile. Her voice was beautiful like the soft murmurs of mountain springs, giving a pure feeling. Her appearance was even more beautiful, dressed in a pure white brocade dress, along with her exquisite features, it gave a feeling of a fairy from mortal tales. Being able to receive Fairy Si Lu's invitation to enjoy the moon festival together is my, Luo Muzi's, honor. A Gu immortal with the looks of a young man spoke. His smile was glowing with enthusiasm, particularly the gaze he had when looked at Qiao Lu, it was scorching hot. Qiao Lu was one of the 3 publicly recognized top beauties in Southern Border's Gu immortal world. What stood out even more was her background. Qiao clan, although affiliated with Wu clan, was also a righteous path super force. Among the 6 Gu immortals present, there were 2 women and 4 men. Other than the one couple, Luo Muzi and Luan Fei were pursuers of Qiao Si Lu. There were many pursuers of Qiao Si Lu, but being able to receive an invitation to this festival from her showed these 2 were not at the same level as the rest. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei were naturally happy. They came rushing over immediately when they received Qiao Si Lu's invitation. But at this moment, Qiao Si Lu spoke to another male Gu immortal. Hi, you said you wanted to integrate yourself into Southern Border. Tonight's Moon Festival is a custom of Southern Border. Southern Border has a lot of mountains, separated from each other, but the Moon Festival is a common custom. Every year, at this time, we will all appreciate the moon. Her eyes were glistening with light, her soft voice and her smiling rosy lips created an extraordinary image. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei immediately frowned, as they rigidly stared at Fang Yuan with eyes that could burst into flames. Qiao Si Lu's differing attitude could be clearly seen by anyone who had eyes. Moreover, the seating arrangement had already put Luo Muzi and Luan Fei in a bad mood. Because on the main seat was Qiao Si Lu and on her right seat was Fang Yuan, while to her left was her best friend, Fairy Tian Lu. As for the other male Gu immortals, their seats were arranged quite far away. Moon Festival? Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent. He asked even though he already knew. Interesting, what do we do besides appreciating the moon? We drink tea, recite poems, and also dissect rocks. Qiao Si Lu explained with a smile. Dissect rocks? Fang Yuan looked puzzled. Qiao Si Lu did not reply. Instead she handed a cup of fragrant tea to Fang Yuan. First, please taste my personally brewed tea. Luo Muzi almost stood up at this sight. Luan Fei's eyelids twitched violently, wishing he could be in Fang Yuan's place. Fang Yuan took a light sip of the tea and commented, "This tea is not bad." Only not bad? This is Fairy Si Lu's renowned willow spiral tea. Luo Muzi almost yelled. Is there something special that I am unaware of? Fang Yuan looked at Qiao Si Lu. Qiao Si Lu met Fang Yuan's gaze, before her eyes turned and she laughed softly. Luan Fei's heart started beating faster at the fairy's charming laughter. At this moment, Fairy Tian Lu aptly chirped, "This willow spiral tea, if you lightly shake it, a whirlpool will form on the surface of the tea in the appearance of a willow leaf. You will only get the true extraordinary taste of the tea when you drink it at that time." Oh? So it was like that? Fang Yuan shook the cup in his hand, and immediately, there was a change on the surface of the tea. He drank it then, and felt the fragrance overflow in his mouth, giving him a pleasant aftertaste and satisfaction. Great tea. Fang Yuan praised. Of course it is a great tea. Fairy Si Lu's personally brewed tea is not something just anyone can get to drink. Luo Muzi sourly said. To be able to receive your praise, Si Lu's efforts were not wasted. You should know that you need to spend 6 hours to make this tea and you cannot be even the slightest bit careless during the whole process. Fairy Tian Lu said. Luan Fei was extremely moved. It is truly my lifetime's honor to be able to taste Fairy Si Lu's personally brewed willow spiral tea tonight. Fairy Tian Lu's eyebrows immediately rose. Who said you can taste the willow spiral tea? Si Lu took out some time from her busy schedule to make this one cup. Ugh. 1. This is the Gu version of the Chinese Mid-Autumn Festival. You look at and appreciate the beauty of the moon while drinking tea. Back. Chapter 13-17, Tea Competition. Qiao Si Lu only made 1 cup of willow spiral tea, which was given to Fang Yuan. Such a brewing method immediately changed the significance of this cup of willow spiral tea. Fang Yuan's expression slightly changed, showing flattered joy on his face, but his mind was tranquil with no ripples. This is truly a pity. No matter how beautiful you are, without eternal life, you will just be a pile of bones in the end. Beauty is superficial, but people cannot stop indulging in it. But this Fairy Tian Lu is indeed Qiao Si Lu's best friend, their coordination is remarkable. The only cup of brewed tea was given to Fang Yuan by Fairy Si Lu, Luo Muzi and Luan Fei, who were still thinking of tasting the tea, however, obtained such a reply. Their expressions had become quite stiff at this moment. Qiao Silu smiled. The willow spiral tea was only a token of goodwill. I have brought bewitching tea for everyone, please have a taste. She waved her silk sleeve. 5 servings of tea appeared on the table. This tea was different from willow spiral tea. It was not in a cup, but in a white porcelain dish. At the center of this dish was a fist-sized dewdrop. This dewdrop was lustrous like a jade, its surface wobbling slightly against the night wind, looking delicate. Bewitching tea is a renowned tea of Qiao clan. To think I could have a taste tonight. Luo Muzi gave himself an excuse, but in fact, his gaze was still fixed on that cup in front of Fang Yuan. Luan Fei had already tightly clenched his fists below the table, grinding his teeth as he raised the small porcelain dish and took a sip of the bewitching tea. Good tea, he exclaimed, but his expression was slightly rigid. In fact, bewitching tea was multiple grades higher than willow spiral tea. The latter was only Qiao Silu's creation, while the former was Qiao clan's signature tea. A super force's signature tea was naturally more outstanding than the tea created by Qiao Silu, a single Gu Immortal. However, as far as Luo Muzi and Luan Fei were concerned, they would rather give up 100 servings of bewitching tea to drink a serving of willow spiral tea. Bewitching tea is really refreshing and has endless aftertaste. Silu, how can I take out my Aurora tea when you brought out this tea? Fairy Tianlu smiled. Qiao Silu, however, was not the slightest bit polite to this best friend of hers. Just don't take it out then, I am already tired of drinking your Aurora tea. Right now, I am anticipating Xinglu's Drunken Flowers tea. It is rumored this tea was a creation from his inspiration when he fell in love at first sight with you. I wonder if I might have the opportunity to taste it today. I am ashamed. Xinglu rubbed his nose, giving a bitter smile. My Drunken Flowers tea is a crude creation, it is not exquisite enough for today. Fairy Tianlu also smiled while covering her mouth. See Lu, you are making things difficult for my darling Lu, this won't do. Only I can drink Drunken Flowers tea, outsiders can stop dreaming about it. Her face showed pride and love as she said this. Gu Immortal Xinglu, who was beside her, looked lovingly at Fairy Tianlu. They were already holding their hands below the table. Qiao Silu gave a deep sigh. Oh, I wonder when I will meet a person who will create a tea for me. There was a sense of dejectedness in her soft query. At this moment, moonlight shone into the pavilion. A beauty sighing softly under the moonlight was truly a very lovable sight. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei felt their bodies heating up. Luo Muzi even stood up. Fairy Silu, I have a tea which is called 9 Recollecting Fragrances. It is my own creation, Fairy, I would like to offer it to you on this auspicious occasion. Not willing to be left behind, Luan Fei also quipped in, I also have prepared my tea, this is Yin Yang tea, there is a clear distinction between Yin and Yang, Fairy, please have a taste. These 2 Gu Immortals only offered the tea to Qiao Silu, just like Qiao Silu had given her willow spiral tea to Fang Yuan. Qiao Silu took a sip of both tea, and said with a smile, 9 Recollecting Fragrances is aptly named. The moment the tea enters the mouth, fragrances coil around the tongue. Tasting it carefully, there are actually 9 moments when the fragrances intensify, it is really extraordinary. Haha, Fairy, it is not worthy of such praise from you. Luo Muzi laughed heartily, his previous bad mood swept away completely. Qiao Silu then said to Luan Fei, Yin Yang tea, although it is not a unique creation, I have heard of it before. There are 3 levels to brewing this tea. First level is when Yin and Yang are obscure. Second layer is when Yin and Yang are separate. Third level is when Yin contains Yang, and Yang contains Yin and Yang revolving around each other. Luan Fei, your skill can be seen for being able to achieve the second level of brewing this tea. There are probably less than 10 people who can achieve that in the whole of southern border, worthy of a food path Gu Immortal like you. Tea, wine, delicacies, in this world, they were naturally not ordinary. There were countless ways to brew tea. It was not as simple and shallow as putting tea leaves in hot water. Like the tea discussed by the Immortals in the pavilion, willow spiral tea, bewitching tea, drunken flowers, 9 recollecting fragrances and Yong tea, they were all incomplete goo recipes. And when these goo recipes were completed, and the goo Immortal brewed tea at that time, they could refine food path goo worms. Food path was one of the many cultivation paths, it was just that it had never flourished. Although it was extremely significant and there was a lot of interests in it, unfortunately, because of historical reasons, there were very few food path inheritances left in the world. This Luan Fei's main cultivation is actually food path? Fang Yuan gave Luan Fei a quick glance, feeling slightly surprised inwardly. What is this guy's origin? I have many immortal goo, if I could obtain his food path inheritance, it might be a huge help to me. Fang Yuan immediately had malicious intent. Even if you had no intention to harm others, they might still want to harm you. Fang Yuan was somewhat moved. His current strength was already among the best below rank 8. When he activated Reverse Flow Protection Seal, although his offensive methods were still weaker, he could stand toe-to-toe with Feng Jiuge. I need to first check Luan Fei's background and see if I can make a move against him or not. If I can, Wu Yihai's identity must not be implicated. With Wu Yihai's identity, Fang Yuan definitely could not brazenly kill Luan Fei. Because he was a righteous path goo immortal goo, and could not adopt demonic path methods. A super force had much more robust strength than a lone immortal, but these forces usually did not lightly offend any goo immortal. The same went for Wu clan. A super force had huge assets and businesses. If a goo immortal could not be killed and escaped, they could destroy many resources of the super force and be a huge headache to the super force. Wu Yong had this consideration as well when he accepted Fang Yuan's idea of giving some concessions to mountain-moving old monster in regards to Mount Snail. It is better to probe and determine the value of Luan Fei's inheritance. If it is not high, forget it. If the value is high and I am to make a move, I need to be absolutely careful to not let his soul self-detonate. There was no need to think about immortal goo, they could not be obtained. But Fang Yuan could kill Luan Fei and capture his soul, to obtain the food path inheritance by soul searching. Fang Yuan had always held food path inheritances in high expectations. Unfortunately, due to a lack of fortuitous encounters, he could do nothing about it. Since there were no fortuitous encounters, then he had to make a move himself and rob others. Fang Yuan did not have any feeling of guilt. Many goo immortals were particular about not attacking others if others did not attack them. However, Fang Yuan was someone who, even if others did not attack him, would go attack them. I brewed this tea over 7 days and 7 nights, Fairy, now being able to receive your praise, it was all worth it. Luan Fei's tone was slightly shaking with excitement. He then looked at Fang Yuan and said with a hint of challenge, I wonder what tea Lord Wu Yihai is going to show us. He had not even the slightest idea that Fang Yuan was already brewing thoughts of killing him. Eastern Sea is the most plentiful region in terms of resources. Wu Yihai has lived in Eastern Sea for many years, any tea he brings out will definitely surpass others and be the top tea. Luo Muzi sat back and spoke with enthusiasm. Fang Yuan smiled. These two were Qiao Si Lu's pursuers. After realizing Fang Yuan's threat, they had tacitly allied to put Fang Yuan in an awkward situation. They praised Fang Yuan highly, making it difficult for him to refuse their request. Qiao Si Lu slightly frowned. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei's thoughts were slightly devious. If Wu Yihai could not showcase such a tea, the situation would be awkward. Even if he could, his reputation would suffer. The reason? Because this event was hosted by Qiao Si Lu. Qiao clan's bewitching tea was the main tea, while other goo immortals' teas were supplementary. The guest should not overshadow the host, this was an unwritten rule of the Moon Festival. Qiao clan might not care about it, but Wu Yihai's reputation would suffer. The righteous path was very concerned about reputation. Fang Yuan, however, had no hesitation. He directly took out 5 cups of tea and indicated to the others, please enjoy. Fairy Tian Lu's eyes brightened, being the first to pick up a cup, I am very curious as to what Lord Wu Yihai's tea is like. But the first person to drink the tea was not her, but Luan Fei. He looked somewhat hurried. This was the best opportunity to knock down his rival, as a food path Gu Immortal, he was proficient in this aspect. How could he not take this opportunity? But with just one sip, he immediately frowned and spat it out. Shaw, what rotten tea is this? Awful, too awful. Luo Muzi also took a sip before placing the cup down. This is the most revolting tea I have ever had in my life. It might even be worse than mortal tea. His tone was extremely impolite, with no hint of respect towards a rival. The two had firmly grasped the opportunity to attack Fang Yuan's reputation. Fairy Tianlu wanted to help mediate the situation, but after drinking it, she gave a helpless smile. This tea is salty and bitter, it is like seawater. Fang Yuan smiled and unexpectedly admitted, it is seawater. What? You actually brought seawater? Are you trying to shame Fairy Si Lu? Luo Muzi and Luan Fei quickly sent verbal attacks. The smile on Fang Yuan's face disappeared, replaced by solemnness. I don't like to drink tea. If I had to choose, this seawater would be my tea. You do not understand. I lived the life of a secluded cultivator in Eastern Sea, an orphan with no one to rely on and with calamities and tribulations pressuring me at all times. Every day, I would wake up early and scoop a bowl of salty seawater to drink. This was to remind myself to not slack and continue persevering. The pavilion immediately fell into silence. Qiao Si Lu slowly lifted her cup amidst this silence and took a sip, before slowly putting the cup down. She smiled, her rosy lips and white teeth seemed brighter than the beautiful moonlight. This is the most special tea I have had in my life, thank you, Yi Hai. This tea is good, I am truly moved. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei fell into silence seeing that the person they loved had responded like this. Chapter 13:18, Story of the Moon Festival. Are you kidding me? My 9 recollecting fragrances cannot even compare to a cup of seawater? Luo Muzi roared inwardly, while maintaining his calm appearance on the surface. Damn. This Wu Hai is playing tricks and pulled a fast one. We are offering tea, yet he offers seawater. He is too shameless. Fairy Si Lu even approved of him. This is too infuriating. Veins started to bulge in Luan Fei's clenched fists below the table. Fairy Tianlu quickly calmed the situation. The moon is high in the sky. Since we have already drunk tea, if there are no poems to accompany this festival, it would not be complete. Fang Yuan pretended to not understand. Are we really going to recite poems? He looked like he had heard it for the first time. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei's eyes immediately brightened. This was another opportunity. Another opportunity to knock down their rival. You managed to get away with it the previous time, duping your way through. This time, I am going to push you down from the limelight, then fiercely step on you a couple times. Luo Muzi's mind was revolving around this thought, but on the surface, he was still wearing a smile and had a graceful demeanor. The same went for Luan Fei, having similar thoughts. However, they did not know what kind of person Fang Yuan was. Competing in poetry? Heavens! This was worse than showing off in front of an expert. Fang Yuan came from Earth. He had a large stockpile of traditional poems in his head, including those renowned works as well as earth-shaking masterpieces. He could easily use one of them and these two would be unable to save face. Yes, we are going to recite poems, there is a story behind this. Qiao Si Lu answered Fang Yuan. Oh? Please explain. Fang Yuan continued to ask. This is a story that has been passed down in southern border, and is also the origin of the Moon Festival. Qiao Si Lu said with eloquence. Once upon a time at a certain village in southern border, a young man fell in love with an old Gu Master's daughter, and this Gu Master's daughter also was in love with this mortal youth. The youth mustered up his courage to propose the marriage, but he was met with the old Gu Master's rejection. You are only a mortal, while my daughter is a Gu Master with a bright future. How could you be worthy of my daughter? Get lost. The young man implored and begged, but the old Gu Master sneered, you are daydreaming, thinking I will let my daughter marry you. You, a mere mortal who cannot even brew tea? What use do you have? The youth replied, isn't it just tea? What is so difficult about it? If I brew it, will you marry your daughter to me? The old Grandmaster felt a headache. He knew his daughter loved this youth deeply, forcefully breaking them up would only make his daughter hate him. If you can make a cup of tea that meets my expectations, I will give you a chance. The youth was joyous and agreed immediately, sir, I will definitely make it. The Grandmaster daughter was extremely worried when she heard about this. My family is reputed for our famous tea, and you have to make a tea which can satisfy my father. You are only a mortal with no Grandmaster abilities, how can you brew a good tea? The young man, however, replied, don't worry. Who says mortals cannot brew tea? Let me tell you 3 principles. The first principle, the law of the jungle, big fish eats small fish, and small fish eats shrimps. Saying that, the young man walked to a stream and hooked a big fish. He cut the fish, retrieving a small fish inside. He then cut the small fish, and took out a shrimp from the inside. The second principle, humans need to eat and also need to defecate. The young man then ate the shrimp and pooped out a pile of feces. The third principle, feces can nourish vegetation to grow better. The young man buried his feces under the soil, and sure enough, flowers and plants started to flourish and grow. The young man plucked a kind of flower from among them and soaked it in the stream. The entire small stream turned into tea. The old Grandmaster could not speak for a long while after he took a sip of this tea. His daughter said, Father, you are not thinking of reneging on your promise, right? Only then did the old Grandmaster nod reluctantly, boy, you have passed the first test. But it is still impossible for you, a mortal, to marry my daughter. You are too crude and lack talent, you cannot recite poems. The youth scratched his head and spoke worriedly, although I have not recited poems before, I can give it a try. The old Grandmaster scoffed, you? The youth asked back, why can't I? Boy, reciting poems is not just casually chanting a few phrases. We Grandmasters can cause heaven and earth to change by reciting poems, we can make humans dance with joy. Can you do that? The youth said in a low tone, how would I know if I don't give it a try? Alright, then try, don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you fail, then you need to leave and never see my daughter again. The youth had no choice but to agree. He began to pace around, thinking of a poem to recite. But he had never recited a poem before, he had no clue how to start. At this moment, he saw the ants on the ground, he saw the birds and the setting sun outside the window. Suddenly, he patted his head. He began to recite, sparrows fly low and snakes slither around, ants move their homes as it rains down. Southern border had many rainy days, and it was currently springtime as well. The youth had just finished speaking, when light rain began to appear in the sky. The old Grandmaster's expression changed. The youth continued, a drop of spring rain resembles a drop of oil, too much of it sends us into turmoil. The rain got heavier and the sky turned dark. The old Grandmaster's expression was slightly unsightly. The youth grabbed his head and scratched his cheek, elm trees droop as farming commences, hair falls as seeds scatter. At this point, the youth was stuck and for the life of him, he could not recite the final line. I will give you some more time. The old Grandmaster sneered. The youth's eyes brightened as he pointed at the old Grandmaster and said, Lord took away all the grains, our hungry stomachs are all in pain. The old Grandmaster immediately stomped his foot in anger and stood up, breaking the teacup in his hand. Then, he pointed at the young man and shouted, a mere mortal dares to be so audacious. But his daughter laughed and clapped, amazing, this song changed heaven and earth, and even made father dance. The old Grandmaster was furious at seeing his daughter side with her boyfriend, but was unable to retort. Good, 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 consider that you have passed the second test, but there is still the final one. You want to marry my daughter, what about the betrothal gift? Can you take out a betrothal gift that can satisfy me? The youth lowered his head dejectedly. He lived in a thatched cottage, slept on a straw mat and only had one set of patched clothes. I will use all my assets as the betrothal gift. The youth spoke in a serious tone. Let me see them. The old Grandmaster said. The young man brought the old Grandmaster to his residence, to that old thatched cottage. He then said, "These are all my assets." "This old hut with holes everywhere?" The old Grandmaster pointed with disdain. "This straw mat that is about to break?" The old Grandmaster threw the straw mat. "These rocks used as stools?" The old Grandmaster kicked the rocks and broke them. The youth lowered his head. Every sentence the old Grandmaster said made the young man's head lower further down. When the old Grandmaster said his third sentence, the youth's head had almost hung down to his chest. But right at this time, from a rock the old Grandmaster has kicked open, a beautiful goo worm that looked like the moon flew out leisurely, shining brightly. The old Grandmaster was stunned. The youth was also stunned. He had picked up this rock casually from the base of the mountain. The old Grandmaster's daughter cried out happily, "This goo worm is definitely enough as the betrothal gift, right?" The old Grandmaster was unable to retort, he could not say anything, and finally, he could only rub his nose and marry his daughter to this mortal lad. Fang Yuan had already heard of this story before. It was indeed interesting. The story portrayed a conflict between a mortal and a Grandmaster, and actually ended up with the mortal's victory. The youth had braved through the 3 hurdles, finally getting together with the beauty, who was also a Grandmaster. The old Grandmaster had not used strength from start to finish. This did not conform to logic. It, however, showed a lowly mortal's thirst towards a better life, as well as pursuing happiness. Qiao Si Lu narrated the story to Fang Yuan, conveniently explaining the customs of the Moon Festival as well. Why it was that during the Moon Festival, the people in southern border, be they Gu immortals or mortals, would make tea, recite poems, and dissect rocks. Naturally, the tea brewing of mortals was done with ordinary tea leaves, and as for dissecting rocks, it was replaced by breaking pebbles as a way of receiving auspicious blessings. This is quite an interesting story. Thank you, Fairy Si Lu, for answering my doubts. Fang Yuan said, politely. Qiao Si Lu smiled. Why are you so polite? You can just call me Si Lu. Huh? Luo Muzi's eyes opened wide. Qiao Si Lu's attitude towards Wu Hai was completely different from how she treated the two of them. We have had tea already, now let us recite poems. Luan Fei said, his gaze towards Fang Yuan flashed with some coldness and his tone had also turned somewhat icier. Qiao Si Lu's beautiful eyes turned towards Luan Fei. Luan Fei, you are already eager, I am very interested to listen to your masterpiece. Luan Fei laughed happily, the coldness on his face completely dissipated as he replied, then let me recite my simple work. He stood up and slowly walked outside the pavilion as he recited. Stepping into society as an ignorant youngster. Step by step I walk by myself. But tonight I do not drink alone. Because my dream beauty is here under the moon. Luan Fei, in his blue robe and with fair appearance, recited slowly. The first 2 lines described his cultivation experiences, hinting at his lonely journey. The last 2 lines described the current situation, especially the last line, it was an implicit confession. He had walked out of the pavilion, and after his recital, he returned inside, gazing deeply at Qiao Si Lu. Qiao Si Lu sensed the passion in his eyes and quickly turned around to look at Fang Yuan. However, Fang Yuan neither looked at her nor showed hostility towards Luan Fei, he was just quietly drinking tea. A trace of disappointment flashed past Qiao Si Lu's eyes. Chapter 13-19, Poem Competition. Good poem, good poem. Fairy Tian Lu laughed charmingly, especially the last line, my dream beauty is here under the moon, it was truly beautiful. I think it is definitely talking about me, hee hee. She improvised a humorous remark, easing the atmosphere in the pavilion. Luan Fei gave a helpless and bitter smile, sitting down again, please don't mind my crude creation, it is hardly presentable. Luan Fei, you are too modest, I have a poem as well. Luo Muzi said. Oh? We would love to hear it. Xiao Lu smiled, looking at Luo Muzi with anticipation. Luo Muzi turned silent for a moment before slowly reciting. Climbed mountains to seek immortality. Danger present in every step. Dust specks float like light. Dark goo lurk in heart. A dream like golden jade. Thousands of years of loneliness. 5 regions and 9 heavens. Everything is in one breath. The concept and imagination in this poem with 5 words in each line immediately moved the Goo Immortals. They carefully savored it. Climbed mountains to seek immortality, referred to a Goo Immortal's cultivation. Danger present in every step, Goo Immortals needed to deal with calamities and tribulations in their cultivation, devoting all their effort in managing their immortal aperture. It was like climbing a mountain, the higher they reached, the more dangerous it became. Dust specks float like light, the meaning was that time was always passing by, and in the mortal world, dust gathered on people and people were like floating dust. Dark goo lurk in heart, on the surface, it referred to Goo Immortals storing immortal goo and mortal goo in their immortal apertures. But the Goo Immortals present had deep background in literature, they could already savor the deeper meaning. Dark goo referred to darkness, setbacks, failures, compromises, disappointments, and other negative feelings. Mortals thought immortals had good lives, but immortals faced difficulties they did not know. Just look at the living beings in the world, who was truly free and unfettered. Goo Immortals endured huge pressure in their cultivation, it was unavoidable for them to have negative feelings, even immortal venerables and demon venerables were not an exception. Climbed mountains to seek immortality, danger present in every step. Dust specks float like light, dark goo lurk in heart. These phrases were brief but contained profound meaning, which when carefully considered, resonated greatly with Goo Immortals. The lines after this, a dream like golden jade, thousands of years of loneliness, it referred to golden jade, all kinds of wealth, being superficial objects and just like dreams. As time passes, love, hatred, and all feelings disappear. It showed how the poet looked indifferently at the changes in the world, that their mind was free from mortal emotions. The final phrase, 5 regions and 9 heavens, everything is in one breath, was filled with vigor and majesty, sweeping away the gloominess and heaviness from the previous lines. There were several other meanings to it, as long as humans had one breath left in them they were living, when they lose this breath, they would die. People strived and fought for that one breath. Using the world as an analogy, Goo Immortal cultivation was just like the pillars holding up the 5 regions and 9 heavens. Everyone was just working hard to support themselves. The entire poem was slow at first before it became faster in momentum, creating a majestic scene that filled the listeners with admiration. For a moment, the pavilion was filled with silence, the immortals quietly ruminating over this poem. Qiao Lu thought to herself, strange, from my understanding of Luo Muzi, how could he create such a poem with his nature? He probably stole someone else's work. He also did not say it was his creation. She sized up Luo Muzi. Luo Muzi looked calm on the surface, sitting upright as he quietly drank his tea, but the smile on his lips gave away his inner feelings. Qiao Lu inwardly smiled, but did not expose him. She then turned her sight towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression was unexpectedly strange. This is Qiju's 5 words poem? How is it possible? Didn't demon immortal Qiju's grotto heaven only appear when dream realms flourished in the 5 regions' chaotic war? Strange. 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 Demon immortal Qiju was a great expert from the olden antiquity era, a rank 8 Goo immortal with immense battle strength who had once fought limitless demon venerable 3 times. The results were a win, a draw, and a loss. Naturally, the first 2 battles were when limitless demon venerable had yet to advance to rank 9. And, in the final battle, limitless demon venerable had advanced to rank 9, surpassing demon immortal Qiju. But the battle had still lasted for 9 days and 9 nights, before the latter was defeated. However, limitless demon venerable did not kill demon immortal Qiju and let him go. Limitless demon venerable had said this at the time, you were my biggest enemy, but without you, I would not have trained so desperately. You also had a hand in pushing me towards my current cultivation level. Having received the recognition and praise of a grand demon venerable, demon immortal Qiju's name was marked in history. The grotto heaven left after his death had lasted until the present. In Fang Yuan's first life, dream realms manifested one after another during the 5 regions' chaotic war, regional walls disappeared and the 5 regions turned into one. Such a huge change created a turbulence in heaven and earth Qi, exposing many hidden blessed lands and grotto heavens to the outside world. Demon immortal Qiju's grotto heaven was revealed in such a situation. Undoubtedly, the moment it appeared, it caused an uproar in the 5 regions. That shouldn't be. Simple logic is that Qiju's 5 words poem was engraved in Qiju grotto heaven. How did Luo Muzi know of it at this time? Could it be, he has already entered Qiju grotto heaven? Fang Yuan's thoughts became somewhat chaotic for a moment. Qiju grotto heaven contained the demon immortal's true inheritance. This demon immortal was on the same level as sword immortal Bo Qing, even He Fan paled in comparison to him. If I could obtain this true inheritance. Will I obtain Qiju's true inheritance by killing this Luo Muzi? Intense killing intent rose in Fang Yuan's mind once again. Without knowing Fang Yuan's thoughts, Luo Muzi gave a challenging glance to Fang Yuan. I wonder what great work Wu Hai has? We are really looking forward to it. That is natural. Luan Fei quickly chipped in, Lord Wu Hai's origin is not ordinary, he has plenty of experiences and what's more, Eastern Sea is very rich in resources. I can't compare to the scholarly attainment of Wu Hai. These two praised Fang Yuan with pleasant words, but their thoughts were anything but good. Xiao Si Lu was well aware of it. At this moment, she did not protect Fang Yuan but stared at Fang Yuan and encouraged him. I also really want to listen to your poem, I am sure it will definitely be interesting and special. Yes, yes. Fairy Tian Lu quickly agreed. For a moment, Fang Yuan was pressured by everyone, he rubbed his nose and gave a forced smile. Friends, you are all overestimating me, how could I have poems, I don't know how to make any. Wu Hai, you are modest. Too modest. Luo Muzi laughed. Fang Yuan shrugged, I am telling the truth, I did not even know we would have to recite poems to appreciate the moon. Since that is the case, Wu Hai, why don't you make one right now? It should be a wonderful work, don't worry if it takes a bit of time, we are all willing to wait. Luan Fei said, not letting Fang Yuan off. Fang Yuan heaved a deep sigh. Of course, he had a lot of poems in his head. There was many poems praised since ancient times from Earth, he could casually copy any of those famous stanzas, it would be enough for this occasion and resolve the difficulties from these Gu immortals. But so what? Fang Yuan gazed around. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei loved Xiao Si Lu, they naturally considered Fang Yuan an eyesore, both had come to a tacit agreement to work together and knock down their rival. What good would it do for him to contend with such losers? Fairy Tian Lu was Qiao Si Lu's best friend and was indeed working hard, helping Qiao Si Lu wholeheartedly. As for her lover, he did not speak much and was silent most of the time, quietly drinking tea from the side, this showed how astute he was. As for Qiao Si Lu, this fairy had both appearance and background, and was one of the 3 great beauties of southern border, she naturally had her pride. Qiao clan might have ordered her to approach Fang Yuan, but she had her own methods. She had thought meticulously in hosting this moon festival today. She had thought out everything, not only taking care of small details like seating order, she had also brought her best friend to help her, and an even more brilliant move was that she had invited Luan Fei and Luo Muzi to take part in the event. When 2 men compete with each other over a girl, even if she was a pig, they would think she is awesome. Only when one wins and the other is out of the competition, and when the victor looks at this pig, he will then realize, oh, this was a pig after all. This was rather exaggerated, but the logic was similar. When a competitor appears, it would make the girl who is being pursued seem even more precious and more valuable. Xiao Si Lu was well aware of this logic, so she made this arrangement to evoke Fang Yuan's thoughts and make him take the initiative to pursue her, then she could conveniently agree and hook Fang Yuan in. If it were the real Wu Hai, perhaps he might have already fallen into the planning of beauty. Unfortunately, the one she was facing was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan remained unmoved the whole time because he knew the relation between Wu clan and Qiao clan, and also the scheme of Qiao clan's higher-ups. With this understanding, Fang Yuan was in a strategically superior and stable position, while Luo Muzi and Luan Fei were no more than roadside clowns. When Fang Yuan sized up the Gu Immortals in the pavilion, the Gu Immortals were also focusing their gazes on him. There was silence in the pavilion. This silence was no doubt a kind of pressure. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei want to embarrass me. Qiao Si Lu also wants me to accept the challenge. Maybe she is feeling a little upset. After all, for such a beauty, the seawater was too rude. As for Fairy Tian Lu, she is completely on Qiao Si Lu's side, and is nothing to worry about. Fang Yuan thought of all this, smiling inwardly as he said, "Then let me recite one, don't laugh at me. We are all ears. We are looking forward to it." Luo Muzi and Luan Fei were all smiles. At the next moment, the immortals heard Fang Yuan's poem. "O great sea, you are made of water. O horse, you have 4 legs. O beauty, you have large eyes and a mouth." The poem ended. The entire pavilion was silent. Everyone's expression seemed to have stiffened. Even Qiao Si Lu and Fairy Tian Lu were no exception. This, what the f*ck? This is a poem? This is rubbish. This Wui Hai is an utter bore. What nonsense is this? Appreciating the moon and reciting poems, it was an elegant event, now it is completely ruined. The Gu Immortals were unanimously screaming internally. Fang Yuan was all smiles as he looked at Qiao Si Lu. I wonder if Fairy Si Lu is satisfied? Satisfied? Screw you. You still have the nerves to ask this question? You are simply too outrageous. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei roared inwardly, but being mindful of their bearing, they showed nothing on the surface. The pavilion was still a scene of silence. Heh, hee hee. Qiao Si Lu laughed, even though it sounded very forced. This poem is really special, to tell the truth. I have never heard such a poem. It is indeed worthy of being your creation. Now that I carefully consider it, it is actually quite funny. Luo Muzi. Luan Fei. Chapter 1320, Please evaluate. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei were utterly speechless. They wanted to criticize Fang Yuan, but Qiao Si Lu had made such a remark. If they criticized now, would they not be embarrassing Qiao Si Lu? Luo Muzi and Luan Fei felt like they had swallowed a housefly but were unable to spit it out. It was unbearable. Fang Yuan was laughing on the inside as he gazed around. Qiao Si Lu was forcefully maintaining her smile, while Fairy Tian Lu gazed at her concernedly, her gaze seemingly containing some sympathetic feeling. As Qiao Si Lu's best friend, how could Fairy Tian Lu not know of her intention? It was just that Fang Yuan did not take the bait at all, making them be unable to do anything. As for Luo Muzi and Luan Fei, they had such stiff expressions that it was quite funny. Fang Yuan looked at these two. How was it? My poem was not bad, right? Not bad? Luo Muzi's and Luan Fei's eyes immediately opened wide as they looked at Fang Yuan, seemingly wanting to see how shameless this person could possibly get. But immediately afterwards, they heard Fang Yuan speak. Although I had a flash of inspiration, it seems a true masterpiece poem is also created like this. Si Lu really approves of my poem, but I still would like to hear your constructive feedback. Constructive feedback? This dog's hit thing can be considered a poem? You want feedback? Si Lu, why are you speaking of her so closely? You scumbag, hey! Who let you address her so intimately? Luo Muzi and Luan Fei were madly raving inside their minds. But they could not lose their temper. They had to evaluate it and give good remarks just like Qiao Si Lu's words so that they would not embarrass her. This disgusted them even more than eating a housefly. Fang Yuan was clearly their rival in love, and it was also garbage that could not be considered a poem. but Luo Muzi and Luan Fei still needed to evaluate it and give nice comments. This poem, it is clear, easy to understand, and easy to read. Luo Muzi stammered, his expression was becoming increasingly unsightly and he felt like he was going to vomit. Fang Yuan nodded with a smile, then turned towards Luan Fei. What do you think? Luan Fei saw Fang Yuan staring at him, the corners of his lips were raised slightly in a smile and seemed to be twitching. He insipidly remarked, "This is a good poem." Fang Yuan's eyebrows rose. How could he let this person off so easily? He pursued, "What is so good about it?" Luan Fei was furious, his face flushed red with anger as he screamed internally, "How would I know what's good about it? There is nothing good about it. You created this garbage and still want to be praised. You scumbag." Looking at Fang Yuan's smiling expression, Luan Fei had an intense urge to smash the teacup on Fang Yuan's face. It would really appease his anger. But he could not do that. Qiao Silu was right beside them. If Luan Fei did that, what would happen to Qiao Silu's face? Wouldn't he embarrass this fairy? Moreover, he was not like Luo Muzi, he was a lone immortal. By contrast, Wu Yihai had a noble status, he was in Wu clan, and was the younger brother of Wu Yong. Luan Fei could only restrain his anger as he racked his brains to think of words for evaluating Fang Yuan's poem. I am really pleased with this Moon Appreciation Festival, never had I thought I am talented in composing poems. Fang Yuan smiled at Qiao Silu, his gaze full of deep meaning. Qiao Silu's mind shook slightly as she smiled. Next is rock dissecting, maybe you will have a huge harvest. Indeed, indeed. I am also most expectant towards this event, let us dissect rocks. Fairy Tianlu quickly helped to change the subject. I have prepared a huge amount of rocks here for everyone to choose. Please. Qiao Silu naturally had come prepared, with Qiao clan as her background, gathering some rocks was of course not a troubling matter. The mood in the pavilion eased. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei also let out sighs of relief, at least they no longer needed to praise Fang Yuan's poem against their own will. The rocks prepared by Qiao Silu were of all sizes. The goo immortals chose them one after the other and dissected them on the spot to see if there were any goo worms inside. As far as mortal goo was concerned, it was very easy for goo immortals to get them. As such, the atmosphere was relaxed, unlike the seriousness when goo masters dissected rocks. Naturally, this only applied to mortal goo. If immortal goo were involved, this rock dissecting activity would be given serious attention by goo immortals. Goo immortals had a lot of methods to check whether a rock had mortal goo or not. However, in today's event, they naturally would not use their methods to cheat and only relied on their insight and luck. As for rocks that had immortal goo, they could only be found by chance and not through seeking. The investigative methods of goo immortals were deficient and without options in regard to such rocks. Trying to get an immortal goo in tonight's event would be wishful thinking and unrealistic. No one present had such expectations as this was only meant to be an entertaining event. It was just that this entertainment held different meaning to Luo Muzi and Luan Fei compared to the past. They were secretly contending with Fang Yuan, but the result was they were almost at the verge of coughing out blood. Fang Yuan's rock dissecting results had maintained first place from start to finish. Rock dissecting relied on the goo master's discerning eye. Fang Yuan naturally did not lack in this aspect. He had even started his own rock gambling den in his first life. As for luck, was Fang Yuan's luck bad? Not to mention he had connected his luck with several other lucky people. He himself had dogs hit luck immortal goo to help him. However, although Fang Yuan obtained victory, it was a rather close one. He maintained superiority from the start, but this superiority was not obvious at times. The one who exerted such strong pressure on him was Luo Muzi. This person was not a lone immortal, he came from one of southern border superforces, Luo clan. His insight was very sharp, and most importantly, his luck was quite good. His results were only slightly inferior to Fang Yuan. Looks like his luck is quite good. Otherwise, he would not have known about Qi Ju's 5 words poem, isn't that right? Fang Yuan thought to himself. It would not be troubling for him to make a move against Luan Fei, but to target Luo Muzi, he had to worry about Luo clan. Naturally, no matter what he decided to do, Wu Yihai's identity absolutely could not be implicated. By the time the Moon Appreciation Festival ended, it was already deep into the night. Everyone bid their farewells one after the other. The scene was quite lively. I will see you off. Qiao Silu took the initiative to see Fang Yuan off. Luo Muzi's and Luan Fei's eyes flushed red. Let's go. Luo Muzi and Luan Fei were originally competitors and found one another an eyesore, but through the course of tonight's event, they had instead reached a tacit agreement. The four Gu Immortals left the pavilion successively, leaving behind Fairy Tianlu and her lover. Sigh. Fairy Tianlu sighed. Tonight's Moon Appreciation Festival was so tiring. Nothing to be done about it. Her lover also sighed, his gaze clear and bright. Both held each other's hands and smiled as they stepped on the clouds and left. This Wu Yihai is a complete bore. What in the world did he compose? Can that thing even be called a poem? Luo Muzi was burning with rage. But Fairy Silu actually has a completely different view of him. Luan Fei gritted his teeth. Humph, what different view? His greatest worth is his identity. Luo Muzi said in a slightly envious tone. Luan Fei's expression was malevolent. I cannot take this lying down. I cannot let Wu Yihai continue living so happily. On their way, Luo Muzi and Luan Fei conversed heatedly. Oh? What idea do you have? Wu clan might be facing difficulties from all sides and they might lack the initiative, but they still have the ability to maintain their status. If you want to make a move against Wu Yihai, you will have to consider Wu clan. Whether it be publicly or privately, Wu Yong will stand behind Wu Yihai. We need to take this relationship properly into account. Luo Muzi spoke. He was a righteous path Gu Immortal and was aware of the difficulty here. If they overestimated their relationship, they would not be able to cause any harm to Wu Yihai. But if they underestimated it, who would be able to bear Wu clan's retribution? Luan Fei curled his lips as he thought, righteous path Gu Immortals have to worry about everything. On the other hand, the demonic path can directly take action. However, Luan Fei was not a demonic cultivator, he was a lone cultivator who was more inclined towards the righteous path. Luan Fei sneered as a sinister light flashed in his eyes. We don't need to personally make a move. Fairy Silu has a lot of pursuers, not just us two. We can inform that person, he will definitely be furious because Fairy Silu did not invite him this time. You were talking about that guy from Qi clan? Luo Muzi's expression became slightly complex. That Gu Immortal from Qi clan was the biggest pursuer of Qiao Silu. Before tonight, Luo Muzi greatly loathed him. But now, he was about to make use of his strength to teach a lesson to Wu Yihai. Although Wu Yihai won against Xia Fei Kuai, it was because he relied on his knowledge of the enemy. If he was strong, why would he have to discuss any conditions with that mountain-moving old monster? He could have directly seized back Mount Snail. That guy from Qi clan is definitely stronger than Wu Yihai, moreover, he hates it when others have any desire towards Fairy Silu. Luan Fei continued. Luo Muzi's gaze became resolute. Alright, we will inform Qi Shang of today's matter. Qiao Silu accompanied Fang Yuan for a distance before she bid a reluctant farewell to Fang Yuan. But she did not directly return to Qiao clan's headquarters, instead returning to the pavilion. Inside the pavilion, there was a Gu Immortal sitting on a rock chair and quietly drinking bewitching tea. This person was Qiao clan's first Supreme Elder. The crucial character who had helped Fang Yuan return to Wu clan previously. Qiao clan's first Supreme Elder slowly put down the teacup. Although Wu Yihai grew up in Eastern Sea, he is after all Wu Du Shou's son. So what do you think? Qiao Silu's gaze was slightly dim as she softly said, I agree. Fang Yuan targeted Luo Muzi and Luan Fei, forcing them to say his poem was good, but in fact it was an indirect attack on Qiao Silu. Qiao Silu was well aware that this was the way of a righteous path confrontation. It was all smiles and jovial on the surface, but was actually a maelstrom of dark undercurrents. Qiao clan's first Supreme Elder sighed. Our Qiao clan has all along been allies with Wu clan, but we have never been able to penetrate deep into their core. For the sake of Qiao clan, Wu Yihai is a huge opportunity, do you understand? Qiao Silu bit her lips, her gaze containing reluctance, but she still nodded in the end. I understand. Chapter 1321, can be used, but unreliable. The moon festival passed, but Fang Yuan was still moving about outside. He took the initiative to get close to Qiao Silu, although the latter was angry at his attitude during the moon festival. Due to her clan's orders, she was unable to refuse Fang Yuan. Gradually, rumors began to spread. Wu clan's Wu Yihai and Qiao clan's Qiao Silu were very close and often made trips to scenic spots. Whether it be Wu Yihai, Wu Yong's brother, or Qiao Silu, one of the three great fairies of southern border, they were no doubt famous people in southern border's Immortal world. Their actions soon led to rumors. While Qiao Silu's pursuers were indignant, they had to admit Wu Yihai was an extremely strong rival. Regardless of everything else, just based on Wu clan's and Qiao clan's relations, Wu Yihai had an enormous advantage. Fang Yuan was slightly helpless regarding this. He actually did not want to become famous, it was better to keep Wu Yihai's identity low profile. A pity that the circumstances went against his wishes. Because of Qiao Silu, Fang Yuan's fame soared in southern border's Immortal world. This situation soon influenced Fang Yuan. The number of times someone tried to deduce him, which had just showed signs of decreasing, rose rapidly and even became frequent. It was very difficult to deal with this situation with just dark limit Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan had to often place his aperture down and hide inside his sovereign blessed land. The Immortal aperture was an independent world, isolated from the outside. As long as Fang Yuan did not reveal crucial clues, deductions would become extremely difficult. Unless someone had clues like those from Connect Luck, or had information that could deduce his specific location. Fortunately, Fang Yuan himself could make use of frequently placing down his aperture in absorbing heaven and earth qi. With the addition of reverse flow river, the consumption of heaven and earth qi was truly huge. Besides placing his aperture, Fang Yuan had to handle Qiao Silu while also using Wu clan's channels to get information about Luo Muzi and Luan Fei. It was still not the time for him to make a move. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Gu immortals had endless mysterious methods. With just slight carelessness, one could fail miserably in carrying out a task. For example, Fang Yuan had actually been able to resist the offense of rank 8 Gu immortals with reverse flow river. Before the battle in Snowy Mountain, who could have imagined such a result? Fang Yuan was cautious. Even if he had a plan to take Luo Muzi's and Luan Fei's lives, he would only start on the plan after sufficiently understanding their details. Afterwards, he would accumulate strength, so that when there was an opportunity, he would immediately deal the fatal strike. Only then would the risks be the lowest, and it would best suit his interests. Lions used all their strength even when hunting rabbits, let alone Luan Fei and Luo Muzi, whom were not weak themselves. Half a month passed like this. On this day, Wu Yong summoned Fang Yuan. "Brother, I have few tasks here, choose one of them," Wu Yong said without beating around the bush. "Brother, please tell me, it is my duty to contribute to the clan," Fang Yuan calmly replied. An information path Mortal Gu flew out of Wu Yong's sleeve. Fang Yuan took a glance and saw this Gu had 3 tasks recorded. The first task was related to Xianming Mountain. Recently, someone discovered that in the depths of Xianming Mountain, there seemed to be the aura of a wild Immortal Gu. This information had already attracted many lone immortals to make a trip. More importantly, Yong clan, a super force, had also mobilized its members. If the information was true, they could obtain an Immortal Gu, which, to any super force, was a joyous matter of being able to increase their foundation. Wu clan naturally would not let go of such a good chance. Currently, Wu clan's situation was normal, neither good nor bad. Under Wu Yong's command, the clan had already stabilized itself. Moreover, Shanming Mountain was near Wu Clan's territory, although not inside Wu Clan's territory, it bordered on it. If Wu Clan did not send its Gu Immortals for this, other super forces would probably think Wu Clan had weakened. As such, Wu Yong intentionally included, if they could not seize the wild immortal Gu, they must destroy it and could not let it go to Yong Clan. The second task was that Red Dragon River's water level was rising sharply recently. If it was not controlled, it was very likely to lead to a flood disaster. If there was a flood, it would be of extreme threat to the nearby living beings. Resources would deplete and it could even change the surrounding environment. The super forces near Red Dragon River were paying heavy attention to it. A portion of Red Dragon River flowed past the territories of Qiao Clan and Wu Clan. They had to send Gu Immortals to inspect the situation and attempt to control the situation to prevent a huge flood. As for the third task, Yi Clan's second Supreme Elder was holding a banquet for his 1200th birthday. Wu Clan needed to send a Gu Immortal to represent the clan in the banquet and deliver the birthday gift. Yi Clan was a powerful clan. Its headquarters were in Linqi Mountain, which was located in the northeast corner of southern border and was the closest to Eastern Sea. In fact, Yi Clan had all sorts of close connections to Eastern Sea. As for Wu Clan, it was located in the southwest area of southern border, although it was not at the southwest corner, it was to the farthest south among all the super forces. Such locations determined that the relation between Yi Clan and Wu Clan was always maintained at a good level. Befriend the distant enemy and attack the near ones. This not only applied to the politics and diplomacy of super forces, it was a fundamental principle. Even though many clans were creating difficulties for Wu Clan, Yi Clan had never participated in it. To preserve this layer of relation, Wu Clan had to send a Gu Immortal to Yi Clan's second Supreme Elder's banquet to give well wishes. What do you think, have you decided? After a while, Wu Yong asked. Fang Yuan nodded, I have thought it through, and I choose the second task. My battle strength is not high. Choosing to go to Shanming Mountain will probably result in fighting with Yong Clan's Gu Immortal. Yong Clan is specialized in soul path while I do not excel in dealing with this path. Then why not choose the third task? Wu Yong smiled, actually, your status is the most suitable for this task, because you are my brother. You will be very warmly received in Yi Clan. Fang Yuan shook his head, giving a bitter smile, brother, spare me. Although it is a birthday banquet, there will definitely be representatives from other super forces. With our Wu Clan's current situation, if I go to the banquet, the other Gu Immortals will definitely create difficulties for me. I won't be able to deal with all of them. My own embarrassment is nothing, but more importantly, I would be losing face for Wu Clan. That would be too big of a sin. Wu Yong laughed, since you have thought of everything, it will be improper for me to insist. Then let's do it according to your decision. Brother, if there aren't other matters, I will bid farewell. Go, go. Wu Yong waved his hand. Fang Yuan turned around, but when he reached the entrance, Wu Yong asked, right, when are you going to set off? Fang Yuan turned around, standing close to the door. If Red Dragon River overflows and turns into a calamity, it will definitely cause countless living beings to suffer. I would not dare to be slow on this important matter. I will simply pack up my things and leave shortly afterwards. Good, I can rest at ease then. This matter shall be left to you, you must handle it properly. Wu Yong seemed to be fully confident in Fang Yuan. I will certainly do my best. Fang Yuan solemnly assured, then turned around and left. However, he did not see that after he left, the smile and confidence in Wu Yong's face slowly disappeared. Replacing them was a shade of gloominess. Success. Fang Yuan's heart was shaking with joy, but he showed no expression on the surface. Just like he said to Wu Yong, he packed some things and immediately set off towards the north. He was moving rapidly on his way, but when he had just flown across Yellow Dragon River, Gu Immortal Wu Fa called him to stop. Lord Wu Hai, please slow down, I have new orders from First Supreme Elder. Fang Yuan was laughing on the inside, here it comes. On the surface, however, he showed a surprised expression. He stopped in the air and asked the quickly arriving Wu Fa, Elder Wu Fa, what's the matter? Oh. Wu Fa heaved a deep sigh, his aged face filled with anxiety. There is truth in the saying, when it rains, it pours. There has been an accident over on the Supergoo formation's end. Ba clan has been creating difficulties for our clan. Elder Wu Bei, who was stationed there, is injured and is unable to stabilize the situation. Lord, didn't you want to be sent back there? The opportunity is here. First Supreme Elder was mindful of this and decided to swap Elder Wu Bei with you, to let Elder Wu Bei return to recuperate his injuries. Lord Wui Hai, you will be back in command over at the Supergoo formation. Fang Yuan frowned deeply, looking like he was caught unprepared. How could this happen? As he said this, he seemed to subconsciously glance to the northwest, and said with hesitation, but Red Dragon River's issue is quite severe, it needs to be resolved quickly. First Supreme Elder has already made proper arrangements for this matter. Lord Wui Hai, you do not need to worry. Lord, you need to quickly go and stabilize the situation over there. This is a letter Gu that Lord Wu Yong has personally sent you. You can directly go to Etion Mountain without returning to Wu Clan. Wu Fa handed an information path Mortal Gu to Fang Yuan as he spoke. Fang Yuan received the letter Gu and immediately scanned it with his consciousness. The contents of the letter Gu were naturally Wu Yong's voice, saying a serious situation had occurred on the giant dream realm's end and required Fang Yuan to immediately move over there. Fang Yuan gave a deep sigh. Looks like I have no choice but to go. Please make haste, Lord Wui Hai. Elder Wu Fa looked anxious. Fang Yuan shook his head, glancing towards the northwest once more before he turned around and flew towards the northeast. Elder Wu Fa kept on looking at Fang Yuan till he disappeared in the horizons. He then sneered as he looked at the northwest. Everyone knew there was a mountain in the northwest, Deping Mountain, which was Qiao clan's main headquarters. Elder Wu Fa returned to Wu clan's Wui Mountain and reported to Wu Yong, First Supreme Elder, the matter has been handled. Lord Wui Hai is already moving towards the Supergoo formation. Wu Yong was current in the study. He stood up straight, his hand holding a brush which made vigorous movements on a piece of paper. He slightly nodded at Wu Fa, and suddenly stopped his actions. There were 5 large words written on the paper, can be used, but unreliable. A long time ago, when I was still young, Mother asked me about my opinion of Qiao clan. I replied with these 5 words. I can still remember Mother's smile very clearly. Wu Yong sighed, it's a pity my brother has not understood this. Chapter 1322, Restrictions of the Righteous Path. Southern border, at the location of Etion Mountain, in the Supergoo formation. Wuan, Wu Liao, pays respects to Lord Wui Hai. Inside the Supergoo formation, Wu clan's Gu Immortals, Wu Liao and Wuan, greeted Fang Yuan respectfully. Fang Yuan nodded, sit down and explain what happened. Elder Wu Bei actually suffered such heavy injuries? Wu Liao and Wuan glanced at each other. Wu Liao kept quiet, letting Wuan, who was good with words, report, Lord, this is what happened. Originally, Ba clan was already eager to make a move against Wu clan, and after Wu clan was involved in all kinds of difficulties, the Gu Immortal leading Ba clan here, Old Treeman Ba Da, made a move against Wu clan. Ba Da had already been scheming for a long time, and when he made the move, it was so shocking that it put Wu clan into a passive situation. Wu clan naturally would not just sit still. Wu Bei set forth, but was schemed against by Ba Da and had no choice but to have a spar with him. The result of the spar was naturally Ba clan's victory and Wu clan's defeat. It is just that we did not expect Lord Wu Bei's injuries to be so severe. Although Lord Wu Bei lost in the spar, he still had a fearsome air. Yes, although he lost to Ba Da, Lord Wu Bei was still able to engage in the secret discussion with Qiao clans and other clans Gu Immortals. We all thought his injuries were not serious. When Wuan finished speaking, Wu Liao added in a couple of sentences. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly, but had a concerned expression on the surface. I understand the situation. Wu Bei has left and I am here now. everything will be like before, I won't move if the enemy doesn't move. Yes, Lord. Wu Liao and Wuan immediately responded. They were not surprised at such a command. As far as others were concerned, how could Wu Yihai's battle strength compare to Bada's? Although Wu Yihai had recently gained some limelight, his victory against Xia Fei Kuai was only in a spar. Furthermore, the rules were decided by him. Although he had resolved the conflict over Mount Snail, there was no show of might during the whole process, and it was resolved through discussion with mountain-moving old monster. Finally, the rumors with Qiao Si Lu carried the feeling of illicit love, and would not engender respect in others. If there is nothing, the two of you may leave. I hurried to get here, I am slightly tired. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Wu Liao immediately excused himself and left, but Wuan hesitated and said softly, Lord, there is something I need to report. Speak. Fang Yuan already knew what Wuan wanted to report. Sure enough, Wuan's words did not deviate from Fang Yuan's expectation. It was related to the matter of Dream Realm business which Wu clan and other super clans were engaged in. The situation is tense now. The other clans are also anxious and fearful. Should we stop this business for some time? Wuan worriedly asked. Fang Yuan was silent for a moment. You don't need to worry, I have already said everything will be like before. If there is nothing else, you may leave. Yes, Lord. A trace of joy flashed past Wuan's face as he bowed and left. As long as this Dream Realm's business continued, Wuan could continue to gain profits from it. Why would he not be happy? Even if the matter turned south and the business was exposed by Ba clan, Wuan's responsibility was still very low. Because his superior, Fang Yuan, had allowed the business to continue like before. Fang Yuan was obviously well aware of Wuan's thoughts. He sneered inwardly, this Wuan is simply short-sighted. It was true that Wu clan's situation was not too good at the moment, but it was still the #1 clan of southern border. Bada was very astute. Although he made a move, he did not target this Dream Realm business. He knew his limits, because these benefits were not solely enjoyed by Wu clan, but also by other clans. If he had laid a hand on this business, it would lead to hostility from the other clans, who would then ally with Wu clan to deal with this common enemy. It was due to his clear insight towards the situation of the whole of southern border that he did not target this weakness to create difficulties. This was a significant weakness, but if he used it now, the results would not be optimal at this time. If someday in the future, Wu clan's prestige truly crashed, that would be the time to use this and add fuel to the fire. Bada saw this accurately, Fang Yuan did as well. The matters of the world were like games of chess. The best chess players always planned their future moves, knew when to use certain tactics and what chess pieces would achieve the best result. As such, the Dream Realm business could continue to run. What truly decided whether Bada would make a move or not was not this business itself, but Wu clan. The matters of the world were often this strange. The deciding factors of many matters were not the matters themselves, but something that was outside of them. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan subconsciously gazed at the direction of Wu clan. Wu Yong might be a rank 8 Gu Immortal, but was still schemed against by Fang Yuan. Because this was not a contest of cultivation and battle strength, but experience and methods. The reason Fang Yuan took the initiative to approach Qiao Si Lu was naturally not for Qiao Si Lu herself, but for something else, that was, to return to the giant Dream Realm. Wu Yong could endure Wu Yihai's greed, but he could not stand Wu Yihai contesting for authority. This was an expected situation. The seed had already been planted before Wu Duxiu passed away. Before she passed away, her last words were that she wanted to give her immortal Gu to Wu Yihai. Wu Yihai's bloodline and origin were already approved. Once he gained some authority, he would become a huge threat to Wu Yong's rule. Just like when Wu Duxiu was in power, she was wary and on guard against Qiao clan. Within Wu clan, Wu Yong was on guard against two threats, Qiao clan and Wu Yihai. Right now, these two were close to each other, even looking like they would wind up together. How could this not make Wu Yong vigilant? Previously, when Wu Yihai had joined Wu clan, Qiao clan had mobilized its agent inside Wu clan, whom unexpectedly was Wu clan's third supreme elder. Many perceptive people were given a fright. How could Wu Yong not be wary? And now, it looked like Wu Yihai was going to collaborate with Qiao clan. How could Wu Yong not make a move early? Wu Yong's action was quite extraordinary. He did not directly question if Fang Yuan still wanted to return to the giant dream realm. He gave Fang Yuan 3 choices: Shanming Mountain, Red Dragon River and Yi Clan's Banquet. There was deep meaning behind these 3 choices. The first task of Shanming Mountain was naturally the most intense task. There was definitely going to be conflict since it concerned a wild immortal Gu. If Fang Yuan chose this task, it would show he did not fear taking risks for the clan, and Wu Yong could make great use of him in the future. The third task of Yi Clan's Banquet was a test. Yi Clan had close relations with Eastern Sea. If Fang Yuan chose this task, it would mean he still had attachment towards Eastern Sea in the depths of his heart. The second task of preventing Red Dragon River's flood was a trap. Wu clan and Qiao clan both had territories near Red Dragon River. Wu clan wanted to prevent a flood, Qiao clan naturally would also do the same. As such, there would be an opportunity to collaborate with Qiao clan's Gu immortals. When Fang Yuan chose this task, Wu Yong's heart had immediately chilled. Even if he had been all smiles at that time, he had already made the decision to transfer Wu Yihai away as soon as possible. He could not let Wu Yihai be in contact with Qiao clan any longer. Qiao Si Lu was one of the 3 great fairies of southern border. She had astonishingly enchanting beauty. Even if Wu Yihai's heart was not moved yet, what about in the future? Even outstanding men might be unable to resist the charms of a beautiful woman, let alone a beauty like Qiao Si Lu. Let alone when besides beauty, she was also tied to extraordinary benefits for him. Once Wu Yihai married Qiao Si Lu, it was a hugely profitable matter to both him and Qiao clan. Wu Yihai could use Qiao clan to greatly increase his authority inside Wu clan. And Qiao clan could also finally break their historical limit. With a son-in-law like Wu Yihai, this vine that was Qiao clan could truly penetrate deep into the inner core of the giant tree that was Wu clan. How could Wu Yong make such a mistake? It was not feasible for him to forcefully break the relationship between the two. It might even backfire if he did not handle it well. Moreover, the righteous path had to do things according to rules. He could not act willfully like in demonic path. Wu Yong had thought for a while, but found it was difficult to handle Wu Yihai. Despite having evidence of Wu Yihai's corruption, Wu Yihai was his own brother in the end. After thinking for a while, Wu Yong thought of the giant dream realm. He could use this dream realm to exile Wu Yihai for as long as possible. After all, wasn't it peaceful when Wu Yihai had stayed in the Gu formation earlier? This past success finally made Wu Yong come to a decision. He immediately took action after making up his mind. Although he gave Fang Yuan 3 choices, in truth, he did not let Fang Yuan have any power to choose. They were just a way of testing him. The righteous path is like this. If one is not at the top, there is no freedom. But even when one is at the top, the whole organization will become the shackles that bind them. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly, but he quickly sorted out his mood and began looking at the dream realm in front of him. He had returned to this familiar place once again, and there were still 2 immortal Gu that belonged to him here. The dream realm was always expanding and always moving. Oh? This dream realm is pretty good. It is a dream realm made of true memories and experiences, and not from absurd imagination. Soon, Fang Yuan finished inspecting it and entered a shiny bright blue dream realm. His vision changed. In a gently sloping hill, a middle-aged Gu immortal had his back towards Fang Yuan. "My son, do you know why our 2 clan has dominance over this mountain range?" Fang Yuan inspected himself. He found he had already turned into a child. "Father, I don't know," he replied after giving it a thought. Formation path. The middle-aged Gu immortal's voice rose, carrying strong pride within it. Formation path? Fang Yuan mumbled. Right. Formation path. The middle-aged Gu immortal turned around, revealing his aged face and resolute eyes, giving off the air of an authority figure. Among the numerous paths, formation path might be the most complicated path. Son, starting today, Father will impart to you the essence of formation path and guide you in cultivation. The middle-aged Gu immortal said with a burning gaze. Yes, father, I will definitely study properly. Fang Yuan replied. The middle-aged Gu Immortal shook his head. Studying is not enough, you must achieve success, put in all your effort to be the best, be better than all your peers and even those young Gu Immortals. Because you are my, Tu Sheng's son, because you are the future leader of the clan. Chapter 1323, Formation Path contains countless paths. Tu Sheng? I have never heard of this name. Fang Yuan thought to himself. Since his father's surname was Tu, this boy Fang Yuan was acting as naturally with surname Tuesday. Being able to leave behind a dream realm meant he indeed had remarkable skill in formation path, but there seemed to be no formation path great experts with the surname Tu in the history of Gu Masters. Fang Yuan scanned through his memories, but did not have any findings. Naturally, his knowledge could not encompass the whole of Gu Master history. Maybe this was the dream of a hidden expert. Come, sit by me. The middle-aged Gu Immortal sat on the ground, and patted the area beside him. Fang Yuan quickly sat down beside him. My son, do you know how many Gu Master paths there are in this world? Tu Sheng asked with a warm smile on his face. Fang Yuan pondered. There were naturally many Gu Master paths, and looking at the trend, even more were starting to thrive. For instance, when Gu Master Cultivation had just started to flourish, Space Path and Time Path were the mainstream paths. Afterwards, Wisdom Path, Qi Path, Strength Path, Rule Path and other paths emerged one after the other, and now, there were even more paths like Fire Path, Water Path, Metal Path, Bone Path, Poison Path, and so on. 500 years later, there is also Dream Path. Innovation never stops, Gu Immortal paths will continue to increase. Fang Yuan pondered inwardly, while replying, according to what I know, there is Space Path, Time Path, and also Qi Path, Wisdom Path, and so on. Tu Sheng nodded, you are correct, but it is still not detailed. Let me tell you, in Renzu's time during the immemorial antiquity era, there were Space Path and Time Path. These two paths researched and expounded on the profundities of time and space. In the remote antiquity era, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable created Qi Path and Enslavement Path, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable created Wisdom Path and Star Path, and our Formation Path was also created during the later period of the remote antiquity era. But its true founder could not be verified. Refinement Path and Fire Path were also created during this period. In the Olden Antiquity era, Limitless Demon Venerable created Rule Path, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable created Transformation Path. Strength Path, Wind Path, Light Path and Dark Path were also created in this era. In the Medieval Antiquity era, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable created Wood Path, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable created Theft Path, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable created Luck Path. Moreover, Metal Path, Water Path, Ice and Snow Path, Cloud Path, Earth Path, Lightning Path, Information Path, and Sound Path emerged one after another. This was an era where all kinds of diverse paths appeared. And in our present era, Bone Path was created. There are also Phantom Path and Restriction Path. Naturally, what I mentioned are only the mainstream Gu Master paths. Minor paths like Enchantment Path, Illusion Path, and others will be omitted for now. Fang Yuan immediately came to an understanding when he heard these words. So this dream realm is set in the late antiquity era. Right now, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable has yet to appear, otherwise Tu Sheng would have mentioned him. Tu Sheng continued, Son, I have elaborated on so much because I want to tell you our Formation Path is one of the longest standing paths in history. Although it cannot be compared to Space Path and Time Path, it was created in the same era as Qi Path and Wisdom Path. Just based on seniority, it appeared even before Transformation Path. As he said this, Tu Sheng asked, the essence of Transformation Path is to project countless paths. Son, what do you think is the essence of Formation Path? Although Fang Yuan's attainment in formation path was extremely ordinary, this question was fairly simple and common. He knew about it. He replied, "Formation path contains countless paths." Haha, good answer. Tu Shiqing did not stint on his praise, and gave a deeper explanation. Our formation path can set up goo formations, which can use goo worms of space path and time path. We can also use goo worms of metal path, wood path, fire path, water path, and so on. Just because of this, formation path can be said to be the most complex path among all the paths. Setting up a goo formation is very difficult, because it might need to use goo worms of many other paths. As such, when cultivating formation path, we need to have some understanding of other paths. Even if the understanding is not deep, we need to have basic knowledge of them. At the least, we need to have deep understanding of the goo worms we are using. Fang Yuan continued to nod while listening. This was one of the difficulties of formation path cultivation. Actually, every path had some areas which it was proficient in and weak in. For instance, cultivating enslavement path allowed one to fight many by oneself, but it had an extremely huge demand on resources. Cultivating and learning formation path was a large obstacle, because it involved goo worms of other paths. Formation path goo worms were only the foundation and framework of a goo formation. The rest of the content required large numbers of goo worms from other paths. Because of this, it was difficult to learn and master formation path. Nurturing a formation path expert was not easy. On one hand, it had high demand towards resources, time and knowledge. On the other hand, the goo master needed to have talent for it and put in effort as well. As such, in the goo immortal world, there had always been very few goo immortals who specialized in formation path. Naturally, this rarity was only relative. At the very least, there were more formation path goo immortals than wisdom path goo immortals. This was also the reason why Fang Yuan had not involved himself in formation path in the 500 years of his previous life. The barrier to entry was high, and it was difficult to learn. "Son, since you have become a goo master today, I will give you your first goo worm." At this time, Tu Shiqing's palm slowly opened, revealing a small goo worm. This goo looked like a ladybug. Its carapace was glossy and round, it was as small as a little finger, and it had a glistening yellow shine, giving a cute appearance. "This is formation heart goo. Come, refine it first," Tu Shiqing said. With Tu Shiqing's help, Fang Yuan directly refined this rank 1 goo worm. Formation heart goo's carapace opened up, the thin wings inside continuously flapped as it merrily flew around its new master, Fang Yuan. This goo worm was not precious and could even be said to be extremely ordinary. Because it was one of the most basic goo worms to lay a formation, and was commonly available throughout the 5 regions. "Alright, let's play a game." Tu Shiqing smiled, taking out 4 goo worms. "They are all rank 1 goo, I will lend them to you temporarily. Come, use your formation heart goo as the core, choose the goo worms from here and arrange them, see if you can form a goo formation." Fang Yuan's eyebrows slightly rose, glancing at Tu Shiqing in surprise. Was this a joke? This boy had just become a goo master, and he wanted him to construct a goo formation on the same day? Although Fang Yuan had not truly cultivated formation path, he had some superficial knowledge of formation path. For instance, normally speaking, this youth should only be involved in constructing a goo formation after at least 2 to 3 months. After all, he had just become a goo master. Controlling a goo worm was strenuous, everything was new to him, calculating primeval essence, nourishing the aperture, feeding goo worms, and other aspects, they all required him to adapt and train. Now, in this dream, this Tu Shiqing was actually asking his son, a boy who had just become a goo master, to construct a goo formation? This style of education is truly original. Fortunately, it is a dream realm and it is all up to me. How could a normal child accomplish this task? Or maybe, it is because he could not accomplish this, his obsession turned into this dream realm? While guessing, he sized up the 4 goo worms. But, he actually was not able to recognize them all. With his knowledge, he only recognized 3 of them, and could not identify the remaining one. It was somewhat awkward. But when he thought of it, it was also not strange. The time period of this dream was the late antiquity era. Spectral soul demon Venerable had not appeared yet, thus the situation compared to the present was very different. Moreover, there were countless goo worms, unique and mysterious. There were also many innovated goo worms and many secretly guarded goo worms, of which little were known by others. How could Fang Yuan know of all the goo worms? Even though he was not able to recognize them all, Fang Yuan was still aware of the paths of these 4 goo worms. They were of earth path, water path, wind path and fire path. The one that Fang Yuan did not recognize was the earth path goo worm. To construct a goo formation, I need to first understand these goo worms. There is no need to worry about formation heart goo, but what use does this earth path goo worm have? Fang Yuan intended to test this goo and see its ability. But this action was stopped by Tu Shurchung. Tu Shurchung spoke with solemnness: use your heart to sense it, listen to the sound of your heart, rely on your feelings. Construct the goo formation according to your feelings. Remember, you only have one chance. Fang Yuan was immediately dumbfounded. Chapter 1324, Fang Yuan's 2 Trump Cards. Although Tu Shurchung was the father of this boy that Fang Yuan was disguised as, he was completely unreliable. What did he mean by rely on feelings? Innate talents could not be embodied like this. If the construction of the goo formation failed, in a minor case, the goo worms would be injured or destroyed, and in a severe case, the goo master themselves would suffer the backlash. If one could create a goo formation just by relying on feelings, formation path goo immortals would not be so rare in the present 5 regions. Arranging a goo formation was a precise and rigorous task, like deducing immortal goo recipes. They both were similar, requiring a process, detailed consideration and continuous tests. However, since the dream realm was like this, Fang Yuan calmed his mind, and continued to ponder how he should tackle this situation where it seemed he truly had to do it in the way Tu Shurchung said. Fang Yuan asked, do I need to use all the 4 goo worms? Of course not. But you need to at least select 2 to set up a goo formation. Tu Shurchung replied. I simply don't know about this earth path goo worm, so it will be better to give it up. Fang Yuan continued to think. As such, he had 3 choices in front of him. Hurry up, don't think too much, rely on your feelings. Just as Fang Yuan had spent slightly longer in thinking, Tu Shurchung's expression sank a little, urging, I will give you 3 breaths of time. 3 breaths of time? And there was only one chance. Wasn't he purposely making it difficult? A thought flashed past Fang Yuan's mind, do I need to use Unravel Dream? His current accumulation was already different from the past. Last time, when he explored the giant dream realm, he had limited quantities of dream path mortal goo, which led to a limited number of times that Unravel Dream could be used. Fang Yuan had to be very efficient when using it. But it was different now. Fang Yuan had enough confidence. Because he had captured many nightmare demonic cults, using these natural dream path immortal materials along with his persistent refinement, he now possessed very many dream path mortal goo. Thus, the number of times he could use Unravel Dream was at a peak now. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan had an unprecedented amount of confidence. Forget it. This is only the first layer of the dream realm. Even if it fails, I can continue to explore. Although I can use Unravel Dream much more now, I cannot waste it like this. Fang Yuan thought for a moment and gave up on using Unravel Dream. He began to activate the goo worms. First was Formation Heart Goo. This yellow ladybug was already refined by him, his primeval essence was consumed, it immediately hovered and stopped in front of Fang Yuan, shining with pale yellow light. Fire path, water path, wind path. Fang Yuan mumbled, since he had given up on the earth path goo worm, then he only had these 3 choices remaining. He chose the rank 1 water path goo worm. The reason for this choice was simple. His fire path and wind path attainment levels were ordinary, but in water path, he was a Grandmaster. Grandmaster attainment was not for show. The water path goo worm was successfully activated, it was bathed in the yellow light and revolved around the formation heart goo. flying up and down. Fire path and wind path. Fang Yuan chose wind path. The wind path goo worm also mixed in, and like the water path goo worm, it flew around the formation heart goo. It was just that the wind path goo worm was in the periphery, while the water path goo worm was nearer to the formation heart goo. Fang Yuan waited for a bit. Among these 3 goo worms, one was hovering in the air while the other 2 were continuously flying around. They were all activated but were still extremely stable. Although they have not formed a true goo formation, this progress is quite good. Fang Yuan was slightly pleased. To use an analogy, arranging a goo formation was like building blocks. Each goo worm was a strangely shaped building block. The goo master needed to arrange these building blocks into the shape they wanted. These scattered building blocks would form high towers, buildings, and other shapes, creating an effect that far surpassed the individual building block. Although Fang Yuan had not successfully arranged these building blocks into a shape, these 3 goo worms were at least mutually compatible and did not collapse. This was quite good progress. However, a trace of gloominess and disappointment flashed past Tu Shicheng's eyes. Fang Yuan, who was focused on setting up the goo formation, did not notice it. Now, I need to adjust it. Does the formation heart goo need to stay in the center? Can the positions of the water path and wind path goo be swapped? Water path inside, and wind path outside, can I adjust it to water path outside, and wind path inside? Or maybe, the water path goo and the wind path goo can be together. Should I let the wind path goo revolve around the water path goo instead of the formation heart goo? As Fang Yuan pondered, all kinds of plans emerged in his mind. He did not know what results these plans could give, or what effects would they have. His formation path attainment was truly too lacking. Rely on your feelings, stop hesitating. Tu Shicheng urged, looking somewhat impatient. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. Actually, he didn't need Tu Shicheng's urging, he also knew he had to take action. If nothing else, his primeval essence was about to dry up. In the dream realm, he had just become a goo master. Although he had a great aptitude, he was activating 3 goo worms at the same time, which intensely burdened on his primeval essence. He already did not have much time to think. Let's give it a try then. Fang Yuan inwardly gritted his teeth, as he activated the fire path goo worm as well, putting it inside the newly created structure. He made no changes to the previous foundation. Because he did not know what use making changes would have, and also did not know if there was a need to make changes. He was a pure beginner with no feeling for the right action. The attempt was done blindly. But my luck is good, maybe I can succeed by chance. Fang Yuan still had some hope. But soon, his hope was ruined. The moment the fire path goo worm was added in, it immediately led to a chain reaction. The fire path goo's strength joined with the wind path goo, immediately increasing the power. This immediately conflicted with the water path goo that was inside. Water and fire were opposing forces, immediately creating an explosion. A soft explosion echoed. It was not intense, but it still exploded, covering Fang Yuan's face with black soot. His hair stood up on end, white smoke was rising. At the same time, the formation heart goo was directly destroyed. The other 3 goo worms were also injured to various degrees. The water path and fire path goo worms were on the verge of death, while the wind path goo worm was also heavily injured. You have failed. Tu Shicheng's expression changed. He said with a cold tone, you truly disappoint me. Guh. Fang Yuan's vision changed as he was expelled out of the dream realm. The first exploration had failed. His soul returned to his body slightly shook, his healthy complexion suddenly paled. Fang Yuan immediately inspected his injuries, and found that the injury to his soul was much more severe than he expected. But it did not matter. Guts goo. Fang Yuan took out a guts goo and crushed it. The injuries of his soul were immediately relieved greatly. Fang Yuan used another guts goo, and immediately his soul injuries were completely healed. The slight sense of vertigo had disappeared at once. Because he had guts goo, Fang Yuan was not afraid of failing in his dream realm exploration and his soul being injured. Right now, I should be the first person to explore the dream realm. Even Shadow Sect's remnant forces won't be able to catch up to me. Fang Yuan calculated. This was because he had two great trump cards to explore dream realms. First was Guts Goo, it could heal soul injuries. Second was Unravel Dream. Once used, it would get one straight to solving the problem. Its usefulness was somewhat unreasonable. Guts Goo came from Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan had placed Dang Hun Mountain in Langya Blessed Land, and was even cooperating with Langya sect in trading Guts Goo. They had a monopoly on Guts Goo business, they were the only ones producing it, and its demand was always higher than its supply. Recently, Fang Yuan had not been selling his portion of the Guts Goo for profit, instead, he was accumulating them. He had a single objective, to be fully prepared in exploring the dream realm. Thus, he had large numbers of Guts Goo with him. Because of this, he was short on money, and had no choice but to expand the scale of some of his resources to improve his finances. The first failure did not matter. With Guts Goo, Fang Yuan's soul immediately recovered, and could go for a second exploration. But he was not hurried, instead using Connecting Heaven Goo to let his divine sense enter Treasure Yellow Heaven. He began to gather information. First was that Earth Path Mortal Goo. Fang Yuan did not recognize it, so he needed to understand it. Fang Yuan soon bought a set of / the Encyclopedia of Earth Path Goo Worms / from an Earth Path Goo Immortal. This was an information transaction and was among the businesses in Treasure Yellow Heaven. There were transactions of methods to target against Goo Worms, there were introductions and understandings of Goo Paths, there was news of the present political situation. There were also deductions of Time Path and Wisdom Path Goo Immortals on the past, present and future. Fang Yuan naturally could rely on his 500 years of experiences to sell information that could definitely attract people. But this kind of information was normally very cheap, and not long after selling them, Fang Yuan's rebirth advantage would weaken, so Fang Yuan had never even considered it. Fang Yuan was not satisfied with just this Goo Immortal's work, / the Encyclopedia of Earth Path Goo Worms / and bought some relevant information, naturally including some mortal formation path inheritances. These cost him close to 10 immortal essence stones. To Fang Yuan, this was just peanuts. He soon learned of that Earth Path Mortal Goo from the information he bought. This was a Goo worm that appeared in the early stages of the Late Antiquity era. It was soon extinct, because the Goo materials required to refine it had been wiped out. The information recorded briefly introduced this Earth Path Goo Worm's ability. Fang Yuan even obtained the recipe of this Earth Path Mortal Goo from another information source. Chapter 1325, For Elements Concept. Naturally, the practicality of this Goo recipe was extremely low. Because most of the materials for this Goo no longer existed. If Fang Yuan wanted to refine this mortal Goo, he would have to modify the recipe. He naturally would not do such a pointless thing. With the information he gathered, he already had a deep understanding of this mortal Goo. Next, Fang Yuan read those mortal formation path inheritances. This enriched some of his formation path foundation. Despite him not having taken the initiative to research formation path, he had come into contact with it indirectly in his first life, or come across some formation path contents in fortuitous encounters. As such, this enrichment was limited and not high in scope. It was just that he was only focusing on the test in the dream realm this time. He had an objective when gathering the formation path information, and he knew from some information, in the Late Antiquity era, formation path had a prevailing concept. This concept stated that the 4 basic elements of earth, water, wind and fire could make a Goo formation stable, they could make most basic Goo formations and were the most inclusive. Naturally, this concept only prevailed for some time, after dozens of years, it went out of favor. Compared to the whole history of formation path, dozens of years was too short, this concept was like a small ripple that disappeared in the long river of history. It is just like the origins of mankind. On Earth, people once believed that humans were made by divine beings, be it the Chinese concept of Muwa creating mankind, or the Western concept of God creating mankind. This was an ideology that lasted for a long time, and after it dominated people's thinking for a long period, it was broken by Darwin's theory of evolution. But in regards to whether Darwin's theory of evolution pointed precisely to the truth or not, as science develops, people over time may find flaws in it. Fang Yuan's thoughts were wandering. This earth, water, wind, and fire concept was similar. Following formation path's development, people started to find that the goo formations created by the four basic elements of earth, water, wind, and fire were not the most inclusive formations. People made new discoveries, continuously deepening their knowledge and continuously progressing. Even though this concept was abandoned not long after, back then, it was progress of some kind. This information was quite valuable. It directly gave Fang Yuan the correct way to pass the first stage of the dream realm. It turns out that I had to use all the goo worms to truly create a goo formation. Fang Yuan gained an epiphany. At the same time, he sighed, this Tushirching is really quite deceitful. Clearly all 4 goo worms had to be used, but he actually played dumb and said I needed to use at least 2 mortal goo. Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. Even though he knew this, he still did not know how to make the 4 goo worms revolve around formation heart goo to build an effective goo formation. If these 4 mortal goo could be refined, Fang Yuan could test it out in reality. This was also a common method used by laymen in deciphering dream realms in the early stages. But now, that Earth Path goo worm was difficult to refine. Even if he refined an Earth Path mortal goo by modifying the goo recipe, could it truly be the same as the one in the dream realm? This was a dream realm, sometimes there would be some differences in the dream realm from reality, and it was not a direct reproduction of reality. Fang Yuan pondered, and decided it was better to test it in the dream realm. The second attempt played out like before. But this time, Fang Yuan chose to activate all these 4 mortal goo at the same time and coordinate them with formation heart goo. It failed. The 4 mortal goo self-detonated simultaneously. Fang Yuan was injured and kicked out of the dream realm. The third attempt, Fang Yuan chose to use the Earth Path goo worm first, and Water Path goo worm second, but it failed again. Following the 4th attempt and 5th attempt, only by the 7th attempt did Fang Yuan succeeded. The 4 mortal goo were flying around formation heart goo. The Water Path and Fire Path goo worms were flying in an elliptic orbit, sometimes near and sometimes far from formation heart goo. Earth Path goo was hovering below formation heart goo, while the Wind Path goo was hovering above. Both were still. Under the control of formation heart goo, these 4 goo worms formed a mysterious force that continuously let out hazy rainbow colors. A goo master's primeval essence would recover at twice the speed inside this light. To goo masters, this is an extremely practical goo formation. Fang Yuan thought to himself. Ha ha ha, good, very good, you are truly my son, you have natural talent for formation path after all. Tu Shiqing laughed loudly and happily at Fang Yuan's success. Fang Yuan. The hill, the sky, and the land slowly disappeared from Fang Yuan's vision. The first stage of the dream realm was over, the second stage was starting. Fang Yuan breathed out a sigh of relief. He had persisted on not using Unravel Dream in the first stage. In the end, only about 10 or so guts goo were consumed, the total expenses were still low. Without checking how much his formation path attainment had risen, Fang Yuan focused his attention on the surroundings. He discovered he was in a cage. And inside this enormous cage, there was a smaller cage. Inside this cage was a pitch-black panther. It was skinny and its eyes shined with mad hunger, indicating how dangerous it was right now. What's going on? Fang Yuan was bewildered. Right at this moment, Tu Shiqing, who was standing outside the cage, said to Fang Yuan, I will give you 5 minutes to arrange these goo worms into a goo formation. After 5 minutes are over, this panther will be released. I absolutely won't make a move at that time, and will only see if you can use the goo formation to resist this panther. What? Fang Yuan's eyes opened wide. This method of education, hey, are you really this kid's father? You are the son of Tu Shiqing, you can definitely do it. If you can't do it, then you are not worthy of being my son. Tu Shiqing continued with an expressionless face. My goodness! Fang Yuan thought, lips twitching as he looked at himself. He found that he had not grown much and not much time had passed since the first stage. He was at most about the age of 14. This Tushurchim looks like he should be a righteous path Gu Immortal. Why is he so heartless? Maybe this is intimidation to force his son to fully release his potential? Fang Yuan speculated inwardly. Regardless of who this Tushur Cheng's son is, he is truly unlucky. Time was limited. Fang Yuan calmed his mood and began to inspect the goo worms he had. The caged panther was only an ordinary beast, but with his current young body, he definitely could not oppose it. He could only make a goo formation to resist it. There were 5 goo worms, they were still rank 1. Among them, one was formation heart goo, while the other 4 belonged to earth path, wind path, water path and fire path. It was almost the same as in the first stage. The difference was that although the paths were the same, the 4 goo worms were different ones from the first stage. How should he group these goo worms to form a goo formation? Fang Yuan began to try. With the precious experience from the first stage, Fang Yuan was quite proficient. The first attempt quickly failed. Fang Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood in the dream realm due to the backlash, but fortunately, the goo worms were not injured. He was also not expelled from the dream realm. Looks like I can continue to try until the limit of 5 minutes is reached. Although there are still chances to continue, there is in fact almost no hope. Fang Yuan frowned. Because of the injuries, although nothing happened to the goo worms, his own state was very bad. His primeval essence had depleted and he was injured. Fang Yuan soon discovered that because of the injuries, when he continued to try again, he was unsteady, and although the goo worms flew up, they were shaking. The second attempt also failed. There was more time left, but Fang Yuan was unable to continue attempting, because a goo worm had died in the second failure. If it were any of the other path's mortal goo, it would not be the end, but it just happened to be the formation heart goo. Father, my goo worm is destroyed, can you give me another formation heart goo? Fang Yuan quickly asked. But the reply he got was a ruthless shake of the head from Tushur Chung. What if you were in a battle, who would give you a substitute goo worm? Son, you disappointed me, you have no chances left. Sure enough, the moment the time limit was reached, the small cage opened up and the panther pounced forward, biting at Fang Yuan's throat instantly. This dream realm was extremely realistic. Fang Yuan could clearly sense his throat being torn, his breathing becoming difficult, the heartrending pain that came when his skin was ripped apart by the panther's sharp fangs. Blood spewed out rapidly from his wounds, and the panther drank it contentedly. Tushurchim shook his head, sighing, "You are not worthy of being my son." He then turned around and left. Not giving the solution even at the end, is this Tushurchim of the righteous path or demonic path? After being expelled from the dream realm, Fang Yuan's soul returned to his body. He was naturally gloomy. After using Vet's goo to heal his injuries, he continued to explore. Second failure, third failure, fourth failure. Every time he failed, Fang Yuan would be killed by the panther and relive the miserable pain from being eaten alive. If it were any other person, their mind might have already collapsed. However, Fang Yuan was not afraid. He had suffered pain beyond this an uncountable number of times. He only treated the pain as a cool breeze blowing across his face, his mind still focused on constructing the goo formation. 10th failure, 11th, 12th. This second stage was much more difficult than the first stage. After Fang Yuan was expelled from the dream realm, his soul injuries were also much more severe than what he suffered in the first stage. His soul would be healed using just 2 guts goo in the first stage, but in the second stage, he needed at least 3 guts goo and sometimes even 4 to be healed. Fang Yuan calmly calculated his expenses. If this continues, the cost will become steeper. Do I have to use Unravel Dream? Wait. While he was feeling troubled, he suddenly had an inspiration. He entered the dream realm and continued to attempt it. There was a way. Chapter 1326, Rise in Formation Path Attainment Level. A while later, after 2 tries, Fang Yuan successfully constructed a goo formation in the dream realm. This goo formation still used formation heart goo as the core, it was just that the earth path goo worm was hovering above the formation heart goo, while the fire path and wind path goo worms revolved around the water path goo worm. And the water path goo worm spanned the distance of a hand below the formation heart goo, continuously moving up and down. The goo formation made by these goo worms emitted a hazy white light that shrouded the panther. That's right. This goo formation was an entrapment goo formation targeted at the panther, and did not protect the goo master themselves. Constructing it was not easy. The panther continuously moved around, influencing the construction of the goo formation. Occasionally, Fang Yuan had to stop and wait for the panther to move away from a specific location. 1. This was also the reason why Tu Shiqing gave 5 minutes. Fang Yuan needed the time to arrange the formation. Ha ha ha, good, you are indeed my son. You will continue to study with me in the following days. In a month, there will be an even stricter test which will concern your life and death. If you cannot pass, you shall die. Tu Shiqing laughed, his laughter containing madness. Fang Yuan's young body was standing inside the cage. He glanced at the panther that was constantly struggling inside the goo formation, and then glanced at Tu Shiqing, sighing softly. This formation path dream realm second stage was passed. Next was the third stage. Fang Yuan followed Tu Shiqing to a riverside where the tides were coming in fast. Looking at the water of this river that was flowing to the east and was red like blood, Fang Yuan immediately realized, this was Southern Border's Red Dragon River. Southern Border had 3 great rivers that passed through the whole region: Red Dragon River, Jade Dragon River and Yellow Dragon River. Fang Yuan immediately had a bad feeling when he saw this river. Sure enough, at the next moment, he heard Tu Shiqing's voice, I have already lent you the goo worms, now you can only depend on yourself. If you cannot construct a goo formation, you are well aware of the consequences. Fang Yuan was just about to speak to stall for time, but he was slapped on the back by Tu Shiqing. Fang Yuan was simply unable to resist the enormous strength and was immediately pushed into Red Dragon River. F***ck. Fang Yuan cursed inwardly as he fell into the surging river and was immediately swept away by the current helplessly. Fang Yuan struggled with all his might. He only had a young body. Fortunately, Fang Yuan's swimming ability was carried over, and after struggling for a while, he was able to raise his head out of the water and took in large breaths. Making the best use of his time, Fang Yuan inspected the goo worms he had. Damn it! Soon, he mentally cursed once again, because this time, it was not just the 4 mortal goo like he expected, but 12. He had to arrange them in such a short period of time? There were too many ways to arrange them, and under such terrible conditions, hope was slim. Fang Yuan did not hesitate this time, and directly activated Unravel Dream. Immediately, an answer appeared in his mind. He immediately understood the first 3 steps of how to activate the goo worms and arrange the goo formation. Only the first 3 steps? Fang Yuan had no choice but to continue to activate Unravel Dream. The 4th step, 5th step and 6th step also appeared in his mind. It was an accurate and precise answer. But there were still some steps from being able to construct the goo formation. Fang Yuan was just about to activate Unravel Dream for the 3rd time, when suddenly a change occurred in the river, and he was swallowed by a whirlpool. Bam! A muffled sound echoed. Fang Yuan crashed headfirst into a tree floating in the whirlpool, falling unconscious immediately. The next moment, Fang Yuan woke up. He had returned to reality. His soul was severely injured, making him see stars. He quickly used Guts Goo, 1, 2, 6 Guts Goo before he finally recovered. The 3rd stage is even more difficult. The environment to arrange the formation is so hazardous. But my formation path attainment has already advanced to quasi-master level. After Fang Yuan realized it, he slowly opened his eyes with a trace of joy. What was attainment level? Attainment level was a goo master's unique cognition, involving their sensations and experiences, their insights towards nurturing, using, refining goo and so on. summed up and condensed. It was their comprehension of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Attainment levels were divided into 5 levels: Ordinary, Master, Grandmaster, Great Grandmaster and Supreme Grandmaster. Naturally, in between these, there were small levels like Quasi-Master, Quasi-Grandmaster, and Quasi-Great Grandmaster. Ordinary attainment was the level that most Gu masters would reach in their lifetimes. Quasi-Master attainment was already rare. Young Gu masters with outstanding aptitude or experienced old Gu masters could reach this. Master level was when the use of Gu worms went beyond superficial workmanship to the level of an art. It was rare to find even one master among 10,000 Gu masters. For example, during the contest of Imperial Court, there were only 5 enslavement path masters: Jiang Baoye, Yang Ping, Ma Zun, Chang Shanin, Fang Yuan, and New Air Tuesday. Naturally, the 1 in 10,000 was referring to mortals. To rank 6 Gu immortals, their main paths were this level at minimum. Those who possessed Quasi-Grandmaster attainment were often elites among rank 6 Gu immortals. Grandmaster level was when one had a very profound grasp of the path, having deep foundations and being able to mimic the effects of other paths. Specifically, the main path's Gu worms could be used to imitate the advantages of other paths. He Fan's true inheritance had an immortal killer move, 100 Years Harmony, which was a classic example. It used time path Gu worms to produce an effective information path. This also showed that He Fan's time path attainment level was at least Grandmaster. Normally speaking, there were few Gu immortals that could attain Grandmaster level. It often required 100 years or even hundreds of years of accumulation, along with natural talent. In Fang Yuan's first life, he had attained Grandmaster in Blood Path only in the latter stage of his 500 years of life. Those who were able to have Grandmaster attainment level were mostly rank 7 Gu immortals. Above Grandmaster was Quasi-Great Grandmaster, which was even rarer. They were often rank 7 experts or certain rank 8s. As for Great Grandmaster level, most rank 8 Gu immortals would attain this in their lifetimes. Those whom were able to attain Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster were scarce, few produced even in thousands of years. The rarity of Supreme Grandmasters need not be explained. For instance, in Refinement Path, there were only 3 Supreme Grandmasters in history. Among them was a hairy man, long-hair ancestor. Fang Yuan's Formation Path attainment level could not even be counted as ordinary, but now it had soared to Quasi-Master level. Most Gu masters would find it difficult to reach this in their lifetimes, no matter how much effort they put in. Fang Yuan had attained this just by using up a few days of time and exploring 2 stages of the Dream Realm. This was the power of Dream Realms. They contain true meaning. Once a Gu immortal successfully explored a dream realm and obtained the true meaning, their attainment level would be directly raised and their understanding of part of the Great Tao would be deepened. Just 2 stages were enough to advance to Quasi-Master level in Formation Path. This dream realm is extraordinary. No wonder it has such difficulty. But I really haven't heard of Tu Sheng. His method of education was truly unique, leaving Fang Yuan speechless. But the person he was educating was this dream realm source. This youth was clearly a major character. Fang Yuan could clearly sense he was only a step away from master level in Formation Path. As long as I complete the 3rd stage, my Formation Path attainment level will soar to master. Fang Yuan excitedly licked his lips. A successful exploration of the dream realm raised his foundation. This increase was so huge, allowing Fang Yuan to go through an extraordinary shortcut, and he was unable to stop desiring for more. But since he had already left the dream realm, Fang Yuan was not in haste to go back in. He recalled all the scenes in the 3rd stage, especially the Gu worms with him. He had only recognized 60% of them, thus he was now searching for information on these Gu worms to increase his understanding. These were all mortal Gu. It was just that most of them had long since vanished in history. Fang Yuan soon found the information he wanted, and gained an understanding of these mortal Gu. Then he began to reread those mortal Formation Path inheritances he had bought before. The feeling he got from reading this time was a completely different experience from before. Previously, Fang Yuan only saw the surface of most of the contents of the inheritances, but now, he was able to see their deeper meanings with just one look. They were clearly things he had already read, but Fang Yuan made new discoveries this time. This feeling was extremely mysterious, like sudden enlightenment. However, there were things which Fang Yuan could not completely comprehend. After all, he was only at quasi-master. Some outstanding characters among mortal Gu masters could reach master level. The inheritances they left behind naturally had some things Fang Yuan could not understand properly at the moment. Fang Yuan was immersed in the profundity of formation path, unaware of the passing time. If he was thirsty, he drank water; if he was hungry, he ate some fruits. Many thoughts emerged and disappeared like waves in his mind. He was using wisdom path methods to help quicken his progress of learning formation path. Formation path's contents were truly vast, having connections with every path. Thus, it was considered the most complicated path. Only when Yuan requested an audience did Fang Yuan slowly come back to his senses. Unknowingly, 8 days have already passed. Fang Yuan was in a daze for a moment before his gaze slowly cleared up. In his mind, most of the disordered thoughts gradually faded. For the last 10 days, Fang Yuan was lost in the learning process. Not only did his formation path attainment level receive a boost, his comprehension of various basic contents of formation path had also strengthened. What is he here for? Fang Yuan impatiently furrowed his brows. But after thinking for a moment, he still decided to see this Wu Clan Gu Immortal. As it turned out, Yuan brought over Lady White Rabbit, who reported the situation of the Dream Realm business and gave concrete accounts to Fang Yuan for inspection. Despite Fang Yuan not placing attention on this business, he was, after all, the leader of the whole business. As a subordinate, Lady White Rabbit had to hand over the report. 1. Pokemon Ranger vibes. Back. Chapter 1327, Letter of Challenge to Shang. Fang Yuan roughly skimmed through the accounts, increasing his understanding of the forces around him. He then asked Yuan and Lady White Rabbit to leave. Lord, there is a matter, I don't know if I should speak of it or not. Before leaving, Yuan spoke with some hesitation. Speak. Fang Yuan was straightforward. Yuan reported to Fang Yuan that there were some rumors recently saying that Qi Clan Gu Immortal Shang was coming over to inspect the Super Gu formation. Fang Yuan immediately understood Yuan's meaning, and waved for him to leave. Xiao Si Lu has many pursuers, this Shang is the most important one among them. He has never taken the initiative to do an inspection. This time, he is most likely coming over to find trouble with me. However, Righteous Path Gu Immortals could not disregard all considerations and engage in life and death battle. At most, there would be a drop in reputation. At worst, I will give up my reputation and avoid fighting. Fang Yuan rubbed his chin, but I also need to prevent my secrets from being exposed. After all, this Super Gu formation was built under the leadership of Qi Clan. Among southern border super forces, Qi Clan is absolutely the #1 force in formation path. Fang Yuan already understood those mortal formation path contents clearly, and there were only a few things which he could not understand completely. However, when he looked at this Super Gu formation he was in, there was still no change. He was still dazzled like an ant facing a vast river of stars. Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder had personally set up this Super Gu formation. He was a great Grandmaster in formation path. Shang's arrival was quicker than everyone's expectations. A banquet to welcome him was essential. Because Shang represented Qi Clan in this trip, what's more, he was responsible for inspecting around the Super Gu formation to see if there were any defensive flaws and so on. During the banquet, everyone interacted with each other, portraying a cohesive gathering on the outside, but secretly, there were undercurrents brewing. The perceptive people knew this was not originally Shang's task, but he had taken the initiative for this duty. Everyone in southern border knew Shang was pursuing Xiao Si Lu, but in these recent times, there were rumors of Wu Yihai being very close with Xiao Si Lu. Shang's objective in this trip was self-evident. But unfortunately, Fang Yuan did not partake in this banquet, instead holed up in the Gu formation, continuing to explore the Dream Realm. Many people interested in this could not help but be disappointed at not being able to see a good show. Bada slowly put down his cup. Nephew Qi Shang, I have already introduced all the Gu Immortals here to you, they are all elites. Unfortunately, there is still one person who has not appeared today. This person is even more outstanding. He came from Eastern Sea, and later on, became a part of our southern border. Recently, he has defeated Xia Fei Kuai and mountain-moving old monster, and is the head of Wu clan here. All the Gu Immortals in the banquet felt a jolt in their minds, they all knew precisely whom Bada was talking about. Qi Shang wore a white robe, he had a handsome face, deep eyes, and an aquiline nose, giving him a dark and devious aura. He was 160 years old by now. Old Treeman Bada was much older than him. Qi clan and Ba clan were also united by marriage, thus Bada was not randomly addressing Qi Shang by calling him nephew. Qi Shang smiled, I have also heard of the great name of Wu Hai. It is truly regretful that I could not meet him today. But I will be here for some time, and I will also be inspecting all around the Gu formation. At that time I will definitely meet Wu Hai. Qi Shang showcased initiative, immediately making everyone think over this. Fang Yuan, who was hiding away, looked quite weak-willed, compared to Qi Shang. The banquet ended, Yuan and Wu Liao were aggrieved, and both requested to have an audience with Fang Yuan. They had a very uncomfortable time in this banquet. They were cast aside by the others and even taunted, the only thing missing was nobody asking them for a spar. Oh? Since that is the case, then I shall hold a banquet tomorrow, send an invitation to Qi Shang. Fang Yuan thought for a bit, before speaking. Yuan and Wu Liao glanced at each other, they felt excited as they retreated with Fang Yuan's order. Only Fang Yuan, alone, remained in the large hall. He walked to the depths of the hall and looked at the dream realm. He had already explored more than half of this formation path dream realm. After using Unravel Dream, Fang Yuan had passed through the 3rd, 4th and 5th stages. The main contents of the dream realm were Tu Shiqing teaching his son about formation path. His education style was brutal and harsh, using survival to forcefully stimulate his son's potential. Fang Yuan had suffered so much from this that he no longer had the energy to curse. Unravel Dream had outstanding effects indeed. These stages were no obstacle to Fang Yuan, letting Fang Yuan's current formation path attainment soar once again. He had not only stepped into master level, he even went one step further, becoming a quasi-grandmaster. But I still am a long way from truly reaching formation path grandmaster level. Fang Yuan had an extremely clear sensation of this. Towards the later stages, attainment levels became increasingly difficult to raise. This dream realm is still not over, according to its size, there are at least 2 stages left. This Tu Shiqing's son was truly amazing, his formation path attainment was definitely above grandmaster level. But recently, Qi Shang has been inspecting the various places of the Gu formation, I should restrain myself a bit and stop exploring the dream realm. After all, this super Gu formation was constructed mainly by Qi clan. Fang Yuan was still not able to thoroughly understand this super Gu formation, so it was better for him to be careful. Fang Yuan knew that once the secret of him being able to effectively explore dream realms was exposed, it would create an extremely huge impact. At that time, not only southern border, the other 4 regions would also be shaken and would mobilize their forces to find him. Wu Hai is inviting me to a banquet tomorrow? Looking at Yuan, Qi Shang smiled. I appreciate Wu Hai's good intention, but, forgive me, I am on official business and have to prioritize it. Wait for me to finish inspecting the Gu formation, after that, I can visit to thank him for his hospitality. Qi Shang refused Fang Yuan's invitation with a slight smile on his face. Yuan felt helpless, as he left with a face filled with anger and embarrassment, he reported this to Fang Yuan. Qi Shang's action was slightly overboard and had slapped Wu clan's face. This made both Wu Liao and Yuan indignant. The other clan's Gu Immortals, however, were secretly laughing at this, anticipating a good show. Regardless, Fang Yuan was calm the whole time. He indifferently looked at Yuan and Wu Liao, since that is the case, then we shall wait. He did not look the least bit angry. But Yuan and Wu Liao were inwardly anxious. feeling like their face had been torn by Qi Shang, but since Fang Yuan did not look anxious at all, they could only take their leave. Although Fang Yuan could not continue exploring the dream realm, he still had a lot of other things to do. For instance, constructing coiling thread caves to expand the scale of regretful spiders. This was to be the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's second large-scale resource expansion. Fang Yuan had been preparing for it these last days. It was all to construct an environment that was suitable for ordinary spiders to qualitatively transform into regretful spiders. According to Dongfang tribe's method, constructing coiling thread caves required setting up a goo formation, and it also required a rank 6 immortal material, dark soft silk, and a rank 7 immortal material, regret water rock. Fang Yuan had already gathered dark soft silk and regret water rocks. He had paid a large amount of immortal essence stones as well as some other immortal materials for them. Next was setting up the goo formation. This was clearly a goo formation that concerned immortal materials. Normally speaking, this kind of goo formation which relied upon immortal materials could only be deduced and created by a Grandmaster level formation path goo immortal. And a great Grandmaster formation path goo immortal could construct a goo formation using the natural Dao marks in the world as the foundation. Prior to exploring the formation path dream realm, Fang Yuan felt like he was looking at an illegible book when he considered this goo formation. But now, he understood it clearly. After all, he had quasi-Grandmaster attainment. Moreover, Fang Yuan still had some inspiration. Maybe I can improve this goo formation and add in perseverance immortal goo. According to the principle of this goo formation, if I add in perseverance immortal goo, the production of regretful spiders will at least multiply by 8. Fang Yuan's heart thumped with excitement at such a concept. If he could achieve this target, then the regretful spider business would surpass the dragonfish. The profits it could bring Fang Yuan could surpass even the guts goo business. This seemed to be exaggerated, but if looked at carefully, it was true. Guts goo's production was restricted by the quality and the quantity of souls. Currently, Langya sect was killing desolate beasts in Qiao and using their souls as the resources to produce guts goo. They were also bringing in some souls from Treasure Yellow Heaven as well as the Northern Icy Plain as replenishment. The key point was there was Western Desert's Qiao clan, which could take in all the regretful spiders even if its supply was much higher. There was no need to worry about the sales of regretful spiders. Furthermore, Fang Yuan had a collaborative relationship with Qiao clan. Fang Yuan started deducing. But soon, he ran into a problem. He was unable to arrange a part of the goo formation. This already surpassed his limits regardless of how many wisdom path methods he used. I am only a quasi-Grandmaster. If I were a Grandmaster, I would have the foundation to modify this goo formation. Fang Yuan realized. But although I am not a formation path Grandmaster, there is someone nearby who has this attainment level. This person was none other than Qi Shang. After Qi Shang refused Fang Yuan's invitation, he started patrolling all the places around the super goo formation. Every stationed goo immortal welcomed Qi Shang warmly. Qi Shang was intentionally delaying his inspection. Everyone knew that the longer he delayed, the more Wu clan's face would be lost. Naturally, it was Wu Yihai that Qi Shang held hostility towards, not Wu clan. A love rival. Wu Yihai, you think of yourself as so high and mighty, you look down on me. By inviting me, do you think I will scuttle towards you? Humph. I want you to come look for me personally. Qi Shang had such an intention in his mind. But soon, this plan of his was destroyed. Because Fang Yuan's letter of challenge was in his hands. In the letter, Fang Yuan wrote, I once toured scenic spots with Fairy Si Lu, and in that time, your name was mentioned. Fairy Si Lu praised you as a genius in formation path, but I, Wu Yihai, don't accept that. I have created a formation path problem, let's see if you can answer it. If you can, then it is your win. If you can't, it is your loss. I will be informing Fairy Si Lu of this result when I return. Qi Shang completely lost it. Wu Yihai, as expected, you could not take it anymore. But you actually want to use formation path to trouble me? You, a transformation path goo immortal, want to use formation path to embarrass me? What gave you the guts? You are asking for your own humiliation. I will definitely tell Fairy Si Lu of your loss and prove my Qi Shang's strength. Chapter 1328, Fang Yuan's Shamelessness. Qi Shang felt he was humiliated. Yes, humiliated. At present, in the entire southern border Immortal world, who did not know of Wu Yihai's identity? Who was not aware he cultivated transformation path? But now, Fang Yuan did not use his primary cultivation to trouble Qi Shang, but instead picked Qi Shang's most proficient domain. This was like saying, I don't need to use transformation path to trouble you, because you simply can't compare to me. The disdain overflowed in this challenge. He could not take it. This could not be endured. Qi Shang's eyes were wide open as he pinched Fang Yuan's information path Gu Worm and mumbled, let me see what problem you brought out. Eh? This is quite something. Soon, a trace of solemnness appeared on Qi Shang's face. As far as he was concerned, Fang Yuan's question was quite challenging. But soon, Qi Shang settled himself, no wonder he is confident of using formation path to harass me. This problem is slightly difficult. He made this problem? That should not be possible. His main cultivation is transformation path, it should be a Wu clan formation path Gu Immortal behind him who created this problem. Humph, with his identity as Wu Yong's brother, how could Wu clan's Gu Immortals not help him? Although Wu clan was not specialized in formation path, as long as it was a super force, they would have some involvement in formation path. Because super forces needed to guard their resource points, and had a large-scale demand for Gu formations. But even if a Wu clan Gu Immortal helped you, so what? In terms of the clan's strength, my Qi clan is indeed slightly inferior. But if just comparing formation path attainment, my Qi clan is undoubtedly in first place in southern border. Qi Shang felt intense pride towards his clan. He gathered all his senses and dived into Fang Yuan's problem. The more he pondered, the more he lost himself. With his analysis, he had divided the problem into dozens of segments. Normal methods cannot be used to solve the issue of water and fire opposing each other. The whole Gu formation demands a circular formation, a square formation can be discarded. How to solve this difficulty? Hiss, this is slightly difficult. But this can't defeat me. Qi Shang's fighting spirit soared high like he had been injected with adrenaline. He inwardly told himself that he had to teach Fang Yuan a fierce lesson. Let him know that he, Qi Shang, could not be humiliated. Lord, the evening banquet that Luo clan's Gu Immortals invited you to is going to start soon. We should be on our way. At this time, a rank 6 Gu Immortal of Qi clan, Qi Lu, reminded Qi Shang from outside the door. Not going, not going. Qi Shang did not even raise his head, he refused while continuing to deduce the problems in his mind. But, we already agreed. Qi Lu hesitated. I said I am not going. Leave. Qi Shang impatiently replied. Qi Lu could only helplessly leave. Qi Shang took in a deep breath, looking at the formation path problem Fang Yuan sent him, his eyes brightened as he mumbled, what good is there in a banquet? The important thing is to defeat him. The faster I can solve this problem, the better it is. You dare to humiliate me. The night passed like this. Qi Shang had not slept the whole time, his eyes were bloodshot, his hair was in a mess and he was extremely tired. With a Gu Immortal's physique, it did not matter if they stayed up all night. But Qi Shang was rather exhausted, he had not rested even a moment during this night, and had put in all his effort to deduce and plan, taxing both his mind and energy. This problem is indeed slightly difficult. But I have already solved it. Ha ha ha, you dare to mess with me. I will let you taste my awesomeness. Despite being exhausted, Qi Shang was extremely excited and laughed heartily. He could not wait to see how Fang Yuan would respond. I will go right now and enjoy your expression. Qi Shang walked to the entrance when he suddenly stopped. No. I am standing against Wu Yihai right now, we are like generals, how could I take the initiative to visit him? My reputation will be lost. I need to send a subordinate. Soon after, Qi clan rank 6 Gu Immortal Qi Lu arrived in Qi Shang's study. Little Lu, send this to Wu Hai. Haha, I want to teach him a lesson. Qi Shang instructed. Qi Lu quickly agreed. His cultivation level was lower than Qi Shang, and he knew Qi Shang was the hope of Qi clan in formation path. Qi clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu, had said a few times in the past that Qi Shang would inherit his legacy. The significance of these words was huge. Qi Chuyu was a formation path great grandmaster. Him acknowledging Qi Shang meant Qi Shang was very likely to become a formation path great grandmaster as well. Qi Shang also did not let down the clan. He had displayed his talents and aptitude in formation path since a young age, and with the clan's resources being poured into him, he cultivated hard all year round and did not slack. After receiving Qi clan's nurturing, his current formation path attainment was not to be underestimated. Relaxing. Fang Yuan slowly woke up and stretched out his arms. Although his soul had the protection of Guts Gu, it would become agitated when used too much. Guts Gu was not able to resolve this, but sleep could restore the soul's calmness. After Fang Yuan had a night's sleep, his exhausted state was swept away, and his mind was vigorous again. Qi Shang's information path Mortal Gu had already been delivered while he was asleep. When Fang Yuan glanced at it, a look of pleasant surprise flashed past his eyes. Oh? He indeed solved it. This speed is quite fast. Fang Yuan sighed as he then immersed himself into the information and started studying it. His eyes shined repeatedly as he gained great enlightenment from Qi Shang's solution. So it was like this. Fang Yuan rubbed his chin. This was a completely new thought process, and it opened a new window to him. According to this thought process, this answer is still not suitable for my entire Gu formation. I need to make slight adjustments in some areas. Fang Yuan inwardly pondered. He did not give the whole Gu formation to Qi Shang, and only took out parts of it for Qi Shang to solve. Qi Shang's answers had no errors, but there would still be deviations when the entire Gu formation was arranged. However, Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level was already at quasi-grandmaster, and using the foundation of these answers, he fully could make some adjustments. Qi Shang was a grandmaster, and Fang Yuan a quasi-grandmaster. There was not a huge difference between the two. If the difference was too high, it would be impossible to modify the formation. It was just like how Fang Yuan currently saw the Super Gu formation that covered the dream realm. It was still a mystery to him. He could not understand a thing. Fang Yuan made huge gains by receiving the answer to the issue that was troubling him. Indeed worthy of being Southern Borders Qi clan. He mumbled, praising Qi Shang's formation path attainment. With this problem solved, Fang Yuan could continue his plan to modify the Gu formation. His mind was calm and serene, as he began deducing once again. A few days passed like this. Qi Shang was very anxious. After he sent the answer, he had been waiting for Fang Yuan's reply. But, even after some days, he had not received a response. He did not even feel he could taste his food and drinks properly. What is Wu Hai playing at? Qi Shang mumbled. Qi Shang, what did you say? In the banquet, a Luo clan Gu Immortal asked in confusion. Qi Shang slowly came to his senses, only then realizing he was still in the banquet. He had refused a banquet invitation from Luo clan before, but after solving Fang Yuan's problem, he came to attend one. He had to attend it, otherwise, was it not the same as not giving face to Luo clan? Gu Immortal Qi Gue, who was sitting at the side, quickly mediated, "Forgive us, Qi Shang has always been like this. His mind often wanders, sometimes he even forgets to eat when he is thinking of a formation path problem. He would stand still all of a sudden, and it can happen even while he is walking." Qi Gue had rank 7 cultivation, and was the leader of the Qi clansmen stationed here. The Luo clan Gu Immortal laughed loudly. "I have heard about Qi Shang's behavior. He is indeed a formation path genius. Sigh, if my Luo clan could produce 1 or 2 geniuses with just 20 or 30% of Qi Shang's talents, I would be content." Meanwhile, Fang Yuan's brows were tightly furrowed. He ran into another problem. It seems modifying this goo formation is already beyond my limits. Fang Yuan had encountered a new problem, and this one was much more difficult than the previous one. He could still make an attempt for the previous one, but this time, he did not even think to attempt it as his ideas were too unreliable. Since that is the case, let's hand it to Qi Shang. Fang Yuan smiled. It's here, it's here. When Qi Shang returned to Qi Clan's station, he soon got Fang Yuan's information path mortal goo. His eyes brightened in excitement. Do you think it was easy for me? Even I was getting impatient from waiting. Qi Shang sneered while feeling proud. Right now, he was like a winner picking up his battle spoils. However, after his consciousness entered and he learned of the contents in the information path mortal goo, his eyes opened wide in anger. What is Wu Yihai saying? He is actually acting so shamelessly? Qi Shang immediately cursed. In the letter, Fang Yuan did not mention a single word about the previous challenge letter. Instead, he casually admitted Qi Shang had some ability. Naturally, it could also be Qi Shang getting lucky. If you can solve this problem, I will admit you have the qualifications to pursue Fairy Si Lu. This was what was written in the letter. At the mention of Qiao Si Lu, Qi Shang was even more unable to endure it. Are my qualifications up to you to decide? Wu Yihai, I misjudged you. You shameless guy. Qi Shang felt like Fang Yuan was standing in front of him, sneering in disdain and looking down on him. He suddenly had a strong impulse to rip apart Fang Yuan. Still mentioning going on a sightseeing tour with Si Lu. Even I have only traveled once with Si Lu. Damn this guy. Qi Shang paced around the study, gritting his teeth in resentment. He almost crushed the information path mortal goo in his hand. But he thought for a moment and withstood this impulse. If I crush this goo, wouldn't it be satisfying Wu Yihai's wish? Humph, he was not able to create difficulties for me, he is definitely afraid of me now, so he is intentionally saying this. Right. Me giving up is probably what he wants to see. I can't let that happen, I will continue to win and make him completely admit his defeat. Make him fully realize my strength. Of course, to prevent him from acting shamelessly again, I must make this matter public. The more people that know of it, the better. Qi Shang learned from his mistake. The origin of this matter was a dispute about a girl. Qi Shang had also found it slightly embarrassing, but now, he was willing to throw caution to the wind against Fang Yuan. Chapter 1329, Fang Yuan admitting defeat. Qi Clan's area, in the study room. Qi Lu had been summoned, and after hearing Qi Shang's intention, he said with an awkward expression, Lord, is that good? Our Qi Clan and Wu Clan's relation is still quite good. At least, even with Wu Clan's current situation, our Qi Clan has been maintaining neutrality. So what? Other clans can make a move, but our Qi Clan can't? Qi Shang was getting angry. Qi Lu thought to himself, Lord Qi Shang is truly like what the rumors said. What should I do now? While thinking, Qi Lu said, I understand Lord's mood, but over here, we have some business where we have been closely collaborating with Wu Clan. If we just suddenly fall out. Qi Shang immediately came to a realization. Oh. You are talking about the Dream Realm business? Qi Lu nodded, Lord is wise. Wu Clan wanted to do Dream Realm business for some income under the table, but how could their actions be unnoticed by Qi Clan? The Immortal goo used in this super goo formation belonged to Southern Borders super clans, but the goo formation itself was personally set up by Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder. Although Qi Clan contributed few Immortal goo, as far as the super goo formation was concerned, they had an enormous influence. Thus, Wu Clan had to bring in Qi Clan if they wanted to do this Dream Realm business. Qi Clan's goo immortals had much more understanding of the goo formation. If they were not brought in, this business could not be done. Shang sighed inwardly. No wonder First Supreme Elder had once said that it is hard to fathom the minds of people. Sigh, Qi Lu is a fellow Qi clan Gu Immortal, but for personal gains, he is actually not standing on my side. His expression was gloomy. It was hard to resolve the matter now. He wanted to publicly fall out with Fang Yuan, but he encountered an obstacle in the first step. What should he do now? For a moment, Shang was quite helpless. Because he had taken a position here all of a sudden and had always taken cultivation as his main goal. He had very little contact with other Qi clan Gu Immortals and was always focused on researching formation path. His influence in Qi clan was quite small and could even be said to be the smallest influence among rank 7 Gu Immortals. It was also the first time he had come to this super Gu formation. Now, with his lack of connections, as a grand rank 7 Gu Immortal, he was actually unable to mobilize Qi Lu. Qi Lu's mood was quite bad, disobeying a rank 7 Gu Immortal, especially when the latter was an important future hope of the clan. He naturally did not feel good. However, people in low positions naturally had their own survival methods. Qi Lu thought for a bit and said, "Lord, it is not that I don't want to do this matter on your behalf. It is just that your status is high. Once this matter is proclaimed, it will have a great impact. How about this? Please let me inform Lord Qi about this matter. He is the leader here, we will listen to his decision, what do you think?" Qi Lu's tone was humble and polite, and was even subtly flattering Shang. Shang felt extremely comforted upon hearing this, and nodded. "All right, then let's see what Lord Qi says." Qi brows furrowed when he heard Qi Lu's report. A fight over a woman, nobody would feel good about involving themselves in a dispute merely over this. Qi felt quite troubled. On one hand, his clansman was Shang. He had to show respect because Qi clan's first supreme elder was behind Shang. On the other hand, if they really escalated this matter, it would no longer be a personal matter, but a political one which could affect the diplomatic relations between Wu clan and Qi clan. This was a world where the strong were respected and where one individual's strength could surpass a group's. Thus, politics was also determined by individuals. Shang and Wu Yihai had very high status. A conflict between them was a conflict between Wu clan and Qi clan. This was not exaggerated at all. Especially Wu clan, it is in a difficult situation, being harassed from all sides. If, at this time, my Qi clan joins in, it will damage the neutrality of Qi clan, and not to mention that we will gain poor reputation for kicking someone when they are down. It will also worsen our relation with Wu clan, harming my clan's interests. But I also have to appease Shang. Qi racked his brains for a while before he actually thought of an idea. He then secretly gave his idea to Shang. "We cannot make this a big issue, otherwise, the impact will be very bad. Even if we win, we will be making a joke of ourselves. This is, after all, a personal matter, we should deal with this privately. You can tell Fairy Si Lu about the situation. Wu Yihai also has affection towards Qiao Si Lu. If you can ask her to be the witness, Wu Yihai would absolutely not dare to act shamelessly." Shang slapped his thigh and shouted, "Great idea." Qi smiled, slightly pleased with himself. From what Qi saw, this method had even more allure to Shang, who did not want to ruthlessly crush their love rival in front of the girl they loved, and gain her attention. Soon, Shang informed Qiao Si Lu of the matter through an information path Gu worm. Regardless of what was going on with Fang Yuan, Shang immediately felt enormous pressure. Now, Fairy Si Lu knows of this. This is a duel between gentlemen and it was he, Wu Yihai, who sent the challenge. She should not feel disgusted, right? I need to quickly complete Wu Yihai's challenge. This is my specialty, I absolutely cannot lose. The enormous pressure became a huge motivation for Shang. He started concentrating on the problem. Is this another part? It has a slight relation to the previous part of that Gu formation. It is likely the whole Gu formation was divided into two parts. Damn it, if I knew the whole Gu formation, it would have been much easier. Now, I can only deduce according to this part. He was getting a headache. Shang began to use his methods. He was a formation path goo immortal who knew a mystical goo formation taught to him personally by First Supreme Elder. This goo formation used wisdom path goo worms as the core, while the supplementary goo worm was an immortal goo. Normally speaking, be it an immortal killer move or an immortal goo formation, both used immortal goo as the core and mortal goo as supplementary. However, this goo formation actually did the opposite. The supplementary immortal goo used was a water path immortal goo named Sweat. The goo formation's name was Wisdom Sweat Formation. It slowly activated as Shang poured in his immortal essence. There were no gorgeous lights or sparkles, instead, an intriguing smell that seemed somewhere between fragrant and foul was formed. The smell grew more intense, shrouding Shang. Gradually, the smell condensed into a fog which covered Shang's face, making him unable to see anything. For 3 days and nights, Shang did not sleep or rest, continuing to deduce. Finally, the fog dissipated and the goo formation stopped. Some mortal goo were expended and dead, only about 10% of them remained, which Shang stored back into his immortal aperture. Among them was sweat immortal goo. Shang's whole body was soaked with sweat, as if he had been drenched in a rainstorm. His face also looked pale. But his eyes were shining brightly. All of a sudden, he raised his head and laughed loudly, ha ha ha. I finally solved it. I will see how you can get out of this, wooey hi. After a while, Yuan received the letter. Oh, he got smarter, using Qiao Si Lu to create difficulties for me? Unfortunately, my goal is not her, this little threat is useless. Yuan soon praised once again. Interesting, this solution is indeed a good method. But why could I not think of it? Although Yuan obtained the answer, he did not focus on it, instead he started to evaluate himself. There were many areas in Shang's solution that Yuan had not been able to grasp. Formation path was extremely vast, the inheritances Yuan obtained were only of mortal level, it was natural for him to not be able to grasp them. As for Qi clan, they would not lack immortal level formation path inheritances. Moreover, with generations of development, and innovating new things based on the original foundation, they were Southern Border's #1 force in formation path. But even if I don't have immortal inheritances, if my attainment level can reach Grandmaster, I should also be able to solve this problem. Attainment level was one's understanding of the essence of the Great Tao. A simple analogy would be the solving of a mathematical problem. Yuan wanted to modify the goo formation and achieve his goal, it was like he wanted to reach a number, for example 5. Despite having the goo worms, he did not know how to obtain 5. At this time, Shang's answer was 2 plus 3 is equal to 5. Yuan came to a realization that he could achieve his target like this. If his attainment level was enough, even if he did not know, he could rely on his instincts to understand the question from parts, to extrapolate information and obtain the answer of 2 plus 3 is equal to 5, or 10 divided by 2 is equal to 5. Naturally, goo formations were not as simple as this, especially when there were many goo worms involved, it became harder to arrange them successfully. The contents of goo formations were complicated and varied. There were simple goo formations, compound goo formations as well as formations within formations, depending on the form, there were square formations, circular formations, and so on, depending on the activation style, there were instant activation formations and delayed activation formations. Then, they were divided further according to paths, fire formations, water formations, and so on. Some goo formations were like towers, with layers upon layers of designs. Some goo formations were easy to modify and were like a set of clothes, modifying them were like sewing a patch. Some goo formations could not be modified, they were like building blocks and changing one of them could cause the whole goo formation to collapse. If one subdivided the goo formations, the goo worms involved would become even more complicated. For example, some goo worms needed to be used together, while some had to be dispersed to influence their respective targets. By the night of the second day, the eagerly waiting Shang received Yuan's reply. This time, with Fairy Si Lu as the witness, I want to see how you will act shamelessly. Shang impatiently sent his consciousness into the information path mortal goo. His face soon brightened up. Because Fang Yuan had admitted his capabilities in the letter and that he was indeed worthy of Fairy Si Lu's admiration. But, Fang Yuan had also written that Wu clan had people that could do this, and it was not anything strange. Shang frowned when he saw this, but he was unable to retort since Wu clan indeed had people who could solve the problem. At this moment, he saw the last paragraph of the letter. Fang Yuan had put forward a problem again. Moreover, he promised that if Shang could solve this, he would admit Shang was superior to him, even in front of Fairy Si Lu, he would admit he was inferior. Shang started to breathe in deeply. He imagined the situation, when he and Wu Yihai appeared in front of Qiao Si Lu at the same time, with Wu Yihai cupping his fists and saying, "I am inferior to you." A love rival admitting he was inferior. The more Shang thought of this, the more moved he became. Wu Yihai has a high status, he is my biggest rival. I can win this and defeat him. More importantly, Fairy Si Lu is the witness, I don't have to be afraid of Wu Yihai reneging on his promise. Chapter 1330, So It Cannot Be Solved. Wisdom Sweat Formation. Shang set up this goo formation again, doing his utmost to deduce the formation. But this time, he met with an unforeseen challenge. Difficult, it was really difficult, even the first 2 rounds added together and multiplied by 10 could not match this. Shang felt like he was a baby trying to ascend a tall mountain. This difficulty, no wonder Wu Yihai is so confident. It is related to the contents of the first 2 goo formations. No, I must use this chance to humiliate Wu Yihai. I will make him admit that he is inferior to me in front of Fairy Si Lu. After a day and a night, Shang's eyes were filled with blood vessels, he was doing his best to try and tackle this problem. At the same time, Fang Yuan was thinking. This difficulty, it has likely surpassed the limits of Grandmaster attainment level? Not long ago, Fang Yuan received Shang's help, he was able to modify the goo formation of the coiling thread caves, he took a huge step forward, there was an immense breakthrough. However, right before succeeding, Fang Yuan was met with an unprecedented obstacle. If the first problem was a pit, the second was a mound, and this final obstacle was a mountain. Only by climbing to the top and removing the obstacle could he complete the modification of this goo formation. This obstacle greatly surpassed Fang Yuan's expectations. My initial estimation was that if the goo formation could be deduced, the regretful spider production would be doubled 3 times. That was not the same as 3 times as much. It would increase by 7 times, becoming 8 times the production of the initial size. This growth was terrifying. When the goo formation was created, he would have 7 extra coiling thread caves out of nowhere. Fang Yuan's plan was wonderful, but the realization of it was met with great difficulty. The first 2 steps, he managed to complete, but now, he had no clue. He was just a step from success, how could Fang Yuan give up now? Thus, he placed his attention on Shang. Many days later, the wisdom sweat formation stopped. Shang's expression was pale. His gaze was drifting, there was no light in his eyes. Damn it! His hair was messy, like growing weed, his expression was of frustration, he gritted his teeth. Even though he gave it his all, he did not succeed. This way, he could not beat Fang Yuan, and worse, Qiao Si Lu knew of this third challenge, Shang had already bragged that he would resolve this problem. If he failed, forget about Wu Yihai, but how would he face Qiao Si Lu from now on? Shang felt an unforeseen pressure weighing on him. He quickly ate and rested before going back to his deductions again. Qi clan. It was to the west of southern border, or rather, it was towards the west of all the super forces currently in southern border. Yong clan was the neighbor of Qi clan. This clan was a neighbor of Wu clan, and was finding trouble with Wu clan recently, conflict arose due to a wild immortal goo. Qi clan, Yong clan, Wu clan. Following the basic rule of making friends with those far away and making enemies with those close by, Qi clan and Wu clan had always had a good relationship. The newest information was sent to Qi clan's first Supreme Elder, Qiao. Qiao took a look and frowned. This intel was talking about none other than the challenge from Fang Yuan to Qi Shang in the Super-Gu formation. Inside the Super-Gu formation, Qi clan's leader, Qi Gui, was afraid that conflict between Fang Yuan and Qi Shang would escalate. He had wisely reported this incident to Qiao. This way, even if the situation worsens, Qi Gui's responsibility would be lowered. After all, he had informed them. Qiao would divert a portion of his attention to this conflict while he was dealing with complex political matters. After all, both sides had extraordinary statuses. If this was handled improperly, it would escalate further. Qi Shang is troubled. This Gu formation problem is beyond the abilities of a Grandmaster. The information had recorded Fang Yuan's third formation path issue. Qiao was a great Grandmaster. He only needed a look to spot the difficulty of this problem. Together with the first two problems, Wu Hai is trying to create a Gu formation to farm resources. But this person who made the Gu formation is too greedy. They have insufficient attainment level and cannot notice it. If I do not say anything to him, with Qi Shang's obsessive nature, he would continue to research it. If he gets injured from this, he might even die. Is this Wu clan's scheme? They can see Qi Shang's potential, so they are trying to eliminate our future hope? With Wu clan's current situation, it is unlikely. But I cannot be careless. Qiao thought of this, a sharp light shined in his eyes. He muttered, "It seems I have to do something." A moment later, Qi Gui visited Qi Shang, bringing with him an information path Immortal Gu from Qiao. "This is First Supreme Elder's instruction. I have to pass this Immortal Gu to you," Qi Gui said. Qi Shang blankly received the Immortal Gu. After looking into it, he saw the details and his expression changed. He cried out in surprise, "This is the immortal inheritance left by secluded cultivator to Yuan. His earth, water, wind, fire 4 elements formation is unique to him alone." But it had little reputation, because he kept a low profile. Few people knew of it. First Supreme Elder actually gave this immortal inheritance to me. I asked for it so many times, but I did not succeed in the past. Qi Shang was so excited, he looked into the immortal true inheritance without caring about the outside world. When he snapped back to awareness, a long time had passed. It was night time already. Time passed really quickly. When did Supreme Elder Qi Gui leave? Forget it. Qi Shang's eyes shined brightly, unable to be looked at directly. Qi clan First Supreme Elder's true inheritance came at a timely moment. It was what Qi Shang needed most right now. Qi Shang was filled with admiration and gratitude towards Qiao. So First Supreme Elder has been taking notice of me all along. He saw that I was in trouble, so he helped me. Is this cheating? Probably not. First Supreme Elder did not help me directly, he only gave me a true inheritance. The inspiration to solve the problem was thought of by me. That's it. I have wasted enough time. I need to quickly resolve this problem and show Wu Hai what I'm capable of. Qi Shang was excited and driven. He used the Wisdom Sweat formation again. 2 days passed, the Gu formation stopped working as Qi Shang walked out angrily. So this Gu formation problem cannot be solved. Wu Hai, you dare to scam me. Too devious, too scheming. Thankfully, with First Supreme Elder's guidance, I exposed this truth. Thinking of this, Qi Shang gritted his teeth. He had suffered a lot these last days. He barely slept at all. He was invested in the problem. But then, he realized this was unsolvable. Qi Shang felt that Wu Hai had toyed with him. He was very angry. But soon, he laughed. That's right, this problem cannot be solved. As long as I expose this fact, I win. In fact, I can tell Fairy Si Lu about this, and embarrass this devious Wu Hai. Qi Shang immediately acted upon it, sending out 2 information path Mortal Gu. Fang Yuan received 2 information path Mortal Gu immediately. The first one was from Qiao Si Lu. It was not unexpected that Qiao Si Lu sent a letter. After looking at it, he was a bit puzzled. But then, he thought of something and looked at Qi Shang's letter. Fang Yuan realized at once. This Qi Shang has improved. He actually went to complain about me, telling Qiao Si Lu about the result of this challenge. before sending me this letter. This way, he can prevent me from retaliating? He really has improved. Fang Yuan's smile faded. The result was unexpected. His goo formation had no solution. This was a common situation. Before a deduction succeeds, any new goo recipe, killer move, goo formation, they could be unsolvable, they could be impossible to complete. They were merely illusions, there was no possible way of success. Some problems were easy to tell, but others were not so obvious. Especially formation path, it used too many goo worms and paths, it was too complex. Some ideas could not be exposed as unsolvable until the very end. Multiplying my production 8 times, this idea is hoping for too much, it is not possible. Since it is unsolvable, I can only abandon it and find a new modification. But forget about it now. Since I lost the challenge, I should invite Shang over. This person is quite interesting. Shang did not even think about it, he agreed to go over for the banquet. His attitude was different from before. Initially, he thought that Fang Yuan was too arrogant, he refused to go. But now, he was the winner, he felt that this was an apology banquet, he had to go with the attitude of a winner, to savor the feelings of the loser. Thus, when he saw Fang Yuan, his first words were, "Wui hai, will you relent now?" Fang Yuan rubbed his nose, smiling, of course, you are a genius, why would I not relent?" Shang was shocked, he did not expect Fang Yuan to act like this, he admitted his defeat. He did not know what to do now. Before this, he had thought of many possible outcomes, and how to deal with Fang Yuan's excuses. But now, Fang Yuan admitted his defeat, he relented. Shang felt like he had nothing to say now. Chapter 1331, Inviting Shang over. The banquet started. In this small hall, there was only Fang Yuan, Wuan, and Shang, 3 goo immortals. Wuan naturally did not play a key role, the only important thing was that Fang Yuan and Shang were interacting. Fang Yuan toasted Shang, speaking politely with a smile, he expressed a lot of admiration and praise towards Shang's formation path attainment. After smiling and admitting defeat, could Shang bear to give him a hard time? Shang was straightforward and unguarded, unschooled in interacting with others, he drank a lot of wine. He assessed Fang Yuan, looking at him in a different perspective. This Wui Hai is quite a friendly guy. What happened earlier? Was he trying to purposely anger me? Or does he have a request of me? Shang thought to himself. I will not hide it, Shang. Talented people like you are the people I admire the most. Fang Yuan laughed, toasting. Shang raised his cup and drank before Fang Yuan even drank. The toasting from earlier had already made Shang used to this subconsciously. But Fang Yuan's words were nice to hear. Especially when they were love rivals, such praise made Shang feel deep accomplishment. No. I must be alert. This Wui Hai might be acting, he is very scheming. Shang did not let down his guard, but no matter how he looked at it, Fang Yuan's smile was full of sincerity. Hee, forget about Fang Yuan's acting skills, but don't forget attitude goo. Shang, take a look. Fang Yuan stretched out his arm, handing over an information path mortal goo to Shang. What is this? Shang muttered, he looked into it and his expression changed. As it turned out, this was an information path mortal goo that Fang Yuan was going to send to Qiao Si Lu. He praised Shang in the letter, his admiration was overwhelming, he admitted his own insufficiencies, using formation path questions to challenge Shang was just him overestimating himself, he was truly ignorant and could not see Mount Tai, Shang was a true southern border hero. There was no such thing as Mount Tai in this world, but the meaning was the same. After Shang saw this letter, he felt embarrassed. Fang Yuan's praise was too exaggerated. Am I really so good? Southern border hero, why have I never thought of that? What would Fairy Silu think after she sees this? All sorts of thoughts appeared. Shang could not contain his emotions. When he looked at Fang Yuan again, his gaze transformed. Fang Yuan directly sat beside him. Shang did not feel any dislike towards this closeness. Shang, throughout the southern border Gu Immortal world, only you are talented enough for Fairy Silu. I am truly in admiration. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Oh? Shang did not know what to say. He had joy on his face but also suspicions. Fang Yuan said again, but I will not give up. All gentlemen may pursue beautiful and clever women, even though I am less talented than you, I will work harder. You won this time, but we will compete fairly again in the future. What do you think? Hearing this, Shang's suspicions faded. He raised his cup for the first time and tasted Fang Yuan. Yes, fair competition. A contest between gentlemen should be fair and square. Saying this, he treated Fang Yuan as a gentleman. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, patting his shoulders. To speak the truth, I hate the other competitors, but you are different. You are so talented and upright, I admire you. If you can get Fairy Silu's love, I will bless you too, because I know that I did not lose unfairly. As for the others, they are just clowns. Shang was embarrassed from being praised. He rubbed his nose, saying, actually, some of them are quite strong. Friends are often made after a fight. Come, drink. Fang Yuan raised his cup. Shang acted even more openly. Drink. He raised his head and gulped, drinking all of the wine in one mouthful. Next, he burped, his face turned red. Awesome. Fang Yuan gave a thumbs up, pouring wine for Shang again. He smiled sincerely and enthusiastically. He was very friendly. But the truth was, he was calm in his mind. He thought about Shang's information. Wu Clan's intelligence was very reliable. Fang Yuan knew long ago, this Shang had been noticed by Qiao when he was young. He saw the talent that Shang had in formation path, thus he nurtured him deeply. Shang was known as the formation devotee. He was chosen when he was a youth. He was sent into a cave in Myriad Snake Mountain to study. He stayed there for 30 years. When he was 40, he came out and had rank 3 cultivation level, but he surpassed rank 4 and 5 Gu masters in creating formations. His formation path attainment shocked the entire Qi clan. Next, his clansmen realized that Shang had actually come out of seclusion because he lost his way and accidentally left the mountain. His performance resulted in great fame, fortune, and women came to him, but he rejected them all. His only request was to return to the cave and continue his formation path research. This alerted the Supreme Elders. Qiao permitted Shang's request, creating a cave solely for him, with attendants and servants to cater to him. Shang continued his research. He was so engrossed in it, it was shocking, as if formation path was the only joy in his life. He was invested in it, regardless of what happened outside. He only stayed in his cave, engrossed in his formation path cultivation without seeing daylight. When his hair turned white and his lifespan was ending, Qiao came to see him and asked, "In this life, did you regret anything? Do you have any requests before dying?" Shang cried loudly, saying, "Life is too short, 100 years passes by too quickly, my formation path research still has many things left to do, how can I rest in peace? This is my biggest regret." Qiao sighed in admiration, granting him a lifespan Gu. Shang obtained it, regaining his youth and lifespan. Qiao talked to him about formation path, guiding him for 3 days and 3 nights before confirming that Shang was the clan's future hope. His formation path attainment could reach great Grandmaster in the future. Qiao did not just say it, he acted on it, nurturing Shang with a lot of resources from the clan. With the clan's help, Shang's cultivation level rose rapidly. He became an immortal. In a few decades, he became a rank 7 Gu immortal. Even though he became an immortal, his living habits did not change at all. He was still invested in formation path. He continued to research it endlessly. His closed cultivations lasted from years to over a decade. The only shocking thing was that he pursued Qiao Silu with a firm attitude. When news got out, Qi clan was taken aback, to think that other than formation path, Shang actually liked women. After getting Wu Clan's intelligence, Fang Yuan thought that Shang was an interesting person. With this knowledge, he used a special method to deal with Shang instead. He did not meet with Shang earlier, it was part of Fang Yuan's scheme. He purposely used the formation path problem to challenge him, that was the second step, and this third step was the banquet. Shang's performance was not out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Everything progressed according to plan. Not long ago, Qiao Lu had sent a letter according to Fang Yuan's expectations. As the person involved, Qiao Lu had to express her attitude clearly. Even though she did not state it, in the letter, she talked about her first encounter with Shang. According to Qiao Lu, back then, she visited Qi clan with Qiao clan's orders. She was attended to by Qi clan first Supreme Elder's son, Immortal Qi Bang. But to think that this Qi Bang was hitting on Qiao Lu by using the beautiful scenery and some poems. If this were normal times, Qiao Lu might not get mad, but now, she was the envoy from Qiao clan. Qi Bang's actions were disrespectful to Qiao clan. Qiao Lu felt resentment towards him. To deal with him, Qiao Lu purposely got closer to Shang. Qi Bang was Qi Chuyu's son, the supposed next first supreme elder of Qi clan. He had the second highest authority in the clan. Nobody dared to trifle with him except the formation devotee Shang. Shang did not know about the issue. He had no interest in Qiao Lu initially, but she purposely talked to him about formation path, and even explained some of Qiao clan's formation path knowledge. Shang was deeply attracted, he gained a lot of interest. Qiao Lu used Shang to deal with Qi Bang. Qi Bang could not do anything, he could only apologize to Qiao Lu secretly. Qiao Lu completed the clan's mission and returned in success, also gaining a suitor in Shang. Qiao Lu's letter gave Fang Yuan important information. He gained a clearer understanding of Qi clan's internal affairs. Qi clan's first supreme elder has limited lifespan, he can no longer use lifespan Gu, but his son, Qi Bang, became an immortal due to his protection. He has limited capability. Qi Qiu knows about his son's abilities, but he wants him to become Qi clan's future first supreme elder. Thus, after noticing Shang's personality and talent, he decided to invest in him and nurture this formation devotee. As long as the formation devotee protects him, Qi Bang will have a good chance of staying first supreme elder. And the formation devotee's admiration and gratitude towards Qi Qiu will make him unable to escape the control of Qi Bang. Kinship, hehe. Qiao Lu's letter showed Qi clan's internal political conflicts to Fang Yuan. And because of this problem, a genius like Shang emerged. At the same time, some questions that Fang Yuan had was answered. Come. Wui hi, let me toast you. At this time, Shang toasted Fang Yuan for the first time, breaking his train of thought. Shang continued, you are a very sincere person. When Fairy Lu and I get together, you do not need to be too upset. You are very talented, there are lots of women in the world, but few are well learned about formation path. Chapter 1332, Happy Host and Guest. Shang drank a lot, his face was red, he spoke a lot. It seemed that after defeating Fang Yuan in this contest, his confidence had risen sharply, he felt that he could obtain the love of his life. Gu immortals had all sorts of methods to prevent getting drunk. But that way, the joy of drinking would be gone, and it was very rude to their drinking buddies. Fang Yuan quickly raised his cup, drinking the wine as he smiled. If that is the case, I will admit I am unlucky, it was too bad that I had a competitor like you. Sigh. Fang Yuan sighed to himself, as if lamenting that the heavens saw fit to put someone so gifted in his way. He expressed that sentiment fully in his act. Shang laughed loudly, stretching out his arm and patting Fang Yuan's shoulder, consoling him. Fang Yuan laughed internally. This Shang was so innocent and pure. This matter was decided long ago. As long as Fang Yuan agreed, Qiao Lu would enter his embrace, this was a certain thing. But Qiao Lu did not express her intention clearly, because this fairy had her schemes and pride, she wanted to play hard to get, so as to raise her own value. Actually, Fang Yuan could tell very clearly. Like this time, Qiao Silu's letter was the expression of her attitude. Qiao Silu is seeing that Shang and I are competing, she is very happy about it. Earlier, she had been watching on the fence, this suited her intentions. When I lost, she then took the initiative to tell me about the situation between her and Shang. She wants to console me and let me know that she has no feelings for Shang. It was his one-sided affection. But this clever woman did not state her attitude clearly, she just talked about a fact to show her purity, while showing that she had a lot of value to her suitors. It was natural instinct for men to pursue women. How many men pursued her, and the type of men that went after her, these somewhat determined the perceived value of a woman. Qiao Silu is seeking to be with me, this is not her personal wish, but the political desire of Qiao clan. And with just this, I am already ahead of all her suitors. No matter how many times I fail, no matter how many women I go after, no matter how weak I am, even if I make a scene like during the Moon Festival, so what? I am already victorious. In fact, even if I go after another woman instead of Qiao Silu, she will turn around and pursue me instead. Of course, this is not love, this is politics. Fang Yuan sneered in his mind, he had seen through everything. But he could not accept this love from Qiao Silu. Once he accepted it, he would be dragged into this vicious political spiral, he would no longer be simply Wu Yihai, he would be the key pawn that Qiao clan had inserted into Wu clan to fight for their own benefits. Wu Yong would no longer give him such a relaxed environment like now, he would keep Fang Yuan under close observation, suppressing him and maintaining alertness against this brother. If that happened, would Fang Yuan be able to enter the dream realms easily? Evidently, he could not, he might even get exposed. And that would lead to greater problems. Once Fang Yuan's identity was exposed, he would face the attacks of Qiao clan, because they were a righteous path force, they had to keep a clear distance from Fang Yuan, and Wu clan and Qiao clan would try to defend their own reputation by going after Fang Yuan with all their effort, far more than the other clans. However, even though I cannot accept it, and won't accept it, I can make use of this love. Using Qiao Silu, Fang Yuan would make Wu Yong more alert, he would arrange for Fang Yuan to be sent back to the Super Gu formation, Fang Yuan's goal would be achieved. Of course, there was nothing perfect in this world, even though this method was brilliant, it had its drawbacks. Wu Yong's alertness, Luo Muzi, Luan Fei, and Qi Shang, as well as Qiao Silu's other suitors were all lingering problems. There was pure love in this world, but it was indeed rare. When people lived in this world, they had to consider many things. Qiao Silu's beauty, background, cultivation level, and others, these were alluring temptations. Among her suitors, Qi Shang was the purest, but he still considered the element of formation path, not to mention the others. As for Fang Yuan, he was the most special one. Qi Shang's arrival was not out of Fang Yuan's expectations. In fact, he was mentally prepared. Even without Qi Shang, others were going to come and find problems. Even if they did not come now, they would in the future. Because Fang Yuan was approaching Qiao Silu, and the benefits associated with her, he angered many people. Among these people, there were suitors, and there were forces behind them after the benefits. As the saying goes, beautiful women are trouble. A beauty was not easy to pursue. Only a naive person would think of using love and emotions to conquer a beauty. Actually, there was far more. A woman's beauty was her natural dowry. This dowry was extremely valuable, it was a huge amount of wealth. Who would not want such wealth? But not everyone could protect this wealth. If a beauty was willing to give this wealth to her partner out of pure love, then this lucky person should treat her well. But the truth was, such situations were too few. If it happened, treasure it, if it didn't, don't bank on it. This was not unseemly. This was reality. When Fang Yuan returned to the Super Gu formation, he started to think of how to settle the aftermath of this. A true chess master would consider many steps ahead before even moving. In fact, when Fang Yuan decided to use Qiao Silu's love to achieve his goals, he had already started to think of how to resolve the fallout of this issue. If he handled it badly, Shang would be only the first one here. The second, third, and so on, these people would be unending. This would be huge interference for Fang Yuan's exploration of the dream realm. At the same time, Wu Yihai's identity restricted Fang Yuan greatly in dealing with these challenges. He could not expose himself during the process. Fang Yuan needed to resolve this problem carefully and accurately. How? It was difficult, and yet easy. He would create a target, someone who would attract the attention of those suitors. Fang Yuan had been expecting people to find trouble with him. Shang came here at such an opportune time. Fang Yuan was secretly happy about it. When he looked through Shang's information, his joy increased by several times. His opponent's stupidity was his own fortune. Of course, there was a point: such stupidity had nothing to do with IQ or EQ. There was a clear example from Earth. It was Yufei, 1. Yufei went on a campaign, and when he was about to succeed, the emperor he served used 12 golden plaques to recall him back to the capital, and executed him on false charges. The reason? Was the emperor being stupid? He was. But were the emperor and officials idiots? They were not. If Yufei succeeded in his campaign, the reputation of his personal army would rise greatly. The emperor's authority would be lower than this general. The threat was too big. And most importantly, if Yufei won, he would bring back the former emperor. Then what would the current emperor do? And now, Qi clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu, intentionally nurtured a Gu immortal like Shang. Was he senile? Did he not know that a person like Shang, who was focused on researching formation path and had no capabilities in political conflicts, would eventually become a tool that was used? He was not senile, of course. He nurtured Shang extensively precisely because he knew this. Because his son needed to be the first supreme elder, he needed a tool to assist his son. Shang was the chosen one. Many people thought that Shang was Fang Yuan's problem. But that was not the case from Fang Yuan's perspective. He felt like this was an opportunity. If he handled this well, he would resolve all the future problems ahead. He would be able to peacefully explore the dream realm and raise his foundation for the following period of time. Thus, Fang Yuan had to lose. If he did not lose, how would he create the bigger threat than himself, Shang? Without this meat shield, how would he divert all of the attention away? Shang was the easiest to plot against. From his information, Fang Yuan knew that Shang loved to research formation path. He was most skilled in answering problems and creating the necessary Gu formations. Fang Yuan thus challenged him using this. As a researcher, Shang had his unique pride in this domain he was specialized in. He could ignore everything else. He did not pay attention to his appearance, nor did he have any interest in fortune, but he cared about this. Because this was the meaning of his life. Fang Yuan, a transformation path Gu immortal, was using this to challenge him. This was a huge slap on Shang's face to begin with. How could Shang endure this? He could not. Thus, he fell into the trap that Fang Yuan had set. He could not climb out. Not only was he stuck in the trap, he even toasted Fang Yuan, feeling that Fang Yuan was a very sincere person. You are a competitor, but what can I say? We are truly friends made after a fight, haha. Shang laughed, placing his arm around Fang Yuan's shoulder. Enough talking, let's drink. Fang Yuan gulped. Shang stared at Fang Yuan with wide eyes. He gave a thumbs up and said, "Brother, you are so cool. Let's drink." Both sides continued to empty their cups. Good wine. Shang sighed. To speak the truth, this is the first time I am drinking so much. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, but he was unmoved inside. The wine of the righteous path was not so easy to drink. The demonic path fought and killed. They were direct in their actions. The banquets of the righteous path was shrouded in rumors and suspicions. They were filled with schemes and plots. All sorts of devious thoughts were like undercurrents, waiting to sweep unknowing prey into the abyss. Fang Yuan lost the challenge to Shang, but he was very happy. He spread news about this. So what if he lost? Sometimes, losing was a way to achieve one's goals. Shang was also very happy. He felt that this was the happiest he had ever been in a banquet. At once, both the host and guest were happy. 1. The guy whose mother carved tattoos on his back to be loyal to his country. Back. Chapter 1333, Plunder Shadow. A joyous banquet was not the end, it was the beginning. Fang Yuan and Qi Shang became good friends. For the next few days, Fang Yuan frequently invited Qi Shang, and Qi Shang often came to Wu Clan's territory to visit Fang Yuan. It was both easy and difficult to get close to someone and create a good relationship. The key was simply lowering the status of oneself and accommodating to the other party's wishes. Fang Yuan was an old schemer, with attitude gu in his possession. How could Qi Shang be his match? Qi Shang was the formation devotee, he was not interested in ordinary gu immortals. But Fang Yuan was a formation path quasi-grandmaster, he had a connection to this formation path grandmaster. Both parties conversed on the topic of formation path. Qi Shang was soon amazed with Fang Yuan's formation path attainment, he expressed his doubt at this. Because Fang Yuan was a transformation path cultivator. But Fang Yuan told him, I had always been interested in formation path. When I was immortal, I researched formation path and primarily cultivated it due to some fortuitous encounters. But circumstances in life force twists and turns. Later, I had to become a transformation path gu immortal. But I am already very lucky. After all, how many lone cultivators can become immortal? This helplessness made Qi Shang sigh deeply. He felt a deep sense of compassion towards Fang Yuan. If you want to cultivate formation path, I can help you. Qi clan has a few formation path gu immortals, I can intervene and transact formation path immortal gu for you. Qi Shang stated. It was not easy for him to offer this. This proved that Fang Yuan's hard work had paid off. It was possible to change paths, but the vital gu had to be changed too. Fang Yuan looked very moved. If I want to change paths in the future, I will find you for help. Qi Shang nodded. By then, just tell me. He knew that it was not easy for a gu immortal to change paths, it could not be done quickly, this was a huge matter and needed a lot of aspects to be considered. There were also negative repercussions on the immortal aperture as well. While interacting with Qi Shang, Fang Yuan gained a lot of benefits. Even though his attainment level did not increase, Fang Yuan's knowledge did, his basic understanding of formation path had been supplemented, it was of huge help to him. Fang Yuan gained a more comprehensive and deeper understanding of formation path. What was the difference between gu formations and killer moves? Qi Shang told Fang Yuan, gu formations are a type of killer move. Killer moves use multiple gu worms at the same time, gu formations are the same. Gu formations are the killer moves of formation path, each gu formation is a different killer move. Thus, formation path is the path with the most killer moves among all paths. Of course, gu formations and killer moves have slight differences in details. For example, gu formations last a longer time. And after a gu formation is set up, the amount of mental energy the gu master uses up also decreases. What is the essence of formation path? Fang Yuan asked Qi Shang. Qi Shang shook his head, even though I am a formation path grandmaster, I have insufficient attainment level to talk about the essence of formation path. But my clan's Lord Qichu had once told me, the essence of formation path is to create environments. Fang Yuan heard this and felt deeply enlightened. The gu formation of the coiling thread caves was precisely to nurture more regretful spiders by creating a new habitat and environment for them, right? It seems that formation path great grandmasters can use the natural Dao marks of the surroundings to use fewer gu worms in setting up their gu formations. In some places with abundant natural Dao marks, just using mortal gu can form an immortal gu formation. Is that true? Fang Yuan asked Qi Shang again. Qi Shang nodded, explaining patiently, that is true. But actually, at our level, we can only use Dao marks. Some gu formations are not just built on the foundation of gu worms but also gu materials. But we can only use the Dao marks inside the immortal materials to set up the Gu formation. After a long time passes, these immortal materials will be destroyed. Formation path great grandmasters are one step ahead. Not only can they use immortal and mortal materials, they can also use the Dao marks of the surroundings according to the environment. This conversation was a huge inspiration to Fang Yuan. Thereafter, he attended to Shang even more enthusiastically. Fang Yuan soon realized that banquets were not very effective at improving their relationship. He might as well converse with him about formation path. Sometimes, an intense discussion would incite the passion in Shang's heart and make him feel closer to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan also had another trump card. He wrote letters to Qiao Lu. Every time he wrote a letter, he would praise Shang and exclaim about his shocking formation path talent and his incredible ingenuity. Shang was getting embarrassed from being praised. He looked at Fang Yuan in a different light. He thought that this person was truly a gentleman, conducting himself uprightly and with an open mind. Returning the favor, he also wrote letters to Qiao Lu, praising Fang Yuan deeply, saying that he cultivated transformation path and even formation path alongside it. His attainment was so deep that he felt great admiration and surprise at it. Qiao Lu. She looked at the letters she received. She felt that these two suitors were praising each other so much that they had forgotten about her. She did not expect to see this situation. While she rolled her eyes to herself, she also wrote back letters of praise, especially towards their open-mindedness. Undeniably, Fang Yuan and Shang turned from enemies to friends. This transformation made everyone watching from the side feel deeply shocked. Southern Border, Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. This was a famous earth trench in Southern Border, because it had countless fierce dark path beasts, as well as shadow monsters that were renowned in Southern Border. At the same time, this was also one of the most dangerous places in Southern Border. Right now, deep within this Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, inside a certain cave. Aha! A crazed old man with purple hair and messy clothes was running around barefoot in the cave, while screaming and making a din. Plop. Suddenly, he fell to the ground, and his body started to twist as he started to crawl like an earthworm. After moving for a while, he suddenly stood up, laughing sheepishly. But a moment later, his laughter stopped, his cloudy eyes regained clarity. Lord Purple, you are awake. Ing Wuxia suddenly appeared in the cave. He sighed with a complex expression. This crazed old man was Purple. Shadow Sect's party of 4 had vanished after the Battle of Reverse Flow River. They had returned to Southern Border at some point in time. They had even entered deep into Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Purple sighed deeply. He patted the soil on his body shrunk to his mini-man form with miniature wings. Call me Purple Mountain True Monarch, this will help our future actions. Purple Mountain True Monarch said, what information do you have now? Ing Wuxia said, Southern Border's political situation is progressing according to our plan. But it is a pity, Shang and Wu Yihai did not have an intense conflict, they even became good friends. Oh? Purple Mountain True Monarch was slightly surprised. After looking at the information, he nodded, this Wu Yihai is quite interesting. He primarily cultivates transformation path but also has enough formation path attainment to gain Shang's approval. This would help him, but he could not defy Wu Yong. He was sent to the Super Gu formation again. Ing Wuxia nodded. Wu Yong is a rank 8 Gu Immortal with great authority now. Wu Yihai had just returned not long ago. He did not even join with Qiao clan, and cannot get their full support. But this proves further that even though Wu Yihai is a lone cultivator, he has great ambitions. Because he got close to Qiao Lu, yet he did not get together with her, it shows that he has not agreed on the profit distribution with Qiao clan yet. Is his ambition something we can make use of? Purple Mountain True Monarch thought about it. We might be able to make use of this, but we know too little about this person. Right now, our plans on Wu clan should focus on Wu Yong. Wu clan is the #1 force in Southern Border. They are the pillar of the righteous path. If they fall, Southern Border would have huge political turmoil. By then, we will take advantage of it and destroy the Super Gu formation. We will be able to save our main body. It turned out that Wu clan's political problems were not simple. Shadow Sect was behind them. causing many of the situations. Humph. So what if southern borders politics get into chaos? Bai Ningbing appeared outside the cave, having a cold expression. With just the four of us, even if the Super Gu formation only has 4 Gu Immortals defending it, it will be difficult. Furthermore, our main fighting strength is so unstable. Bai Ningbing spoke without any politeness. Even against the rank 8 Purple Mountain True Monarch. She was fearless, because when Fang Yuan chased after them, she had already set a new alliance agreement with Ying Wuxia and the others. They were of equal status. And Purple Mountain True Monarch's constant insanity made the respect in her heart dwindle. Purple Mountain True Monarch was unmoved, smiling. Political unrest is not enough, of course, these righteous path forces are not stupid. But this is just to weaken the strength of the righteous path in the Super Gu formation. The 4 of us are not enough, we are too short on manpower, so now, we will recruit people. Recruit people? Ying Wuxia was surprised. There are still hidden cards in Southern Border that I do not know about. Because he knew that Southern Border's Shadow Sect forces were heavily crippled. If they wanted to attack the Super Gu formation, these new members needed to have high power level. Ordinary rank 6 Gu Immortals were simply useless. But such people would definitely have been recruited when Ying Wuxia was facing Fang Yuan's pursuit earlier. Or even further back, if such people existed, when Spectral Soul defied heaven to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, they would have been used already, to deal with Central Continent's Gu Immortals. Purple Mountain True Monarch nodded, before shaking his head. Do you two know why I fall into insanity sometimes? Chapter 1334, Assimilating with Heaven's Will. Purple Mountain True Monarch suddenly changed the topic. Bai Ningbing did not speak, while Ying Wuxia asked, "Is it not the interference of Heaven's will?" Purple Mountain True Monarch nodded, "It is Heaven's will indeed, but I was the one who initiated it." "What do you mean?" Bai Ningbing heard this and showed shock on her face. Hearing Purple Mountain True Monarch's words, it seemed like his insanity was due to his own actions. Purple Mountain True Monarch sighed eerily. Scenes of the past drifted in his mind. In the past, along with the other first-generation split souls, we found the major enemy was Heaven's will, and tried to find ways to deal with it. I cultivated Wisdom Path. I was the leader of the split souls. I had to be the one to find a way to deal with Heaven's will. Using a part of the true inheritance of star constellation Immortal Venerable that we found, and together with my Wisdom Path attainment, I devised a method that was to assimilate with Heaven's will. Assimilate with Heaven's will? Bai Ningbing and Ying Wuxia looked at each other, frowning. That's right, Heaven's will is vast and immense, it is everywhere. Back then, we had just started to interact with it, we did not know as many secrets and weaknesses of it as now. Back then, we were greatly restricted, the situation was worsening and getting more dangerous every day. More and more members died after being targeted by Heaven's will, hope was turning bleak. Purple Mountain True Monarch continued, left without a choice, I used this method that was not a proper solution. Since the enemy was so powerful, I pretended to surrender and infiltrate the enemy to obtain intelligence about it. After all, know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Bai Ningbing and Ying Wuxia's eyes shone. Even now, they could see the innovation of this method. Heaven's will was formless. Purple Mountain True Monarch actually wanted to infiltrate Heaven's will. It was truly an incredible idea. Purple Mountain True Monarch did not just think about it, he did it. Purple Mountain True Monarch continued explaining, Heaven's will, you must be clear of it. When grotto heavens devour fragments of the 9 heavens, Heaven's will enters, and any heavenly spirit inside would turn dull and robotic. The heavenly spirit becomes like this, it's similar for Gu Immortals. Every time I assimilate with Heaven's will, I will become crazy and lose my sense of reason. However, this is also why I can greatly reduce Heaven's will's intention of killing me, and am able to live until now. There is also one benefit of this: when I fuse with Heaven's will, I can clearly understand it and learn about its strengths and weaknesses. When I learn about Heaven's will's thoughts, I can see the planning of Heaven's will and am able to plot for myself and Shadow Sect. The principle of Heaven is to be merciless, it treats all beings as pawns. From the perspective of Heaven's will, all beings in this world are its chess pieces. And in this chessboard of destiny, there are some crucial points that attract my attention. Purple Mountain True Monarch's explanation made both Bai Ningbing and Ying Wuxia deeply interested. Because they had already sensed that Purple Mountain True Monarch's following words were going to be very important. As expected, Purple Mountain True Monarch continued, I assimilated with Heaven's will. I found that in Heaven's will's arrangements, there were some very crucial pawns. So every time I went crazy, I would use Heaven's will to get close to these pawns, and by the time I regained my senses, I would try to turn them over to my side, and use my own power to make them my pieces. And in the battle not long ago, I believe you have already seen the use of one of these pawns. Bai Ningbing's body shook. Ying Wuxia said in realization, Lord Purple Mountain True Monarch, you are talking about Tai Baiyunsheng? Purple Mountain True Monarch nodded, that's right, Tai Baiyunsheng was a crucial pawn in the chessboard of destiny. Even though Heaven's will arranged it, I managed to influence him and eventually used his power to allow you all to escape. Tai Baiyunsheng had once met Purple Mountain True Monarch when he was a Gu Master, obtaining his true inheritance. There were Heaven's will's arrangements on him, and also Purple Mountain True Monarch's influence. Thus, when Fang Yuan was used by Heaven's will to return to the past and overturn Spectral Soul's plan, Fang Yuan received Tai Baiyunsheng's help during the process. Tai Baiyunsheng submitted to Fang Yuan. One of the reasons was Fang Yuan's own intelligence. The other factor was Heaven's will. But later, Tai Baiyunsheng separated from Fang Yuan, helping Shadow Sect instead. This was because Fang Yuan betrayed Heaven's will. At the crucial moment, he did not destroy sovereign immortal fetus Gu, he used it for himself. Tai Baiyunsheng thus helped Shadow Sect greatly as a result of Purple Mountain True Monarch's influence. Tai Baiyunsheng died in battle. On the surface, it was due to Fang Yuan, but from another perspective, this was the sacrificial piece from the conflict between Shadow Sect and Heaven's will. Ying Wuxia heard this and finally understood Purple Mountain True Monarch's intent. He called out, I get it, all these years, Lord Purple Mountain True Monarch has traveled the world, you influenced many crucial pawns, and now, they will be the strength to break the Super Gu formation and rescue our main body. Purple Mountain True Monarch smiled lightly, precisely. Southern border, Super Gu formation. Sovereign immortal aperture, mini central continent. An intense jade green light shot into the sky with an alluring fragrance. Countless Gu worms were flying around in the jade light, just one look would make a person dizzy. Fang Yuan maintained a high level of concentration. As time passed, a portion of the Gu worms stopped flying, they landed and fell underground. More and more Gu worms went underground, they started to shine and resonated with the previous Gu worms, creating a mystical power. The jade pillar of light shrunk and got fainter. At Fang Yuan's will, an immortal Gu flew out. This Gu resembled a round pearl, it was as large as a goose egg, the pearl had countless markings on it that were moving around, they were brilliant like a blooming field of lotuses, or the rumbling of clouds. It was rank 6 immortal Gu blood asset. Fang Yuan breathed roughly, the arrangement of the Gu formation had reached its most crucial moment. Blood asset immortal Gu slowly floated into the jade light. Almost instantly, the jade light was dyed by blood asset immortal Gu and turned blood red. The red light got stronger and stronger, several breaths later, it reached an intensity that was on par with the jade light earlier. Fang Yuan let out a breath, the most crucial step was over, he just had to follow the routine now. The bright red pillar weakened before dissipating, but the fragrance still remained in the air, permeating the cave below. This cave was huge, it was around 200,000 square meters. Deep underground, there was a few li of distance. The cave was not completely sealed, there were 100 tunnels that resembled air vents, connecting the cave to the outside world. On the surface of the ground, there were countless holes that were dark and deep, but they gave off fragrance. The Gu formation for the coiling thread caves is arranged. The creation of the coiling thread caves is half done. Next, I have to move those regretful spiders over and start nurturing them. This process would require the modification of the goo formation. In a month or two, I will be done. Fang Yuan was filled with joy. Shang left this place and returned to Qi clan, as Fang Yuan continued his dream realm exploration. In the formation path dream realm earlier, there were 2 scenes left. They were solved by Fang Yuan's Unravel Dream Killer move. As he had expected, Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level reached Grandmaster. Using his formation path Grandmaster attainment level, as well as the immense gains from interacting with Shang, Fang Yuan easily deduced a brand new coiling thread goo formation. This coiling thread goo formation still used blood asset immortal goo, and the effect was only doubled. Fang Yuan's initial goo formation concept could multiply his gains by 8, but this was not solvable. There was no way of setting it up. Doubling it made Fang Yuan satisfied already. He still had a lot of accumulations left. He could use Unravel Dream many times, and with Shang leaving and diverting attention away from him, he could secretly explore dream realms now. Fang Yuan treasured this rare opportunity. In the following days, he gave an excuse of going into closed cultivation in order to delve into dream realms. Right as he was laboriously exploring dream realms, shocking news came out that shook the goo immortals of all 5 regions. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects and Heavenly Court had lost. They sent a powerful group to Northern Plains, but they did not manage to save Ma Hongyun and even had a crushing defeat. Out of the 3 rank 8 goo immortals, Wei Ling Yang, Myriad Tidal Dragon and Bai Chen Tian, 2 died while 1 went missing. The one who killed the rank 8 goo immortals was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's former steed, legendary immemorial desolate beast, dog tail life extending ferret. But Central Continent had survivors too. Zhao Lianyun, Yue Yizi, Shi Jingyi and the rest were saved by Wei Ling Yang risking his life. They managed to hair-raisingly escape with their lives under the reinforcements of Central Continent later. This news made the entire world shocked. Central Continent's foundation and strength was publicly recognized as the strongest in all 5 regions. The 10 great ancient sects were super forces which governed Central Continent. Any one of them could defeat the average level of super clans or tribes in all 5 regions. And Heavenly Court was in charge of the 10 great ancient sects. Not only did it rule Central Continent, its influence extended to the other 4 regions. Its status in the hearts of Central Continent's people was unshakable. In the hearts of the people in the other 4 regions, it was the #1 force in the world. After all, it had 3 immortal venerables that were in it. Which force in this world could match it? But this extremely powerful Heavenly Court actually lost in Northern Plains. After their shock, everyone learned about more information and expressed their understanding. Because it was traditionally known that Northern Plains was tough and had high battle strength, and this time, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's descendants, Longevity Heaven, were the ones who fought. As for Heavenly Court's defeat, they had ventured into another region. Their true strength had not been used. In fact, the group from Heavenly Court that went to Northern Plains was not just fighting Longevity Heaven, they also fought against old ancestor Shuihu. But regardless of the reasons, they had lost. The reputations of Longevity Heaven and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable soared, while those of Heavenly Court and the 10 great ancient sects fell drastically. Chapter 1335, Heavenly Court's Countermeasure. Wei Ling Yang and Bai Chen Tian died while Myriad Tidal Dragon escaped. Fang Yuan muttered. Information was transmitted to him. In this super goo formation, he was the person with the clearest understanding of that situation. Looking at the date, it is about time. Heavenly Court went to Northern Plains Goo Immortal World, which was represented by Longevity Heaven. Central Continent was dealt a huge blow as a result. Dog tail life extending ferret, as expected of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable steed, its battle strength is truly fearsome. Even though this raises Northern Plains morale, it is not a problem for Heavenly Court. With the 500 years of his previous life, and experiencing the first half of the 5 regions' chaotic war, Fang Yuan knew that Heavenly Court had immensely deep foundation. Compared to it, Longevity Heaven was just giant Sun Immortal Venerable's Grotto Heaven. Its foundation was far less abundant. This kind of event is incredibly rare. It had never happened in my previous life. After this, Northern Plains and Central Continent are basically enemies, or rather, Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court are on opposite sides. And now, will Heavenly Court take revenge? If they do, it will be very interesting. Fang Yuan thought in his mind, continuing to deduce and try to find out the possible political outcomes. Longevity Heaven came from giant Sun Immortal Venerable, while Heavenly Court had 3 Immortal Venerables. They were all righteous path forces. To think that they would attack each other so harshly. Right now, the Gu Immortals of all 5 regions, and all the different forces, were focused on this matter. They were focusing on Heavenly Court's reaction. According to conventional reasoning, Heavenly Court had to counterattack, because it was the #1 Gu Immortal organization in the 5 regions. If it did not do anything, its reputation would fall. But the 5 regional walls prevented any large-scale war between Gu Immortals. And most people did not know about giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck suppression Heavenly Palace. It was too difficult for Heavenly Court to attack. Thus, whether it attacked or not, it had its own excuses. And no matter what Heavenly Court chose, its next step would decide the direction that the 5 regions would progress towards. Fang Yuan let out a sigh. He had predicted this long ago. Heavenly Court sent Gu Immortals to save Ma Hongyun. They would definitely face the obstruction of Northern Plains Gu Immortals. After Central Continent's Gu Immortals failed the rescue, they escaped back to Central Continent, and this battle, which had lasted a long time, finally reached a conclusion. But when he received news of this, Fang Yuan felt something amiss. There was something wrong. But he could not state what the problem was. Perhaps, because everyone has changed so much because of my actions, there were too many chain reactions, and the advantage of my rebirth is shrinking, so I am feeling increasingly uneasy. The radiance of Dream Realm shone on Fang Yuan's face, his expression became dark and uncertain. No matter what, increasing my strength is most important. Dream Realm, here I come. Regardless of the situation outside, or how treacherous or uncertain it was, as long as he got stronger, Fang Yuan would feel safer. His soul entered the dream. Regaining his senses, Fang Yuan quickly found out that he was in the wilderness. Night time. The crescent moon emitted a cold light. Wild dogs were barking. Fang Yuan was immobile. He was carried by 2 people from the front and back. What is the matter? Realizing that he could not move, Fang Yuan started to assess the situation around him. Grunt grunt. Sounds that resembled a pig eating entered Fang Yuan's ears. He soon realized that this weird sound came from the 2 who were carrying him. These 2 weird people carried Fang Yuan until halfway up the mountain. The dark clouds in the sky faded. Using the cold moonlight, Fang Yuan found that the 2 strange people holding him up were not humans, they were 2 boar-headed beast men. In the current world, beast men are extinct. Since beast men appeared in this dream realm, what era is this? A question appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan felt something amiss. He started to struggle, but he soon realized that he was extremely weak. He was heavily injured. He struggled intensely, but he only managed to move his body slightly. Gore! Gore! The 2 boar-headed beastmen noticed Fang Yuan's movement and started to growl. Oh no! Fang Yuan cried out internally. But the 2 beastmen were faster. They suddenly let go. Fang Yuan fell to the ground. The intense pain almost made Fang Yuan faint on the spot. Using his firm determination and willpower, Fang Yuan forced his eyes open and saw that the boar-headed beast man in front of him raised his leg. He stomped on Fang Yuan's face as the shape of the boar leg enlarged in Fang Yuan's vision. Bam! At the next moment, Fang Yuan's entire head was smashed like a watermelon. Blood flowed out with brain matter scattering everywhere. F***CK. The dream realm exploration ended. Fang Yuan's soul was injured. He was forced out. This means, I need to wait for my chance. I cannot act rashly? Fang Yuan thought as he used Gutsgu to heal himself. Unravel Dream had limited usage in numbers, the nightmare demonic cult immortal materials had already been expended. But Gutsgoo was different, as long as he had Dang Hun Mountain, Gutsgoo was infinite in supply. Thus, Fang Yuan was more willing to use Gutsgoo and suffer soul injuries than use Unravel Dream unnecessarily. Soon, Fang Yuan's soul healed, and he entered the dream realm again. This time, Fang Yuan did not move, he allowed the two boar-headed beastmen to carry him halfway up the mountain. Gore gore. At a certain point, the boar-headed beastmen stopped as one of them grunted. The other one lifted Fang Yuan's legs as he walked up. Using the moonlight, Fang Yuan could see that these two boar-headed beastmen were on the edge of a cliff. Oh no! Fang Yuan was about to struggle when these two boar-headed beastmen tossed Fang Yuan down the cliff. Fang Yuan rapidly fell down the cliff. This is? His eyes were wide opened, the bottom of the cliff was a mass grave. Countless corpses were casually lying around, the rotten corpses had a thick mist of foul-smelling odor around them. Before Fang Yuan could think any more, plop. With a loud sound, Fang Yuan fell to the bottom of the cliff. He was crushed into meat paste, he was dead with a ruined corpse left behind. Fang Yuan was forced out of the dream realm again. This dream realm, what is it exactly? While Fang Yuan was exploring the dream realm, in Central Continent, Heavenly Court. Lord Duke Long, please. An old woman spoke, she had a hunched back, she was bending down, her hair was yellow like wheat, her face was wrinkled and her eyes were blurry. She wore a yellow-brown robe, there was a ring of sand around her waist, she was standing before Duke Long reverently. Duke Long was no longer in a weak state after taking away Di Zongxing's life force, he was mighty and commanding now, he had regained his demeanor as the apex of a legend. At this moment, he was looking at the tower in front of him as he nodded, Granny Sha, you did well. This tower was Heaven Overseeing Tower. A rank 9 immortal goo house. It had incredible reputation, it was famous throughout history. Even though it was shattered in southern border, most of the immortal goo were preserved. After it was sent back to Heavenly Court, Goo Immortal Granny Sha woke up and had been refining goo, repairing Heaven Overseeing Tower. Right now, her work was done, Heaven Overseeing Tower was repaired completely. Lord Duke Long, please. Granny Sha led the way. Duke Long and Fairy Ziwei followed, entering Heaven Overseeing Tower. The white jade stairs spiraled upwards, it was no different from before. But Heaven Overseeing Tower had not activated, so Duke Long and the others went up without anything happening. When they got to the top of Heaven Overseeing Tower, the three goo immortals saw an immortal goo. This immortal goo gave off an intense rank 9 aura, it was like a spider, colored in black and white, there was a scarlet wound on its body that almost cut it in two. What else was it but rank 9 Fate Immortal Goo? This Fate Immortal Goo was damaged by Red Lotus Demon Venerable using the power of Love Immortal Goo, it almost died. But after the hard work of generations of Heavenly Court's members, it had finally recovered to 50% during the last Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. After reaching this point of qualitative change, Fate Immortal Goo's recovery speed was many times that of before. Right now, even without success Dow marks, it had recovered to 60% due to Granny Shaw's hard work. Good, very good, Granny Shaw, you have contributed greatly to Heavenly Court, you have contributed greatly to humanity. I am sure that when Heavenly Court rules the 5 regions, your merits will be recorded in history and be revered by all descendants in the future. Duke Long sighed with an appreciative tone. Granny Shaw smiled, I am flattered, Lord Duke Long, I was merely contributing my meager strength. Furthermore, repairing Heaven Overseeing Tower was that old man's wish too. He. Granny Shaw laughed continuously as her body turned into sand while she laughed. A wind started blowing from nowhere, causing the sand to scatter in the air. Rank 8 Goo Immortal Granny Shaw, Refinement Path Great Grandmaster, had died at this moment. She had little lifespan to begin with. When the previous generation Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord died, she woke up from shock, and contributed the last spark of her life to Heavenly Court. Silence. Another Heavenly Court Rank 8 Goo Immortal had sacrificed herself. During this period of time, Heavenly Court had sacrificed many members. Fairy Ziwei's eyes were slightly red. Duke Long's expression did not change, his body was straight like a ruler. He spoke, "In the passage of history, generations of heavenly quartz goo immortals have sacrificed themselves like this, to give a bright future to our descendants. Wei Ling Yang, by Chen Tian, they were sacrificed, Granny Sha was sacrificed, and in the future, the two of us will do the same. Why has Heavenly Court always been the top goo immortal force? Other than the three immortal venerables, there is another important reason, that is, us Heavenly Court goo immortals are not afraid of sacrificing ourselves. Because we know that humanity needs us, everyone needs us, heaven and earth need us." Fairy Ziwei breathed in deeply, trying to regain her calmness. Then, "Lord Duke Long, what do we do now?" Duke Long shut his eyes. Before opening them again, "The Great Era is beginning, some people cannot be allowed to live anymore. But that Fang Yuan, Ingwu Xia, Purple, and others are all crafty, we have no idea where they are now. It is too tough to deduce their locations with the obstruction of regional walls." Fairy Ziwei had a worried expression. "No need to worry." Duke Long waved his hand. "No matter where they are now, we both know that they will go to one place, the giant dream realm in southern border. Forget about northern plains and longevity heaven, they are small problems. We have to get rid of these largest threats first." Chapter 1336, Part Man Part Beast, Sui Hui. Cold Moon and Desolate Mountain. Two boar-headed beast men carried Fang Yuan up the mountain from the front and back. Fang Yuan continued to observe, he did not act rashly. "My body is a rank 4 goo master, I have an aperture and primeval essence but I have no goo worms. And I am heavily injured and extremely weak, even if I am in a healthy state, without any goo worms, I am no match for these two boar-headed beast men. However, once we get to the cliff, these two boar-headed beast men will toss me down. From this height, I will definitely die without the protection of any goo worms, unless I had the sovereign immortal body. Thus, my only hope of survival is on this road up the mountain." Immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. After analyzing this, Fang Yuan used this trump card. After activating Unravel Dream, Fang Yuan saw immediate effect. He felt like he regained some strength at this instant. For example, he was like an adventurer who was about to die of thirst in the desert earlier, but now, he drank a few drops of water. There was an effect, but isn't the strength I recovered too little? Fang Yuan had no choice, he could only use Unravel Dream again. This time, some of his injuries had instantly formed scabs, the pain he was feeling became less intense. But on his chest and back, there were still several deep wounds where bones could be seen, they were not recovering. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Fang Yuan had to use this immortal killer move continuously. His major injuries healed drastically, though they did not form scabs, his bleeding condition had ceased. He regained quite a bit of strength, his body had regained some warmth from its initial icy state. But this did not give Fang Yuan any notable battle strength. He was still immortal now, he had primeval essence but he could not fight any of the boar-headed beastmen alone. Moreover, there were two boar-headed beastmen, not just one. What is going on? Immortal killer move Unravel Dream's effect was so little? I used it 5 times but this is all I got? Fang Yuan looked at the cliff that he was reaching, he made up his mind, forget it, I should take action first. His body bounced up like a lobster. The two boar-headed beastmen were caught by surprise and he managed to get free from them. Fang Yuan landed on the ground, the tough rock stabbed into his wounds as he almost fainted from pain. The two boar-headed beastmen had already reacted, they shouted as they pounced at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used his profound fighting skills to dodge while escaping and running down the mountain. The two beastmen chased after him. In a while, the two boar beastmen found Fang Yuan. Plop. Two white boar tusks stabbed into Fang Yuan's injuries on his back, penetrating out of his chest. Fang Yuan stopped moving, blood flowed out of his mouth. Soon after, his vision turned dark. When he opened his eyes, he was in a hall. He had returned to reality again, sent out of the dream realm. His face was pale, his soul was injured, but what made Fang Yuan surprised was this strange dream realm. This dream realm is the most difficult one I have ever been in. Even though it is a realistic dream realm, the difficulty is incredibly high. As of now, I have not even finished exploring the first scene, and I have already died multiple times. Unravel Dream is also extremely weak in there. What is going on? This problem made Fang Yuan very perplexed. He thought about it and could not deduce anything. He had to take a step back and think about how he could deal with the two beast men and escape alive. The boar-headed beast men have huge bodies. If I can enter the forest, it would be easier. But this desolate mountain has no trees around, there are not even any piles of rocks. I can only use Unravel Dream 5 times, any additional tries would have no effect. Even though it can allow me to regain my strength and stabilize my wounds, the effects are not much. It would be better to have a single goo worm. Furthermore, even if I have goo worms and a forest around, my stamina is limited, I cannot get far. After some analysis, Fang Yuan finally realized, so this dream realm forces me to fall to the bottom of the cliff? Entering the dream realm again. This time, Fang Yuan did not act rashly, he used Unravel Dream and preserved his strength and mental energy. When he was at the cliff, the two boar-headed beast men tossed him over the cliff. But the point of difference was, in midair, Fang Yuan started to adjust his body, getting close to the cliff. Several breaths later, he saw some strange rocks on the wall, they were protruding out. There were also some trees that lived tenaciously on the cliff face. Bam! With a loud crash, Fang Yuan landed on a rock, his bones broke and he died. The speed of descent was too fast, my injuries were too severe, I died the moment I landed on a rock, it seems I need to land on the trees. Entering the dream realm again. Using this experience, Fang Yuan landed on a tree. Crack crack. Following the sounds of some breaking branches, Fang Yuan fell downwards after his body broke some branches. But this time, he fell much slower. He used his saws and arms to grab at the cliff wall and adjust his direction. The second tree. Plop. Fang Yuan landed on the tree trunk, he was pierced thoroughly by countless sharp leaves that were as long as an arm. He died on the spot. What is this tree? Fang Yuan was expelled from the dream realm again. After many tries, continuously using Guts Goo and Unravel Dream. After dying 18 times in the dream realm, Fang Yuan finally landed at the bottom of the valley. But his injuries were too severe, his 4 limbs were unusable, only his right arm had some sensation left. He was bathed in blood as his injuries tore open again, his warm blood was flowing out continuously. His bones were mostly fractured, the intense pain was assaulting him like burning fire. But this was the best result that Fang Yuan could achieve after countless tries. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Fang Yuan used Unravel Dream. After he got to the bottom of the valley, it could be used again. Fang Yuan's injuries healed a little, he could exert strength in his right arm, his left leg also regained some sensation, but his right leg was completely broken, it was twisted by his ankle at an awkward angle. Fang Yuan quickly inspected the situation around him as he looked around. There was a pile of corpses, like a mountain, flesh was rotting, the stench of corpses was dense as a mist, assaulting his nose. What do I do now? While Fang Yuan was dazed, he felt a strong Goo Immortal aura above his head. 2 variant human rank 7 Goo Immortals appeared in the sky. They were both beast men, one had a boar head and human body, while another had a snake body and human head. Be careful, it's a big one down there. The Goo Immortal with a snake body and human head said in a cold voice. Ha ha ha, big fellow, why are you sleeping, wake up. The boar head and human body Goo Immortal laughed loudly. The two were not quiet, they purposely amplified their voices, they sounded like rumbling thunder, reverberating in the valley. Incited by this voice, an overwhelming aura burst out of the mist-like stench of corpses. Rumble. An intense aura burst out in the surroundings, all of the stench in the valley was blown away. A giant figure appeared in front of Fang Yuan. It was a giant. 7 to 8 stories tall. It was black in color, its black hair flowed like a cape, extending to its waist. Hidden by its hair were 2 bright red spots. It had awakened. The 2 Beastman Gu immortals were stunned by this aura. They were no longer arrogant, they were filled with anxiety and fear. Fang Yuan was the same. Because this monster's aura showed him, rank 8 peak Gu immortal aura. But it seems like a man, and an immemorial desolate beast at the same time. Big fellow, go eat. That's right, this flesh and blood was obtained by our clan after many battles. The 2 Beastman Gu immortals urged. How many times have I said it? I have a name, I am Zui Hui. The black giant actually spoke, but it went back to eating after saying that. It stretched out its arms, corpses were grabbed by its monstrous hands as it stuffed them into its mouth. This is not good. Fang Yuan thought, at this rate, he was going to be eaten. Southern border, Black Demon Pit. Southern border had many mountains and many pits. Black Demon Pit was not eye-catching among all the pits, it was small and did not have many Dao marks. It produced some dark path resources, but for super forces, it was not useful, and for normal forces, the excavation was too tough. Thus, nobody came here. But at this moment, Purple Mountain True Monarch and the others came to Black Demon Pit. What are we doing here? Bai Ningbing looked around. She used the investigative method from Bai Xiang's True Inheritance but could not see anything. Purple Mountain True Monarch did not answer her, he spoke seemingly at the air. I am here, act according to our agreement. Previously, I passed you my True Inheritance, you owe me a favor. Favor? What favor? A voice came from within the pit. Afterwards an intense aura burst out, from weak to strong, in the blink of an eye. Bai Ningbing's, Yingwu Xie's, and the others' expressions changed. Only Purple Mountain True Monarch remained calm as before. Haven't you always wanted to be human? Zui Hui. Human? Oh, I remember now, you are that guy from back then. Right, back then, I helped you, you owe me a favor. I, Zui Hui, want to be human, I need to return the favor. Tell me, what help do you need? What you are most skilled at, eating humans. Ha ha ha, I am sick of eating normal humans. Don't worry, they are immortals, there might even be rank 8 Gu immortals. Purple Mountain True Monarch smiled. That's good. Chapter 1337, Mushroomman Paradise, Dark Grandmaster. Southern Border, Giant Dream Realm. Zui Hui? Hearing the name of this giant monster, Fang Yuan's heart shook intensely. This was an immemorial desolate beast with a mysterious origin. It had existed since 1,000,000 years ago, during the Olden Antiquity era. Every time it appeared, there would be endless slaughter and fighting. In terms of seniority, the dog-tail life-extending ferret from northern plains was merely a newcomer that rose to fame 300,000 years ago. Zui Hui, Yu Tianguang, these two names were once placed side by side in human history. They were the nightmares of the Olden Antiquity era, Medieval Antiquity era, and Late Antiquity era. They were immemorial desolate beasts, but they possessed human forms, nobody knew why. Whenever they appeared, they would create endless slaughter, no matter which region, they would whip up a bloody storm. Even Central Continent's heavenly court could not exterminate them. They were extremely crafty, they worked together, and whenever a demon venerable or immortal venerable was alive, they would hide and not show up. Thankfully, when it was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's era, the kindest immortal venerable throughout history was determined to get rid of these evils. He spent a lot of time and effort, finally locating these two legendary immemorial desolate beasts' hiding spot. After an intense battle, Yu Tianguang died, while Zui Hui was heavily injured. It managed to escape but it went missing. It was unknown if it was dead or alive. Zui Hui. I actually encountered this legendary immemorial desolate beast in a dream realm. Fang Yuan held in his shock, he continued to climb. Zui Hui was eating all of the corpses around it, In the surroundings of this beast, the mountain-like pile of corpses was pouring into its bloodthirsty mouth. Immortal killer move. This was obviously an immortal killer move. Its chewing alone could not allow it to eat at such a rapid speed. Fang Yuan was having a tough time. He was heavily injured and could not move fast. The speed of his climbing could not match the speed of suction by Zui Hui. He was dragged towards the center by these moving corpses. Suddenly, Zui Hui breathed in deeply. Intense winds blew. Fang Yuan was caught off guard and the winds blew him away, into Zui Hui's mouth. Zui Hui chewed rapidly. Fang Yuan was chomped up into meat paste by its sharp teeth. I died again. Fang Yuan returned to reality with his soul injuries. How do I pass this dream realm? This problem was like a giant boulder blocking Fang Yuan's advancement. He fell into deep contemplation. While he was brought up the mountain by the two boar-headed beast men, Fang Yuan tried many ways but could not escape. He knew now that this dream realm was forcing him to enter the valley. But this valley was more dangerous than the boar-headed beast men. Because a legendary immemorial desolate beast was there. Immemorial desolate beasts rivaled rank 8 Gu Immortals, but most of them had low intelligence. They were not the match of rank 8 Gu Immortals. But there were exceptions to everything. Among immemorial desolate beasts, there were a certain few unique individuals. Due to all sorts of fortuitous encounters, they had wisdom akin to that of humans. They learned the ways of Gu cultivation and had immortal apertures. They knew how to manipulate immortal Gu and could even unleash immortal killer moves. Their danger was extremely large, thus, every legendary immemorial desolate beast had its own name. Like Dog Tail Life Extending Ferret Meli Qiao, Central Continent's Evil Dragon Di Zongxing as well as Hukong, along with Sui Hui and Yu Tian Guang. These were all legendary immemorial desolate beasts. Such existences were often stronger than most rank 8 Gu Immortals. This could be seen from how the Dog Tail Life Extending Ferret, Meli Qiao, killed 2 Heavenly Court rank 8 Gu Immortals. Man is the spirit of all living beings, but they had weak bodies and could not compare to other life forms if Gu worms were not used. Be it speed, strength, lifespan, recovery speed, vision, hearing, and others, humans were inferior. Immemorial desolate beasts possessed extremely dense Dao marks. They had longer lifespan than humans. Their recovery, strength, and others surpassed an ordinary human. Once they could use immortal Gu and immortal killer moves, possessed an immortal aperture and had wisdom like humans, their strength would naturally surpass rank 8 Gu Immortals. Does this dream realm want me to try and escape from getting eaten by Zui Hui? Fang Yuan entered the dream again. Using Unravel Dream along the way, he went to the bottom of the giant corpse pile with a shred of life remaining. Good. Fang Yuan gathered his focus, and pushed away all of the corpses before Zui Hui started eating, burying himself. As Zui Hui started to suck, intense winds blew. The surface of the corpse mountain started to fly away towards it. Fang Yuan was intact as he had dug into the corpses. But soon, the intense winds continued unceasingly as he was swept into Zui Hui's mouth again. F***CK. Fang Yuan's final view was a row of sharp teeth stabbing into his body. Entering the dream again. I'll dig, and dig more. Fang Yuan continued as he used Unravel Dream to find some easy spots to drill into, allowing his progress to be faster. Zui Hui continued to breathe in. After a long time, the wind stopped. Fang Yuan was also on his last breaths, hiding among the corpses. I finally endured it. While he was rejoicing, one of the 2 Beastman Gu Immortals in the air spoke. Zui Hui, good appetite. The dark giant said, too few, too few. I want to eat more humans. The more humans I eat, the closer I am to becoming human. Don't worry, there's more. The Beastman Gu Immortal laughed as it opened its immortal aperture. A large number of human Gu Master corpses fell down like a waterfall. F***CK. Fang Yuan's expression changed. He uncontrollably cursed. At the next moment, he was squashed to death by the pile of corpses. Entering the dream again. Fang Yuan dug into the corpse pile, but this time, he did not use his full strength. After the intense winds vanished, he was at the top layer of the remaining corpses. Corpses rained down as Fang Yuan quickly climbed towards the walls, trying to find some mountain rocks as his shelter. After the corpses rained down, he was intact. What should I do now? Fang Yuan looked at the pile of corpses in front of him as he thought rapidly. Currently, he was still buried among the corpses. He was about 6 meters away from the top layer. And now, he felt a numb sensation in his chest. Fang Yuan could not see in the pile of corpses. He used his hand to touch it. Next, he touched a slippery tail. It seemed like a snake or a centipede. Next, this tail drilled into his chest. Am I dying again? This question had just appeared in his mind when he was kicked out of the dream realm yet again. Earlier, that seems to be a goo worm? Fang Yuan thought in real life. There are so many mortal goo master corpses. It seemed like a huge battle occurred and some mortal goo were not taken away. That is normal. Even if goo immortals find them, those tiny mortal goo are not of significance to them. Of course, in an extreme environment like the Sea of Corpses, wild goo might be created. It is not strange. Fang Yuan acutely sensed that this goo worm was his opportunity. After his injuries healed, he entered the dream realm again. Refinement of the goo worm failed, he died. Refining again, this time, he was in a deadlock as Zui Yihui started to eat again. Fang Yuan was interrupted and failed, he died. Finally, after refining the goo worm, he realized that it was a rank 2 goo worm used for offense. Fang Yuan cursed as once again, he died. Again, he died. And died. And died. What sort of rotten dream is this? There were an uncountable number of failures. Even one time, because of his actions, the 2 goo immortals took notice and waved their fingers, causing Fang Yuan to die from a mystical light. Despair. In this dream realm, Fang Yuan was too weak. Any mishap or wind was a fatal danger to him that caused him to die. Should I give up on this dream realm? Thoughts continuously appeared of giving up. Fang Yuan's investment in this dream realm was beyond the rest, but hope was bleak. He could not see any chance of success. This dream realm was unimaginably difficult. Let's try once more. I can persevere once more. I died again, should I give up? There was another chain of deaths. Fang Yuan wanted to give up, but he could not bear to because he had invested so much. More importantly, he had never seen such a dream realm. If he succeeded, it would be a huge accumulation of experience to him. Even if he gave up now, would he encounter such a dream realm again in the future? Gritting his teeth and persevering. Until the final time. There were about 60 corpses in the ground in the valley. Fang Yuan struggled for a long time before preserving his life. He was mixed among them. A goo formation appeared. Fang Yuan discovered that Zui Yihui was trapped by this super goo formation. Its lower body was buried in the ground, only its upper body could move. This damned 4 elements formation, let me break you. After it ate enough, Zui Yihui roared at the sky as it burst out with a powerful dark gray light. The gray light enveloped the entire valley. Oh no, this is the immortal killer move Grey Knight. Let's retreat. The 2 Beastman goo immortals flew into the sky. The 4 elements formation activated, as earth, water, wind, and fire. 4 mystical lights burst out and resisted the gray light, limiting it to the valley. Zui Yihui growled in anger and unwillingness to give in, but it was useless. How can I dodge this? The gray light was everywhere, enveloping the valley. The Beastman goo immortals could run, but Fang Yuan could not. He watched as the surrounding grass and rocks were eliminated by this gray light. He himself was no exception. Fang Yuan fell into deep despair. This is an unsolvable dream realm? The gray light cannot be dodged. If I had known this, I would have given up long ago. That was the wiser decision. Feeling deep regret, Fang Yuan returned to the real world. His soul injury was much more severe than any of his previous attempts. But what made Fang Yuan joyful was that his dark path attainment level had risen to Grandmaster level all of a sudden. What happened? Fang Yuan quickly inspected. He was shocked to find out that this dream realm had vanished. So lasting until the final moment meant passing this dream realm. I succeeded. This is a survival type dream realm. I only needed to last till the end. This dream realm only had one scene, but after passing it, my ordinary dark path attainment level rose up to Grandmaster level. Is it because of Zui Hui's existence? Many questions were left unanswered. Fang Yuan's knowledge of dream realms was too shallow. After all, he had not invested effort into dream realms in the 500 years of his previous life. At the same time, Bai Ningbing and He Lulan were filled with questions. Where is this? He Lulan looked at the world of birds and flowers that was shrouded in thin fog as she asked. This is the Mushroomman paradise. A variant human Gu Immortal appeared from within the fog. Mushroomman Gu Immortal? Bai Ningbing's dragon pupils shrunk. Mushroommen were a type of variant humans. They resembled humans, but there was a mushroom cap on their heads, resembling a hat. Below the mushroom cap were the mushroomman's brows and eyes. As for nose, ears, and other features, they were all present. Mushroomman. Paradise? He Lulan muttered these two words. Don't tell me, this is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerables. Chapter 1338, 7 Illusions True Inheritance, Chakra Melons. Before He Lulan finished her words, Purple Mountain True Monarch interrupted. That's right, this blessed land has been modified by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. It faces no calamities and tribulations. The Mushroomman blessed land has turned into the Mushroomman paradise. Of course, there are many paradises in this world, but this one is very special, because Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had cultivated here before he became a Venerable. Oh. The Mushroomman Gu Immortal sighed deeply. Ever since I obtained that true inheritance, I knew that one day, I would have to pay a huge price. But if you want me to help you with evil deeds, that is impossible. You can just kill me. I won't kill you. Purple Mountain True Monarch showed a crafty smile. I want you to bring them into the Melon Cave, where Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had once stayed in and cultivated for some time. You won't refuse this request, right? The Mushroomman Gu Immortal's expression became even more bitter. He thought for a while before nodding solemnly. All right, I agree. Mushroomman Paradise, Melon Cave. This cave was guarded by the Mushroomman Gu Immortal. Purple Mountain True Monarch assimilated with Heaven's will. He could sense Heaven's will's plotting. He used this Mushroomman Gu Immortal to successfully send He Lulan and Bai Ningbing into this magical place. These are the chakra melons that my tribe grows. You can cultivate here secretly, but don't damage a single melon. The Mushroomman Gu Immortal said. Chakra melons? Bai Ningbing and He Lulan looked at each other, seeing the shock on their faces. Chakra melons were rank 7 immortal materials, containing refinement path Dao marks. They could be used in any Gu refinement. Thus, this immortal material was very widely used. And now, both of them saw the scale of this melon plantation cave. It was simply terrifyingly huge. How many chakra melons were there? Purple Mountain True Monarch explained from the side. No need to guess, this is the largest chakra melon production area in Treasure Yellow Heaven. They have almost 60% of the market share. Of course, I did not bring you here for the chakra melons. The important thing is this super Gu formation. This super Gu formation uses rule path ripe immortal Gu as the core, and it also uses rank 7 Do Immortal Gu as a supplementary Immortal Gu. When you train your Immortal Killer moves here, the effectiveness will rise sharply, you will become more proficient in them. And because of Do Immortal Gu, your Immortal Essence recovery speed will be very fast inside the Gu formation. He Lulan and Bai Ningbing heard this and showed great joy. Such a cultivation paradise simply suited them perfectly. He Lulan cultivated Strength Path primarily along with Fire Path. She had few Strength Path Immortal Gu, and many Fire Path Immortal Gu. She also had countless Fire Path Immortal Killer moves left by her aunt in the Fire Path True Inheritance. Bai Ningbing had just obtained Bai Xiang's True Inheritance. She was not weak either. She had many Immortal Gu and Immortal Killer moves. Right now, What restricted them was the fact that they had just obtained their true inheritances and did not have the time to fully convert these gains into battle strength. In the regional walls, when they fought Fang Yuan, this weakness was very obvious. Purple Mountain True Monarch woke up and took charge. In order to raise his side's battle strength, he brought these two here, using this paradise to train the two immortals. Melon Cave had a huge space. The Mushroomman Gu Immortal easily provided an area for Bai Ning Bing and He Lu Lan to cultivate. After making arrangements for them, Purple Mountain True Monarch left the Mushroomman paradise. Days passed by. Fang Yuan was still in the Super Gu formation, exploring dream realms. On the surface, he was cultivating in seclusion. He had deceived everyone. Nobody knew that he was exploring dream realms. His gains were immense. Shang was a good benchmark. Shang was the formation devotee. After more than 100 years of researching formation path, he reached his formation path Grandmaster attainment level. At his age, his talents and achievements were considered rare among Gu immortals. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan only spent a month or two to pass a dream realm with formation path true meaning and become a formation path Grandmaster. Because dream realms were so amazing, and could reduce the time needed for accumulations, during the 5 regions chaotic war, all sorts of Gu immortal experts appeared. They were like shining stars in the sky. There were countless geniuses. Right now, Fang Yuan was not only a formation path Grandmaster, he was also a dark path Grandmaster. With such attainment level, Fang Yuan had new ideas towards the use of Dark Limit Immortal Gu. Right now, I can use Dark Limit Immortal Gu as the core to form an immortal killer move targeting myself, to prevent the deduction of others. Along with my Dark Path Dao marks, this immortal killer move's power will be very terrifying. I can even use Dark Limit Immortal Gu as the core to form an immortal killer move that can unleash an attack resembling Dark Arrow Immortal Gu. There is also another idea. I can use Dark Limit Immortal Gu and other immortal killer moves to conceal all of the auras of these killer moves. After using them, I can catch people off guard and achieve incredible effects. Actually, for Fang Yuan, he needed Food Path and Information Path Dream Realms most. Food Path would allow him to feed Immortal Gu more easily with lower costs. The savings could be used to assist in his cultivation or development of resources. Information Path was even more important. Fang Yuan had many Information Path alliance agreements right now. This made him lose a lot of freedom. When he did things, he was restricted. It was inconvenient. There was another point. If his Information Path attainment level rose, Fang Yuan would be able to decipher many Information Path traps and methods. He would be able to cooperate with Shadow Sect. But things in this world did not come according to one's wishes. The place that Fang Yuan was guarding was like a window. After he finished his exploration, Sui Hui's dream realm vanished. The new dream realms that filled up the space were all strange and absurd types. Fang Yuan did not want to try these types of dream realms, even if he had Unravel Dream. Fang Yuan patiently waited. Dream realms changed among themselves occasionally. But because he met with absurd dream realms consecutively, Fang Yuan could only divert his efforts elsewhere. Developing his immortal aperture was the key goal. Secondly, his newly obtained Dark Path attainment level allowed him to create some useful immortal killer moves. And finally, he had to collect information. After Heavenly Court lost 3 rank 8 Gu immortals, they kept a low profile. The 5 regions were in a state of peace. But Wu Clan's troubles did not end. Even with Wu Yong suppressing the situation, sending people to resolve conflicts, the other super forces were causing all sorts of problems. Wu Clan was extremely busy in dealing with them. There was a troublesome matter recently. The cause was the Immortal Gu recipe of Bathing Flames Immortal Gu. Immortal Gu Master had by chance excavated it. Once news spread, Yao Clan's and Wu Clan's attention was drawn. This Immortal Gu recipe was part of the content of the Fire Path True Inheritance left by Stunning Immortal. 1,000 years ago, Wu Clan and Yao Clan had lingering enmity after fighting over this Fire Path True Inheritance. Eventually, both sides suffered losses, but they did not obtain this Fire Path True Inheritance. The Fire Path True Inheritance was said to be destroyed, but since the recipe of Bathing Flames Immortal Gu appeared, everyone started to have hope. Especially Wu clan and Yao clan, due to historical reasons, these two super forces had to get this immortal goo recipe. Even if they could not get it, the other party was not allowed to get it. Thus, Wu Yong sent out Wu Yiran. He gave up on defending Blood Tide Pit, a resource point. Wu Yiran had rank 7 cultivation level, he had outstanding battle strength, he obeyed the orders as he wanted to quickly settle the matter, but soon, he found that there was no stunning immortal true inheritance, only this bathing flames immortal goo recipe was left. As a result, many goo immortals left, they did not want to offend two super forces just for an immortal goo recipe. Yao clan was not going to give up, they sent a powerful person, Yao Geng. Wu Yiran and Yao Geng fought 4 times, they had 2 wins and losses each, the final match was the crucial one. During this crucial moment, Purple Mountain True Monarch secretly arrived at a meeting point. On a nameless mountain, he met a mysterious goo immortal. The mysterious goo immortal was covered in rainbow light, concealing his appearance. "You called me here?" Purple Mountain True Monarch nodded. "That's right, regardless of how you obtained the complete 7 illusions true inheritance, you have already made an alliance agreement, you need to do 7 things for me." "Alright, which 7? The mysterious goo immortal answered openly. Purple Mountain True Monarch's lips curled. "First, kill Wu Yiran." The mysterious goo immortal was stunned. "Are you sure?" Purple Mountain True Monarch's smile widened, continuing, "Second, kill Yao Geng." The mysterious goo immortal was wary. "What are you trying to do?" "You don't need to care about that. Just kill the 2 of them." Purple Mountain True Monarch chuckled. The mysterious goo immortal snorted coldly, his body vanished on the spot as he left. Purple Mountain True Monarch's smile gradually faded, his arms were behind his back as he looked at a faraway mountain with a deep gaze. "There is not much time left, I need to take action," he muttered softly. A few days later, shocking news emerged. Wu Yiran and Yao Geng both went missing, the result of their fight was unknown. Wu clan and Yao clan were shaken, because from their life tablet goo and soul lantern goo, Wu Yiran and Yao Geng were already dead. Who was so ruthless? Wu Yong was enraged. Right when he sent goo immortals to investigate this, blood tide pit erupted, a huge blood tide caused great destruction. Wu clan quickly sent goo immortals to suppress the situation, but they found traces that an immortal killer move, collapsing art, was used at the scene. Collapsing art was a killer move self-created by Yao Geng. The traces at the scene were indisputable. The situation became complex. Did Yao Geng die after all? Is this Yao clan's scheme? Other than Yao clan, is any other clan striking? Wu Yong felt something amiss, he could sense a dangerous storm brewing. Chapter 1339, Framing, Blood Tide Pit. Splash splash splash. Sounds of waves were unceasing, the air was filled with a bloody smell, assaulting everyone's noses. The 2 goo immortals from Wu clan, Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao, were flying in the sky now, looking at the sea of blood below. The former's expression was solemn while the latter's was bitter. The blood flood has spread an enormous distance, more than 10 mountains were flooded. If we do not seal it now, this calamity will cause even greater damage later. Wu Yuanju said solemnly. Blood Tide Pit was originally defended by Wu Yiran, but after he died, Blood Tide Pit was taken down and the goo formations inside were destroyed. This caused the blood tide to burst out and flood the surrounding area, causing this huge disaster. Rong Hao had a worried expression. "It will not be easy for the 2 of us to create a new goo formation and seal the blood tide again. If we had another rank 6, with 3 goo immortals, we would barely be able to do it." These 2 had rank 6 cultivation level, it was not difficult to handle this blood tide disaster, but Wu Yong gave them a limited amount of time. 2 people were not able to resolve this in a short period of time. There was no choice, Wu Yong could not deploy more people to handle this troublesome situation. During Wu Duxiu's era, Wu clan rapidly expanded without obstruction, because Wu Duxiu could suppress the entire situation alone. Once Wudu's show died, Wu Yong took over. Wu clan only had one rank 8 left. Even though Wu Yong had great capabilities, Wu clan's territory was just too big. Due to Purple Mountain True Monarch scheme, the super forces could not control their desires. Wu clan was faced with obstacles created by many of the super forces. Wu Yong stayed in their headquarters and was maintaining the situation and deciding on who to send. But this time, Wu Yiran had died. With him gone, a huge gap formed instantly in Wu clan's defense line. Sending out Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao was already Wu clan's limit. Give it our all, even if we exceed the time limit, we have already tried our best. Wu Yuanju sighed, starting to act. Rong Hao cooperated. He was not a Wu clansman, he was an external supreme elder recruited by Wu clan. Southern borders clans were very unwelcoming to outsiders. It was not easy for Wu clan to break tradition and recruit an external Gu Immortal into Wu clan. Under the two Gu Immortals' methods, the blood tide continued to push backwards. The blood tide pit was like a huge monstrous mouth, devouring the blood outside. The situation was under control. It was getting better. Wu Yuanju sighed. After suppressing this blood tide and rebuilding the Gu formation, Rong Hao, you will have to take over the position of guarding this place. I hope you can be careful, the situation is quite tense now. Rong Hao nodded, I understand. I heard that this blood tide pit was not naturally formed, it was created by Blood Sea Ancestor on purpose? Wu Yuanju nodded. Blood Sea Ancestor left behind 7 true inheritances. This is one of the 7 true inheritances that he had meticulously arranged. It was not eye-catching earlier, similar to normal pits, but when a Gu master from Shang clan entered, he obtained a Blood Sea true inheritance, obtaining blood handprint Gu. This person is Shang clan's previous clan leader, Shang Yanfei. He had died on Etian Mountain. After Shang Yanfei took away the Blood Sea true inheritance, blood tides started to appear in this pit unceasingly. Wu Du Xiao sent Gu Immortals here and made this part of Wu clan's territory. Due to Wu clan's management, Blood Tide Pit quickly became a blood path resource point. Wu clan was developing blood path, this resource point made great contributions. You two sure are happy. At this time, Rong Hao heard a voice in his mind. Who? Rong Hao was shocked. He wanted to use his methods to defend himself, but he could not move at all. He quickly looked over at Wu Yuanju to seek help, but he was soon met with despair, as Wu Yuanju was also immobilized, in the same state as him. A small figure had appeared on Rong Hao's shoulder. He was the size of a thumb, he had wings on his back, resembling dragonfly wings, his purple hair was very eye-catching. It was none other than rank 8 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Purple Mountain True Monarch. Mini-Man Gu Immortal? Wu Yuanju was shocked, but he quickly calmed down. Purple Mountain True Monarch's aura was concealed, he did not expose his rank 8 aura. Rong Hao quickly added, as a variant human, you must know that humans are the rulers of the world. No matter who instigated you, I hope that you will not act rashly. Because we are not only human Gu Immortals, we are also members of Wu clan. Wu clan is the #1 righteous path force in southern border. If you kill us, the consequences will be severe. We have no grudges between us. We of Wu clan would not bully people. If you have any requests, we can help you with them, we can become friends. Wu Yuanju continued. He had great chemistry with Rong Hao, both threatening and urging at the same time. But before he finished his words, he started to stutter as his gaze turned hollow. Rong Hao was shocked, he blurted out, Wisdom Path Gu Immortal? At this point, he also became incoherent. Purple Mountain True Monarch's Wisdom Path methods interfered with Wu Yuanju's and Rong Hao's thoughts, they could not even think and speak now, they were completely defenseless. When Gu Immortals manipulate Gu worms, thoughts were needed, their body actions also needed thoughts to act. Purple Mountain True Monarch directly interfered with their thoughts, controlling them from this aspect. These 2 rank 6 Gu Immortals had no way of resisting him. Easily controlling the situation, Purple Mountain True Monarch looked at the blood tide pit and smiled. Next, his rank 8 aura burst out, in the blink of an eye, it engulfed the surroundings. The blood tide below his feet became calmer. After some time, Purple Mountain True Monarch opened his mouth, letting out a breath. His breath floated into the blood tide pit. It was not eye-catching, quickly devoured by the rushing blood tide, vanishing. At this point, Purple Mountain True Monarch turned around, looking afar and saying, "Your turn." Light in 7 colors appeared as a voice said in a trembling tone, "You are a rank 8 great expert. With your strength, you can move unhindered in southern border. Why must you find trouble with a minor character like me? I have my own plans. You have to pay for what you owe. When you inherited 7 illusions true inheritance, you should have expected this day." Purple Mountain True Monarch said. "But the inheritors before me have never received any orders. Why me?" The mysterious goo immortal covered in rainbow lights said in a reluctant tone. Purple Mountain True Monarch sighed, looking at Heavenly Court, "Maybe this is your fate. Alright, use Qiao Ji Kai's method to kill this person." Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao were still dazed, unable to move. Purple Mountain True Monarch captured these 2 alive, but he still wanted the mysterious goo immortal to kill them. The mysterious goo immortal did not dare to disobey Purple Mountain True Monarch. He used his profound light, as it transformed and landed on these 2 Wu clan goo immortals, destroying their souls, and even their bodies turning into wooden statues. Purple Mountain True Monarch released control on them, as these 2 statues fell into the blood tide. "Let's go." Purple Mountain True Monarch said plainly. How could the mysterious goo immortal defy Purple Mountain True Monarch? Even if he was not a rank 8 great expert, with just the information path alliance agreement in the true inheritance, it could restrict the mysterious goo immortal. Both of them left as quickly as they came. Of course, Purple Mountain True Monarch did not forget to clean up his traces in the battlefield. A moment later, intense winds blew in the air, countless clouds were scattered, clear skies could be seen everywhere. A grand and vast rank 8 aura enveloped the area. Wu Yong's expression was of rage, his eyes were slightly red as he descended. Who was it? Who had killed them? Wu Yiran died earlier, and now, Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao were dead. Because of Life Tablet Goo and Soul Lantern Goo, Wu clan received news almost immediately. Wu Yong was enraged, he decided to go out himself. Wu clan lost 3 goo immortals at once, 1 rank 7 and 2 rank 6s. The losses was tremendous. Wu Yong felt both loss and anger. He wants to see who it was that could step past this bottom line and anger Wu clan. But next, after seeing Wu Yuanju's and Rong Hao's corpses, Wu Yong was stunned. Wooden statue murder? His pupils shrunk to pin size. Qiao Ji Kai? A moment later, Qiao clan goo immortal Qiao Ji Kai rushed to the scene. Blood tide pit had been suppressed, the ground was completely covered in blood, and there were also 2 Wu clan goo immortal corpses. Qiao clan First Supreme Elder, what do you have to say? Wu Yong had a calm expression, his tone was very plain. But the calmer he was, the more fearful Qiao Ji Kai was. He was Qiao clan's first Supreme Elder, his signature immortal killer move was wooden statue murder. If any ordinary goo immortal was hit by this, their souls would crumble and disperse, they would lose their life, their bodies would turn into wood, and the remaining life force could be used to grow trees. Ignoring the cold sweat on his forehead, Qiao Ji Kai explained, "Lord Wu Yong, please listen, I did not do this, someone is trying to frame me. Qiao clan and Wu clan have a long relationship, we are closely related." Before Qiao Ji Kai finished his words, Wu Yong interrupted him. His eyes were shining, he stared at Qiao Ji Kai, "Of course I am willing to trust you. Qiao clan and Wu clan, we have marriage connections, we are in an alliance, how can our relationship be ruined by this?" Qiao Ji Kai let out a breath of air, bowing deeply, "Lord Wu Yong is wise." Wu Yong continued, "If someone is trying to frame you, this is way too obvious. Who is it? What motives do they have? What plans do they have next? This is what I am concerned about. Wait a while, I have already invited Tai clan goo immortal Tai Mian Shen. Chapter 1340, Ghost Summoning, Tai Mian Shen. Southern Border, Tai Clan, Wanqing Mountain. Rumble. A chain of low sounds enveloped this unassuming valley. At the bottom of this valley, there was a girl. She had a tall body, her legs were more than 60% of her total height, she looked heroic and agile. Right now, her eyebrows were sharp like swords, her eyes were shining like stars, she looked upwards. Giant rocks that were the size of houses were crashing down towards her by the cliff. The girl breathed in deeply. At this moment of life and death, she shut her eyes. Hundreds of giant rocks were about to land on her, but at this moment, she opened her eyes. In an instant, golden light radiated, it was extremely dazzling, as if a miniature sun had appeared in the valley. The light lasted for a while before vanishing. The loud sounds also vanished, endless white powder scattered down, slowly descending. The young woman was bathed in the rock powder, joy showing on her determined face. Good, Tai Ruanan, you succeeded in this killer move I taught, passing the final test. From now onwards, you will follow me and cultivate, I will teach you the ways of becoming an immortal. A grand voice echoed in this valley. The young girl knelt on the ground, thank you for the guidance, Lord Supreme Elder. You hate evil so much and have great talent, you are suited for my Iron Mask true inheritance. Originally, your father was one of my chosen seeds, but to think that his daughter had countless times his talent, The grand voice suddenly stopped. But soon, Tai Ruanan heard, there is a sudden issue, stay here and cultivate. The killer move I taught you might have succeeded, but you are not proficient enough. During this period, you need to practice more, when I return, we will have further plans. Yes. The girl respectfully bowed, excitement could not be concealed on her face. Finally, I finally did it. Father, I surpassed you. Watch me in heaven, I will become a immortal and obtain true strength. This world is too dark and chaotic, only with greater strength can I punish evildoers and reward those who carry out good deeds, justice will prevail and the world will be a better place. Zhongli, you bitch who murdered your own husband, to think that my brother treated you so well, and in the end, you actually acted so ruthlessly and killed him. Today, I will cut you into pieces, you will die without a proper corpse. A young immortal shouted, his rage was unstoppable, his rank 7 aura was bursting. Fang Yuan. Ever since he passed the dream realm regarding Suiyi Hui, his dark path attainment level had risen to Grandmaster level. But next, there was an absurd dream realm. Fang Yuan played safe and did not explore this dream realm full of uncertainties. After waiting for a while, he finally encountered a realistic dream realm. But in the end, he became a female immortal in this dream realm, and was very risque. Because this female immortal cultivated enchantment emotion path. This was a tiny path, derived from wisdom path as a minor path. It used emotions to fight, and enchantment to allure enemies. Right now, Fang Yuan was a female immortal, he wore a pink dress, there were 2 huge treasures on his upper body, the corners of his skirt were open and exposed until his upper thigh. When he smiled, it was incredibly seductive. Fang Yuan was helpless about this. This was another person's dream realm, he had to be a character in it if he wanted to take part in the dream. Of course, becoming a woman would not disrupt Fang Yuan's impassive mental state. He was vigilant against his enemy as he concentrated on his immortal aperture. What made Fang Yuan glad was that this female immortal had many immortal goo. I'll try this goo first. Fang Yuan instilled immortal essence as he heard an alluring cry from it. This voice that appeared was not controlled by Fang Yuan, it was a woman's voice filled with seduction and temptation. The young immortal was very angry earlier, but after hearing this sound, his body went limp, his killing intent faded. His momentum was lost as he gritted his teeth, clarity returning to his eyes. Vicious woman, you dare to toy with me. Take this move. Saying this, he pushed with his hands as a huge tornado swept towards Fang Yuan with countless wind blades. Fang Yuan quickly retreated, dodging as he used his second immortal goo. Immediately, Fang Yuan's skirt turned into a pink fog as it coiled around him, bringing Fang Yuan away quickly. The speed was impressive, Fang Yuan sighed, it was not inferior to sword escape immortal goo, the only regretful part was, the farther he flew, the thinner the pink fog on his body, it was able to cover his entire body earlier, but now, his tender white thighs and arms were exposed already. Fang Yuan was not afraid of running naked. This mindset of being embarrassed was no longer in him. Moreover, this was a dream. The regretful thing was, this immortal goo could not be used for long, otherwise, with just this speed, his enemy was not a problem. Slut, you ran quickly. But you will die today. In order to kill you and avenge my brother, I will do anything and pay any price. The young goo immortal shouted loudly with blood-red eyes. At the same time, he used his immortal killer move. Jade green wind gathered into a small dagger in his palm. The dagger shone with jade light. Fang Yuan took a look at it and felt fearful. Oh no! Fang Yuan's heart sank. Just these one or two immortal goo alone cannot stop the immortal killer move. But I do not know what immortal killer moves this Zhongli possesses. As he felt troubled, Fang Yuan quickly used Unravel Dream. Suddenly, a mysterious power moved in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. An immortal goo and dozens of mortal goo were activated under this mysterious power. This is? Fang Yuan sensed this and felt great joy. He quickly continued to use Unravel Dream. Under its influence, the mysterious power continued to exert its strength. Many goo worms in his immortal aperture were used. Next, a completely unknown immortal killer move was activated. Fang Yuan did not know what this immortal killer move did, or what effect it had. There was no time to lose. Right now, the young goo immortal had already blown at his hand with his lips. That jade wind dagger shot out like an arrow, flying towards Fang Yuan, fast and ruthless. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. At this moment, it was all up to chance. Would Unravel Dream use an effective immortal killer move to defend against this jade wind dagger? Fang Yuan had no idea. But under the effect of this killer move, Fang Yuan could not help but pinch his fingers, waving at this young goo immortal as he whispered bewitchingly, "Ghost summoning." This voice was enchanting to the limit. Even Fang Yuan shuddered upon hearing it. Next, a ghost really came. This goo immortal soul had rank 7 battle strength. It flew towards the jade wind dagger relentlessly. That young goo immortal saw the ghost and his expression changed. He shouted, "Brother!" It turned out that this female immortal, Zhongli, had killed her husband and refined his soul into an immortal killer move. Fang Yuan saw this and had a flash of inspiration. He called out, "As long as I stop this killer move, your brother's soul can be saved. Destroy it if you dare." The young goo immortal was enraged, but he was afraid of harming his brother. He could not fight properly. Fang Yuan was intensely joyful. He quickly attacked and stabilized the situation. A moment later, he found a flaw and killed him. He passed the dream realm. Huff. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air, returning to reality. This dream realm only had one scene. Fang Yuan was slightly surprised. This was a tiny dream realm. Fang Yuan passed it in one try. Inspecting himself, he found that his attainment level for Wisdom Path and Soul Path had risen. Enchantment Emotion Path had never left Wisdom Path. There are no Enchantment Emotion Path Dao marks in this world, only Wisdom Path Dao marks. Thus, my Wisdom Path attainment level grew. As for Soul Path, perhaps that Zhongli cultivated Soul Path too. Her ghost summoning immortal killer move belongs to Soul Path. He analyzed and looked at his attainment level. Right now, he had 8 Grandmaster level paths. They were Blood Path, Strength Path, Transformation Path, Star Path, Wisdom Path, Water Path, Dark Path, and Formation Path. Refinement Path was Quasi-Grandmaster, Luck Path was Master, Phantom Path was Empty. His Sword Path attainment level was Ordinary, his Soul Path was also Ordinary, but after Zhongli's Dream Realm, it had risen to Quasi-Master level. That immortal killer move, Ghost Summoning, is quite interesting. Even though I do not have enough Soul Path attainment level, my Wisdom Path is Grandmaster. It was from a realistic dream realm. I very likely can use this same killer move again, with a portion of its strength. Even if I cannot replicate it, I can create a similar immortal killer move. But even if I replicate this immortal killer move, it is inferior to improving Vajra shell. Ordinary goo immortals would be happy if there was a possibility. They would try to deduce the immortal killer move. But Fang Yuan was different. Recently, his attainment level had risen a lot. he had countless inspirations, he could only choose to modify the immortal killer moves with the highest value to him. This was a good problem to have. His Dark Path attainment level was Grandmaster. He could use Dark Limit Immortal Goo and Perseverance Immortal Goo as the cores to create a new immortal killer move. This immortal killer move would allow him to conceal himself. His Formation Path attainment level rose. Fang Yuan had a new idea about Vajra Shell. This made him extremely moved. The original Vajra Shell used Vajra Thought Immortal Goo and Perseverance Immortal Goo as the cores, but in his concept, if he could add in Precaution Immortal Goo and some Formation Path Mortal Goo, the power would rise by multiple times. After Zhang Li's Dream Realm, the following ones were not suited for exploration. Fang Yuan started to shift his focus, modifying the immortal killer move Vajra Shell. Just as Fang Yuan rapidly increased his strength, Mian Shen arrived in front of Qiao Ji Kai and Wu Yong. This rank 7 Gu immortal wore a martial uniform, his chest and legs were covered in light armor, there was a thick iron mask on his face. He had not brought a mask to wear, it was the trait of cultivating the iron mask true inheritance. All the Gu immortals who cultivate this true inheritance must have a heart of justice, they also were often people most skilled in southern border in investigating the truth. After seeing those two corpses, Mian Shen declared, it was not Qiao Ji Kai. Qiao Ji Kai let out a breath of air. Who was it? Wu Yong asked. Someone mimicked his immortal killer move wooden statue murder. This is something seen before in history. Mian Shen answered, Lord Wu Yong, I wonder if you have heard of 7 Illusions Demon Immortal? Wu Yong frowned, you mean the inheritor of the 7 Illusions true inheritance? It is said that the Gu immortal who inherits it will have a method to mimic almost any method used by Gu immortals in this world. Mian Shen, is that true? Mian Shen nodded, our clan's demon suppression tower had once contained a 7 Illusions demon immortal. We did not manage to get the contents of the 7 Illusions true inheritance, but we know a lot of its secrets. This 7 Illusions true inheritance has 7 different layers. The inheritor can choose to inherit any of the layers or get the complete 7 Illusions true inheritance. But after inheriting one true inheritance, they will have to agree to one condition. In the future, they would need to do something for someone. Taking all 7 layers would mean 7 conditions. Our clan has already devised methods to locate a 7 Illusions inheritor, and differentiate their methods. I used it earlier, this was undoubtedly a 7 Illusions demon immortal. Interesting. Wu Yong nodded, frowning deeply. Even if they knew the truth, so what? Who was the 7 Illusions demon immortal? Which force or person was behind them? Wu Yong still did not know the answer to this problem. But at the next moment, Mian Shen's words eased Wu Yong's frown. Chapter 1341, Purple Blood River traps Wu Yong. I can locate the 7 Illusions demon immortal. Mian Shen's words eased Wu Yong's frown. As it turned out, after capturing one 7 Illusions demon immortal, Tai clan had started to make arrangements against the 7 Illusions true inheritance. Among the southern border superforces, Tai clan was the force that targeted the demonic path most fiercely. Especially after they built the demon suppression tower, they were the pillar of the righteous path in pursuing demonic path Gu immortals. Right now, Mian Shen was using his immortal killer move to investigate the area for clues. This way. After finding the direction, Mian Shen flew towards the east. Wu Yong and Qiao Ji Kai looked at each other for a second before following after him. The clues were broken, but found again time after time. With the experienced Mian Shen leading the way, the 3 immortals had great progress. But an hour later, they returned to the blood-tide pit. Qiao Ji Kai was shocked, why are we back here? Mian Shen smiled coldly, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Qiao Ji Kai reacted as he praised, such guts. Yong looked around coldly. After a few breaths, his gaze was locked onto an area in the blood-tide pit. Roar! The peaceful lake suddenly raged with waves. Countless blood beasts emerged from it. Large numbers of desolate-level blood beasts, with a small number of ancient blood beasts, formed into an army as they charged at Yong and the others fiercely. Blood beasts were a type of path beast. They did not reproduce normally, but were born from heaven and earth, created using natural blood path Dao marks. Similar to blood beasts were snow monsters, mud monsters, cloud beasts, soul beasts, year beasts, and rock dragons. Blood Tide Pit had such an incredible thing? A blood beast breeding ground? Mian said softly as he looked at Yong. Yong expressed surprise on his face. Blood Tide Pit contained a true inheritance of Blood Sea ancestor. It was obtained by mortal Grandmaster Shang Yanfei, and was later taken by Wu clan. Wu clan turned the Blood Tide Pit into their possession, and explored it, but did not find anything special. It was only treated as a resource point after that. So many blood beasts in ambush, no wonder the 7 Illusions demon Immortal is hiding here. Qiao Zhikai said. Blood beasts formed into an army and attacked. They had all sorts of forms. Some had tiger heads and horse bodies, some had snake heads and rabbit bodies, some had tortoise shells and dragon tails, some were like trees, while some were giant fruits. The pungent smell of blood assaulted the nose as these blood beasts growled sinisterly. This force suddenly attacked, even super clans would be caught off guard. But Qiao Zhikai's and Mian's expressions were unchanged. They did not intend to retreat. Because at this moment, Yong was standing in front of them. A bunch of trash. Yong snorted, rage flickering in his eyes. He was very angry. Because during this period, he was staying in Wu clan, deploying members everywhere to deal with all sorts of situations, he was extremely repressed. And now, this 7 Illusions demon Immortal had vile intentions. They actually caused the deaths of Wu clans Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao. Tiny traces of wind was gathering around him. The gentle green wind had unknowingly surrounded the growling blood beasts as well. The blood beasts were still rampaging, their speed did not fall at all. Just when they were about to reach the 3 immortals, blood beasts started to explode. The explosions were not loud, they were very gentle, like the bursting of bubbles. Blood beasts detonated one after another. Even though they were close to the immortals, they were no threat, unable to deal any damage. The growling and attack was like a joke. Hundreds of rank 6 battle strength and dozens of rank 7 battle strength beasts had disintegrated in front of Yong, fragile like toys made of paper. This was the power of a rank 8. What a mortal killer move is this? The aura is completely concealed, I cannot detect anything. Qiao Zhikai was full of shock. Mian had a solemn expression, staring at Yong's back. Yong's expression was dark, he stared at the blood tide below him. The blood beasts did not form out of nothing, the blood tide had dried out, the blood tide pit that was oozing with blood earlier was now drying up. Qiao Zhikai sighed, it was a pity. He could see that the dense blood path Dao marks in blood tide pit had vanished. From now on, Blood Tide Pit no longer existed, it was only an ordinary pit now. Yong did not care. This pit, unfathomable to the eyes of normal people, was completely exposed to him. A rainbow-colored figure appeared in Yong's investigative range. You are the daring person who is trying to challenge Wu clan's authority? Yong said calmly, but everyone could hear his killing intent and rage. The mysterious Gu Immortal in the pit smiled bitterly, Lord Yong, I had no choice, I was forced to. Now. I seek your understanding. Yong's expression changed. At the next moment, his environment changed abruptly. The blue sky and mountainous ground had vanished, the surroundings had turned into a color of purple. The 3 immortals could not sense their distances, their sense of space had been severely disrupted. Rumble. Tides could be heard, the blood beasts that were destroyed earlier turned into bloody water as they gathered into a river, flowing below the 3 immortals. The blood-colored waves and ripples appeared, countless purple thoughts rained down and assaulted the immortals. Damn it! These blood beasts were just the prelude and trap. So vicious. Qiao Zhikai cursed. Tai Mianshan looked around nervously. What immortal battlefield killer move is this? Is it a super goo formation? With his investigative abilities, he could not see through this place. Wu Yong was unhappy, he snorted coldly and waved his sleeves. Boom, intense winds blew as a giant tornado surrounded the range of 1 li, encircling the 3 immortals. Purple thoughts rained down furiously, landing on the ball of wind as they splattered, but could not break the defense. Wu Yong did not move, his expression was cold, he raised his right arm and flicked. A crisp sound echoed. A dark jade worm flew out of his fingertips. The small worm got out of the ball of wind and flew towards the blood river rapidly. While flying, it grew larger as its body expanded to 10 feet, 50 feet, 150 feet. After a few breaths of time, it turned into a vicious wind dragon that was 220 feet long. It bared its fangs and claws, breaking the rain of purple thoughts, crashing into the blood river. The blood river gushed and formed a spiral, trying to devour the wind dragon like a giant beast. Wu Yong's eyes flashed with a green light, the wind dragon roared and turned into countless jade wind blades, shooting everywhere. The blood river spiral was broken by the wind blades, but the wind blades continued to cut as the red blood river was split into 2. Qiao Zhikai and Tai Mianshan watched with wide-opened eyes, they had shocked and chaotic emotions. Wu Yong's every attack was an immortal killer move with outstanding power, far beyond rank 7. If they were his opponent, they would not last for a move. Wu Yong could actually use such a powerful immortal killer moves, it was like his instinct, it was as easy as breathing. Every killer move of Lord Wu Yong had its aura concealed to the limit, he was truly hiding his strength. Qiao Zhikai's heart was still in a commotion. This wind dragon killer move actually has a second style variation move, turning into countless wind blades. Wu Yong is definitely not as useless as the rumors say, he has such incredible battle strength, this person is hiding so deeply. Tai Mianshan's eyes shone with brilliance. He looked at Wu Yong's back, feeling glad that Tai clan and Wu clan were allies, they had not turned on each other. Wu Duxiu and Wu Yong were mother and son, the former was like a fierce wind blowing on the top of a mountain, while the latter was a powerful tornado at the bottom of a valley. They acted differently and had opposite personalities, but they were equally powerful and domineering. However, even with Wu Yong's fierce attacks, the surroundings did not change. The split river turned into 2, expanding and forming 2 blood rivers, both were equally big as before. Qiao Zhikai's expression changed, to be able to remain under the attack of a rank 8 Gu immortal and trap all 3 of them, what sort of method was this? His doubts did not last long, because a figure soon emerged from the blood river, speaking and giving them the answer. This is my purple blood river formation. Wu Yong, if you do not use the 2 rank 8 immortal goo that your mother left you, with just that rank 8 gentle wind goo, you cannot break this formation. Purple Mountain True Monarch said. He was not in his mini-man body, he was as large as a human now. When he spoke, his body rose up as an island floated below his feet. Qiao Zhikai and Tai Mianshan's expressions changed, Wu Yong was also moved. This was because Purple Mountain True Monarch did not conceal his aura, he was undoubtedly a rank 8. Who are you? What do you want? Wu Yong called out. Purple Mountain True Monarch smiled, looking at Wu Yong with his clear purple eyes, of course, it is to kill you. Once you are dead, Wu clan will go into a commotion, other clans will attack it, it will break apart. Wu Yong was stunned, he suddenly laughed as he raised his head. He was laughing from anger. After laughing, he lowered his head, a fierce light shooting out of his eyes, such guts, in that case, I will kill you and raise my prestige as a rank 8. Saying this, a strong aura burst out of his body. Countless goo worms were activated in his immortal aperture. Qiao Zhikai and Tai Mianshan both retreated, they could feel unparalleled threat coming from Wu Yong's body. Purple Mountain True Monarch's smile faded. Wu Yong's immortal killer moves earlier were undetectable, their auras were concealed completely. But now, the immortal killer move he was conjuring had incredible aura, it was like a raging storm. From this perspective, Wu Yong was using his full strength to fight. What immortal killer move was it that made Wu Yong unable to conceal the aura? No matter what killer move it was, once activated, an incredible power would be unleashed, the might would be unstoppable. How could this be allowed? At Purple Mountain, true monarchs will, countless purple thoughts burst out like a storm, gushing out. Wu Clan. Ancestral Hall. This. The Wu Clan Gu Immortal guarding the Ancestral Hall had a change of expression as sweat rolled down his face. His expression was deathly pale. He shouted in shock, Lord Wu Yong's life tablet Gu and soul lantern Gu were destroyed. Lord Wu Yong, is he dead? Chapter 1342, with elder brother gone, younger brother takes over. Ancestral Hall. The Ancestral Hall on top of Wui Mountain was a mortal Gu house. Using a large number of rank 5 mortal Gu, even though it was inferior to immortal Gu houses, it was extremely significant to Wu Clan. Essentially, every super force and normal force would have an Ancestral Hall. Inside, Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu would be used, or even Blood Rope Gu. The former two were common, while Blood Rope Gu was rare, because it was Blood Path. Even the small and big sects in Central Continent had buildings similar to the Ancestral Hall, storing Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu. At this moment, Wu Bachong was standing in the Ancestral Hall, looking at the Gu worm fragments blankly. After the Life Tablet Gu shattered, it would be like wood scraps, while Soul Lantern Gu would become a cracked ladybird. It would not be shining with a dark blue light anymore. Wu Bachong was old, but he had a muscular body resembling a bear. His hair was white and his nose was wide, he had thick brows and sharp eyes. He was a steady and responsible person. He was the second supreme elder of Wu Clan. He had gone through many ordeals, resulting in his calm nature, but now, his forehead was full of sweat, his breathing was ragged, his gaze was chaotic and in a mess. Lord Wu Yong died? Wu Bachong stared at the two mortal Gu fragments. He had already stood here for a while, but his mind was in a mess. How could this happen? A great rank 8 existence, the pillar of our Wu Clan, he died like this? Wu Bachong did not dare to imagine this or believe it. Did Lord Wu Yong die or not? He kept asking himself. After all, Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu were mortal Gu. It was possible to interfere with them using some methods. But Wu Yong was uncontactable now. No matter how Wu Clan tried to communicate with him, none got through. This was an undeniable fact. Regardless of whether or not Wu Yong was dead, his situation was definitely not good. Being able to make a rank 8 Gu immortal end up in such a state, who is it? A rank 8 existence among the demonic path and lone cultivators? Or is it the other super clans? Are they collaborating to deal with our Wu Clan? Wu Bachong continued to guess. The more he thought, the more messy his mind was. Wu Du Shou died, Wu Yong went missing. In this huge Wu Clan, the number 1 super clan in southern border, there was actually no rank 8 existence guarding it now. This was a severe situation. Wu Clan was in a disastrous state, and the most fearful thing was, the perpetrator was still unknown. After his shocked emotions returned to normal, fear and loss filled Wu Bachong's heart. Normally, there was Wu Du Shou or Wu Yong suppressing the situation. He did not feel anything. But now that the two rank 8 great experts were gone, Wu Bachong realized that his stable and firm shoulders could not bear the weight of Wu Clan. During Wu Du Shou's era, he was the second supreme elder. After Wu Yong ascended to her role, he continued to assist him. In terms of seniority, he was among the oldest and most experienced southern border righteous path Gu immortals. However, it was pointless. He was only rank 7 in cultivation level. His battle strength was not outstanding. If he fought against old Treeman Bada, he could not win. Even among Wu Clan, there were many rank 7 Gu immortals who could fight him evenly. However, he was the first person to return among Wu Clan's higher-ups. Thus, he had the initiative. What do I do? Even if Lord Wu Yong is not dead, he has gone missing and his Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu have shattered. Once news gets out, there would be a huge commotion. Everyone's hearts would waver. should I hide the information? Wu Bachong quickly shook his head. This shocking news had already been exposed to many Wu Clan Gu Immortals by the Wu Clan rank 6 Gu Immortal who was guarding the place. If Wu Yong was confirmed to be dead, the mastermind who attacked Wu Clan would not give up this chance to target their morale. Thus, he could not seal this news even if he wanted to. Is the matter at hand to find the missing Lord Wu Yong, or should we shrink our defensive lines and recall the Supreme Elders who are outside to guard our base? Wu Bachong frowned. Both choices were dangerous. Searching for Wu Yong would definitely be dangerous. To be able to destroy Wu Yong's life tablet Gu and soul lantern Gu and have him disappear, the mastermind was definitely powerful. Sending rank 7 Gu Immortals to find him was like sending sheep to a tiger. And if they retracted their defensive lines and called back the elders, it would be a huge political loss, many of their resource points would be lost. If the surrounding super forces tried to take over at this time, Wu Clan would suffer immense losses. What should he do? Wu Bachong was hesitant, he was stuck between two tough options. After a long time, he licked his dry lips, he decided to put both options on hold. He was going to hold a meeting with the Wu Clan Gu Immortals as the second Supreme Elder. They would execute the plan after coming to a consensus. Wu Yong was missing and uncontactable, a huge storm surrounding Wu Clan was quietly forming. Southern border, Super Gu formation. Fang Yuan sat on his bed, cultivating with his eyes closed. He was multitasking as he listened to Lady White Rabbit's report. Lady White Rabbit had inherited the White Rabbit true inheritance. This true inheritance was quite famous in southern border. The inheritor had to be pure-hearted. And when they cultivate in the future, they had to maintain the same pure-heartedness. Otherwise, most of the true inheritance's methods could not be used. Using them forcefully would result in backlash. Precisely so, Lady White Rabbit was naturally trustworthy. She was a popular person among lone immortals and demonic cultivators. Wuan had noticed this initially, thus he convinced Lady White Rabbit to be the intermediary in hosting this immortal opportunity business. Once in a while, Lady White Rabbit would enter the Super Gu formation and report the situation of the immortal opportunity business to Fang Yuan. Even though Fang Yuan did not gain any benefits from the immortal opportunity business, he listened to the business situation as it could help him learn about the changes in the area surrounding the giant dream realm. Lady White Rabbit spoke softly, her voice was like smooth water. She reported with a gentle gaze on Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan was in Wu Yihai's appearance now. His face was handsome, his nose was tall and wide, his manly heroic aura was completely displayed. Lady White Rabbit had fallen for him already. She purposely spoke slowly, treasuring this precious time she could spend with Fang Yuan alone. Unfortunately, each time Fang Yuan met with her, he spoke only twice. The first sentence was to ask Lady White Rabbit to sit as she gave her report, and the second was for her to leave. But even so, Lady White Rabbit was very satisfied. She knew deeply that Wu Yihai had a high status. She felt like she was a lowly person and could not match Fang Yuan. She was very happy to spend this time with him once in a while. She felt very blissful. Right at this time, Lady White Rabbit's voice halted. Because she saw Fang Yuan's expression change. This situation was very rare. Lady White Rabbit's heart clenched. What happened to Wu Yihai? Did he encounter any problems? Fang Yuan gradually shut his eyes, willing as he opened the hall. Yihai, at this point in time, you still have the mood to relax and spend time with a woman? A female immortal barged into the hall. Lady White Rabbit turned around and looked. This was a young woman wearing green clothing with wavy sleeves. Her skin was smooth like snow, her body was curvy and she resembled a delicate willow. She had an extremely beautiful face, especially her attractive eyes. Concealed by her long eyelashes, they seemed clear as water. She is Qiao Clan's Qiao Si Lu. Lady White Rabbit recognized this person as she flustered, lowering her gaze in panic. She knew this person's relationship with Fang Yuan. Some time ago, there were rumors about Fang Yuan and Qiao Si Lu circulating around. Fairy Si Lu is so beautiful, as expected of one of the top 3 fairies in southern border. Only someone like this can be with Lord Wu Yihai. Lady White Rabbit thought this, as she felt pain in her heart nurturing and fermenting. Qiao Si Lu took a look at Lady White Rabbit, who was lowering her head. She seemed to be nonchalant, but she was actually very attentive. Qiao Si Lu was trying to seduce Wu Yihai into becoming Qiao clan's son-in-law. Qiao Si Lu had to look at all of Fang Yuan's information. And in Fang Yuan's information, Lady White Rabbit was present. This was the first time Qiao Si Lu was meeting Lady White Rabbit. She saw that Lady White Rabbit had a delicate body, her eyes were like rubies, she had fluffy rabbit ears that were drooping, her eyes were looking down, it was cute and endearing. Even though under close examination, her appearance was slightly inferior to Qiao Si Lu, men loved these tiny pitiful creatures that were full of cuteness. But now is not the time to deal with her. Qiao Si Lu snorted internally, passing White Rabbit as she went up to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had opened his eyes, standing up from his bed as he smiled towards Qiao Si Lu. Fairy, this sudden visit is truly joyful. Lady White Rabbit looked at Fang Yuan in a daze, thinking, Wu Yihai is smiling again, I have not seen him smile for a long time. He looks like the sun shining in spring when he smiles, if only he could smile at me. Qiao Si Lu looked at Fang Yuan, disregarding pleasantries, it seems you really do not know. Sigh, my next words will only be shocking, there is no joy. Fang Yuan's expression changed, what happened? Qiao Si Lu did not answer him, she turned around and said to Lady White Rabbit, Little lady, please leave first, I need to talk to your lord. What? Lady White Rabbit was dazed. Fang Yuan waved his hand, White Rabbit, please. Lady White Rabbit did not dare to defy Fang Yuan, she acknowledged as she left the hall. As the doors closed, Qiao Si Lu said, Wu Yong is missing, his life tablet goo and soul lantern goo are destroyed, news has not spread in southern border yet, but Wu clan is in chaos now. What? Fang Yuan was deeply shocked. This was simply too shocking. With the destruction of his life tablet goo and soul lantern goo, Wu Yong was likely to have died. He was the pillar of Wu clan, if he died, would Wu clan be able to defend its territories? Qiao Si Lu continued, Yihai, I am here to lend you a hand. You are Wu Yong's brother, the person closest to him in bloodline, and you have sufficient cultivation level. With Wu Yong gone, you have to take over as first supreme elder. From today onwards, you will hold the authority of Wu clan. Chapter 1343, Gaining Authority Without Even Moving. Taking over Wu clan? Qiao Si Lu's words made Fang Yuan moved. How could he not be moved? After all, Wu clan was a super force, and it was not an ordinary super force, it was already very powerful, having the #1 position for years after years in southern borders history. Wu clan had a huge territory with all sorts of resource points, it had a deep foundation and an incredible rich treasury. If he could control this super force, becoming the person with the highest authority, Fang Yuan's future cultivation resources would be unrestricted. Right now, Fang Yuan had a lot of assets. The trading of Danghun Mountain's guts goo, dragon fish, regretful spiders, eerie fire dragon pythons, star fragment grass, star dart goo, star river goo, stellar fire goo, falling meteor goo, as well as the spirit snake trade which had started recently. It was not an exaggeration to say that Fang Yuan was raking in gold every day. If the rest of the resources in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture were included, he had an ordinary rank 8 Gu Immortal's foundation. If he also included Langya Blessed Land's wisdom Gu, and Danghun Mountain located inside it, and City Well in the turbulent Flow Sea area, Fang Yuan had surpassed ordinary rank 8 Gu Immortals. But he paled in comparison if he placed his resources against those of a super force. Any super force had an incredibly deep foundation, even if they currently did not have a rank 8 great expert, they had them in history. In addition to the resource points that the super forces controlled in the 5 regions, Fang Yuan's assets were truly inferior in comparison. For example, Wu Clan's Blood Tide Pit produced more profits than Fang Yuan's Dragonfish transactions. Wu Clan had 20 to 30 resource points similar to Blood Tide Pit. And resource points inferior to Blood Tide Pit, like Northern Plains Lu Tribe's Bone Burial Field or Jade Light Pit, were countless. There were also about 10 top-tier resource points better than Blood Tide Pit. And don't forget, the resources in the immortal apertures of Wu Clan's Gu Immortals, and also the blessed lands and grotto heavens of Wu Clan's predecessors. Of course, super forces had lots of earnings and also spending. Wu Clan was currently in a state of having more assets than manpower. They were barely able to defend these resources when Wu Yong was around. But with him gone, they were sure to have losses. They had to give up some. But even so, if Fang Yuan could control Wu Clan, his gains would be immense, far beyond him working alone. Fang Yuan quickly calmed down. He took a look at Qiao Silu, immediately realizing her intention. Like what Qiao Silu said, with Wu Yong gone, the role of Wu Yihai, whom Fang Yuan was acting as, was the best choice of becoming Wu Clan's first Supreme Elder. This was an unbelievably rare chance. Fang Yuan did not doubt that Qiao Silu was speaking the truth, because it was too easy to verify. Qiao Silu was here in a rush, she showed her sincerity. Fang Yuan frowned and smiled bitterly, such a huge thing happened. I had no idea. The urgent matter at hand is to get back to Wu Clan. Wu Bachong has already gathered the Supreme Elders, many Gu Immortals have already returned, even if they did not return, their wills are present. But they purposely left you out, I wonder what their intentions were. Qiao Silu said anxiously. Using Wu Yihai was the best chance that Qiao Clan had in interfering with Wu Clan. Fang Yuan sighed deeply, sigh. I have only been in Wu Clan for a short time, I have no foundation or network. It is too difficult to take over and become the first Supreme Elder. They purposely left me out, it shows that my chances are way too slim. No, you have a big chance. Yihai, don't forget that you have me, Qiao Clan is backing you up. Qiao Silu looked at Fang Yuan with deep emotions. Fang Yuan blinked, how will Qiao Clan help me? What will Lord Qiao Zhikai do? Qiao Silu's expression froze, she hesitated for a while, but she did not dare to hide it from Fang Yuan. She said the truth, our first Supreme Elder went with Lord Wu Yong, he has vanished as well, his life tablet Gu broke and we cannot contact him. Other than them, Tai Clan's Tai Mian Shen also went missing. They were investigating the deaths of Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao, but now we do not know if they are alive or not. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, what is going on? Qiao Silu smiled bitterly, trust me, this is all I know. Fang Yuan showed hesitation, such a shocking event, we cannot hide it from the world for long. Who was it? Without Lord Qiao Zhikai, how will Qiao Clan help me? Don't worry about that, Qiao Clan has already come to a consensus, I am the chosen representative. Qiao Silu said. Fang Yuan was slightly shocked. Qiao Clan was the weakest among southern border super forces. Despite that, they were united, even with Qiao Zhikai missing, they still carried out their plans accordingly, as expected, any super force had its extraordinary aspect. But Fang Yuan did not want to go. He sensed that there were undercurrents brewing a huge vortex, the mastermind was a powerful force. Even if he took over as Wu Clan's first Supreme Elder, so what? No resources could match his gains in exploring dream realms. Fang Yuan did not need more resources, he needed attainment level from the dream realms. The latter was the truly precious fortuitous encounter. Even if he became Wu Clan's most authoritative figure, which was alluring and beneficial to him, Fang Yuan knew that there were countless choices in life. If one wanted to progress further, they could not be blinded by profits, they needed to be clear about what were the most important things. Once I become first Supreme Elder, I would need to return to the clan and hold the fort, back at Wui Mountain. How can I leave the giant dream realm? I had put in so much effort to come here. But rejecting Qiao Silu is not wise. If I anger Qiao Clan and ruin our relationship, I will gain nothing. But the most important thing is, in the eyes of everyone, if I stay here and do not return to gain control of the clan, it would be very strange and suspicious. After all, I also displayed a level of political ambition earlier. Fang Yuan thought as he paced around the hall. Qiao Silu was stomping her feet in anxiety. Hai, why are you hesitating? This is too shocking, I need some time to think. Fang Yuan waved his hand. There is no time, we need to leave now, you can think along the way. Qiao Silu said. No, this is not as simple as you think. Fang Yuan shook his head, having a grim expression. Do you know? You have already fallen for their trap. Qiao Silu was stunned. What? Fang Yuan said, if we return openly like this, what would Wu Clan's supreme elders think? They are not stupid. If I, Wu Hai, goes back with Qiao clan and take over as first supreme elder, leaving my brother in the lurch and instead, bringing in outsiders to fight for benefits in the clan, the entire clan will be torn apart. Without sufficient strength and reputation, how can I take over as first supreme elder? Qiao Silu blinked, thinking, Wu Hai's words made sense. Then do we stay here while Wu Bachong controls the situation and takes over as first supreme elder? Qiao Silu retorted. Fang Yuan thought that this Qiao Silu was not easy to get rid of, but he smiled. We can wait, there is no rush. No rush? Qiao Silu stared with wide eyes. Fang Yuan's smile deepened, he looked at Qiao Silu with a sharp gaze. I believe that even if I do not return, Wu Bachong cannot control the situation, am I wrong? Qiao Silu was stunned again. Wu Clan, discussion hall. Boom. Wu Bachong slammed the table, dust flew upwards from the damage. He shouted, Wu Qiao, what do you mean? No matter what suggestions I bring up, you object, are you trying to find trouble with me? Wu Qiao smiled coldly, standing in the middle of the hall as he looked at Wu Bachong, second supreme elder, you are too hasty. We do not know if Lord Wu Yong is dead or alive, just the life tablet goo and soul lantern goo cannot determine it. Look at you, you are sitting in his seat already, I was warning you earlier out of kindness, you should sit in your own seat. Supreme Elder Wu Qiao, Wu Clan is in grave danger now, we should discuss the important matters and not bother with these small details. I feel that there is no issue with Lord Wu Bachong leading the discussion, he is the second supreme elder after all. And now, Wu Clan needs a leader. Do you think we do not know what intentions you have, Wu Qiao? I just want to remind you, you are a Wu clansman, not a Qiao clansman. In the hall, some Gu Immortals spoke, helping Wu Bachong target Wu Qiao. Wu Qiao sneered, in terms of bloodline, the most qualified person to become first supreme elder is Lord Wu Hai. Should the second supreme elder take over the position? Are we in a central continent sect? There was silence. That makes sense. As clans, we emphasize on bloodline. Why did Wu Hai not come? Wu Bachong, did you inform him? Some Gu Immortals spoke out, most of them were defending their territories, only their wills were participating in this. Wu Bachong observed their expressions, even though he showed anger on his face, he was calm as ice in his heart. I did not succeed. He sighed internally. On the surface, he stood up, patting his forehead as he sighed, I was rash, I was too worried about the clan. You are right, Lord Wu Hai should be leading us, I will welcome his return. I am willing to listen to him. Huh? Once he said that, the Gu Immortals were shocked. Wu Qiao was also evidently surprised. What was this Wu Bachong planning? The contents of Wu Clan's discussions soon got to Fang Yuan. Qiao Silu showed joy as she looked at Fang Yuan, great, even though we did not return, we can still take over Wu Clan. Fang Yuan had a grim expression, the situation was progressing at an unpleasant rate. Wu Qiao's actions were understandable. After all, this former Wu Clan third supreme elder was already bribed by Qiao clan. But Wu Bachong's action of taking a step back was truly brilliant, Fang Yuan was quite impressed. The situation is not good. Fang Yuan shook his head and sighed. As a reminder, the Qiao in his name is not the same Qiao of Qiao clan back. Chapter 1344, Troubled Thoughts, Clear Jade Dripping Wind Building. What is it? Qiao Silu did not understand. Fang Yuan did not answer her. He paced around, using wisdom path methods as he fell into deep thought. The situation was very complex now. The mastermind was hidden, while Wu Yong was missing. Everything was shrouded in mystery. But Fang Yuan had no choice but to decide his course of action now. He had no choice. Fang Yuan could deeply feel how helpless he was in this situation. Wu clan's Gu Immortals, Qiao clan's Gu Immortals, as well as Southern Border's situation and the mastermind, they all forced him to leave the Super Gu formation. This was the helplessness of the righteous path. Fang Yuan was faced with a difficult test. He did not want to be a chess piece of Qiao clan and Wu clan. He wanted to keep his benefits amidst this complex situation. What to do? Fang Yuan had already guessed Wu Bachang's intention and desire. Maybe I can make use of this? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan decided to make use of it. He stopped walking around. He faced Qiao Silu. Since they want me to lead the clan, I will give my orders. Hi, this is the demeanor of a heroic man. Qiao Silu's eyes shone, she praised. Fang Yuan continued, with the mastermind hidden, we need to play safe now. I will order Wu clan's Gu Immortals to give up on the faraway resource points and return to Wuyi Mountain. We will activate our immortal Gu houses to defend against the unknown. Qiao Silu was very satisfied with Fang Yuan's action. Fang Yuan informed her of his thoughts regarding Wu clan's internal affairs. He did not treat her as an outsider. Qiao Silu was joyful. She said, this is the best method to play safe. But it is a severe loss. By giving up the defense of so many resource points, the surrounding super forces will take over them. We have no choice. Wu clan's strength is too dispersed. With this uncertain situation, we can only regroup and defend against future challenges. Fang Yuan sighed. That makes sense too. Let's go. We should return to Wuyi Mountain. Qiao Silu approved of Fang Yuan's idea, she said. Fang Yuan shook his head. No, we are not leaving. This will be too dangerous. Even my brother was ambushed. We are just rank 7, wouldn't that mastermind easily deal with us? If this mastermind wants to deal with Wu clan, their next target is me. How can I leave now? The route back to Wu clan is too dangerous. Fang Yuan's excuse was very reasonable. Qiao Silu's expression turned grim, nodding, that is true. We need to be safer. It will be best if we can be escorted by an immortal Gu house. After spending so much effort, he finally convinced Qiao Silu. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. But he was still frowning. He had finally managed to stay in the Super Gu formation, but now, how long could it continue? Wu Yong's survival was uncertain. This situation made even Fang Yuan, who knew about certain future events, feel helpless. Inside the Purple Blood River formation. There were over a dozen blood rivers now. In this dim place, countless purple thoughts were pouring out unceasingly. Mian shouted loudly. Iron sand that resembled fog was surrounding him, forming a huge veil that defended him. But the purple thoughts turned from solid to phantom, entering the iron sand veil towards Mian unobstructed. Damn it! Mian gritted his teeth. He had no options against such a phantom path method. But at the moment of crisis, a clear wind blew. The purple thoughts that had turned into phantom burst like bubbles. So close. Mian looked around, giving Wu Yong a look of gratitude. Purple thoughts formed into a storm around Wu Yong. There were countless blood beasts mixed among them. But even in this intense battle, Wu Yong was uninjured. He still had the spare energy to take care of Mian and Qiao Zhikai, who were far away in the battlefield. This Purple Blood River formation has phantom path effects. If we do not get rid of the ruined bat corpses, these phantom path effects will not end. Qiao Zhikai shouted. He needed to shout. Because voice transmissions would not work here. Wisdom path methods like communicating with thoughts were also unusable. Mian had a cold gaze, sharp as a dagger. He looked around and saw that there were 30 to 40 ruined bat corpses. Most were desolate level, but there were some ancient ruined bats and even an immemorial ruined bat, defended by 2 blood rivers. In fact, at this point, Mian Shen could understand some things already. These ruined bat corpses were rapidly melted in the blood river. Especially when the purple thoughts turned from solid to phantom, these ruined bat corpses were being consumed at a rapid rate. But so what if he knew about the importance of the ruined bat corpses? Not long after they fought, that rank 8 Gu Immortal, Purple Mountain True Monarch, had vanished. Yong was greatly restricted now. He was defending against Purple Mountain True Monarch's sneak attack. It is unwise to get Lord Yong to destroy the ruined bat corpses, that purple-haired rank 8 will use it to his advantage. In this situation, Qiao Ji Kai and I need to work together to clear the ruined bat corpses. If that purple-haired enemy attacks, Lord Yong would be able to block him and save our lives. But what if he could not? Or rather, even if he could save their lives, if he had to give up a chance to destroy the Gu formation, what would Yong do? Mian Shen was hesitant, because trust between the three was lacking. But at this time, a complex aura burst out from the very center of the battlefield. Great winds blew, Yong's sleeves were fluttering like the king of the wind. At this moment, his ordinary appearance had turned into one of grand boldness and authority. Since you want to see the rank 8 immortal Gu that my mother left me, I will show you. Yong called out coldly. A vast number of purple thoughts were blown away, the blood rivers were in turbulence, several rivers were cut apart from this intense wind. Qiao Ji Kai was shocked and joyful. Mian Shen's iron mask was also shaved off slightly from this commotion. He called out in surprise, "This is an immortal Gu house?" Yong had struck without warning, making a truly shocking move. He did not use any immortal killer moves, he took out an immortal Gu house from his immortal aperture. This immortal Gu house was not glorious or grand, it had the appearance of a bamboo building. This was a very commonly seen type of building in southern border, it existed in the other 4 regions as well, but it was only built on mountainous terrain. This bamboo building had 2 stories, made entirely out of bamboo, there were even bamboo leaves growing on the bamboos, drops of dew were dripping down from the leaves, green as jade. Yong's sleeves billowed, flying into the 2nd story of the bamboo building. He sat by the window, flicking his finger as the bamboo building shook, more than 10 drops of jade dew fell off the roof. At that moment, the jade dew shot out from the bamboo building at lightning speed. Everywhere they went, clear wind blew, sweeping everything. Be it the purple thoughts or blood-red tides, they were all disintegrated by the wind. So impressive! Qiao Ji Kai praised, the jade dew had flown over and resolved his crisis. Wu clan had 3 immortal Gu houses initially, but now they have a 4th. And this immortal Gu house has the aura of 2 rank 8 wind path immortal Gu. Yong had truly hidden it very deeply. Mian Shen was deeply shook. The 2 Gu immortals were saved one after another, they flew into the bamboo building, standing beside Yong. This is the immortal Gu house that my mother constructed, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Yong sat by the window, looking at the Gu formation outside as he explained clearly. Amazing! With this building, we will not lose. It is only a matter of time until we escape. Qiao Ji Kai was overjoyed. If Yong was using Du Xiu's 2 rank 8 immortal Gu to activate an immortal killer move, Qiao Ji Kai would be very worried. Because activating immortal killer moves had a chance of failure. The stronger the killer move, the greater the backlash if he failed in activating it. But Du Xiu had died, Yong had only inherited these 2 rank 8 immortal Gu for a short amount of time. Especially when Yong was the first supreme elder of Wu clan, he had high status. How much time did he have to practice his killer moves? This was a huge problem. But now, these 2 rank 8 wind path immortal Gu were used with other Gu worms to construct an immortal Gu house. Everyone knew that immortal Gu houses had fixed abilities, but they were easy to use and would not normally have backlash. Mian Shen's emotions were much more complex, he thought, Wu clan actually had a 4th immortal Gu house, and it is a rank 8 immortal Gu house. It is far more powerful than the first 3. Each immortal Gu house will greatly raise a clan's overall strength. With a rank 8 immortal Gu house, and some Gu immortals, as long as they had enough immortal essence, Wu clan would basically have the equivalent of a 2nd rank 8 Gu immortal. Wu Yong had truly concealed this deeply. He could not help but assess Wu Yong again in a new light. Wu clan was not having an easy time recently, they were facing the threat of many forces around them. As the only rank 8 Gu Immortal left in Wu clan, Wu Yong was busy sending out people to deal with problems. He was in an awkward state. But as long as he used this Immortal Gu house, all his problems would be resolved, Wu clan's reputation would soar and they would become the #1 force in southern border again without doubt. All of the other forces would stop having greedy thoughts. But Wu Yong did not. He had been using his own strength to deal with Wu clan's problems. He hid this Immortal Gu house very deeply, even Wu clan's Gu Immortals did not know of it. If he was not trapped inside this purple blood river formation, nobody would be able to find out that Wu Yong actually had a 4th Immortal Gu house, and it was a rank 8 Immortal Gu house at that. With just this, Wu Yong is definitely not inferior to his mother Wu Du Xiao. Thankfully, my Tai clan is at the northeast of southern border, while Wu clan is at the southwest. We are far apart. And earlier, my clan did not join in on making problems for Wu clan. Tai Mian Shen let out a breath, feeling relieved. All of the super forces dominated an area, they had been in southern border for countless years. They understood each other very clearly, each of their strengths were balanced with the amount of territory they had, it was in a deadlock. But once Wu Du Xiao died, this balance was upset, thus, the other super clans worked together to find trouble with Wu clan. But the moment they displayed this clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, it would replace Wu Du Xiao and suppress southern border once again. Wu Yong simply had been scheming so deeply, he had been hiding it from view. One could easily tell, the moment he took out this Immortal Gu house, the other clans would suffer, they would be met with a great defeat. Chapter 1345, Worsening Situation, Fang Yuan moves. The morning sun rose into the sky, it was dawn, the air was still moist and damp. 2 Ho clan Gu Immortals stood above the clouds, looking down at the canyon below them. Golden Cloud Canyon. This canyon was filled with mist. At night, the mist would obscure vision and had no special trait. But when the sun rises, and sunlight shines into the canyon, the mist would give out sharp golden light. These fragments of gold light were not glaring, the mist filled this golden canyon, making it grand and imposing. This is Golden Cloud Canyon, it produces metal path and cloud path resources. Long ago, Wu clan had taken it away from us forcefully. A Ho clan Gu Immortal sighed, but now, it is time to take back our assets. The other Ho clan Gu Immortal nodded, a faint light shining from his body. The light lasted for a few breaths of time, after it faded, his appearance had changed, he now resembled a famous expert in the demonic path. The Ho clan Gu Immortal beside him nodded, before rushing down towards Golden Cloud Canyon silently. Golden Cloud Canyon was originally defended by a Wu clan Gu Immortal, but because of Wu Yong's disappearance, Fang Yuan had ordered everyone to return to Wu clan's headquarters. This news could be concealed for a while, but it was eventually noticed by everyone. However, Ho clan was a righteous path force, they could not attack directly. There were righteous path rules, thus, Ho clan needed an excuse. Therefore, they said that they were pursuing a demonic path Gu Immortal and charged into Golden Cloud Canyon openly. Once they took down Golden Cloud Canyon and established that fact, it will not be easy for Wu clan to reclaim Golden Cloud Canyon. By then, Ho clan can come up with lots of excuses, like we helped Wu clan defend Golden Cloud Canyon, we want some compensation, it would be a problem for Wu clan. Coming up with excuses was the greatest ability of righteous path forces. Unless Wu clan had superior battle strength and forced Ho clan to back off. The demonic path expert that the Ho clan Gu Immortal transformed into flew towards the golden mist like a huge bird. Sensing his aura, the mist inside Golden Cloud Canyon changed, metallic sounds could be heard from it, causing vibrations in the eardrums. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. At the next moment, countless blades, spears, swords, halberds, in the form of golden phantoms, shot out endlessly. Even though the Wu clan Gu Immortal left, the resource points Gu formation was still around. At this moment, it was activated automatically, defending itself. The gaze of the Ho clan Gu Immortal was stern. He called out as a strong blade chi shot down, slicing sharply. Everywhere it went, space shattered, winds were moving rapidly. Evidently, Ho clan came prepared. He used blade chi Immortal Gu. Wu clan's Gu formation was just Immortal Gu formation. How could it match a rank 7 Gu Immortal? Not only did the countless golden phantoms shatter, even the Gu formation was completely destroyed from one attack. At once, the golden mist in the canyon was split in the middle. A large amount of the golden mist parted as the canyon's true appearance was exposed. The two Gu Immortals from Ho clan had heated gazes. Demonic past scoundrel, where are you going? One of the Ho clan Gu Immortals shouted as he charged ahead. A purple waterfall descended like a mist. It was 180 feet tall. Poisonous waterfall. On a mountain close to this waterfall, there was a mortal village that Wu clan specially arranged. Die, die. A large group of mortal Gu masters charged into the mountain. Wu clan's Gu masters retreated. They were at their final line of defense. Wu clan's leader, a rank 4 Gu master, stood at the crossroad as he shouted at his enemies, "Your Yong clan is really despicable. You actually assaulted our Wu clan. Humph. We have been putting up with you for a long time. You have been too overbearing in occupying this place. My father and mother just wanted a Gu worm to cure their poison, but they actually died in this mountain. Today, we will settle the score." The leading Yong clan Gu master was still quite young. He charged into the mountain with rage and hatred. Damn it! Wu clan's Gu masters were in a defensive location, but Yong clan came prepared. They had great numbers. Wu clan's Gu masters were bound to lose. They could only escape from a secret cave. Yong clan's Gu masters defeated Wu clan. They cheered in the rubble of the village. Above the clouds, the Yong clan Gu Immortals watching this expressed joy on their faces. This was the area where Yong clan and Wu clan bordered. Yong clan had been planning for a long time, sending a group of Yong clan mortals here, and allowed them to live here, causing conflict to occur between them and Wu clan. Because of this excuse, Yong clan could invade and occupy Wu clan's territory openly now. With the righteous path's rules, these were just mortal conflicts. Unless Gu Immortal seeds were killed, there were no consequences. Poisonous waterfall was just an ordinary mortal resource point. It produced some mortal poison path Gu. It was not important to Gu Immortals. But once this opening was made, from now on, Yong clan only needed to move forward to reach their destination, the truly valuable Corpse Mountain. Rumble. River water raged like thunder, resounding in the ears of a Yao clan Gu Immortal. He stood at the peak of Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian, looking at the raging Red River. Not far from here, two rivers were connected. Red Dragon River and Yellow Dragon River. These two rivers merged together, forming a huge whirlpool that created great waves. It was extremely dangerous. Southern border's three rivers were not simple. Be it Red Dragon River, Yellow Dragon River, or Jade Dragon River, spirit springs would form in these rivers sometimes. And these spirit springs would be mixed in the river water. Once they were washed away, the river water would be full of natural essence, allowing more Gu materials to be created. Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian. This was a very special mountain. During ancient times, a southern border rank 8 Gu Immortal had turned into a zombie and fought against the combined forces of many super clans. After the rank 8 Immortal zombie died, this place became a wasteland. It had no value. But to think that as time passed, gradually, on the mangled corpse of this rank 8 Immortal zombie, due to the nourishment of the natural essence from the river, along with the aquatic plants in the river that rooted themselves, this place turned into a corpse mountain. This corpse mountain was thousands of feet tall. There were large numbers of zombies living in it, and it produced transformation path zombie Gu, as well as Chi path zombie Chi Gu. Before the headquarters of Southern Border's Zombie Alliance was exposed, they had targeted this precious area and wanted to pay a high price to buy it from Wu clan to make it their headquarters, but Wu clan rejected them. Zombie Alliance did not get it, but now, this belongs to my Yao clan. The Yao clan Gu Immortal was very excited. He looked afar, away from the river and towards the shore. That was Wu clan's territory. After taking over this corpse Emperor Yuding Tian, Wu clan's territory east of Red Dragon River and north of Yellow Dragon River would be completely lost. Yao clan took down corpse Emperor Yuding Tian. This was like a bridgehead, they could finally start going after Wu clan's other territories. News that Wu Yong had died spread out of nowhere. After getting such news, several super forces colluded secretly, thus, they did not act alone this time. Yao clan, Yong clan, and Ho clan, they were just 3 of these clans. Wu clan's headquarters were in chaos. Damn it. These 3 clans are simply too daring. We lost 3 resources at once, especially corpse Emperor Yuding Tian, this is a huge loss. In the past, Wu clan from top to bottom spent such effort and a huge price to obtain it. Retaliate, we need to retaliate. We have our immortal Gu houses, what are we afraid of? Wu clan's Gu immortals bellowed in anxiety, some were arguing endlessly, some raised their arms in objection, some were remaining silent. More than 10 days had passed since Wu Yong went missing, it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Wu clan had been trying to conceal this information, but like Wu Bachong had guessed, the mastermind had already spread news of it. Initially, the super clans did not believe it. Because Fang Yuan had already expected this situation, he gave out a lot of false information to mislead others. But his actions were not normal. Super forces were not stupid, after some observation and probing, they finally acted. The moment they did, Wu clan went into a difficult spot, they lost a lot of territory. In the discussion hall, because Wu Yong was missing, the main seat was empty. Wu Bachong, who was second supreme elder, sat by the side, he was silent, quietly observing the surrounding Gu immortals' expressions, even though he had a heavy heart, he felt a bit smug. Especially when he looked at Wu Qiao, his lips could not help but curl up. Because Wu Qiao was the Wu clan Gu immortal in charge of guarding corpse Emperor Yuding Tian. Once they lost that resource point, it was a huge loss to Wu Qiao. Wu Qiao was solemn and had a cold expression. Even though he sensed Wu Bachong's provocative gaze, he pretended not to be aware, sitting like a statue. Stop arguing, be quiet. Wu Bachong said. This time, nobody rebuked him, the discussion hall quickly became silent. Wu Bachong was very pleased at this, under the immortals' anxious gazes, he sighed, such a huge matter happened to Wu clan, but we still cannot make a decision, let's ask Lord Wu Yihai to make his decision. Wu Qiao frowned. The other Wu clan Gu immortals looked at each other. Some were unhappy with Fang Yuan, grumbling, such a huge matter happened to our clan, but Lord Wu Yihai is still staying inside the Super Gu formation. I heard that Fairy Si Lu went there more than 10 days ago. I also heard that there is a Lady White Rabbit. The Gu immortal who said this had vile intentions. Wu Qiao frowned even deeper now, he wanted to speak up for Fang Yuan, but he was in a dangerous state himself, he hesitated and did not speak. Wu clan's letter soon got to Fang Yuan. Such a thing had happened, Fang Yuan was not surprised, he expected it. It seems that I cannot stay here anymore. Fang Yuan looked at the dream realm, sighing deeply. These last days, he wanted to continue exploring dream realms. But his luck was bad, he kept getting those absurd dream realms, there was no way to explore it. Chapter 1346, Qiao Clan's Trouble, Rabbit's Deep Love. Of course, over these last days, Fang Yuan was not doing nothing. The biggest batch of regretful spiders in his possession had been sold, Fang Yuan's red date immortal essence storage was no longer lacking. As for Vajra shell, Fang Yuan had completed its modification, he only needed to test it. Because his dark path attainment level had risen to Grandmaster, he successfully created an immortal killer move, Extended Dark Concealment. This move used rank 6 Dark Limit Immortal Goo and rank 7 Perseverance Immortal Goo as the cores, and several hundred Mortal Goo to greatly lengthen the effect of Dark Limit Immortal Goo. At this time, Qiao Si Lu requested to meet him. At Fang Yuan's will, the doors opened. Qiao Si Lu had a grim expression, worry could be seen on her face. She brought bad news with her. Other than Yao clan, Ho clan, and Yong clan taking over Wu clan's territories, Ba clan and Xia clan had also moved at the same time, but against Qiao clan. Looking at southern borders map, Ba clan and Xia clan were to the north of Qiao clan, they bordered Qiao clan. Qiao clan lost their wedding dress lake and empty origin pit, they were annexed by Ba clan and Xia clan respectively. After Qiao clan's first supreme elder, Qiao Ji Kai, went missing, Qiao clan also did the strategy of gathering their Gu immortals and defending their base, in anticipation of the enemy. This made Ba clan's and Xia clan's actions very successful. Qiao clan lost a lot just now. Wedding dress lake and empty origin pit were resource points that were more valuable than blood tide pit. Qiao clan was the weakest righteous path super force. After losing 2 resource points, Qiao clan was furious and upset. Fang Yuan had also heard of these 2 resource points. There was a folklore about this wedding dress lake in southern border. According to legends, a fairy in heaven weaved clothing, making her own wedding dress. Whoever received it would become the husband of this fairy. After the fairy made the wedding dress, she tossed it into this lake, and it was picked up by a fisherman who lived by the lake. The immortal and mortal loved each other, staying inside the lake, living happily ever after. This story was mostly fiction, but wedding dress lake had all sorts of clothing goo. Like fire cloak goo, water armor goo, wood armor goo, and so on. In its history of being in Qiao clan's control, it had produced 3 wild immortal goo. As for empty origin pit, it was known by the mortals living in the mountains nearby as the final resting spot. It could communicate with the immortal realm. After the ignorant mortals died, their corpses were tossed into this pit. Before these corpses landed, they would be torn to shreds by the space path Dao marks here. These ignorant mortals thought that the reason was because they had ascended to the immortal realm after dying. The truth was, this place was excellent in producing space path resources. Xia clan had wanted it for a long time, and even though Qiao clan was not their match, they were backed by Wu clan. Right now, with Qiao Ji Kai and Wu Yong missing, this was a great opportunity. How could Xia clan miss it? Qiao clan and Wu clan had been in an alliance for a long time, their fortunes were tied together. Qiao clan was invaded by Ba clan and Xia clan, it was like Wu clan getting attacked. This way, including Yao clan, Ho clan, and Yong clan, a total of 5 super forces were attacking Wu clan. The situation was at its worst. If they could not stop this, Wu clan and Qiao clan would lose even more territory later. I will arrange it now. Wu Qiao will bring the immortal Gu house here and escort us back. Fang Yuan said to Qiao Silu. Qiao Silu nodded, this was the reason she came. With Qiao clan's predicament, Qiao Silu had to look for help from Fang Yuan. Actually, because of Fang Yuan's delay, Qiao Silu was very unhappy already. If not for the fact that Qiao clan only had 1 immortal Gu house, they would have already sent out one to bring Fang Yuan away. Go arrange it too, gather Qiao clan's Gu immortals, we are leaving together. Fang Yuan said again. Qiao Silu was stunned, together? What about here? We can only give it up temporarily. Fang Yuan made up his mind, he did not hesitate. Then what about the immortal Gu we used to set up this formation? Qiao Silu frowned. We will bring them away. Otherwise, some Gu immortals with ill intent will forcefully refine them or even destroy them. We know what these people are capable of. Excuses are too easy to find. Fang Yuan said plainly. Don't forget that my formation path attainment is not low. I am capable of taking out some immortal Gu. Fang Yuan added. Qiao Silu thought of Fang Yuan and Qi Shang's competition, she nodded, thinking, Wu Yihai's formation path attainment is indeed not low, Qi Shang had once praised him for it. In fact, she underestimated Fang Yuan. Right now, his formation path attainment level was at Grandmaster, he was comparable to Qi Shang. In the past, this super Gu formation was completely indecipherable to him, he could not see anything. But after becoming a formation path Grandmaster and staying here for so long, Fang Yuan had gained a rather deep understanding of this super Gu formation. Modifying this Gu formation was out of his ability, but taking away some immortal Gu was possible. After the decision was made, Qiao Si Lu called Qiao Clan Gu Immortal Qiao Bo, pack up, when Wu Clan's Immortal Gu house arrives, we will leave and return to our base. Qiao Bo quickly acknowledged, asking in succession, when are they coming? I need to arrange the clansmen. Qiao Si Lu looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan waved his hand, no rush, I had just contacted them, it will take some time. Qiao Bo expressed joy on his face as he left respectfully. Even though Wu Clan's base is near Tian Mountain, if they are sending an Immortal Gu house, it will take 4 to 5 days to reach here. In this case, I can do the final round of the business. Qiao Bo left and started to think. The business he thought of was naturally the Immortal Opportunity business. Qiao Clan and Wu Clan were in dire straits. This caused Qiao Clan's and Wu Clan's Gu Immortals to feel worried. The Immortal Opportunity business was taking a huge hit. 2 of Qiao Clan's Gu Immortals were stationed to guard the Super Gu formation here. Qiao Bo was one of them. He had rank 6 cultivation level. When he was sent here, he begrudged the decision, but the Immortal Opportunity business changed his mind. Now that we are returning, the Immortal Opportunity business cannot continue, there might even be fights later. Since we are leaving anyway, I will make this a big one. Qiao Bo gritted his teeth, making up his mind. A day later, Qiao Bo met with Demonic Path Gu Immortal Fairy Miaoyin. Fairy, we meet again. Qiao Bo had an excited expression, his eyes were darting around as he observed Fairy Miaoyin. Even though Fairy Miaoyin was in the demonic path, her strength and appearance was top tier. She was one of the 3 great fairies of southern border, on par with Qiao Si Lu. All along, Fairy Miaoyin had been entering the giant dream realm to find opportunities in the dream realm. Even though her soul was often injured, the dream path materials that she gathered were not few. Even though Wu Clan and Qiao Clan, and other super forces tried to buy these dream path materials from her, Fairy Miaoyin rejected them all without hesitation. Let's go in and speak. Qiao Bo said as he looked at the 2 Gu Immortals behind Fairy Miaoyin. According to the rules, each business would only have 1 demonic cultivator or lone immortal. But this time, because Qiao Bo was going to leave, he made this a big one and went ahead to bring in 3 Gu Immortals at once. At the same time, in Wu Clan's area, Lady White Rabbit looked at Wuan. Lord Wuan, is it true that everyone is leaving? And so urgently? Wuan nodded, the situation is not looking good, I'm sure you've heard some rumors. But it is not a problem, don't worry, Wu Clan will not fall. Just stay here and manage the Immortal Opportunity business, wait for us to return. Lady White Rabbit pondered for a moment before asking weakly, before you leave, I want to meet Lord Wu Hai again, is that possible? This? Wuan had a difficult expression, Lord Wu Hai is in seclusion now, he is trying to deduce an immortal killer move, he might not have time for you. Lady White Rabbit had a sad expression, I don't know why but I have a bad feeling, I want to meet Lord Wu Hai, I just want to take a glance at him. Isn't he leaving too? I will wait here for a few days until he comes out, is that okay? Wuan sighed deeply. It was obvious at a glance that Lady White Rabbit had affection towards Wu Hai. It is a pity that the feeling is not mutual, I am afraid that in Lord Wu Hai's eyes, Lady White Rabbit is just a tool, what a shame. Wuan felt some sympathy in him. He nodded, alright, you can stay here, Lord Wu Hai will see you after he ends his closed cultivation. Thank you, thank you. Lady White Rabbit was overjoyed, she quickly thanked him profusely. Cultivating in the secret room, Fang Yuan held a rank 7 Immortal Gu. Immortal Gu Precaution. This Gu worm was the size of 2 hands, it was like a long-horned beetle with a black exoskeleton, it was very heavy. Even with Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body, he could not hold it. But it had already been refined by Fang Yuan, it was floating in the air now as Fang Yuan observed it. This Immortal Gu was one of the 2 Immortal Gu that Fang Yuan had taken after joining Wu Clan as Wu Hai. As the name suggested, the Immortal Gu's effect was to protect the Gu Immortal. It was rule path and had one weakness, when used alone, it needed some time to activate. It could only activate its effects after 10 breaths of time. 10 breaths of time was not short for Gu Immortals. Especially in intense battles, 10 breaths of time was enough for a dozen round of fights, with countless attacks unleashed. And most importantly, if a Gu Immortal sneak attacked, life and death would be decided in an instant. By then, activating Precaution Immortal Gu would be too slow. However, once Precaution Immortal Gu was activated, 10 breaths of time later, its defensive effect would be incredible. It was one of the top rank 7 defensive Immortal Gu. It had status equal to Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Not long ago, Fang Yuan had a new idea. He wanted to fuse Precaution Immortal Gu into the immortal killer move Vajra Shell. And now, he had already designed the killer move, he just needed to test it. Chapter 1347, Chai Clan has human smoke. He started. The first step, Fang Yuan turned into a Divination Tortoise. The second step, he started to activate a large number of Mortal Gu, followed by Vajra Thought Immortal Gu and more Mortal Gu. The third step, and the most important one, he activated Precaution Immortal Gu. Puff. Fang Yuan turned into a Divination Tortoise, spitting out a huge amount of blood. In his immortal aperture, large numbers of Mortal Gu were destroyed, but thankfully, Precaution Immortal Gu was sturdy and did not get damaged. Fang Yuan's head was dizzy, his immortal killer move failed, his organs were damaged, he suffered heavy injuries. Thankfully, he had transformed into a Divination Tortoise, an ancient desolate beast. He had a tough body and incredible recovery speed. If he did this with a human body, his injuries would have been worse, his organs and intestines might have disintegrated on the spot. Why did this happen? Fang Yuan was dazed. This was different from what he conceptualized. In fact, before Precaution Immortal Gu could use its power, this immortal killer move broke apart. Fang Yuan did not expect this. Fang Yuan had used Affection Immortal Gu and other Wisdom Path Immortal Gu to deduce this modified immortal killer move. Such a severe error should not have occurred. This was truly a huge blow to him. After Fang Yuan's injuries healed, he calmed down and looked at the killer move. After several deductions, Fang Yuan was even more troubled. There are no problems, though? Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. I understand. Fang Yuan instantly understood where the problem was. He had misunderstood Precaution Immortal Gu. When Precaution Immortal Gu activated, it continued to expend Red Date Immortal Essence, but it could only unleash its power after 10 breaths. It did not activate at the 10th breath, but at the 11th breath. Because of this small mistake, the entire immortal killer move failed and Fang Yuan suffered a backlash. To think that the problem was here, it was truly a blind spot. It seems that I need to add some time path Gu worms to make up for the time difference. Fang Yuan's time path attainment level was ordinary, it had never risen much. Because he had never encountered any time path dream realm. However, he had He Fan's true inheritance and wisdom path deduction methods, it could make up for some of his weaknesses. But because of this, the deduction could not be completed instantly. 1 day passed, Fang Yuan did not rest. 2 days passed, Fang Yuan was still deducing. 3 days passed, Wu Clan's immortal Gu house had already completed most of its journey. Fang Yuan's deduction finally had some progress. After his qualitative advancement, his future deductions went smoothly. Southern border, Human Smoke Mountain Range. This place had the most living mortals in southern border. Villages after villages were seen on the mountains here. On some mountain peaks, there were even several villages, they were neighbors. This was a bountiful sight. The population had multiplied to its limit, there were a vast number of humans here. Of course, in terms of battle strength, a Gu Immortal would be able to wipe this place out, no mortal could resist their unstoppable might. And at the center of this mountain range, it was the political core of all the villages, Human Smoke Mountain. The base of one of the super clans, Chai Clan. The person who created Chai Clan was called Chai Fu, he had left his mark in human history. During his era, he was the _1 person in southern borders Gu Immortal world, he cultivated Fire Path along with Earth Path, because he had gained a lot of insight from reading / the legends of Renzu / he had a human path killer move. During his later years, he chose this place to create Chai Clan. After modifying the mountain range, he created Human Smoke Mountain. In fact, most Gu Immortal experts and great experts would read / the legends of Renzu / A true inheritance of human path was hidden within / the legends of Renzu / This was indeed the first true inheritance in the history of the Gu Master world. It had a unique inheritance method. Normal inheritances were like He Fan's true inheritance and Bai Xiang's true inheritance. But Renzu's human path true inheritance was just one book, / the legends of Renzu / it was information. The profundities of human path were concealed in this information, and whatever a Gu Immortal learned would depend on their affinity and talent. Everyone had different gains, after all, the benevolent see benevolence, the wise see wisdom. But every immortal venerable and demon venerable had their gains, and those were huge gains. For example, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had created all living beings luck and heaven and earth luck after reading / the legends of Renzu /. After Chai Fu read / the legends of Renzu /, he left behind the human path method that he learned after death, passing it down to his Chai clan descendants. Precisely so, Chai clan's development strategy was different from other super clans. Chai clan focused on increasing population, to increase the number of mortals. As for other super forces, they basically only focused on a portion of their clansmen and allowed them to develop and grow in the 5 regions. These clansmen would have the bloodline of certain authoritative figures in the super force, they were also called the main bloodline. And a portion of the people would stay inside their blessed lands or grotto heavens and would not go outside. These people were often the branch bloodlines. Only when unexpected mishaps occur and the main bloodline dies out, or when a ruling figure dies without an inheritor, would the branch bloodlines take over. Chai clan expanded the population, but they did not have Chai clan bloodline. If any other clan did this, they were courting trouble. Spending great effort to nurture mortals of other surnames, with greater population, more Gu Masters would emerge among them. These Gu Masters would not have the clan's bloodline, their loyalty was greatly reduced, they had no value in being nurtured to become Gu Immortals. If they became Gu Immortals on their own, it would cause conflict between them and the main clan. But Chai clan was different. They nurtured so many mortals, but these mortals all had low aptitudes, there were few Gu Masters among them, not to mention Gu Immortals. In contrast, highly talented people continuously emerged from Chai clan's own descendants, there were many who were talented enough to be nurtured into Gu Immortals. This formed a clear contrast to the other super forces. According to their conjectures, Chai clan's abnormal situation was likely due to the human path method that Chai Fu had left behind. However, no matter which generation it was, even though Chai clan had lots of genius descendants, because of limited resources, these Gu Immortal seeds eventually remained as only rank 4 or 5 Gu Masters. There was a need to talk about Southern Border's geography at this point. Southern Border's biggest features, other than mountains, were the 3 great rivers. Red Dragon River, Jade Dragon River, and Yellow Dragon River, each of them passed through the whole of Southern Border, cutting it up into many segments. Red Dragon River started from the extreme northwest, moving east towards the south, all the way until Southern Border's extreme southeast. Jade Dragon River started above it, it had a downward slope if a bird's-eye view over the region was used. Yellow Dragon River had the shape of the character, there was a protrusion at the top, it was far more steep than Jade Dragon River. Jade Dragon River and Yellow Dragon River did not intersect, but Red Dragon River intersected with both Jade Dragon River and Yellow Dragon River. 1. At the point of intersection between Red Dragon River and Yellow Dragon River, it was Wu clan's territory. Towards the northeast shore of the huge whirlpool there was Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian. As for the intersection between Red Dragon River and Jade Dragon River, the huge whirlpool there was dozens of times as large. Natural essence was incredible dense there, at the center of the whirlpool, there were huge numbers of spirit springs, tens of thousands of them. These spirit springs were not stable, almost every breath of time, dozens would be destroyed. Thus, a great amount of natural essence poured onto the riverbanks. When Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable traveled to this place, he had once commented that throughout the whole of southern border, this place had the greatest density of primeval energy. Over there, the air was filled with primeval energy, large amounts of resources were produced, on par with grotto heavens and blessed lands. And at this place, the bases of 3 super forces were gathered. For example, Red Dragon River and Jade Dragon River formed a cross shape, with the center being the spiral whirlpool. Chai Clan's human smoke mountain was north of it, Ba Clan was south, while Xia Clan was to its east. For the last 3 days, Chai Clan's discussion hall had been in chaos. Now was no exception. Chai Clan's first Supreme Elder sat before everyone as his gaze flickered, showing a hesitant expression. Not long ago, Fang Yuan had sent him a letter. In the letter, Fang Yuan, who was Wu Yihai, represented Wu Clan and was willing to work with Chai Clan to attack Xia Clan and Ba Clan. This was an incredibly important matter. Chai Clan's first Supreme Elder had to gather the clan's Gu Immortals and discuss about it. The discussion hall's chaos was due to this. We cannot attack Ba Clan and Xia Clan. Wu Clan's intention is just to make use of us to get rid of their external pressure. The moment we attack, our Chai Clan will have to face 2 super forces at once. If these 2 super forces ignore Wu Clan and turn around to target us, we will be on the losing end, we will not be able to overturn it. A Chai Clan Gu Immortal shouted loudly, standing at the center of the discussion hall. He had just finished his words when a Gu Immortal at a corner proposed, we can choose to attack one clan. Even though Wu Clan gave the request of fighting both clans, we can negotiate about this matter. This will not determine what we do, after all. Sigh, the matter is severe. Our Chai Clan has so many mortals around, if we fight, the other party just needs 1 Gu Immortal to wipe out all of our mortals, we will suffer huge losses. An elderly Gu Immortal from Chai Clan's side, he was very apprehensive. Because of the human path method's limitation, these humans could not leave human smoke mountain range. This way, they needed an immortal Gu formation or an immortal Gu house to defend the place. Precisely so, we need to fight for more resources. That's right. Our Chai Clan's advantage is that we have a human path method to allow geniuses to appear in our descendants. But we do not have enough resources to nurture them. Once we chase away 1 clan or even 2, we will gain a vast amount of resources, we will become the #1 force in southern border in no time. These were the arguments of the side that wanted to fight. Chai Clan's first Supreme Elder remained silent. After a while, he looked at a Gu Immortal in the hall, asking, Yu Yan, tell us about your view. 1. Yes, the author's geography is incredibly messed up. Back. Chapter 1348, Easing the Situation. The discussion hall became quiet, everyone's gazes turned to this Gu Immortal. This Gu Immortal looked young and had a normal appearance, it was not outstanding, but he was an important Gu Immortal in Chai Clan, he was the trusted and capable aide of Chai Clan's first Supreme Elder. Chai Yuan, who was an information path Gu Immortal, thought for a while before saying, the things I consider might be different from everyone. These last days, I have been pondering over Wu Yihai. Wu Yong went missing and is presumably dead, regardless of whether this is true or who the culprit was, Wu Yihai is currently the leader of Wu Clan. I am thinking about his personality, and how sincere he actually is. We all know about Wu Yihai's origin. We know too little about him, he did not grow up in southern border after all. Continue. Chai Clan's first Supreme Elder showed interest in his eyes. Chai Yuan smiled before continuing, actually, we know about the information regarding Wu Yihai already, I will skip that. From this information, we can more or less understand this person's attitude and personality. I will mention something that everyone ignored. Oh? We all ignored something? Chai Yuan rubbed his nose, I mean that letter. In Wu Yihai's letter, he wanted to ally with our clan to attack Ba Clan and Xia Clan. He did not choose either Ba clan or Xia clan, he chose to target them both. Wu clan has always acted so domineering, isn't this their usual style of doing things? Some Chai clan Gu immortals did not understand. No. Wu Hai is different. Chai Yuan shook his head. We can tell from how he dealt with Frosty Peak and the agreement with mountain-moving old monster. His actions are similar to lone cultivators. After all, how long has it been since he returned to Wu clan? Wu Hai lacks the dominating disposition of Wu clan, but he has the astuteness of lone cultivators. He knows how to make agreements. From what I see, he is talented as a part of the righteous path. Why did he list Ba clan and Xia clan as his targets? Like what was mentioned earlier, why did he not choose one of them and seek peace with the other? Because when we ally with Wu clan, if we choose one of them to attack, would the other stay still? They would definitely work together and resist both Wu clan and us. Chai clan's Gu immortals heard this and nodded, agreeing with Chai Yuan. Chai clan, Ba clan, Xia clan, these three clans were gathered around the Red and Jade rivers. Their relationship was complex. If one clan became strong, the other two would join up to resist it. The three were in a power balance, restraining each other. This was also why Chai clan had never made any progress after so many years of development. If Chai clan worked with Wu clan, this balance would shift. Would Ba clan and Xia clan not cooperate? Thus, Fang Yuan directly listed both of them as his targets. Because he knew that it was bound to happen. This means that Wu Hai has quite good foresight. Since he suggested for us to cooperate with him, he must have made many preparations. We do not need to worry about Wu clan toying with us. Someone said. Chai Yuan nodded. What I want to say is, Wu Hai has a lot of talent in politics. From all these details, I can see that he has a lot of sincerity in this cooperation. The truth is, our Chai clan needs to act. After developing until now, we finally suppressed Xia clan and Ba clan. It was not easy. This is the hard work of countless generations, mixed in with some luck. Once Ba clan or Xia clan devours more resources, their foundations would grow, our advantage will be gone. Of course, we need to be careful of Wu clan as well if we work together. As for how we will fight, and how we will restrict the extent of this battle, that will be First Supreme Elder's decision. But at the very least, we need to send some Gu immortals to attack. We cannot let Ba clan and Xia clan expand their territories so easily, right? His words were met with the nodding of Chai clan's Gu immortals. At almost the same time. Southern border, Myriad Snake Mountain, Qi clan's base. Qi clan's first Supreme Elder held a letter Gu and remained silent. Qi clan was at the extreme west of southern border, southwest of it was Yong clan, and towards its east was Qiao clan. Qi clan bordered on these two clans, but Yong clan was farther from its base and had a longer border with it. Making friends with those far away and making enemies with those close by, this was a common foreign policy. Thus, Qi clan and Yong clan had poor relationships. Yong clan's Ghost Hand Mountain was at the source of Yellow Dragon River. It had abundant resources and was a strategic location. Yong clan Gu immortals mostly cultivated Soul Path. They had incredible battle strength and was a threat to Qi clan. In the past, Yong clan and Qi clan had many conflicts. This had accumulated throughout history. Towards the east of Yong clan, all the way along Yellow Dragon River, was Wu clan's territory. Actually, Wu clan and Qi clan were close by. Even though they did not border each other, Qiao clan and Qi clan did. Qiao clan was heavily supported by a Wu clan first Supreme Elder of a certain generation. Qiao clan was at the central area of southern border, bordering Ba clan, Xia clan, and Qi clan. It could even restrain the southwest Yong clan. Qi clan and Qiao clan had conflicts, but everyone knew that Qiao clan was Wu clan's guard dog. Thus, Qi clan's and Wu clan's relationship was good or bad at times, depending on the situation. If there was one phrase to describe Qi clan's and Wu clan's relationship, ambiguous would be a rather appropriate term. Not long ago, Qi clan had found trouble with Wu clan. But inside the Super Gu formation of Etian Mountain, Qi clan worked with Wu clan, creating the Immortal Opportunity business. Wu Hai, you are giving me a tough problem. In his study room, Qi Clan First Supreme Elder Qiao sighed deeply. Fang Yuan had requested to work with Qi Clan and deal with Yong Clan. Qiao was moved, because he knew this was a good opportunity. This chance was rare even in his lifetime. Any force needed to grow larger. Trying to annex Yong Clan's resources, even if they could not succeed, would weaken Yong Clan. This was something beneficial to Qi Clan no matter what. Qi Clan had a lot of spare energy for this. Not only because Qi Clan's base was located far from the action, but also because Qi Clan specialized in goo formations. By setting up many immortal goo formations, Qi Clan's base and all their resource points had incredible defense. Qi Clan had little to worry about. They also had 2 immortal goo houses, and don't forget, Qiao was a rank 8 goo immortal. Wu Yong had died. This news sent southern border into chaos. In this chaotic situation, what would Qi Clan do? Qiao needed to decide quickly and resolutely. Several days later, in the Super Goo formation, Fang Yuan came out of his seclusion. He had a bit of joy on his face. His closed cultivation bore fruit. He had completed the deduction of Vajra shell and tested it several times. And during these few days, the situation in southern border had undergone a huge change. Qi Clan sent Goo Immortals to the river and showed a threatening stance. Ba Clan and Xia Clan had to gather a portion of their strength and defend themselves. Qi Clan's Goo Immortals directly invaded Yong Clan's territory. The 2 clans were neighbors for so long, it was easy to find an excuse to do so. Both sides were fighting near their mountain range. Qi Clan's great expert was very active. He brought an immortal goo house and attacked personally. This made Yong Clan very nervous. They had to send their immortal goo house and many goo immortals to face him. Yong Clan had no rank 8 goo immortal, they were in a passive state. Other than that, Luo Clan, Tai Clan, and Yi Clan also made their movements. Because Fang Yuan sent these clans letters as well. Of course, the contents were all different from Qi Clan and Qi Clan. After all, these 4 clans were too close to each other, they were all towards the east of southern border. But even so, these clans' movements had attracted the attention of Ho Clan and Yao Clan. They were drawn away. Because they knew that even though these clans were unlikely to strike, they were afraid of taking that chance, they had to defend against it. As for Shang Clan, this clan had always scrupulously followed neutrality. Even though Fang Yuan sent a letter, they replied instantly, rejecting his suggestion. Because of this sudden change, Wu Clan's and Qiao Clan's dangerous situation had become much more relaxed. Wu Clan's and Qiao Clan's Goo Immortals were very shocked at this result. Even though Fang Yuan just sent a few letters, to be able to convince super forces to act, it was not a simple thing. Especially when the letter had to be very precise on the amount of resources Wu Clan was willing to give up to express their sincerity. Fang Yuan dealt with this perfectly. It was far beyond many people's imaginations. Very few people knew about the content of his letters, but everyone knew that these letters moved many Goo Immortals in these super forces. This allowed Wu Clan and Qiao Clan to have an opportunity to retaliate. It seems that my skills have not fallen much. In the 500 years of his previous life, Fang Yuan was once the leader of an organization. During the 5 regions' chaotic war, the political situation was far more chaotic. All 5 regions were linked together, all sorts of deceptions, schemes, betrayal were endless. The current political chaos was just surrounding Wu Clan and Qiao Clan, as well as the western part of southern border. It was not too complex in Fang Yuan's opinion. He did not need to be careful, he could directly target the problem. Wu Clan's immortal goo house is finally arriving? Fang Yuan received more information. Originally, the immortal goo house was supposed to move earlier, but a mishap occurred midway and it was stalled for some time. No matter who did it or what their intention was, Fang Yuan had to wait an extra day before this immortal goo house arrived. It seems I need to leave this place now. This dream realm gave Fang Yuan an incredible boost. Many things happened during this period. Fang Yuan felt a bit of unwillingness to leave this treasure. Chapter 1349, Fang Yuan wants to kill White Rabbit. Fang Yuan started to settle the matters that piled up while he was in closed cultivation. Lady White Rabbit wants to see me? For what? Fang Yuan asked Wuan using information path methods. Soon, Fang Yuan understood Lady White Rabbit's intention. Not seeing her, get her to leave. Fang Yuan rejected mercilessly. Wu Clan's immortal goo house would arrive in a day. Fang Yuan was not going to bring Lady White Rabbit with him, he needed a chess piece to stay here. Even if she was not in the super goo formation, having one outside was fine too. Of course this carried huge risks, after all, Lady White Rabbit's and Wu Yihai's relationship was quite close, everyone knew about it. But chess pieces needed to display their worth. When Fang Yuan took in Lady White Rabbit, it was not because of her beauty or love, he just wanted to extract all of her value. Even with 1 day left, I cannot waste it, I might be able to gain something in the dream realm. But unfortunately, Fang Yuan still only met with absurd dream realms. It was a real pity. During this final period, he kept meeting absurd dream realms, his luck was quite bad. If they were realistic dream realms, he would at least obtain some growth. I heard that Qiao clan has many realistic dream realms. It is a pity, those demonic path goo immortals have no methods to use, but they are able to encounter realistic dream realms. Fang Yuan could not go to Qiao clan. It was their territory, if he exposed his method of exploring dream realms, it would be a huge problem to Fang Yuan. At this moment, Qiao clan's area. 1 more day before we leave, your dream realm exploration is going to end. Make good use of your time, also, our Qiao clan is very willing to purchase the dream path materials that you find. Qiao Bo transmitted to Fairy Miaoyin and the other demonic path goo immortals. No need for more explorations, we can end now. Fairy Miaoyin smiled at Qiao Bo. Qiao Bo was dazed. He had brought Fairy Miaoyin here to explore the dream realm many times, but this was the first time he saw Fairy Miaoyin smiling at him so deeply. At once, his heart jumped, he showed a dazed expression. But soon, his body shook. A soft sound echoed. Qiao Bo's pupils shrunk to pin size, he looked down at his chest. There, a hand with sharp fingernails had pierced through his back, directly destroying his heart. A cold frost was also spreading around his injury. You, how dare you? Qiao Bo did not finish his words, he lost his life and turned into an ice statue. Qiao Bo died. Behind him, Bai Ningbing drew back her hand expressionlessly. In the air, crystal shards were scattering. Her hand was white as snow, the blood traces were all removed along with the frost. The time is now, let's begin. The third goo immortal walked out, her appearance changed as she revealed her true form. Who else could it be but He Lulan? Is Lord Wu Yihai really unwilling to meet me? Lady White Rabbit had teary eyes as she looked at Wuan. Wuan sighed, shaking his head, leave, there is no rush, you will meet again in the future. As long as you manage the immortal opportunity business well, maybe Lord Wu Yihai might reward you in the future. Manage it well? Hee hee. Lady White Rabbit's eyes suddenly turned black, a cold light was shining in her dark eyes. Seeing this change, Wuan became alert, he took a step back. Lady White Rabbit, what are you doing? Don't act rashly. Lady White Rabbit's voice changed too, don't talk about White Rabbit. I am not that weak fool, blindly loving this cruel and heartless man. Remember, I am Black Tigress. Humph, what Black Tigress, it is time to teach you people a lesson. Even though my Wu clan is in a difficult spot, you minor characters should forget about, ugh. Before Wuan finished his words, his angry face turned into one of extreme fear. He found that he could not move, not only that, his body and soul were melting, turning into black water on the ground. What killer move is this? When was I hit? At this time, Black Tigress' cold voice entered Wu En's ears, enjoy it, this was meant for Wu Yihai. It is a pity I did not get to see him. Once she said that, Wu En completely melted into a puddle of black water. Boom. 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 Right after Wu En had died from Black Tigress' powerful killer move, the Super Goo formation started to shake intensely. The Super Goo formation was under attack. What is going on? The righteous path Gu Immortals here immediately reacted. Someone is attacking the Gu formation, they are inside the Gu formation. Soon, Qi Gue, who was the leader of Qi clan here, found the problem and informed the righteous path Gu Immortals. The Immortals' hearts sank. The Super Gu formation had incredibly strong defense, but it was split into inside and outside. Attacking the Super Gu formation from the inside and from the outside were two different situations. Undeniably, attacking it from the inside would be much more destructive. The problem is at Qiao clan's area. The righteous path Gu Immortals near Qiao clan's area quickly transmitted. Damn it, I said that this immortal opportunity business was going to create problems. Qiao clan is toying with fire. See what happened? Ba Quanfeng shouted. After all, Ba clan did not participate in this immortal opportunity business. Once he said that, many righteous path Gu Immortals went silent. No need to worry, even in this situation, my Qi clan ancestor had prepared against this. This Super Gu formation has formations inside formations, for a total of 4 layers. Just these demonic path Gu Immortals cannot break our outermost layer. Qi Gue tried to raise the morale and relieve his own awkwardness. Because Qi clan was one of the instigators of the immortal opportunity business. That's right, they are just some rats. The righteous path Gu Immortals calmed down. But at this moment, boom! Several loud explosions occurred as the Gu formation shook again. The intensity was many times stronger than before. Many Gu worms died, quite a few immortal Gu were destroyed. What is going on? What is going on? Qi Gue was shocked. They actually found our formation core? Oh no, the other party came prepared. They are not attacking abruptly. They are attacking from both inside and outside. The outside of the Gu formation was hit by a strong attack earlier. Stop them. Quickly activate the Gu formations. Send some people to the site, exterminate those demonic path scoundrels. Did Wu clans and Qiao clans Gu Immortals all die? Is anyone there? The righteous path Gu Immortals transmitted to each other. It was a chaotic scene. What is going on? In the hall at Wu clan's area, Fang Yuan's brows were locked. He was observing the situation that had just occurred using the Gu formation. He had just practiced his killer move. The event happened too quickly. He was caught unprepared. Information was transmitted to Fang Yuan from the Gu formation. Lady White Rabbit's transformation and the killing of Yuan. He learned about everything. Lady White Rabbit is a traitor. She seemed to have become another person. And her target was actually me. Fang Yuan frowned even deeper now. He immediately decided to go ahead and kill White Rabbit to take revenge for Yuan. Not just because of Wu Yihai's identity, but also because Fang Yuan needed to maintain the stability of the Super Gu formation. He needed to kill Lady White Rabbit. To think that there was such a huge slip-up. Yihai, my side of the Gu formation is completely out of control. Come lend me a hand. Qiao Si Lu transmitted to Fang Yuan a cry for help and also the scene of Bai Ningbing killing Qiao Bo. Receiving this information, Fang Yuan's intention of acting was dispersed. Bai Ningbing? Hey Lu Lan. Why are they here? I get it, this is the act of Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan's heart shook. He stayed on the spot, his eyes bursting with bright light. After discovering Shadow Sect, even though he had killing intent, his thoughts of going out vanished. What a joke. Shadow Sect had a rank 8 existence. Fang Yuan saw this from the Battle of Reverse Flow River. Who knew where that purple mountain true monarch was? He might be close by, waiting to attack Wu Yihai if he came out. Even though I have the immortal killer move Reverse Flow Protection Seal, which can defend against rank 8 existences, once I use it, my identity will be exposed. Since Shadow Sect sent Lady White Rabbit to kill me, undoubtedly, they did not discover that I am impersonating Wu Yihai. Otherwise, they would not send just Lady White Rabbit. What to do? Fang Yuan went into rapid contemplation. Using his wisdom path methods, thoughts moved rapidly in Fang Yuan's mind, raging like a storm. Shadow Sect's intention is obvious, they want to save Spectral Soul's main body. Shadow Sect must have their trump cards. I need to quietly observe for now. This super goo formation is not a joke. Using this super goo formation, we can defend against the attacks of rank 8 goo immortals. I should not expose myself. Fang Yuan quickly made his plan. As for Qiao Silu? You can die for all I care. Hai, come quickly. Qiao Silu urged again. Fang Yuan had a cold expression, immediately rejecting, hang on, I have some problems here. Wuan was murdered by Lady White Rabbit, I cannot spare this murderer. What? Be careful yourself. Qiao Silu was shocked, but she still gave Fang Yuan some words of concern, not knowing that he had already abandoned her in his mind. Qiao Silu was facing against Fairy Miao Yin, He Lu Lan, and Bai Ning Bing. She was a rank 7 goo immortal, similar to Fairy Miao Yin, while He Lu Lan and Bai Ning Bing were rank 6. Thus, in Qiao Silu's perspective, the situation was not out of control. Her gaze was focused on Fairy Miao Yin. You are all finished, the super goo formation has already been activated, you are all trapped here, surrender now, and be my clan's slave goo immortals, you might be able to survive. He. Fairy Miao Yin laughed, is that so? Chapter 1350, Grey Knight breaks the formation. Right at this time an intensely strong aura burst out from outside the super goo formation. Soon, the righteous path goo immortals controlling the goo formation noticed. There is a strong aura ahead. Such intense aura, so powerful. A rank 8 goo immortal? The righteous path goo immortals were gasping. Is a purple mountain true monarch? Fang Yuan, who was inside the hall, watched attentively. No, it is not a goo immortal, it is an immemorial desolate beast. It is actually? Before he finished his words, bam! The entire super goo formation was faced with an unprecedentedly intense attack. The entire goo formation shook intensely, the halls created inside the goo formation were destroyed, they crumbled and disintegrated. At once, it felt like doomsday. The entire goo formation was cracked open, but there were not many injuries in the righteous path goo immortals. This was the difference between a goo formation and a killer move. Even though goo formations were the killer moves of formation path, after a goo formation is set up, it works based on the goo worms and the environment. When they are destroyed, the goo immortal would suffer a less intense backlash. Of course, ancient battle formations were different. Once ancient battle formations were destroyed, the goo immortals would suffer severe backlashes, especially the main controller of the formation. Cough. Dust and smoke was clouding the place. The hall that Fang Yuan was in had completely collapsed, the corners were turning back into mortal goo, dead goo worms poured down like rain. A huge hole was created in the super goo formation, the dream realm that was completely concealed earlier was now exposed. Many righteous path goo immortals stood by the opening, looking outside blankly. Over there, a huge figure was rampaging. It was a human-shaped immemorial desolate beast, it stood on both legs and had 2 huge monstrous claws, its hair was messy and its body was black like ink. Goo immortals, so many goo immortals, I want to eat you all. After eating you, I will be closer to being human. This human-shaped immemorial desolate beast growled in a low tone, extremely excited. This is. A righteous path goo immortal pointed at the immemorial desolate beast, stammering in a shocked state. Zui hui. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth subconsciously, feeling great pressure. The moment he saw this immemorial desolate beast, Fang Yuan felt like he was in the dream, but the shouting of the goo immortals around him, the destroyed halls, and the super goo formation that was breaking apart reminded him that this was not a dream. Fang Yuan had not expected Zui Hui to come here. This legendary immemorial desolate beast had caused too much suffering and deaths in Southern Border. All of the righteous path goo immortals in Southern Border knew about it. With the appearance of Zui Hui, the hearts of the righteous path members wavered, their morale fell to rock bottom. This was a powerful existence on par with rank 8 Goo Immortals. Especially after the Super Goo formation was destroyed, how could these Righteous Path rank 6 and 7 Goo Immortals defend against it? With their bodies? In this huge world of the 5 regions, there were only 2 people who could resist rank 8 as rank 7, they were Feng Jiuge and Lu Guanyi. We need to hold on. Don't panic, our Goo formation has 4 layers. That was just the outermost 4th layer which broke. Start to move, come into the next layer of the Goo formation. At the crucial moment, Qi Gue spoke up. He was the leader of Qi clan in this place. This Super Goo formation was created by Qi clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu. Qi Gue naturally knew some information that others did not. As expected, the Goo formation activated and shined with a bright light. The collapsing stopped, and the outer formation was completely abandoned. A new line of defense appeared inside. The 3rd layer of the Goo formation appeared before Zui Hui. It did not cover the entire dream realm, it was visible, but most of the dream realm was still concealed by the Goo formation. The Righteous Path Goo Immortals quickly went inside. Fang Yuan was not an exception. He had to. Shadow Sect did not know about Wu Yihai's true identity, otherwise, Shadow Sect, which had a Wisdom Path rank 8 Goo Immortal, would not send just Lady White Rabbit to assassinate Fang Yuan. The enemy was in the open while he was hidden, this was a clear advantage. At the same time, Fang Yuan had another advantage, that was the Immortal Goo House. An Immortal Goo House from Wu Clan was on the way. Most Goo formations could not move, but Immortal Goo Houses could. And the power of Immortal Goo Houses could increase the more Immortal Essence was used, they could resist rank 8 Goo Immortals. With an Immortal Goo House to defend and escort him, Fang Yuan would have a greater chance to lead this place. But earlier, Wu Clan's Immortal Goo House was delayed along the way due to an unexpected mishap. Was it Shadow Sect? Fang Yuan considered this as his thoughts turned dark. Tisk, so troublesome. Bai Ningbing looked at the Goo formation's 3rd layer of defense, frowning. This is hard to destroy. He Lulan sighed. At this time Ying Wuxia smiled coldly, transmitting to them, don't worry, just dodge. Fairy Miao Yin's, Bai Ningbing's, and He Lulan's bodies shook as they quickly flew back and retreated. Roar. At the next moment, Zui Yihui roared and emitted a thunderously loud wave. Its voice burst out and created a sonic wave, pushing out the surrounding air and uprooting the trees and rocks, whipping up a storm. Next, Zui Yihui breathed in deeply, its stomach bulged up. Its entire body expanded to double its size. Next, it opened its bloodthirsty mouth filled with sharp teeth, and a huge beam of light shot out fiercely. The gray-colored beam of light shot out extremely quickly, in the blink of an eye, it landed on the 3rd layer of the Goo formation. There was a creepy silence. The 3rd layer of the Goo formation was hit by the gray beam of light, as it was dyed gray rapidly. Earlier, Zui Yihui had attacked the Super Goo formation as well. The first few attempts were just trials, but the previous time was also the killer move Grey Knight. Together with He Lulan, Bai Ningbing, and Fairy Miao Yin, they destroyed the 4th layer of the Goo formation. Most of the Righteous Path Goo Immortals did not manage to see these attacks clearly. But this time, they witnessed it firsthand, they saw how terrifying Zui Yihui was. As if heaven and earth became still, monochrome color enveloped the place, time seemed to be moving slower. For one breath of time. Boom! Another thunderous explosion resounded in the world, the Immortals' eardrums were bursting. The entire world shook, the 3rd layer of the Goo formation was ripped apart, as if the previous attack was going to be played out again. The Righteous Path Goo Immortals were pale, they instilled their immortal essence into the Goo formation desperately. When the tremors ended, the 3rd layer of the Goo formation was only half destroyed, it still existed. This was a Super Goo formation personally created by rank 8 Goo Immortal Qi Chuyu, together with a vast number of Immortal Goo and Mortal Goo from Southern Border's Righteous Path forces, it was displaying its power now. It managed to block the signature move of legendary immemorial Desolate Beast Zui Yihui. There were no injuries or deaths among the Righteous Path Goo Immortals. I am actually still alive. Someone almost cried from joy. This is Zui Hui's signature method, Immortal killer move, Grey Knight. We actually defended against it. Someone shouted loudly. Chigui's forehead was full of sweat. He said, "This is the super goo formation that my clan's first Supreme Elder set up. Why would it be destroyed? If not for them attacking from both inside and outside earlier, the fourth layer might still be around." Immortal killer move Grey Knight, it is different from the one in my dream realm. Was its form changed? After so many years, Grey Knight must have been modified. Did Zui Hui modify it? Or did it have help? Is this help from Shadow Sect? Strange. If they had Zui Hui as a tool, why did Shadow Sect not use it when they were refining Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo? Was it because they could not control it? Or is this all because of that rank 8 Goo Immortal? Fang Yuan fell into deep contemplation. Fairy Miaoyin, by Ning Bing, He Lu Lan, they came to the Super Goo formation again. Looking at the damaged third layer of the Super Goo formation, they were not shocked nor disappointed. Because they did not come alone, there was Ying Wuxia, as well as many demonic path Goo Immortals and lone Immortals. Shadow Sect lacked manpower, but not resources. Normally, demonic path Goo Immortals and lone cultivators lacked cultivation resources. They would pursue resources over their whole lives. Purple Mountain True Monarch endured the huge costs of spending resources to recruit a batch of demonic path and lone Immortals. Humans die for wealth and birds die for food. Money makes the world go round. Of course, these southern border Goo Immortals were not stupid. Only after Zui Hui appeared and used Grey Knight did they start to follow Ying Wuxia and show up. On the other hand, this showed that Shadow Sect had a good grasp on timing and human emotions. From these demonic path and lone Immortals' perspectives, not only was there the Wisdom Path rank 8 Great Expert Purple Mountain True Monarch, there was also the legendary immemorial Desolate Beast Zui Hui. This battle was decided already, they were going to win. It is all as Purple Mountain True Monarch predicted. We will attack using these holes in the Goo formation. Whoever can kill enemies and expand the hole would get several times the reward. Ying Wuxia shouted. Shadow Sect's side started to clamor as they attacked the Super Goo formation. The Righteous Path side also reacted. Quickly, seal the hole. We cannot let them in. I need time to activate the second layer of the Goo formation. Everyone, try to stall and fight for time. Chigui called out. Zui Hui has already used Grey Knight twice. This is the limit. It needs to rest for a while. It is time to teach these demonic path scoundrels a lesson. Bada shouted. Fang Yuan squinted. He had been assessing Zui Hui. He also saw that after Zui Hui used Grey Knight, it was in a state of exhaustion. It panted as it remained on the spot, unmoving. This made Fang Yuan feel slightly relieved. There were so many southern border Goo Immortals here. Many people were familiar with history. They knew a lot about Zui Hui. After all, every time Zui Hui appeared, it would cause disaster in southern border. Lots of southern border Goo Immortals would need to work together, defending against and battling it. Southern border's Righteous Path super clans had accurate information about Zui Hui from their historical records.